Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Rebirth Node. Ling Tian awoke from his slumber, gasping for breath. Habitually surveying his surroundings, he discovered that he seemed to be nestled within a luxury vehicle. As his gaze drifted towards the window, he was momentarily struck dumb. A kaleidoscope of neon lights, towering buildings, and bustling streets unfolded before him, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Gone were the harrowing remnants of a world plagued by cold, torrential rain. Earthquakes, hurricanes, zombies, exotic beasts, superhumans, and mercenaries. Ling Tian trembled as he covered his face with trembling hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was merely a nightmare, thank goodness. Once his heart settled, he lowered his hands, instinctively glancing at the ring on the index finger of his right hand. To his astonishment, he discovered a bizarre, pitch-black ring resting serenely upon it. His eyes widened as painful yet profound memories surged uncontrollably through his mind. If he recalled correctly, this ring was known as the Gluttonous Ring, the pinnacle of spatial artifacts in the apocalypse. With a mere thought, the interior of the ring opened up before him. The space within was boundless, an expanse without end. If the spatial ring existed in reality, then the myriad experiences of the apocalypse were not mere figments of his imagination. Had he truly been reborn? Ling Tian was fervently eager to ascertain the current date and hastily rose to search for his phone. In his haste, he unexpectedly collided with a soft object. What was this? Startled, Ling Tian quickly looked down. He found a stunning model leaning against him, her delicate face gazing up at him. What was happening? Why was such a beautiful woman in his embrace? Ling Tian's mind momentarily short-circuited. Did I startle you, young master? The model propped herself up, regarding Ling Tian with a playful smile. I heard you fancy intriguing women, so when I saw you asleep in the car, I took the liberty to surprise you. She tossed her hair back, explaining with a radiant smile. Ling Tian swallowed hard, his throat tightening. She was breathtaking. If memory served, this enchanting beauty was named Su Huayu, a top model before the apocalypse. He never imagined she would be so striking in reality. Her features exquisite, her eyes sparkling with allure, causing his heart to race. Dressed in a silver sequined mini dress, her curves were accentuated perfectly. Due to the confined space within the vehicle, the model had to curl her long, fair legs together. Ling Tian gently caressed her hair. It's fine. I truly enjoy your little surprise. With that, he opened his arms to her. Upon hearing the compliment, the model's heart swelled with delight, and with a flirtatious glance, she nestled closer into his embrace. Sitting in a luxury car with a stunning beauty, Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Such was the absurdity of this world, where ordinary individuals could only gaze longingly at exquisite beauties from afar. Yet here they were, willingly approaching him, eager to please. Just by sleeping in the car, he had attracted this beautiful, diligent little bee. Wait, something was amiss. As he relaxed, Ling Tian suddenly recalled his own origins. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been an ordinary person, toiling for a living. When had he transformed into a young master? He reminisced about his previous employment, recalling a time when he worked at the prestigious Shengshi Huiding, where his role was that of a valet. Gradually, the memories flowed back that a few wealthy heirs had played a prank, knocking him unconscious and leaving him in the car. They had deliberately lured an unsuspecting model over to rouse him. Thus, the scene in the car unfolded. Of course, his fate afterward was grim. He had been beaten into unconsciousness by a group of bodyguards. With that thought, a glint of anger flickered in Ling Tian's eyes. These scoundrels had callously toyed with his dignity and life. Fortunately, their days of indulgence were numbered. With the arrival of the apocalypse, human order collapsed, and all celebrities, aristocrats, and wealthy heirs were reduced to nothing. Wealth, status, and power had all evaporated into mere illusions. Only the resources necessary for survival remained as true divinity. Once mighty starlets would now kneel in submission for a mere packet of instant noodles. Formerly arrogant second-generation tycoons would weep and grovel for a piece of bread. He pulled out his phone and checked the date. November 5th, 874.8s. It was already evening. Less than 6 days remained until the apocalypse descended on the 11th. to fight over a moldy piece of bread, and to drink filthy, unsanitary water for survival. Ling Tian had truly had enough of such a wretched existence. He could hardly fathom how he had managed to endure. A smile of survival graced his lips, since fate had granted him a rebirth before the apocalypse. He would seize the opportunity to prepare thoroughly for the impending calamity. The most crucial task after rebirth was, of course, to hoard supplies. Just as he was preparing to take action, he suddenly noticed a pair of alluring eyes fixated on him. It was the model, Su Huayu. Upon noticing him retrieve his phone, she did not shy away. Instead, she winked playfully at the camera, offering a charming smile. What did this mean? Was she inviting him to take a photo? Realizing her intent, Ling Tian's heart raced even faster. Truly, she was a woman of the city. His previous girlfriend paled in comparison to her vivacity. After a year of effort, all he had achieved was a mere handhold. Swallowing hard, Ling Tian forced himself to appear nonchalant. With such enthusiastic advances from her, he could not afford to falter. Excitedly, he activated the camera. The model readily extended her hands, forming a V-sign in the cozy warmth of the luxury car. Ling Tian stretched luxuriously. During this interlude, he began to devise a plan for stockpiling supplies in his mind. The gluttonous ring on his hand possessed astonishing spatial capabilities. If all went as expected, it could contain the entire metropolis. Time would stand still for any items stored within. They would remain unchanged when retrieved. With such a formidable spatial ring, it would be a travesty to squander it. He must stockpile diligently. However, acquiring supplies required funds. How could he hoard without money? In the current orderly society, attempting to engage in no-cost schemes was a futile endeavor. He needed a strategy to make money. When it came to generating income, like the vast majority, his first thought was to pursue loans. With the apocalypse looming, any loans obtained would essentially be free.
Chapter 2. The Unexpected Sponsorship on the night of November 11th. 874 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky. The dark night was illuminated by a vibrant aurora, enveloping the entire world. Those touched by the ethereal lights underwent a transformation, evolving into individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. At midnight on November 12th, the aurora dissipated, and an inexplicable black rain began to fall, laden with an array of unknown viruses. Those infected would lose their sanity, becoming the infamous zombies depicted in films and animations. Simultaneously, the virus contaminated food and water sources, rendering them inedible. This led to a catastrophic scarcity of resources overnight, inciting chaos as humanity turned against one another in desperation. Yet, this was not the end. Following the contamination came a bitter cold, plunging temperatures to a frigid -30 degrees, claiming the lives of numerous survivors within the cramped confines of their Lamborghini. Amidst this turmoil, a young model, nestled in the embrace of Ling Tian, chuckled softly after hearing his joke, her hand covering her lips in a delicate manner. Unexpectedly, the scion of a wealthy family not only possessed a privileged background, but also a commendable sense of humor, truly remarkable. The model tilted her beautiful face, her eyes, adorned with alluring smoky makeup, gazed intently into Ling Tian's, her expression a blend of coyness and shyness, stirring his very nerves. To think I could charm women so effortlessly, this is a revelation to me, Ling Tian mused, a smile gracing his lips. In this apocalyptic era, the once esteemed starlets would become remarkably cheap. A mere packet of instant noodles could secure one's company. Faced with such an obedient beauty, he contemplated offering an additional packet of noodles, investing the equivalent of 2 packets to have her by his side. Suddenly, a series of frantic knocks echoed from outside the car. Startled by the unexpected noise, the model swallowed hard, choking slightly, producing a fit of violent coughs. To maintain her composure in front of her master, she swiftly reached for a tissue from the car, covering her mouth. Ling Tian, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm. Casting a casual glance at the unfolding situation outside, there stood a young gentleman, impeccably dressed, pounding on the car window while hurling curses. Ling Tian quickly realized. This must be the owner of the luxury vehicle. The young man bore a striking resemblance to him, which explains Su Huayu's earlier misidentification in the dimly lit compartment. Ling Tian's gaze did not linger on the young man. Instead, it traversed beyond him to the rear, where 7 or 8 bodyguards, clad in sharp suits and dark sunglasses, stood at the ready, vigilant and poised. Su Huayu, witnessing the exaggerated spectacle outside, was at a loss, fear gripping her heart. Who is this impudent fool daring to impersonate me? The young gentleman outside seethed, his ire palpable, though separated by glass. His words were unmistakably clear. What? Su Huayu gasped, her hand covering her rosy lips, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't he the person inside Master Wang Bin? If so, then who was this? Heavens! Could it be that she had mistaken him for someone else? A wave of shock washed over Su Huayu, with a resentful glare directed at Ling Tian. She found his innocent demeanor increasingly irksome. Disgusting, utterly disgusting. How can there be such shameless individuals? Su Huayu felt a wave of nausea, her throat involuntarily producing a dry heave, almost regurgitating the sumptuous seafood feast she had enjoyed earlier that evening. Ling Tian glanced at her, shrugging in exasperation. It was truly remarkable. Just moments ago, she had worn an expression of sheer bliss, and now the contrast was stark. To have any association with him was indeed her fortune. Despite the current bravado displayed by the scoundrels outside, in 6 days, individuals like Wang Bin would find themselves at the very bottom of the food chain, easily trampled upon. With resources in one hand and abilities in the other, he would appear as a divine being, while countless others would long to prostrate themselves before him, yet find no opportunity. Open the door for Grandpa, you little bastard. If Grandpa gets angry, you'll have to make do with eating Oreos. Outside, the young Master Wang Bin incessantly cursed, his patience having reached its limit. Ling Tian stretched his limbs and, with a stoic expression, rolled down the car window. Wang Bin quickly bent down to peer inside, only to be met with the sight of the alluring Su Huayu, seated in the passenger seat, weeping profusely. This revelation ignited his fury. Are you looking for death? Wang Bin raised his hand, aiming to strike Ling Tian. The latter, evidently prepared, swiftly seized his approaching hand. What the hell are you doing? Wang Bin exclaimed in shock as Ling Tian yanked him through the open window. The bodyguard beside him reacted with remarkable speed, moving instantly to grasp Wang Bin's legs, preventing him from being pulled entirely into the vehicle. Ling Tian tightened his grip around Wang Bin's neck and pressed the accelerator, attempting to forcefully exit the parking lot. The bodyguard, holding onto Wang Bin's legs, was dragged forward along with the car. Ah, this is killing me. Wang Bin felt as though his body might be torn apart. As Ling Tian drove, he coldly warned, if your master collides with an obstacle and ends up paralyzed, you can expect to be flayed alive. The bodyguard, taken aback by this threat, promptly released his hold, watching helplessly as Wang Bin was pulled inside. Su Huayu, seated in the passenger seat, was utterly paralyzed by fear, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, remaining frozen in place. Ling Tian cast her a glance. She curled up in terror, crying out, don't kill me. I'm innocent. In the next moment, the door of the passenger seat swung open, and a graceful woman was unceremoniously kicked out. Ling Tian was currently walking a tightrope and could not afford to take along a stranger. Moreover, women like her had been exploited by the second-generation wealthy numerous times. A mere tease would suffice. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, beautiful women had become commonplace and lacked intrinsic value. There was no need to invest so much attention on an outsider. Phew, with the danger averted, Ling Tian sped along the highway in his luxurious Lamborghini, casually adjusting his collar. The arrogant Wang Bin, having been bound and gagged, was unceremoniously tossed into the back seat. Ling Tian had spent considerable time contemplating how to resolve the issue of capital for stockpiling resources while in the car. Given his current circumstances, he could scarcely extract a few coins from the small loans. He must seek alternative avenues. With merely 6 days remaining until the apocalypse, why not undertake a significant venture instead? Thus, he devised a plan, capturing the beauty of young models while he awaited the arrival of fortune within his vehicle. Chapter 3. Stockpiling at the night market food street. After driving to a secluded area, Ling Tian finally brought his Lamborghini to a halt. He crossed over to the back seat and forcefully removed the rag that was obstructing Wang Bin's mouth. Ugh, I warn you to release me at once. My father wields immense power in the metropolis, should you dare lay a finger on me, as Wang Bin spat out the remnants of the gag. He attempted to intimidate Ling Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Tian delivered a powerful punch to his face, causing Wang Bin's nose to bend at an unnatural angle, blood streaming from his nostrils. You dare strike me? Another punch followed, leaving a dent in Wang Bin's cheek, a tooth mingled with blood flying from his mouth. Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with menace. He knew that without subduing this wretched creature, communication would be futile. Searching through the car, he discovered an unopened bottle of fine liquor. What are you planning to do? This could prove fatal. Fear flickered across Wang Bin's face. The sound of the glass shattering resonated through the night, accompanied by Wang Bin's agonized cries. Please, stop. This brother, please spare me. After a prolonged assault, Ling Tian, too, grew weary. He loosened his neck, discarding the shattered bottle aside. I shall refrain from further pleasantries. I summoned you here merely to negotiate a transaction. He provocatively tapped Wang Bin's face, producing a series of sharp slaps. Now stripped of his bravado, Wang Bin cautiously inquired, what sort of transaction? I possess insider information. In a few days, the prices of essential goods in the metropolis will soar, particularly food, which will become priceless. Thus, I seek to borrow some capital from young Master Wang for stockpiling. How much do you require? Given your esteemed status, the price cannot be trifling. Let us say, somewhere between 3 to 5 billion. 3 to 5 billion? Have you lost your mind? I can't possibly procure that much. With a resounding slap, Ling Tian chastised him. It's the dead of night. Don't disturb the peace. What is wrong with 3 to 5 billion? With your father's wealth in the thousands of billions and being his sole heir, this sum to ensure your safety is merely a bargain. Brother, listen to me. All this talk of thousands of billions is nonsense. It's merely on paper. My father has long held disdain for me. If you truly approach him for such funds, he might retaliate by cutting me off entirely, rendering your efforts fruitless. Ling Tian regarded him silently. Brother, let me speak candidly. Such a large sum is impractical. Instead, I currently have access to 500 million after a round of negotiations. Ling Tian acquiesced to the terms for the time being, accepting the 500 million to use initially. After all, having the funds in hand would allow for further strategies should the need arise. Ling Tian took Wang Bin's phone and held it before his eyes. Make a call to reassure your bodyguards. Just tell them you are fine for now and instruct them not to act rashly. Yes, Wang Bin replied. And with Ling Tian's assistance, he made a reassuring call. After the call concluded, Ling Tian issued a stern warning. You may call back each day to report your safety. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall release you in a week's time. Let me be clear, should I discover anyone pursuing you, the consequences will be dire. Yes. I assure you I will not let those useless individuals cause trouble. Wang Bin nodded eagerly in agreement. The bustling night market was alive with voices and vibrant energy. Each small shop illuminated, exuding delightful aromas. Ling Tian stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply, savoring the intoxicating scent of culinary delights. Since the advent of the apocalypse, he had not encountered such a splendid sight. While driving earlier, the enticing fragrance of food had tempted him to stop and indulge, yet circumstances had thwarted his desires. Now that matters were resolved, he could finally relish a hearty meal. Wandering through the narrow aisles, he eagerly perused the various delicacies on display. Grilled squid takoyaki, fried pork cutlets, spicy hot pot, skewered meats, seafood porridge, duck blood noodles, bridge crossing rice noodles, fruit mixes, refreshing desserts, milk tea, cold noodles, glutinous rice balls, freshly squeezed watermelon juice. The array of snacks dazzled the senses. Sweet, sour, savory, and salty flavors mingled in delightful harmony. Loudspeakers outside the shops blasted catchy tunes, capturing the attention of passers-by. As Ling Tian listened to the familiar folk songs, his body involuntarily swayed to the rhythm. The diverse shops within the market thrived with business, and long queues formed outside many establishments. Boss, Ling Tian called out, striding into a barbecue stall. Hello, I'd like 100 skewers of lamb, 100 of beef, 100 chicken wings, and 100 of chives. Oh my, the proprietor exclaimed, jotting down the substantial order with delight. And 2 grilled fish and a beer for now. He continued. Certainly. How many are in your party, seated in a booth or outside? Just one, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. The owner, taken aback, thought he had misheard. Just one? That's enough for 20 people. Yes, I'll order more if I'm still hungry, Ling Tian said. And the owner marveled but chose not to inquire further, attending to other customers. Ling Tian casually selected a table and quietly observed the flickering neon lights around him. A beer arrived promptly, and he opened the bottle, drinking directly from it, savoring the refreshing liquid. In mere seconds, he downed an entire chilled beer, the icy sensation invigorating him. Ah, how refreshing! Truly delightful! Ling Tian exclaimed, placing the empty bottle down and wiping the beer foam from his face. Since the apocalypse, he had rarely had the chance to drink a sip of clean water, let alone indulge in such refreshing beverages. Those fortunate enough to savor a bottle of chilled beer are, for the most part, esteemed figures of considerable influence. Once a bottle is emptied, a sumptuous fried rice is the first dish to grace the table, each grain glistening and emanating an enticing aroma. Ling Tian, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly seizes a spoonful, shoving it into his mouth and chewing with fervor. Delicious, simply exquisite, he exclaims. In mere moments, the bowl of mixed fried rice vanishes, as if devoured by a famished spirit. The surrounding young ladies cannot help but cast astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief at such an extraordinary pace of consumption. Your lamb skewers have arrived, esteemed guest. 100 skewers are presented, forming a small mountain of meat. Each skewer is perfectly grilled, the exterior crispy while the interior remains tender, glistening with oil and releasing delightful whiffs of lamb. Ling Tian, disregarding all semblance of decorum, becomes a voracious eating machine, devouring the skewers with reckless abandon as if they might spark flames. In the blink of an eye, All 100 skewers are annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. After all, one who has returned from the apocalypse surely knows how to eat cleanly. With such a feast, Ling Tian finally feels his hunger somewhat alleviated. Your beef skewers and grilled fish have arrived. A bounty of meat is laid before him once more. After a whirlwind of consumption, Ling Tian leans back in his chair, patting his full belly. It has been ages since I indulged in such a grand feast. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, my tongue might have been swallowed whole. Ha ha ha. He sips on a glass of icy beverage, reflecting on the abundance of delectable food. Such opportunities will be scarce in the impending apocalypse. It is imperative to stock up. Boss, come here for a moment. What is it, young man? Did you find the skewers to your liking? Your culinary skills are exceptional. Truly delightful. I wish to discuss a business proposition. Oh, what kind of business? For the next few days, I would like to reserve your establishment entirely, with provisions delivered daily to my designated warehouse. That may not be feasible. You see, we still have evening customers. Loyal patrons who wouldn't forsake their usual dining for just one individual. Not to worry, you may continue your evening business as usual. Simply prepare my portions during the day. That could work. By the way, your food street must have a WeChat group. Please add me. I intend to take over the entire street. The boss's eyes widen in disbelief. Each small shop here has a daily revenue of at least 10,000. There are easily 100 establishments on this street. Can you truly consume that much food? Ling Tian chuckles softly. You needn't concern yourself with that. I can provide daily prepayments. Just feel free to enlist others to assist. Oh my. The boss's face lights up with delight. Very well. Let us share a cup of my treasured tea. I shall promptly add you to the group. Chapter 4. A grand purchase at the wholesale market. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the ground creates an alluring cadence. A tall, graceful silhouette approaches the nearly lifeless Ling Tian sprawled on the ground. Poor little ant. Unaware of its own demise, daring to trespass upon my domain. A chilling voice resounds, devoid of warmth. Ling Tian grits his teeth against the pane, summoning all his strength in a desperate attempt to rise from the ground. However, in the next moment, a crystal high heel descended upon his head, pinning him firmly to the ground. Now, tell me, who sent you? The woman's voice resonated with an unyielding authority. Through the puddles on the ground, Ling Tian caught a glimpse of the visitor's appearance. She was a woman of breathtaking beauty, stunning enough to leave one breathless. Adorning the left side of her face was a grotesque and terrifying mask, yet the exposed right side was enough to make countless women feel inadequate. It was half of an enchanting visage, exquisitely perfect and crystal clear. Her elongated phoenix eyes brimmed with arrogance and dominance, her crimson lips tightly pressed, seemingly brewing a tempest of fury. Ling Tian's breath quickened, his heart raced wildly, and his entire body trembled. At that moment, he distinctly sensed the scent of death. Ah! Ling Tian jolted awake from the nightmare, cold sweat soaking his back. How vexing! He had dreamt of that wretched individual again. He muttered to himself, once my powers awaken, I shall certainly hunt you down to settle the score. After such a dream, sleep eluded Ling Tian, and he glanced at his phone, noting it was 6:15 a.m. Time to rise. There was much to accomplish today. Let the grand procurement begin. As the sun climbed higher, Ling Tian drove to the largest wholesale market in the area. This place not only boasted a wide array of products at reasonable prices, but its most significant advantage was the sheer volume available. With 500 million in funds at his disposal, he looked down upon mere supermarkets. The previous Lamborghini was too ostentatious, unsuitable for his current errands. Thus, he deliberately rented an inconspicuous vehicle for his shopping spree. After disembarking, Ling Tian first secured a warehouse nearby, before the impending apocalypse. The secret of his spatial ring must remain concealed. He needed the warehouse as a cover. Such surreal matters, if revealed, could spell great danger. In such a scenario, one could hardly guarantee survival, let alone stockpiling goods. Ding ding ding. His phone rang, and a remarkably polite voice greeted him. Good day, Mr. Ling Tian. Our team is waiting at the entrance of the wholesale market. May I inquire when you will arrive? Ling Tian looked up and indeed spotted several impeccably dressed gentlemen. He waved and replied, I have arrived. I see you all. Executing a large-scale procurement is quite a cumbersome task, involving numerous contractual matters. Prior to visiting the market, Ling Tian had made a special trip to a law firm, summoning 8 attorneys to assist with the purchasing process. Thus, he led a grand entourage of 9 toward the market. After perusing casually for a while, they entered a store specializing in wholesale groceries. The owner was enjoying breakfast when he noticed Ling Tian and his party, hastily setting down his bun. What can I assist you gentlemen with? We have a vast selection of various brands of groceries. Ling Tian surveyed the shop with a casual eye. What do you have here? Salt, refined salt, flake salt, bamboo salt, coarse sea salt, smoked sea salt, lemon salt, each with varying prices. What exactly are you seeking? The owner attentively explained. Salt is an essential nutrient for the human body. Without it, one may experience swelling and weakness. Ling Tian nodded. The products seem satisfactory. By the way, what is that over there? Here, there is an abundance of sugar. White sugar, rock sugar, coconut sugar, osmanthus sugar, oligosaccharides, granulated sugar, and brown sugar. Just like salt. Sugar is a vital strategic resource in this apocalyptic world. The more, the merrier. Let us take stock of all these sugars and salts. I shall procure them all, stated Ling Tian with a calm demeanor. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression brightened with delight. A significant customer had arrived. Very well. Do you wish to take all the salt and sugar? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, regardless of brand or variety, I shall take them all, replied Ling Tian as he ventured deeper into the store. What is that over there? Oh, those are various seasonings. Chili, Sichuan pepper, prickly ash, star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, cloves, and fennel. Do you find any of these appealing? The shopkeeper was exceedingly enthusiastic. As Ling Tian strolled and examined the wares, he noted, the inventory is quite comprehensive. And those over there? Ah, those are chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, 13-spice seasoning, chili powder, pepper powder, and 5-spice powder. At the back, you'll find light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, premium soy sauce, aged vinegar, aromatic vinegar, rice vinegar, and white vinegar. The shopkeeper patiently introduced each item. Ling Tian listened while mentally calculating. Although these essential cooking condiments may not hold the same importance as salt and sugar, their absence would significantly detract from the flavor of the dishes prepared. Ever since he had experienced a sumptuous feast after his rebirth, he could no longer tolerate the inferior food of the apocalypse. Now, with not only wealth but also a remarkable spatial ring at his disposal, Ling Tian was determined not to deprive himself. To enjoy a comfortable and leisurely life in this harsh world, he resolved to procure everything. The items here are rather good. Please take stock of your goods. I shall take them all. What? The shopkeeper could hardly believe his ears. A young newcomer was intent on emptying his shop. You wish to take all the stock from my humble establishment? He tentatively asked. Yes, all of it. Name your price, replied Ling Tian. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. In all his years of business, he had never witnessed such a purchasing endeavor. If you truly wish to take everything, I can offer you the highest discount, 10 off the ordinary wholesale price, he proposed after a moment of contemplation. Ling Tian did not hesitate, agreed. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy. Please wait a moment. It will take time to take stock. Kindly have a seat for now. Wait. Ling Tian called out to him. I have certain stipulations. The shopkeeper poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ling Tian, inquiring amiably, what requests might you have? Esteemed guest, I shall take all your goods, but I can only pay a 40 deposit now. The remaining balance will be settled in full after 10 days. The shopkeeper hesitated. Although this was a substantial order, he felt a twinge of distrust toward Ling Tian's unfamiliar visage. Our shop operates on thin margins, and we prefer not to assume excessive risk. It would be best if payment were made in full upon delivery, he replied cautiously. Ling Tian sipped his tea and, with a calm demeanor, articulated, I must clarify, what I intend to procure extends far beyond what you currently possess. By November 11th, ensure that all goods are delivered to my warehouse. I will cover every item. The conditions remain unchanged. Upon the arrival of the goods in the warehouse, I shall pay a deposit of 40%, with the remaining balance settled 10 days later. Funds are hard-earned and must be meticulously managed. In this era of soaring prices, 500 million is hardly a substantial amount. If not spent judiciously, it can vanish in an instant. By acquiring goods through a deposit system, it is indeed advantageous to secure them with only 40 or even 30% of the funds. As for the final payment, why not relish the prospect of enjoying it for free? When the impending crisis looms in 5 days, who would be foolish enough to settle the remaining balance? Chapter 5, 100,000 of each. This requires further contemplation. The boss of the grocery store, Mr. Fu, wore a troubled expression, although he yearned to seize this opportunity. Anxiety gnawed at him. Observing his indecision, Ling Tian did not press him further, providing a contact number before departing. Ling Tian was unperturbed. It was only a matter of time before he found a bold partner. Once word spread of his extensive procurement, a throng of merchants would inevitably compete to collaborate with him. As soon as Ling Tian departed, the smile on Mr. Fu's face vanished in an instant, akin to a mask being ripped away. Bah! He spat on the ground, his expression darkening as he cursed. Damn it! What a waste of my fine tea. What was the matter? Just moments ago, you seemed to be enjoying the conversation. Why the sudden ire? The middle-aged proprietress approached. Mr. Fu shook his head. Don't even mention it. I encountered a group of swindlers who came in demanding to take all my goods. For a moment, I almost believed him, only to hear him say he would only pay a 40% deposit. His anger mounted as he continued. I've seen all sorts in my years of struggle. How dare this inexperienced child come and play such tricks on me, without even glancing at himself? The The proprietress gazed at the retreating figures of Ling Tian and his entourage. That young man seemed quite refined. He doesn't appear to be a fraud. Perhaps he is a wealthy heir venturing into business. Mr. Fu scoffed derisively. A pretty face with no wisdom. Just because he looks handsome, you assume he is a good person. I'll state it plainly. If he isn't a fraud, then I'll read my name, Fu Yinjie, backward. Mr. Fu's voice was loud, and Ling Tian, not far off, heard every word clearly. In response, Ling Tian merely smiled. He had no interest in the lamentations of those nearing their demise. Completing his stockpiling plan was of paramount importance. Before long, Ling Tian and his group arrived at the grain and oil shop. Mr. Zhang, the owner, upon seeing the impeccably dressed individuals, did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly approached. What would you like to procure, gentlemen? Our rice and flour are directly sourced from local producers, offering excellent quality at reasonable prices. Ling Tian reached out to grasp a handful of rice. Mr. Zhang eagerly explained, this is local rice, renowned for its superb taste and moderate price, very popular among the locals. Over there, you will find the Xixiang rice, harvested from the black soil. Its grains are plump, firm in texture, and of a translucent white hue. When cooked, the rice is soft, slightly sticky, and fragrant. And here, take a look at these. They are imported aromatic rice. The grains are long and slender, exuding a uniquely delightful fragrance. Although they are a bit pricier, they are immensely favored by the younger generation. Ling Tian nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied. Gazing upwards, the shop was filled with an array of grains, flours, and oils. These were indeed precious commodities, accessible only to the elite in the wake of the apocalypse, truly hard to come by goods. Everything here was commendable. I shall take it all. After casually wandering around a couple of times, Ling Tian addressed Boss Zhang. Initially taken aback, Boss Zhang's face brightened with joy. Are you really taking it all? Yes, all of it. Furthermore, before November 11th, I am prepared to receive whatever stock you can procure, such a substantial quantity. Indeed, however, I have one stipulation. Once the goods are stored, I will only pay 40% of the total amount, with the remainder settled after 10 days. Oh, Boss Zhang, upon hearing the terms, regained his composure and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired cautiously, may I ask which company you are sourcing for? Ling Tian replied with a smile, for personal use. This left Boss Zhang utterly confounded. He had never encountered a private individual purchasing such a vast quantity of grains and flours. I require a considerable amount, and time is of the essence. Let us not dwell on the price. Just provide me with the standard wholesale rate. Ling Tian opted for a slight concession. Such terms greatly intrigued Boss Zhang. Yet he remained somewhat apprehensive, tentatively asking, just how much grain and flour do you intend to procure? My store already has a substantial stock, totaling over 100 tons. 100 tons wouldn't suffice to fill the gaps in my needs. I want 10,000 tons, and each type of grain, flour, and oil must also total 10,000 tons. Boss Zhang was taken aback, looking at Ling Tian as if he were deranged. Alas, business remains dismal today, sighed Fu, the owner of a grocery store, reclining in his chair with a heavy heart. After scrolling through short videos all morning, he had grown weary and decided to check the group chat to see what fellow merchants were discussing. Damn it, business is becoming increasingly challenging. Labor costs, tolls, and various expenses are all rising, yet the wholesale prices remain stagnant. Fellow peers lamented in the chat. Fu Yinjie could relate deeply. Don't even get me started. I encountered a group of fraudsters at the market today. Curiosity piqued among the group. What sort of fraudsters? With enthusiasm, Fu Yinjie elaborated. 9 rogues, dressed impeccably, approached me wanting to purchase my goods. Thankfully, I had the sense to refuse them. Otherwise, I would be begging on the streets by tomorrow. Quite intriguing indeed. Just moments ago, Wang Chong mentioned encountering a large client, also a group of 9, and was boasting in the chat. Was it a young man accompanied by 8 in suits? I am referring to those very con artists. Young and reckless, they resort to deceit. Only a greedy soul like Boss Zhang would fall for such tricks. Fu Yinjie relished in the misfortune, typing this into the group chat. A message from Boss Zhang flashed through. Nonsense. That was a significant client. Payment was prompt. The contract was signed, and 40% of the payment was transferred immediately. What a fool. You released the goods with only 40% paid? When the final payment doesn't come through, you'll be the one to suffer, you idiot. Fu Yinjie mocked, having previously had some friction with Boss Zhang. Wang Chong. You have never encountered a true magnate. Do you think they would settle for merely this? They seize whatever they desire without hesitation, often commencing with tens of thousands, and never engage in haggling. Wang Chong. Don't dismiss my words. I introduced a few vendors of fruits and vegetables, and he acquired them all, taking as much as he wished. Zhengqi. Goodness. This is rather extraordinary. Fruits and vegetables are delicate. How could he dare to make such extensive purchases, demanding whatever quantity he desires? Fu Yinjie also found this perplexing. In the group chat, Wang Chong sarcastically remarked, Some individuals mistakenly believe themselves to be clever, when in fact they are merely foolish. A grand benefactor arrives, and instead of cherishing the opportunity, they push him away. Truly, their brains must have been kicked by a donkey. Fu Yinjia, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "What's wrong with purchasing some mere fruit? I'll state it plainly today. That fellow is no fraud. Just read my name backward." Chapter 6. Shocking the wholesale market's time raced by, and before long, it was afternoon. Fu Yinjia noticed something amiss in the wholesale market. It was bustling with activity. Delivery vehicles continuously entered and exited, while numerous laborers worked tirelessly, fervently transporting goods. The scene was one of extreme busyness. He opened WeChat to see what was happening in the group chat, and stumbled upon an explosive piece of news. Xuyong, incredible. The vegetable wholesale market has erupted. A market emptied of tens of thousands of goods, and that boss didn't even blink. Storable items like onions, ginger, garlic, potatoes, and cabbage aside, he accepted even the most perishable leafy greens without hesitation. Truly, it's as if a little cow took to the skies. Wang Chong, see? I told you a major player had arrived. Tens of thousands are nothing to be concerned about. Zheng Qi, good heavens, this is outrageous. The fruit wholesale market has been completely cleared as well. Bananas, watermelons, peaches, durians, pineapples, and fragrant mangoes, all snatched up as soon as they appeared. Tens of thousands of fruits vanished in an instant. Everyone in my group is discussing it. Xuyong, a little fuss over fruits and vegetables? Just look at the seafood market next door. I want to even mention the cheap oysters, crabs, and scallops. Those exorbitantly priced abalone, sea cucumbers, king crabs, lobsters, shark fins, and caviar were all swept clean. Those seafood vendors have struck it rich. Zhengkai, what a talent. Not even poultry and fresh meat were spared. It said that just pork alone was ordered in quantities of tens of thousands, prompting market regulators to take notice. Zheng Qi, goodness, he is hoarding everything edible. What on earth is happening? Does anyone have insider information? Xuyong, what does it matter? Let us focus on making money first. That Mr. Ling has declared that before November 11th, there's no limit to what one can have. Wang Chong, haha, while you all are still chatting, I'm already on my way to restock. Fu Yinjia's heart raced. Could that person truly be an affluent magnate? After much internal conflict, he finally sent a message in the group chat. What price is that boss paying for the goods? Wang Chong replied, haha, isn't that the esteemed manager Fu? What did you say before? If that boss isn't a fraud, then your name should be read backward. Zheng Qi chimed in. Manager Fu's business is flourishing. What is there to inquire about a trivial transaction? Let us, the struggling lot, earn our meager living. The ridicule from the group turned Fu Yinjia's face a shade of green. Just then, the boss's wife returned, immediately pointing at Fu Yinjia and scolding, look at you. All the competitors outside are raking in profits, and you're here dawdling. Fu Yinjia retorted, I'm just being cautious. There are too many swindlers these days. One must remain vigilant. By the way, what price is Boss Ling offering for the goods? The boss's wife swiftly leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. What? A price 10% above the market wholesale rate. Fu Yinjia's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind reeling. Such a high price and considerable quantity. This was indeed a pathway to riches. No wonder everyone was acting as if possessed. The boss's wife lamented. Don't you have that person's contact information? Hurry, call, and inquire. Don't let this opportunity for wealth slip away. Oh. Fu Yinjia slapped his forehead and quickly rummaged through his phone for the number Ling Tian had left. He dialed repeatedly, finally reaching the other party. Is this Manager Ling? I'm Xiao Wu, responsible for handling contracts on Manager Ling's team. Oh, I'm Xiaofu from the wholesale grocery business. Is Manager Ling still accepting goods? Yes, the pricing details have been communicated to me, and I am quite clear. The goods will be accepted at a rate 10% above the market wholesale price, with 25% of the payment made upon receipt, and the remainder settled uniformly 10 days later. What? Now, upon receipt of goods, a payment of 23% is required? No. I trust Manager Ling's integrity. I will go ahead with this. Fu Yinjia exhaled deeply, relieved to have finalized the agreement. Although the deposit percentage was considerably lower now, with so many others involved, it seemed unlikely there would be issues. After a day of shopping, Ling Tian stretched lazily. He had delegated the contract matters to his lawyer, intending only to sign and transfer funds once they had communicated. As the streetlights flickered to life and the night deepened, he found himself alone at a bustling street-side eatery, savoring a steaming hot lamb hot pot. Tender lamb slices were briefly immersed in the bubbling broth before being retrieved and dipped in a special sauce. The unique aroma of the lamb lingered on his palate, creating an unforgettable sensation. On the adjacent street, vehicles flowed like water, throngs of people surged, and the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. This scene evoked a profound reflection in him. In just 5 days, he would no longer witness such a serene and beautiful sight. Truly, why ponder so much? Such a catastrophic natural disaster is beyond human control. Merely ensuring one does not go hungry is already a considerable achievement. Ling Tian chuckled at his own folly, then downed half a bottle of ice-cold beer. The dishes in the restaurant were delightful, and he planned to order a selection from various eateries to stock up for the impending apocalypse, intending to savor them slowly when the time came. While enjoying his meal, Ling Tian remained mindful of accumulating supplies. Despite the bustling atmosphere of shopping today, I did not manage to stockpile much. Most transactions were merely orders signed, with deliveries expected over the next 5 days. Unfortunately, the daily consumption of food in a city remains largely constant. Coupled with the perishable nature of food, the wholesale market inevitably has limited stock available for immediate sale. We must await the arrival of shipments. My available capital of 500 million still feels inadequate. Even a 30% down payment leaves me somewhat constrained. I have ordered 10,000 tons of pork, 5,000 tons each of beef and lamb, along with various chickens, ducks, and countless offal. Initially, I intended to procure less, but having endured the trials of the apocalypse, I find myself unable to resist the sight of such provisions. Later in the evening, I planned to have a heart-to-heart with the affluent Wang Bin, seeking his support. As I savored crisp vegetables, I murmured softly to myself, "Thus far, I have nearly secured the primary food supplies, and tonight I also intend to stock up on snacks. Items such as chocolate, potato chips, instant noodles, hot pot ingredients, self-heating military rations, and compressed dry food. These high-calorie delights are precious commodities in the apocalypse and cannot be overlooked. Additionally, I aim to acquire several thousand tons of frozen dumplings, tang yuan, steamed buns, various dried fruits, nuts, spicy strips, and freeze-dried vegetables. Indeed, I must not deny myself. With the last bottle of beer consumed, I found myself quite full. Unceremoniously reclining in my chair, I observed the comings and goings of people around me, relishing the moment of respite. Suddenly, an important thought struck me. Wang Bin's phone had been off for an entire day. Could someone be trying to reach him? With only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, it would be best to avoid any unforeseen complications. With that in mind, I retrieved Wang Bin's phone. Upon powering it on, a multitude of notifications appeared. I scrolled through them and, fortunately, found no messages from family, only those from acquaintances. I had yet to check WeChat. In this day and age, it serves as the primary mode of communication. Upon opening WeChat, I was greeted by an array of notifications. The profile pictures were predominantly of young women. A delightful assortment of shapes and sizes, reminiscent of a selection process for brides. I carelessly tapped on a chat window, and due to my haste, inadvertently activated a video message. A sudden, melodious voice rang out. "Daddy, it's been so long since you visited your daughter. I miss you so much." The screen showcased a young girl in white stockings and twin ponytails, pouting playfully at the camera. I stroked my chin thoughtfully and composed a reply on behalf of Wang Bin. "Daddy is busy with a project right now and temporarily has no time." Beep, beep, beep. WeChat rang with an incoming call. I decisively declined. Noticing that the call had gone unanswered, a message followed. Wait. Curiosity piqued. I lingered for a minute. Then, a notification chimed. A video message arrived on WeChat. Upon opening the message, one is greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman embracing a young girl from behind. Her expression steeped in melancholy as she gazes into the camera. "Honestly, you heartless wretch, when will you come to see us, mother and daughter? What do we lack compared to the people you associate with outside?" Frustrated, Ling Tian could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. How could this young man, now a father, still indulge in such frivolities, showing not an ounce of responsibility? At a loss for words, he opted for silence. Judging by Wang Bin's chat history, it was evident that the latter possessed a carefree attitude, responding only at his whim. Moving on, Ling Tian casually tapped on another avatar. The chat window revealed scant text messages. The woman primarily sent short videos. This peculiar mode of response seemed to be a requirement set by the young master. No videos. No replies. Intrigued, Ling Tian opened a video with a critical mindset. With a sudden burst of sound, he was startled and quickly lowered the volume, almost dropping his phone in the process. The video showcased a captivating beauty singing a heartfelt birthday song, the lighting dim and intimate. As he scrutinized the screen, he realized that the gathering was in celebration of young Master Wang's birthday. In the center of the scene, Wang sat like the sun surrounded by stars, making a wish and blowing out candles amidst the well wishes of his friends. The enchanting singer, noted as number 58, sparked a flicker of recognition within him, though the dim light obscured her features. Curiosity piqued, he sent a message. What do these videos signify? Soon, a video message was returned. Upon opening it, a stunningly alluring woman appeared on the screen. "Qian Qian is here to celebrate your birthday again, young master," she said, kneeling before the phone with a smile. Ling Tian recognized her as Su Qian, a second-tier actress known for her performances in numerous popular dramas. While she may not have reached the pinnacle of stardom, she was certainly a household name. Suddenly, he recalled a news article he had seen that morning. It mentioned that Su Qian was scheduled to host a live show that evening. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Aren't you hosting a live show tonight?" The reply came promptly with another short video. Su Qian, still kneeling, smiled and said, "Yes, there is a singing and dancing live stream, but compared to you, it pales in significance. Qian Qian is currently in the backstage dressing room chatting with you." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued, "Are you perhaps thinking of Ling Tian?" Wishing to steer clear of any awkwardness, replied, "Perform well. I will reach out to you once I finish my tasks." He then closed the chat window. Oh, the privileges of wealth, he mused. Celebrities and internet personalities clamored to curry favor. Life was indeed unequal. Some were born into luxury, while others were like workhorses. In his past life, he had been one of those unfortunate beasts of burden, commanded by powerful figures to toil endlessly. Just wait. Once I have amassed sufficient resources, I will show you all who truly holds the reins. A cold smile crept across Ling Tian's lips. With the Tiao Tiao ring, a spatial artifact, he had become the unparalleled wealthy individual in this apocalyptic world. As night fell, Ling Tian drove to an unfinished building. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he exited the vehicle and, with practiced ease, ascended to the 5th floor. Wang Bin, the young master, found himself confined in a room on the 5th floor, bound so tightly that he was rendered immobile. Only upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open did he manage to lift his eyelids. This chamber was equipped with over a dozen surveillance cameras, strategically placed by Ling Tian to ensure comprehensive monitoring of the surroundings. After a day of hunger, Wang Bin lay on the floor, unable to even muster a groan. Ling Tian removed the gag from his mouth, and he immediately pleaded, "Brother, please give me some water and food. I am on the brink of starvation." Ling Tian produced bread and bottled water, ensuring that Wang Bin was well fed and quenched. Thereafter loosening his bindings slightly to prevent his limbs from suffering from lack of circulation. Following this, he handed Wang Bin a phone to make a call back home to assure his safety. After a brief respite, he escorted him to a vehicle destined for another hidden location. Ling Tian operated with utmost caution. Although the likelihood of those bodyguards acting rashly was minimal, he remained vigilant. Regarding sustenance, Ling Tian had nearly resolved that matter. His next objective was to stockpile weapons for self-defense and various survival gear for outdoor scenarios, including but not limited to entrenching tools, camping hammers, emergency thermal blankets, heavy-duty raincoats, sunshade tarps, saws, and comprehensive outdoor survival toolkits. He ordered an impressive 20 trucks full of these adventure supplies, regardless of whether he would ever utilize them. It was imperative not to overlook such essentials. These items held immense value in the harsh conditions of an apocalyptic world. In terms of security equipment, he procured 20 trucks of bomb-proof helmets, bulletproof vests, riot shields, stun batons, and cut-resistant gloves. His armament acquisitions were equally substantial, comprising 30 trucks filled with firefighting axes, daggers, machetes, cleavers, solid baseball bats, and sharpened tang swords. For ranged weaponry, he predominantly ordered various bows and arrows, complemented by javelins and chainballs, totaling another 20 trucks. The reasoning behind such extravagance was simple. Wealth afforded him the luxury of indulgence. When funds ran low, he sought additional patronage, securing a staggering 1 billion. As for firearms, Ling Tian had established contacts. However, considering the severe restrictions surrounding such items and his unfamiliarity with those individuals, the procurement process posed significant risks. Furthermore, he learned that these contacts could only provide handguns and shotguns, with high-end weapons being out of reach. One must remember, alongside the apocalypse came the emergence of supernatural abilities. His own powers, provided they were of reasonable caliber, could rival the effectiveness of cold weaponry in combat compared to handguns. Thus, the allure of low-end weapons was not particularly compelling. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided against the perilous procurement of firearms. For the past 4 to 5 days, he had been busier than a whirling top, scarcely finding a moment to rest. In addition to various purchases, he was also engaged in renting multiple warehouses. Ultimately, he utilized his spatial ring to transport an array of supplies to these storages, utterly exhausting himself in the process. Whenever he felt fatigued and yearned for a break, a mere glance at the towering pile of resources within his spatial ring would ignite an unparalleled fervor within him. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away. Arriving at the final day, November 11th, 874, the day of calamity, awakening day. Chapter 8. All is prepared on November 11th, 874 of the Dragon Kingdom. As the end approaches, at 8 a.m., Ling Tian languidly awoke from his sumptuous hotel suite. After 5 days of intense stockpiling and navigating the intricate web of alliances and rivalries with Wang Bin's subordinates, he was utterly fatigued. Now that his hoarding was complete, he finally allowed himself a moment of reprieve, opting to rest in a hotel rather than linger in secluded corners with the young Master Wang. Ling Tian sat up in bed, stretching luxuriously. After a brief grooming session, he summoned room service to deliver breakfast. As he savored the delectable meal, he meticulously reviewed the inventory amassed within his spatial ring. 1. Food. The most crucial resource required no elaboration. From raw ingredients, frozen goods, snacks, to prepared dishes, he had stockpiled over 300,000 tons. 2. Water. Equally precious in the apocalypse, water is easily contaminated. He had gathered 12 to 15,000 tons of various brands of bottled water, as well as an array of beverages including coconut juice and iced tea. Just yesterday, he had ventured to a nearby water source, extracting millions of tons of fresh water before ceasing his efforts. 3. Weapons and armor. Apart from prohibited firearms and ammunition, he had procured a comprehensive arsenal, totaling 50 truckloads. Without such provisions, one would be akin to a lamb wandering into the jaws of a predator. 4. Daily necessities. He had collected 10 truckloads of items such as cookware, bedding, clothing, and hygiene products, mindful that in the post-apocalyptic world, these could potentially be acquired at no cost. Most notably, he hoarded a significant quantity of paper, recognizing its looming scarcity. Lacking it would necessitate the use of stones and twigs for cleanliness, which not only was uncomfortable, but also posed the risk of infection by zombie viruses. 5. Pharmaceuticals. He had amassed 10 truckloads of first aid supplies and medications for common ailments. Ling Tian was not a physician, and he knew that complex illnesses could not be remedied with a haphazard assortment of drugs. He planned to secure a private doctor once supernatural healing powers emerged post-catastrophe. 6. Energy resources. He collected solar panels, wind turbines, thermal generators, diesel, gasoline, coal, natural gas, and various batteries, each a vital asset for survival, accumulating over 1,000 truckloads. 7. Outdoor adventure gear. He secured essential equipment for extreme environments, such as raincoats and high-top boots for torrential downpours, kayaks, and speedboats for aquatic expeditions, as well as heating devices and winter apparel for frigid conditions. Due to the potential for zero-cost acquisition, he limited his purchase to 50 truckloads. 8. Transportation. He rented several heavy trucks, large excavators, rugged off-road vehicles, and oversized RVs, each category featuring a dozen vehicles. Notably, he procured the finest heavy RVs available in the metropolis, which would serve as his primary residence in the future. 9. Home appliances. Although many could be acquired at no cost, he nonetheless purchased a considerable assortment, totaling over 20 truckloads of items such as LCD screens, washing machines, refrigerators, and ovens. In the realm of entertainment, encompassing gaming consoles, computers, smartphones, and tablets, Ling Tian primarily acquires high-end devices. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such items are nearly impossible to produce. They are indeed a rarity, with each acquisition holding immense value. These luxuries, whether before or after the cataclysm, remain exorbitantly priced. He has procured a mere 10 trucks, hoping for opportunities to acquire more at no cost. Having completed his inventory, Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He has nearly collected everything. Shortly, he plans to scour various warehouses for residual stock, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the end times. Stretching languidly, he reclined once more on the plush bed of his hotel. In his previous life, he was unprepared, surviving the apocalypse in a state of constant torment. This time, however, having returned from rebirth, he is resolutely prepared for the impending disaster, confident that he can navigate even the most harrowing of worlds with grace. Yet, a curious feeling gnawed at him. Why did he sense that he had overlooked something essential? As he rested on the bed, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. He smacked his forehead. He had yet to retrieve the vast array of learning materials he ordered online. Realizing this, he hastily donned his clothes and set out in his vehicle to the courier station. Those materials are invaluable sustenance for the mind. They must not be neglected. Just a few nights prior, he had stayed up late placing orders on an online shopping platform, requesting various resources to be stored on hard drives, delivered to his city with utmost urgency. Upon arriving at the courier station, Ling Tian beamed at the sight of the numerous high-capacity hard drives before him. These items represent the very essence of human civilization. Starting with gaming, he secured everything from the ancient FC, MD, SFC, GB, GBA, and arcade games to the latest offerings like the Switch's Fire Emblem and the PS5's Fallen of Heaven, all meticulously packaged. Next came films, encompassing documentaries, supernatural thrillers, comedies, and martial arts flicks. From classic black and white art to contemporary romantic action, none were overlooked. In terms of audio, he gathered an extensive collection of music, audio dramas, storytelling, comedic skits, soothing sounds, and various spoken materials. For video, he amassed grand compilations of anime, variety shows, television dramas, and even adult content, regardless of its nature. He ensured to include it all, The collection of ebooks was even more extravagant, as he welcomed an array of literature, novels, poetry, magazines, and reference books without discrimination. Titles such as The Art of War, The Actor's Self-Cultivation, and Postpartum Care for Sows were mere trifles. He even included the fluctuations of the stock market in his haul. If those suffering in the apocalypse were to glimpse the troves of learning materials he hoarded, they would surely go mad, while they might be starving. He retains the audacity to stockpile educational resources. But what could he do? His spatial ring is ample, allowing for an abundance of food as well as intellectual nourishment. In this life, he intends not only to survive the end times, but to live with the elegance of a vacationer. Ling Tian tilted his head back and shouted toward the heavens. On November 11th, 874, at 10 p.m., he drove to the outskirts of a relatively secluded city. Here, the foot traffic was sparse, ensuring that chaos would not reign following the zombie mutations. In this place, one can leisurely eliminate zombies to enhance their extraordinary abilities. Ling Tian lowered the side of his RV, creating an open-air terrace. He seated himself on the terrace, gazing at the luminous moon above, quietly awaiting the arrival of the radiant aurora. According to the conclusions drawn by survivors of the apocalypse, the multicolored aurora that appears at 11:11 on November 11th is referred to as the light of evolution. This brilliance harbors an unknown, mystical power. Those exposed to it may unlock their genetic evolution and awaken extraordinary abilities. In his previous life, Ling Tian awakened a spatial ability, signifying that he meets the criteria for evolution. Hence, he is certain to awaken once more. After the apocalypse descended, order collapsed and the world transformed dramatically. The once unreachable celebrity goddesses would soon lose their value, reduced to kneeling before a mere packet of instant noodles. At that time, he would certainly need a few attendants to cater to his every whim, massaging his legs, feet, shoulders, and back. A triumphant smile graced Ling Tian's face. He had long envisioned living a life surrounded by maidens in the luxurious splendor of a top-tier aristocrat after the apocalypse. With ample resources at his disposal, he need not worry about a few servants depleting his wealth. Chapter 9. The Day of Awakening in the year 874 of the Dragon Kingdom. At 11:11 on November 11th, the once pitch-black sky instantaneously illuminated as if it were midday, with the resplendent aurora enveloping the entire planet. It has arrived. Ling Tian clenched his fists, his expression gravely serious. The radiant light enveloped him, inducing a slight discomfort within his body. These high-energy rays had the potential to unlock the dormant genes within him, prompting evolution. Simultaneously, the rare spectacle of the aurora swiftly captivated the attention of everyone on the planet. What is this? Why has the sky suddenly brightened? An elderly gentleman leisurely strolling in the square murmured, having never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon in his lifetime. In the food street, a vendor cooking grilled squid slowed his pace, glancing curiously at the sky. How strange, today's weather forecast made no mention of such a sight. In a serene park, a little girl playing joyfully was frightened and ran back to cling to her mother's leg. "Mommy, I'm scared." Young professionals working overtime in an office could hardly contain their excitement, hastily pulling out their phones to capture this unforgettable moment. The entire planet buzzed with discussions about this bizarre natural occurrence. However, merely 3 minutes into this spectacle, under the influence of the high-energy aurora, the majority of living beings began to feel unwell. Dizziness, fever, nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, and difficulty breathing plagued the crowd. Those suffering sought refuge from the light in hopes of alleviating their discomfort. Ling Tian, perhaps due to prior modifications, experienced considerably less distress than many others. Though he felt some discomfort, he did not feel the need to hide. At 11:08, a wave of dizziness began to assault his mind. By 11:13, his body was engulfed in heat, his forehead reaching a temperature of 40 degrees Celsius. At 11:20, his breathing became rapid, and a splitting headache ensued. According to analyses conducted by survivors of the apocalypse, the period from 11 o'clock to 00:00 is when the evolutionary light is at its most potent. The greater the absorption of light energy, the more potent the awakened powers may become. In his previous life, Ling Tian was exposed to light for merely 10 minutes while working, which left him feeling profoundly unwell. He hastily took leave and sought refuge in a secluded spot. This unfortunate decision delayed his awakening, rendering him nearly incapacitated in the apocalyptic aftermath, living a life worse than that of a stray dog. Although he eventually awakened his abilities by sheer luck, he had missed the prime opportunity for development, relegating himself to the status of a subordinate to higher-level practitioners. Toiling in servitude. This was a chapter of his life he preferred to forget. In the struggle for survival, he resorted to the most sordid of tasks. Murder, after all, became a commonplace affair. Ling Tian gripped the armrests of his chair, his forearms taut with visible veins as he gritted his teeth, determined not to succumb to unconsciousness. He was resolved to absorb as much evolution light as possible to gain formidable power. In this second chance at life, he refused to be anyone's hound. He must seize his destiny firmly in his own hands. At 11:30, pain shot through his left eye, and his right hand felt numb. By 11:40, his lower limbs ached, his lungs bled, and he began to cough violently. Even after enduring the brutal trials of his past existence, Ling Tian had reached the limits of his endurance. At 11:53, his brain deprived of oxygen, he succumbed to a state of faintness. At this juncture, his body ceased to absorb the aurora, initiating a slow metamorphosis. At midnight, the energy of the evolution light dissipated and daylight vanished. In the darkened sky, the moon re-emerged, astonishingly appearing in a haunting blood-red hue. Drizzling rain, imbued with an unknown virus, fell, heralding the advent of the apocalypse. Each droplet of black rain resembled tears shed by the blood moon for this planet. "Mr. Luo, it's raining. Hurry inside." A strikingly elegant secretary, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, called out from the luxurious phantom car, rolling down the window. Not far outside, a statuesque and enchanting woman stood amidst the night, cold and aloof. She exuded an innate nobility, akin to a thorny rose blossoming atop a snow-capped peak, a sight that compelled admiration yet forbade intrusion. When the evolution light manifested, the captivating CEO, Luo Binghuang, inexplicably alighted from the car. She stood serenely beneath the night sky, welcoming the high-energy rays. The secretary initially followed suit, but within minutes, she could no longer bear it and retreated into the vehicle for shelter. Bathed in the vibrant aurora, Luo Binghuang felt no discomfort. On the contrary, she reveled in the sensation as if soaking in a warm spring. From 11 o'clock until midnight, she was illuminated for a full hour, only roused from her bliss when the black rain began to fall. Those black droplets. Luo Binghuang's voice rang out, clear and melodious, reminiscent of silver pearls cascading onto a jade plate. For reasons unknown, these peculiar raindrops inspired a profound aversion within her, causing her delicate brows to furrow unconsciously. "Ms. Luo, please come in. You have an important meeting tomorrow. It would be troublesome if you caught a cold." The anxious secretary implored from within the phantom vehicle. Luo Binghuang responded softly, then gracefully stepped into the car, her long, alluring legs accentuated as she entered. The female secretary gasped, hastily covering her glossed lips with her hand to conceal her momentary lapse. Luo Binghuang cast a puzzled glance at her. "What is the matter? Is there something on my face?" "Why your eyes?" the secretary stammered, pointing, unable to articulate her thoughts. Luo Binghuang retrieved a compact mirror from her bag and, in an instant, was taken aback. Her once deep, inky eyes had inexplicably transformed in hue. The irises now shimmered like two resplendent gemstones, radiating an enchanting and enigmatic purple light. How could this be? Such an extraordinary alteration in her appearance left the stunningly beautiful Luo Binghuang bewildered. The eerie allure of her violet eyes sent chills through her, and her grip on the mirror unconsciously released an aura of cold. With a resounding crash, the mirror shattered in her hand within mere seconds, frozen solid by the burgeoning power awakening within her. The future empress of this world effortlessly unlocked her S-class ice abilities, alongside her S-class mythical powers. Her talents were truly astonishing. Meanwhile, on the ground, Ling Tian's index finger twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred, yet he could discern the outlines of objects before him. The energy within him was altering his genes, mending his body. He could not afford to remain there. He needed to retract the terrace and close off the vehicle's access to the outside world. Ling Tian thought, enduring excruciating pain as he retrieved the remote control. He was not afraid of becoming a zombie. The stronger the awakened, the greater their resistance to the zombie virus. However, being exposed to copious amounts of the virus was never advisable, as it could lead to secondary damage from infection and potential attacks from nearby zombies. Chapter 10. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Forming the Goddess Brigade at 3 in the morning, the bustling city of magic capital remained aglow. In this city that never sleeps, tranquility was an elusive concept. Inside a bar, the music blared deafeningly. A fusion of rock and jazz pulsated through the air as dancers lost themselves in fervent revelry. Men and women alike celebrating their vitality and passion. "Ah, why are you biting me? Let go, let go." A faint voice emerged from the edge of the dance floor. Most of the attendees were young, yet seasoned in the ways of nightlife. With knowing smiles, they continued to sway wildly, disregarding the owner of the voice. "Help! Someone please!" The voice cried out again, laden with agony, sending a chill down spines. This time, the plea garnered attention, as the crowd began to converge towards the source of the sound. There, a woman dressed in scanty attire clung desperately to a blond man, as if embroiled in an unpleasant altercation. Noticing the gathering crowd, the young man shouted for help. "Quick, someone pull this woman off me." "What nonsense! Are you really afraid of a girl clinging to you? Pathetic. The onlookers scoffed, reveling in the spectacle. Ah, what is happening? Why is there so much blood on the ground? An observant woman noticed the unsettling scene. The crowd was jolted into action, quickly prying the woman away from the blonde youth. Ah! The young man with yellow hair let out a blood-curdling scream as a piece of flesh was torn from his neck by the woman, crimson blood gushing forth and staining those nearby. What was the matter with that woman? Why was she behaving like a madwoman? With a ferocious roar, her face twisted into an eerie shade of purple, her eyes hollow and gray, and her mouth emitted a beastly wail, exuding an aura of sheer horror. It was not just this bar. The dark rain at midnight had infected 1/5 of the global population, and the entire planet was succumbing to a zombie frenzy. The panicked crowd screamed and surged onto the streets, while vehicles collided with jewelry stores in a desperate attempt to avoid pedestrians, shattering glass displays in an instant, plunging the scene into chaos. In the suburbs of the magical city, Ling Tian stirred within his RV, gradually awakening. His injuries had mostly healed, and the transformation of his genes through aurora energy had concluded. After stretching his limbs, he slowly rose from the ground. Having completed his absorption, he hastened to confirm the supernatural abilities he had gained upon awakening. Ling Tian closed his eyes in meditation, his consciousness delving into his mind. For those who awaken their powers, a tree of abilities manifests in the subconscious realm. Although referred to as a tree, it bore no leaves or fruits, resembling a skill tree from a game. The initial form of the ability tree was akin to a bare stick, but as the wielder evolved and developed, various branches would sprout forth. According to the classification of survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, the potency of abilities is divided into 7 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The colors of the tree trunk signify different levels: gold for S, purple for A, blue for B, green for C, gray for D, white for E, and transparent for F. Having previously experienced awakening, Ling Tian quickly discerned the faintly visible ability tree in his mind. To his astonishment, it was golden. What a delight! While in a meditative state, Ling Tian swung his right fist forward with vigor, his face lighting up with excitement. A golden ability tree indicated he had become an S-class awakened being. S-class awakened individuals are the pinnacle of existence in a post-apocalyptic world, often referred to as the chosen ones. Suppressing his exhilaration, he meticulously counted the branches on the trunk. Was this a mental type ability? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remarkable indeed. As expected of an S-class ability, the tree bore 5 major branches. The greater the number of branches, the more skills he could master subsequently. Ling Tian had now unlocked the telekinesis branch skill. He clenched his fists, feeling an immense surge of power within him. All awakened beings experience a boost to their physical attributes, regardless of whether their powers pertain to physical enhancement. Having completed his preparations and successfully awakened, the next step was to seek out allies and enhance his strength. His gaze sharpened with determination. Upon realizing he had been reborn just before the onset of the apocalypse, he had formulated an audacious plan to gather all S-class powerhouses in the future and assemble a team for his own purposes. This was not mere fantasy. After the apocalypse, as abilities awaken, the power dynamics would be reshuffled, placing most individuals on the same starting line. By harnessing the memories of a past life, one might indeed succeed in taming formidable beings before they ascend to the rank of S-class powers. For instance, the terrifying flying pig and the elusive burrowing monkey. Furthermore, there is the coldly beautiful Empress Luo Binghuang and the ruthlessly enchanting Queen Mu Yanran. Each of these individuals has established dominion in the post-apocalyptic world. If one could manage to subdue them, they would reign supreme amidst the horrors of this desolate era. Previously, I had been stockpiling resources, leaving these 2 formidable women untouched purely out of necessity. Luo Binghuang is the heiress of the Luo multinational corporation, surrounded by a formidable security detail. It is not merely a matter of abducting her. Without permission, even approaching her is an impossibility for the average person. As for Mu Yanran, her circumstances are even more extreme, with a father who is a military district commander and armed guards at her side. Attempting to target her is akin to hoping for luck by purchasing a lottery ticket. And as for the flying pig and the burrowing monkey, who knows where they might be? All creatures of their kind appear rather similar. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the air from outside. Ling Tian, disturbed by the noise, shifted his position to peer out the window. A fleet of uniformly styled vehicles had encircled his RV. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many vehicles here in the suburbs? Ling Tian pondered. Wait, these appear to be from a mysterious unit. Could it be that my cover has been blown? He glanced at his phone, which read 3 o'clock in the morning. A cold smile crept across his face. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. There is no longer a need for concealment. These intruders have come to settle scores far too late. Ling Tian then returned to his desk. activating the surveillance monitor to observe the footage from the cameras. The exterior of the RV was equipped with 12 cameras, allowing him to monitor the surroundings from the safety of his vehicle without any blind spots. Through the surveillance feeds, he spotted a striking red luxury sports car, next to which stood Wong Bin, wrapped in bandages. Indeed, it was that scoundrel Wong Bin who had come back seeking vengeance after his narrow escape. Beside him were two beautiful women, one a girl of 16 or 17 with twin ponytails, and the other a 30-year-old matron. They flanked Wong Bin to steady him as he struggled to maintain his balance. Ling Tian was not unfamiliar with these women. During his impersonation of Wong Bin, he had often overheard them affectionately calling him daddy and hubby in their video chats. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ling Tian rolled over and discovered a call was coming in on Wong Bin's phone. He answered on speakerphone, and immediately, the arrogant voice of Wong Bin boomed through the speaker. Ha ha ha, you dog. Did you ever think that your esteemed Wong grandfather would escape successfully? Ling Tian smirked, retorting, oh? You think you can flaunt your survival after merely sparing your life? You dare come before me in such a boastful manner? Wong Bin, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. You son of a dog, you dare to kidnap your own Wong grandfather? You must be tired of living. He clenched the phone tightly. I have not forgotten how you've treated me during this time. I shall soon bind you and feed your flesh to the dogs. Fool. With this remark, Ling Tian ended the call. Damn. The abrupt termination of the call ignited Prince Wong's fury, prompting him to address Director Song, who stood beside him. Director Song, I entrust you with the ensuing matters. Capture that young man, and I shall personally sponsor you 5 million. The rotund Director Song's face broke into a beaming smile. Prince Wong, you flatter me. It is our duty to apprehend these lawbreakers. He then raised a megaphone and bellowed towards the mobile home. Criminals inside, heed my words. Confess for leniency and surrender, and you may yet have the chance to start anew. Ling Tian scoffed at this. Huh, step out? What good would it do to emerge? Does he truly consider himself a fool? Ling Tian recorded a phrase, activated the loudspeaker, and repeatedly shouted towards the outside. Fools, fools. All of you are fools. The crowd outside was incensed. How brazen. Are you courting death? The shrill echoes of his taunts reverberated from the vehicle. Director Song's veins bulged, and he immediately ordered, fire. Blow that wretched vehicle to smithereens. His subordinates, holding their breath, complied with their leader's command, pulling triggers in unison. The gunfire erupted like a cacophony of firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. Ling Tian merely whistled and poured himself a glass of water, completely unfazed by the deafening gunfire outside. The vehicle he occupied was a meticulously chosen, apocalypse-grade heavy-duty RV, codenamed Conqueror, measuring 10 meters in length, 2, 45 meters in width, and 3, 73 meters in height. It was clad in bulletproof metal plates, with all windows fortified with high-strength bulletproof glass. Not only were the insignificant handguns outside no match for it, but even a small mercenary squad armed with submachine guns and grenades would fail to faze Ling Tian. After a prolonged barrage, Director Song finally sensed something amiss and urgently commanded his men to cease fire. Peering through binoculars, he scrutinized the vehicle, realizing that the bullets left barely a mark. Attempting to breach this vehicle with handguns was sheer folly. Wong Bin also noticed, turning to Director Song, Director, this young man's vehicle is exceptionally fortified. What shall we do next? Director Song scratched his head. We have never encountered such a situation before. What? Wong Bin erupted in anger. You cannot handle a mere small fry? What kind of director are you? Director Song wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily reassuring him. Do not fret, Prince Wong. I am devising a plan. I have contacts in the military. I will call them for assistance and arrange for a demolition team to come. Upon hearing this, Wong Bin's expression softened, revealing satisfaction. Very well, expedite the matter. He then patted the curvaceous woman beside him, who immediately understood and retrieved a cigarette, offering it to Wong Bin. A nearby young girl opened a windproof lighter and lit it for him. Wong Bin savored a deep inhale, exhaling slowly. His gaze fixed menacingly upon the formidable RV before him. Young man, wait for it. Once I capture you, you shall see what it means to be fed to the wolves. Song Ju arrived at a secluded location, incessantly attempting to contact the military. Strangely, he was unable to reach anyone. Fools, absolute fools. Ling Tian's RV continued to blare out, the cacophonous noise proving to be a source of great annoyance. Song Ju seized the loudspeaker and shouted, You arrogant brat, just wait until I manage to contact the military. You will regret this. The military? Ling Tian chuckled. For his greatest concern was not the military, as it had vanished following the onset of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of those outside. What is happening? Song Ju inquired through the intercom. Reporting. Li Wei is biting someone. Biting someone? What on earth is going on? Song Ju was thoroughly perplexed. At that moment, Li Wei was lunging at a companion, viciously tearing into him with astonishing strength, leaving several nearby individuals unable to pry him away. Ling Tian observed this scene through the surveillance. Oh, are the transformations beginning to manifest? Those contaminated by the black rain were starting to change. Li Wei had already turned into a zombie. Individuals undergoing this transformation experienced a significant increase in strength based on their original physical condition. Li Wei, what are you doing? Stop. Song Ju cursed. Enough with the spectator's role. Someone help pull this guy away. A few rushed forward to lend assistance. With great effort, they managed to separate Li Wei from his victim. The person on the ground, Chung Kuan, had been viciously mauled, his face a grotesque blur, already lifeless. Li Wei, on the other hand, had undergone a drastic transformation. His skin had turned pale, and his features were grotesquely decayed. What has happened to Li Wei? Everyone was horrified by his appearance, reminiscent of a character from a horror film. What should we do with Li Wei? We should bind him and interrogate him later. Despite Li Wei's terrifying visage, none dared to shoot him. After all, indiscriminately firing a weapon and causing death was a grave offense. They could only restrain him. The air was filled with chilling screams, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Panic ensued as, just when they thought they had dealt with Li Wei, numerous others emerged. Song Ju, they seem to have transformed into the zombies from the movies. One subordinate communicated through the intercom. Shall we shoot them? Song Ju, inwardly cursing, thought, what a bunch of worthless idiots. If they seek my command to fire, I shall bear the consequences once this is over. He retorted, you all figure it out. Calculating in his mind, Song Ju rationalized that since he had not consented to this, any decision to fire was theirs alone and not his responsibility. Figure it out? His subordinates exchanged glances, unsure how to proceed without his directive. With the number of transformed individuals increasing, chaos ensued, rendering the scene utterly terrifying. Exchanging glances, the subordinates silently agreed to flee, rushing to their vehicles and speeding away. Witnessing this, Song Ju was instantly filled with rage. He bellowed into the intercom, come back. You cowardly wretches. Abandoning your post will bring consequences. You, old fool, do not allow us to fire our weapons, expecting us to sacrifice our lives in vain. Anger surged within the crowd as they hastily fled. The horror of zombie films had deeply ingrained itself in their minds. Everyone understood that a mere scratch could lead to becoming one of the undead, and none dared engage in close combat. Director Song, young Master Wang, petrified by the sight of the horde of zombies, cried out desperately for Song. Yet, Song was unperturbed, hastily diving into his vehicle, intent on escape. Huh? After putting on a show, you think you can just run? At that moment, Ling Tian had already infiltrated the driver's cabin of the RV. A cold smile gracing his lips. He pressed the accelerator, crashing into Song's vehicle. Bang! Song's car crumpled under the impact, trapping him within the driver's seat, unable to move. A howl erupted from the zombies as they advanced towards Song's vehicle, reaching for his rotund, piggish head. No, no, Song screamed in agony as the undead tore into him mercilessly. Wang Bin, drenched in cold sweat, quickly ushered the two women into the sports car. He shouted at the driver in front. Hurry, we must escape from here. The driver, already eager to flee, floored the accelerator, ready to make their getaway. Meanwhile, Ling Tian shifted his gaze toward young Master Wang's luxury sports car. None shall escape. In the next moment, the RV veered towards Wang's vehicle. No. The occupants of the sports car panicked as they realized the RV was bearing down upon them, screams erupting in chaos. However, with so many surrounding vehicles, the driver could neither dodge nor escape. They could only watch helplessly as the massive RV closed in. Bang! Chaos ensued. The windshield of the sports car shattered into a million pieces, and the driver in the front seat was crushed into a pulp. Chapter 11. The Celestial Blade. The Holy Hand, the enchantress with the apocalypse upon us. Human factions and rules were reshuffled. Those armed with guns and weaponry, mercenaries, gangs, and security firms, ascended to the apex of the food chain. They became the elite of the post-apocalyptic world, exploiting all in their path. In the future, the immensely powerful supernatural beings would occupy the second tier of the food chain. Currently, their abilities were underdeveloped, rendering them incapable of contending with modern weaponry. Even S-rank supernatural beings could only flee in disarray when faced with firearms. The third tier of the food chain consisted of various muscular factions. Although they lacked firearms and abilities, their sheer numbers and strength made them highly competitive in a lawless world. Just above the bottom tier were the defenseless, frail men and delicate women. Before the apocalypse, they may have been nerds, second-generation tycoons, or internet celebrities. But in this new world, they became mere lambs for slaughter. In the absence of rules, a robust young man could easily dominate this class. The sight of a brawny man embracing a stunning model while commanding a group of weaklings to work was a common occurrence in the apocalypse. In this harsh reality, might dictated morality, and strength established the rules. Wealth, power, and status were but ephemeral illusions. The The final layer of the food chain comprised helpless children, the elderly, and the disabled. No further explanation needed. The introduction to the human class pyramid in the aftermath of the apocalypse has come to a close. Some may have noticed an absence. Indeed, the military is conspicuously missing. Within the hierarchy of post-apocalyptic society, there is no representation of the armed forces of various nations. The reason is simple. With the onset of catastrophe, the military vanished entirely. Along with them disappeared their weapons and the personnel of governmental institutions. An irresistible, enigmatic force swept away these guardians of societal order. Many survivors unanimously believe that the advent of this disaster is linked to higher dimensional beings. Regardless of interpretation, the deliberate removal of government and military entities is strikingly conspicuous, provoking considerable speculation. Some survivors postulate that this calamity is somehow connected to the evolution of the planet itself. Yes, evolution. An unknown existence orchestrated the disaster, compelling the life forms on this planet to unlock their genetic potential and begin their ascent into higher dimensions. As the zombie crisis escalated, chaos ensued with relentless pursuits and violent attacks. Even those who sought refuge within vehicles found it difficult to escape their fate. The strength of the zombies was formidable. They would pounce upon cars, battering and clawing until they created breaches, dragging the unfortunate occupants out to feast upon them. The air was filled with anguished cries. At this moment, Ling Tian remained comfortably ensconced in his RV, leisurely adjusting his seat to an inviting angle, turning on music, and enjoying a moment of respite, awaiting the cessation of the slaughter outside. The horde of zombies, upon spotting Ling Tian's RV, could not resist the urge to claw and scrape, attempting to breach its formidable defenses. However, their efforts were utterly futile. The heavily fortified vehicle, impervious to even gunfire and grenades, was beyond their capacity to penetrate. All they accomplished was to break their fingers and shatter their teeth, yielding no reward for their toil. After a prolonged struggle, the zombies, finding the RV impenetrable, lost interest and wandered off in search of easier prey, for if they delayed, the free buffet would soon be over. "Ah, don't come over here. Don't come over here." A piercing scream echoed as a zombie reached through the shattered windshield of a luxury sports car, tearing at the flesh of the driver, now reduced to a bloody pulp. The horrifying screams originated from the rear of the car where Wang Bin and his companions sat, who, despite sustaining minor scrapes, were otherwise unscathed. They were undeniably fortunate. Yet, the three of them were far from comfortable. They watched in horror as the driver's remains were devoured, entrails spilling onto the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood sent chills down their spines. "This is bad. Once the driver is gone, we will be next," Wang Bin exclaimed in terror. He glanced out through the windshield and noticed that the other zombies were preoccupied with their feasting, momentarily oblivious to their presence. "Quick, open the door and rush out. This is our only chance to escape," Wang Bin urged the woman beside him. With a bang, the car door swung open, and the three of them bolted out. Ling Tian noticed them immediately. "Ah, such remarkable luck," he murmured under his breath. "How terrifying, Daddy." The young girl with twin white ponytails clung to Wang Bin's arm, trembling with fear as they fled. Ling Tian gazed out at the scene before him, observing a young girl with twin white ponytails and a mature woman in black stockings and high heels. A surge of compassion welled up within him. These two had previously only known Wang Bin through a screen, mistaking him for Ling Tian, not one to be devoid of empathy. Ling Tian could not bear the thought of them perishing outside. Without hesitation, he made his way from the rear passage of the vehicle into the RV, opening the side door and calling out to the fleeing woman and girl, "Wang Yao Luyu, hurry, come inside." Wang Bin and the others were scurrying about like headless flies, their escape routes blocked by surrounding vehicles, with zombies lurking everywhere. Tension gripped the three, plunging them into despair. "Wang Yao Luyu, quickly get in." Upon hearing his call, the trio turned toward the source of the voice, their spirits lifting instantly. That was a heavy vehicle impervious to bullets. As long as they could enter, they would be entirely safe. In their panic, Wang Bin momentarily forgot his past grievances with Ling Tian, driven solely by the instinct to survive as the three raced toward the RV. The first to reach him was the girl with white ponytails, Wang Yao. Fearing she might fall, Ling Tian reached out and caught her, pulling her into the vehicle. Next came the mature woman, Lu Yu, clad in black stockings and heels. He grasped her delicate hand and helped her aboard. Finally, it was Wang Bin's turn. This man, drained of vitality by indulgence, could not keep pace with even the high-heeled woman. Breathless, he scrambled to the side door, using all fours to climb inside. Ling Tian waited within, one arm around the girl and the other around the woman, observing Wang Bin quietly. "Come on, Wang Bin, hurry up. Move faster, or the zombies will be upon us." Ling Tian teased. "Quick, give me a hand. I'm exhausted," Wang Bin called out, hoping the others would lend assistance. The woman and girl instinctively moved to help, but Ling Tian held them firmly, preventing any motion. Wang Bin seethed at the sight. You'll pay for this. Just wait. Suddenly, the growl of a zombie echoed behind him, sending a jolt of fear through Wang Bin. The instinct to survive surged within him, propelling him to scale the vehicle with the agility of a dog. At last, he managed to crawl through the side door, gasping for breath. Damn it! How dare you not help your lord, Wang Bin? I'll have your skin for this. Wang Bin fumed internally. After catching his breath, he raised his head, ready to celebrate his narrow escape. To his dismay, a shoe came hurtling toward his face. Bang! Ling Tian delivered a powerful kick, sending Wang Bin tumbling out of the vehicle. Ah! Wang Bin screamed as he rolled down the steps and landed on the ground. You! He scrambled to his feet, glaring furiously at Ling Tian. The ominous growl of zombies echoed from outside, startling Wang Bin once more, prompting him to hastily ascend the side staircase. Ling Tian flexed his ankle, positioning himself as if preparing to kick a ball. Seeing this, Wang Bin panicked, pleading, Please. Don't do this, Grandpa. I beg you, spare my life. Foolish one, who dared to provoke me. Take heed in your next life. With those words, Ling Tian delivered a powerful kick to the face of the approaching Wang Xiao, sending his head soaring like a ball. A piercing scream echoed through the night. Ling Tian then activated the remote control, retracting the stairs and sealing the side door, effectively severing the connection between the RV and the outside world. You will face retribution for this, came Wang Xiao's frantic cries from outside. Ling Tian chuckled softly, playing a cheerful song through the speakers, filling the night air with joyous melodies. As the lively tune rang out, the remnants of the mysterious forces outside disregarded the gunfire ban, firing wildly at the zombies in a desperate bid for survival. The harmonious singing mingled with the sound of gunfire, creating a surreal atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. Meanwhile, Wang Yao and Lu Yu were left quite shaken, necessitating some reassurance for Wang Xiao. After a brief warm-up, Ling Tian approached the measuring device, clenched his fist, and struck it with tremendous force. The device immediately displayed a reading, 317. Following his awakening of extraordinary abilities, Ling Tian's full-strength punch registered a force of 300 kilograms. In contrast, the typical male's punch ranges between 60 to 150 kilograms. To those who stood before the awakened Ling Tian, they appeared as fragile as elementary school children. Now, Ling Tian's physique had reached the level of a middleweight boxer with a slight increase in defense. A common person would inflict merely 0.3 damage with a dagger, finding it challenging to penetrate even without resistance. This was satisfactory. The enhancement from his psychic abilities had significantly bolstered his physical prowess. In his previous life, the E-level spatial ability had only elevated his strength to 200 kilograms. Ling Tian felt elated, having successfully hoarded resources and awakened his powers. His next plan was to recruit formidable individuals in this apocalyptic world. Recalling his memories from his past life, 2 S-level abilities in Magic City were particularly noteworthy: the Blade Angel Su Yue and the Sorceress Su Yang. Indeed, they were a pair of sisters, both having awakened S-level powers. One was the campus belle of Shuangdan University, while the other graced the halls of Maritime University. According to Ling Tian's strategy, enlisting them would greatly amplify his strength, allowing him to leverage their abilities to subjugate other powerful entities. However, the likes of Luo Binghuang and Mu Yanran were still beyond his current aspirations. Mu Yanran, a woman with a rebellious and bloodthirsty nature, had a strained relationship with her military leader father and resided in Eagle Country. Ignoring her father's opposition, she utilized various connections to establish a large mercenary group. With the onset of the apocalypse, as armies and governments crumbled, Mu Yanran thrived in her newfound freedom, leading her mercenary group to conquer territories throughout Eagle Country, solidifying her reign as a formidable queen. Luo Binghuang, inherently proud and haughty, is the heiress of the Luo multinational conglomerate. The security forces under her command are formidable, armed with an array of firearms and ammunition. Unlike the Eagle Nation, firearms are exceedingly difficult to procure in the Dragon Nation. A mere dozen submachine guns are sufficient to instill fear among the various factions in the City of Magic. Following the calamity, she swiftly seized control of an arms factory, annihilating the gangs of Magic City and confiscating their weapons, thereby establishing a sanctuary for survivors. Ling Tian reminisced about their rise, letting out a soft sigh. Neither of these women was within his reach at this point. He could only settle for easier targets. His gaze drifted outside the vehicle, his expression growing increasingly grave. The entirety of Magic City was engulfed in chaos, plagued not only by hordes of zombies, but also by various survivor raiding parties. His newly awakened abilities were still too feeble. Not only was it futile to recruit others, but even self-preservation posed a challenge. He needed to eliminate a number of zombies here, absorb their power, and elevate his abilities. The sky was now tinged with the first light of dawn, and the zombies surrounding the RV had mostly dispersed, wandering off in search of sustenance elsewhere. A solitary black-clad zombie remained, tirelessly pounding on the vehicle. Its fingers, battered and misshapen from incessantly striking the metal, were in a state of decay. With a crisp sound, the side door of the RV swung open, and Ling Tian emerged. The black-clad zombie was momentarily taken aback, but soon swarmed towards him like flies drawn to filth, emitting incomprehensible guttural sounds. With his awakened strength significantly amplified, Ling Tian regarded such low-level zombies with disdain. As the creature approached within 2 meters, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. The black-clad zombie flew nearly 8 meters, akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle, before coming to a halt. Its vitality was remarkably tenacious. Although the kick was powerful, it did not extinguish its life. After a brief moment on the ground, it scrambled back to its feet, roaring as it lunged towards its target once more. Observing this, Ling Tian retrieved several daggers from his spatial ring. With a mere thought, one of the daggers levitated into the air. This was the first skill he mastered after awakening his psychic abilities, telekinetic projection. Telekinetic projection. Propel lightweight weapons, steel balls, daggers, knives, towards a target. Quantity 1. Optimal attack range, within 10 meters. Power 6. Energy consumption, 1 energy point per weapon projected. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and utilized his psychic power to launch the dagger. The dagger, suspended in midair, transformed into a streak of silver light, hurtling directly towards the zombie's head. With a soft thud, the dagger embedded itself deep into the zombie's skull, obliterating its brain. The black-clad zombie staggered, collapsing to the ground as it lost all signs of life. This method does not adequately test its power, Ling Tian murmured. A loud roar erupted, as nearby zombies, drawn by the sounds of battle, began to converge on his location. Typically, a human's vision diminishes significantly upon transformation into a zombie. Thus, being particularly sensitive to sound and scent, the moment was opportune. Ling Tian once again employed the telekinetic force to propel the dagger forth. With a thud, the blade embedded itself deeply into the chest of the zombie clad in a white vest, causing it to stagger back a step. Merely pausing for a second, the white-vested zombie resumed its relentless charge, swinging its arms towards its prey. Zombies are devoid of pain, fear, or consciousness. They are driven solely by the primal instinct to hunt. Ordinary injuries do not impede their movements. TCH. Ling Tian gritted his teeth, attempting to wield his mental powers to simultaneously lift 2 daggers for an assault, but his efforts proved futile. He had no choice but to launch them one by one, sending the daggers into the zombie's chest. Thud, thud, thud. With the daggers piercing through its torso, the zombie let out a low growl before collapsing to the ground, devoid of any life signs. The effectiveness of the attack was satisfactory, though the range was somewhat too close. After unleashing 5 daggers, the energy within Ling Tian was depleted, rendering him unable to summon further mental assaults. While aiming at the zombie's head posed a challenge in accuracy, targeting the chest yielded more consistent damage. Currently, the strength of his powers was comparable to that of a handgun. Ling Tian assessed the potency of his abilities. His current level was limited, allowing only for self-preservation, and encountering firearms would spell doom. To navigate this world with authority, he must elevate his level to the 1st tier. Achieving this swiftly would enable him to monopolize advancement resources, thereby impeding the progress of other practitioners. In doing so, he could subdue the dominant factions of the world beneath his feet. Ling Tian retrieved a fire axe from his spatial ring and swung it a couple of times. With his enhanced physique, wielding such a weapon felt effortless, akin to swinging a solid baseball bat. Once his energy was exhausted, he was left with no choice but to engage in close combat with the zombies using the axe. Next approached a male zombie, approximately 30 years of age, exhibiting noticeably quicker movements. This creature, stained with blood, had likely feasted well prior. The strength of zombies is not static, it evolves with their consumption, somewhat akin to the progression of practitioners. The current world resembles a breeding ground for predators, where various beings engage in relentless battles for survival, devouring one another. Those who endure will metamorphose into terrifying machines of slaughter. With a firm grip on the axe, Ling Tian aimed for the chest of the advancing zombie, slicing through flesh. A sickening sound echoed. The sharp axe cleaved through the ribcage, blue liquid splattering forth. The zombie emitted an enraged roar, lunging at Ling Tian with outstretched arms. Despite the grievous wound inflicted upon it, its attack remained unaffected. Zombies exhibit no signs of fatigue until their demise. With a swift kick to the zombie's chest, Ling Tian extracted the axe from its body and stepped forward to strike at its abdomen once more. The axe cleaved a gaping wound in the zombie's belly, intestines and entrails spilling forth, mingling with the grotesque blue liquid that coated the ground. Despite suffering such grievous injuries, the zombie's upper body continued to writhe on the ground, only succumbing to its fate half a minute later. Indeed, in these times, one must roll up their sleeves and get to work, Ling Tian muttered softly, before seizing his axe and striking at the approaching undead. With a series of sickening thuds, a fierce melee ensued, culminating in the lifeless forms of a dozen zombies strewn across the ground. Ling Tian, panting heavily, leaned on his fire axe. The strength and tenacity of these zombies made dispatching them a formidable task, leaving him filled with frustration. Presently, both he and the RV were besmirched with copious amounts of a viscous blue liquid, a most unpleasant sight. What a damn mess. Ling Tian cursed softly, extracting fresh water from his spatial ring to cleanse himself and the RV. Once refreshed, he retrieved a large incinerator from the same ring, preparing to dispose of the corpses. At the outset of the apocalypse, these low-tier zombies did not yield energy crystals within their skulls. Those psychics who had read apocalyptic novels, even after slaying them, could only stand by helplessly. Ling Tian, however, remained silent with a knowing smile. As a reincarnate, he was well aware of how to extract energy from low-level zombies. Firstly, incinerating the corpses at high temperatures would cause their flesh and blood to turn into energy crystals, which could be directly absorbed by psychics. Secondly, allowing zombies to consume living beings or their kin could lead to the evolution of first-tier zombies, during which crystals would naturally form in their brains, also available for psychic absorption. Theoretically, there was a third method, embracing a zombie and gnawing on it. Given that psychics exhibited a high resistance to the zombie virus, this was entirely plausible, albeit exceedingly repulsive. Equipped with a contamination apron and gloves, Ling Tian painstakingly disposed of various segments of the zombies into the incinerator. If only I had been gentler while chopping them up, he lamented, shoving a mass of intestines into the furnace, feeling utterly nauseated. With a hum, the incinerator activated, commencing its relentless incineration of the bodies. Seizing the moment, Ling Tian began collecting the spoils left behind by these unfortunate souls. Fortune smiled upon him, as his earlier apprehension regarding the acquisition of firearms proved unwarranted, with these individuals delivering weapons directly to him. In addition to the standard handguns, he also acquired 5 submachine guns and 10 grenades. Picking up one of the submachine guns for a closer inspection, he discovered it to be the JH-161, a newly issued weapon for the team. This firearm employed standard 9mm pistol rounds, boasting a firing rate of 780 rounds per minute and an effective range of 200 meters, delivering considerable firepower. A quick online search left Ling Tian grinning from ear to ear. At the onset of the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, capable of overwhelming newly awakened psychics. Help me, please. A feeble voice emerged from a nearby damaged vehicle. Initially inclined to ignore it, Ling Tian was drawn in by the familiar tone. Approaching the overturned vehicle with his submachine gun in hand, he was met with the weakened visage of Wang Bin. This fellow certainly had a knack for survival. Ling Tian opened the door and used a hook to extract him, only to discover that his legs had been thoroughly devoured by zombies. Only a shattered skeleton remained, accompanied by a relatively intact upper body. Save me, save me. Wang Bin cried out, his blood-stained hands reaching desperately for Ling Tian's pant leg. Ah, how resilient you are, Ling Tian mused, picking up the fire axe. No, no. Wang Bin's eyes were alight with terror. You have already been infected by the zombie virus. It is only a matter of time before you become a zombie yourself. Staying here would only be a calamity. Ling Tian remarked nonchalantly, raising the axe. You can't kill me. My father is the owner of the Love Crazy Group. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Wang Bin screamed in a frenzy. Ha ha ha. I shall take care of your wife. Do not worry. Rest easy. Young Master Wang. Crack. The axe severed him in two. Night had given way to dawn, with the sun slowly rising in the sky, casting a dim gray light over the landscape. Ling Tian entered the RV, disrobed, and washed away the grime. As for Wang Yao and Lu Yu, he had bound them and secured them in the bedroom. They bore some scratches, but he hoped they would not succumb to infection. Inside the RV, the electric kettle on the table bubbled and hissed, releasing white steam. For reasons unknown, the sound of boiling water brought a sense of tranquility. He changed into fresh attire, draping a scarf around his neck, and reclined on the leather sofa to rest. Awakened by the kettle's whistle, he switched it off and prepared himself a cup of ginger tea. Beep. Ling Tian pressed the remote, and a 40-inch LCD screen descended from its hidden compartment, displaying television programs. The interior of the Conqueror RV was crafted to a 5-star standard, boasting an expansive 40 square meters of space. It was equipped with a high-definition television, top-tier audio system, unsightly air conditioning, Sea Dog refrigerator, and Black Swan washing machine, among other appliances. Moreover, it featured a rare air filtration system and a drinking water purification system, designed specifically for apocalyptic scenarios. The bathroom was efficiently separated into wet and dry areas, with a fully equipped kitchen, entertainment and leisure area, business workspace, and bedroom area distinctly allocated. All furniture within the RV was made from imported walnut, complemented by premium marine-grade teak flooring, giving the entire space a luxurious and grand appearance. Ling Tian now found himself seated on the U-shaped 6-seat leather sofa in the leisure area. The central table was adjustable, capable of being lowered to create a spacious 2x1, 6-meter bed for resting and sleeping. He held the teacup, blowing gently on the steaming liquid, occasionally savoring a sip. Having toiled throughout the night left him feeling somewhat fatigued. On this chilly mid-November morning, ensconced in the safety and comfort of the RV, sipping on ginger tea, he experienced a unique pleasure. As Ling Tian waited for the incinerator to burn out, he aimlessly pressed the remote, flipping through various channels. The television displayed dramas, films, and animations. Yet there was no mention of zombies. With government leaders having vanished, the television stations were left without guidance, unsure of how to proceed, and thus refrained from reporting on related matters. Upon finding no news of his interest on television, Ling Tian set aside the remote and opened a certain popular social media application on his phone. The platform buzzed with its usual vibrancy, beautiful dancers, quirky influencers, and self-proclaimed experts spouting nonsense. Yet, there was no sign of the zombies. Even as 1/5 of the world's population had transformed into the undead, the algorithms of the short video platform continued to suppress the dissemination of authentic information. It was only after navigating to the local section that Ling Tian encountered the grim reality of the world. Chapter 13. Level Up. The short videos were rife with desperate pleas for help. What was happening? Where were the police? The government? Chaos reigned everywhere. And why was no one intervening? Oh heavens, the people outside had gone mad, biting anyone they encountered. I am currently hiding in the restroom of XX Street, XX room. Police, hurry and save me. Those are not even living beings. They are zombies straight out of a movie. Only the military can subdue them. Ling Tian sipped his ginger tea, aware that the outside world remained oblivious to the disappearance of the military and government. These cries for help bore no significance. In this cruel disaster, one could only rely on oneself. As time ticked away, Ling Tian glanced at the instructions for the incinerator and felt it was nearly time. He exited the vehicle and cautiously opened the incinerator. 3 hours prior, a multitude of zombies had vanished, leaving behind a thumb-sized crystal core. After incinerating 12 zombies, only this small remnant remained. Ling Tian extracted the core to cool it down, then held it in his palm, absorbing its energy. A slight discomfort emanated from his hand, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced during the day of the multicolored aurora baptism. Crack! A sound of something loosening echoed as a faint glow emanated from Ling Tian's body. This phenomenon was a manifestation of an ability user's upgrade. To his surprise, the difficulty of upgrading to an S-class ability was not as formidable as he had anticipated. The crystal formed from merely a dozen zombies was sufficient to elevate his level. Ling Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes sharpening. As his level rose to 0 tier level 2, both his physical constitution and mental fortitude received marked enhancements. With a determined fist, Ling Tian struck a tree the thickness of a thigh, and with a sharp crack, it splintered. His punching power surged from 300 kilograms to 500 kilograms. His piercing defense increased from 1 to 2. For an average person, punching power is calculated at 100 kilograms, with a dagger and fist strength at 3, a fire axe at 10, and a two-handed hammer at 20. An ordinary person could deal damage of 110 with a fire axe, equivalent to merely 1 point. Such damage could scarcely breach Ling Tian's skin, rendering him nearly impervious to harm from cold weapons and firearms. His impact resistance rose from 15 to 3, allowing him to effectively disregard blunt force damage below 3 points. What does this imply? Standing still while an ordinary person swung a hammer would barely inflict any injury, only eliciting minor discomfort. Ling Tian clenched his fist and then relaxed it. With such formidable physical prowess, even without employing any combat techniques, he could effortlessly confront 20 adults simultaneously. Moreover, he felt an abundance of energy within him, reaching double its previous capacity. Originally capable of launching 5 daggers, the ability has now been enhanced to unleash 10. The initial tier consists of 3 levels, after which one may advance and unlock the second branch of psychic abilities. A howl reverberated as a zombie approached Ling Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the daggers using his mental prowess, eager to test the potency of his newfound abilities. He paused momentarily, a faint smile gracing his face. With the upgrade, he could now command 2 daggers simultaneously. Psychic projection. Propel a lightweight weapon to inflict damage upon an adversary. Quantity. 2 can be projected at once. Power. 9. Optimal attack range. Within 20 meters. Energy consumption. 1 energy point per projection. With a resolute thrust, 2 daggers shot forth, striking the zombie squarely in the chest. The immense force knocked it to the ground, leaving a gruesome gash and a cascade of blue blood mingling with its innards. The upgraded daggers had doubled in power, inflicting severe injuries on the zombie in just 1 round. The unfortunate creature struggled to rise, severely incapacitated. Ling Tian launched another dagger, completely eviscerating the zombie's chest cavity, resulting in instant demise. Indeed, the enhancement of abilities surpassed my expectations significantly. Previously, it took 1 second to launch a single dagger, requiring 4 seconds to eliminate a zombie. Now, with the capability to project 2 daggers at once, the kill rate accelerated to within 2 seconds. A bullet from a handgun possesses a power of approximately 5. Thus, the potency of a single dagger now exceeds that of a bullet. Furthermore, the daggers are manipulated by intangible psychic energy, enabling them to strike unexpectedly. The practical value is undeniable. This newfound strength suffices for self-preservation. I shall venture closer to the city center. The sparse zombie population in the outer regions greatly hampers the efficiency of my upgrades. Ling Tian mused. The radiant aurora that appeared on the night of the awakening has never truly faded. Since the onset of the apocalypse, high-energy rays have continuously illuminated the planet, albeit less intensely than on that fateful night. All living beings, driven by this force, are uncontrollably unlocking genetic potential and evolving. In this world, aside from passively undergoing evolution through high-energy radiation, various proactive methods also exist to accelerate this process. For instance, zombies evolve more rapidly over time and by consuming various organisms. Those with abilities slay zombies and absorb their cores to hasten their own evolution. This is a competition of survival and evolution. Those who can swiftly develop their capabilities will wield the power of life and death. Now that no one knows how to harness these abilities, Ling Tian aims to seize the advantage and achieve level suppression. Chapter 14. The top star, Queen Yu Bingbing at the Hilton 5-star International Hotel in the Magic City. The opulence rivals that of a royal palace. Typically, the clientele consists of the wealthy elite, tycoons, officials, celebrities, and other affluent socialites. However, at present, a throng of zombies is gathered at the hotel entrance, clawing and gnashing, their eyes blood red, roaring in an attempt to break through the grand doors before them. Numerous security personnel have barricaded doors and windows with heavy objects, resolutely preventing the invasion of zombies. The mutated undead, roaming the hotel's public areas, have been subdued and confined to a makeshift underground cell. In the lobby, cleaning staff diligently scrub the blue blood left behind by the fallen zombies, creating an atmosphere rife with tension. In stark contrast to the beleaguered service staff, the majority of guests in the hotel appear remarkably at ease. Their unwarranted confidence stems from a delusion of superiority, believing they can command the lower ranks to toil for them, convinced that disaster will not befall them. On the 25th floor, in a lavish presidential suite, a woman of exquisite beauty reclines comfortably in a leather chair. Her delicate oval face is framed by skin as fair and smooth as porcelain, with a regal nose and lips that bloom in crimson. This enchanting lady is Yu Bingbing, a top-tier star from the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for her performances in numerous blockbuster productions since her debut. With her stunning visage and angelic voice, she has captivated countless fans across all ages and genders. Her career has been a meteoric rise, sweeping prestigious international awards and leaving other actresses envious as she graces the red carpet. Now, she stands as the pinnacle of stardom, crowned with the title of queen in the entertainment industry. Yu Bingbing gazes with intrigue out the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the streets below, teeming with wandering zombies. It is astounding to witness the fantastical elements of stories manifest in reality. A virus that can transform humans into the undead exists in this world. While ordinary citizens endure unimaginable suffering, the aristocracy ensconced in luxury hotels remain untouched by the chaos. Within the sanctuary of her opulent suite, a handful of attendants cater to the needs of this illustrious star. Before her long, graceful legs, 2 hotel staff members kneel, one delicately holding a foot to provide a manicure. A professional masseuse works behind her, easing tension in her shoulders, neck, and head. Assistant Xiaoli crouches beside her, discussing plans for her itinerary post-disaster. The queen lifts a glass of red wine to her lips, savoring a sip that exudes both languor and allure. Surrounded by a formidable entourage of bodyguards, she faces the current predicament with poise and elegance befitting her elevated status. Miss Bingbing, what are your thoughts on this script? Asks her assistant, presenting the text for her next project. Not impressive. Rejected. She replies dismissively without even glancing at it. Surprised, assistant Lee quickly interjects. But this project is substantial, featuring world-class directors, actors, and special effects teams. Do you truly believe anyone will care about popcorn movies after the disaster? A hint of disdain crosses her proud features. I intend to pursue a zombie-themed disaster film next. It will undoubtedly resonate with audiences worldwide given the current climate. Assistant Lee nods in agreement. You are absolutely right, Miss Bingbing. Ding dong. Dear guest, your lunch has arrived. Come in, she calls, stretching languidly as a hotel waiter enters with a dining cart. In recent days, a zombie virus outbreak has occurred, providing an unexpected opportunity for rest. The waiter unveiled the lid of the dining cart, presenting the day's culinary offerings. Exquisite lobster, a delicate broth with bamboo fungus and matsutake, salt-baked escargot, and charcoal-grilled wagyu beef. Yu Bingbing picked up her chopsticks, sampling a piece of lobster meat. Moments later, a look of distaste crossed her stunning visage. This lobster seems to have been steamed a tad too long, lacking the delightful springiness one expects from such a delicacy. The waiter offered an apologetic smile. I am truly sorry, esteemed guest. Forget it. The matsutake soup and charcoal-grilled wagyu are quite palatable. I shall indulge in these. Please discard this lobster when you have a moment. The waiter gently advised. There are countless zombies outside, and food cannot make its way in. Wouldn't it be a waste? Yu Bingbing's expression soured. I paid for this lobster, and it's not that I wouldn't eat it if it were delectable. I assure you, I will dispose of it shortly. At that moment, the queen remained oblivious to the fact that this calamity would alter her fate. Today, she felt no remorse in discarding a large lobster. Yet, mere days later, this once celebrated star would find herself pleading on her knees for a mere morsel of turkey-flavored rice cracker. Chapter 15. The survivors covetous gaze. A few zombies roamed the highway, seeking sustenance. The road was choked with an array of vehicles, effectively blocking passage. During the onset of the disaster, many had fled by car, resulting in chaos that inevitably led to accidents and a chain reaction of collisions. Even now, some vehicles still house the bodies of those who perished in the calamity, their decaying scent luring the zombies. A thunderous roar echoed down the road. A towering, heavy-duty apocalypse motorhome barreled forward, akin to a steel behemoth that smashed through any obstacles in its path. The once congested highway was forcibly cleared by its relentless advance. The zombies, drawn by the sound, clawed and gnashed toward the source. Bang, bang, bang. The monstrous motorhome disregarded the encroaching horde, crushing them beneath its wheels. The blue blood of the zombies splattered like bursting fruit, as the once menacing creatures were reduced to mere remnants under the weight of the vehicle. How intriguing, Ling Tian mused, whistling in delight as he maneuvered the motorhome with reckless abandon. Acquiring such a massive vehicle was no trivial feat. One typically required an A1 driver's license to operate it. However, the current circumstances rendered such regulations obsolete. One simply pressed the accelerator and drove, with no regard for licenses. Weighing in at 18 tons with a maximum capacity of 41 tons, this motorhome, fortified with a robust alloy frame and a formidable 540 horsepower engine, made for an exhilarating experience when colliding with other vehicles. Alas, I lacked the means back then to obtain a proper vehicle. Those military-grade all-terrain armored vehicles are the true monsters. They can traverse any terrain with just a press of the gas pedal. Ling Tian's tone carried a hint of wistful regret. If only she could capture a creator-type ability user, she could upgrade and evolve their vehicle, transforming the RV into a mobile fortress. Creator-type ability users are indeed treasures among treasures. In the apocalyptic world, human industry has suffered immense destruction, rendering many items difficult to manufacture, relying heavily on creator-type ability users to fill this void. Whether it be high-end weaponry and armor, intricate instruments and devices, or the construction of vast survivor bases, all are inextricably linked to the formidable creator-type ability users. An S-grade creator-type ability user possesses practical value comparable to that of an army of 10,000. The people hiding within the building were startled awake by a sudden, violent crash, prompting them to retrieve their binoculars and observe the source of the commotion. What is happening? Why is it so loud outside? A robust truck has arrived on the street. Upon hearing this, hope ignited within the hearts of those in the room. Surely, it must be a rescue team dispatched by the government. Yet, it didn't quite seem so. I have a feeling this is a private RV, replied a middle-aged man holding binoculars. Instantly, a sense of emptiness washed over the others in the room. Trapped here with a child burning with fever and no medicine in sight. What are we to do? A desperate young woman cradling her child exclaimed. The tap water flowing from the pipes has turned black. Old Zhang tried drinking some last night and ended up vomiting and suffering from diarrhea. Without water or food, we cannot last much longer. A middle-aged woman lamented. This situation cannot persist. Without assistance, we are destined to perish. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. To fend off the zombies, a dozen neighbors had huddled together in one room, looking out for one another. A fierce-looking old woman could no longer contain herself and sharply inquired of the middle-aged man observing outside. Xiaozhang, are you sure you're not mistaken? The middle-aged man responded, it should be fine. Perhaps I should take a look myself. Unconvinced, the old woman stepped forward, pushing the middle-aged man aside. I refuse to believe that in the face of such disaster, the government would remain indifferent. Then, the old woman clumsily attempted to use the binoculars. What do you see, old Huang? The others in the room asked. What RV? It clearly looks like a military armored vehicle. Old Huang exclaimed joyfully. Old Huang, don't get it wrong. That vehicle bears no military insignia at all. How can you be so certain it belongs to the army? The middle-aged man questioned curiously. Old Huang asserted resolutely. I say it is, and that is that. There is no need for so many explanations. Wait, that armored vehicle has stopped, and a young man is getting out. He must be here to rescue us. Old Huang said with excitement. Upon hearing this news, the others instantly perked up, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of disaster's end. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. But what if he is not here to rescue us? This statement fell like a cold bucket of water on their hopes. If they are not a rescue team, how can they stand by and do nothing? What kind of nonsense is that? The old woman cursed vehemently. Indeed, in the face of calamity, everyone should help one another. That armored vehicle is enormous. It could easily accommodate all of us. Remaining here is a path to demise. We must not sit idly by. Everyone, hasten downwards. If we delay, there may be no room left in the rescue vehicle. A middle-aged man voiced his concerns. What if the owner of the armored vehicle refuses to take us? He dares not. Such an action would be tantamount to murder, a crime punishable by death. Regardless, we must descend together. With so many of us, he would not dare to refuse. The crowd seized their shovels and hammers, emboldened, and made their way downstairs. Ling Tian parked the RV on a street corner. With daylight still on his side, he intended to engage in a round of zero-cost shopping nearby, simultaneously dispatching a horde of zombies. This would allow him to begin incineration and crystal refinement before dinner. The incineration process is lengthy, requiring 2 to 3 hours for a single round. Naturally, during the wait, he would not remain idle. He would take the wife and daughter of young Master Wang for a stroll to alleviate their boredom, while also attending to their needs with care. However, he noticed signs of deepening infection in the scratches on Wang Yao and Lu Yu, sparking a sense of vigilance within him. Based on his experience, it was likely they would face complete infection. It was indeed a pity. Upon entering the shopping mall, Ling Tian was immediately targeted by 7 or 8 zombies. Unlike the suburbs, the density of zombies here was alarmingly high. Typically, he would face more than 5 at a time, and prior to his power upgrade, he would never have dared to venture here. With a flicker of light from his ring, a double-handed battle axe materialized in his grasp. With his strength elevated to 500 kilograms, wielding such a heavy weapon became second nature. The zombies, bloodied and evidently well-fed, exhibited a level of agility and strength far surpassing those he had encountered previously. Roaring, the zombies charged towards Ling Tian. Their movements fluid and almost indistinguishable from those of a living person. At a glance, one might easily mistake them for the living. Out of my way. Ling Tian gripped the axe firmly and swung it at a zombie's neck. Its head flew off, blue blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse continued its charge, colliding with the wall. Boom. The hard wall caved in, creating a human-shaped indentation, dust swirling in the aftermath of the collapse. Quite formidable, Ling Tian mused to himself. And then he swung his heavy axe to confront the subsequent waves of zombies. In densely populated areas like shopping malls, zombies have ample opportunities for feeding, leading to accelerated evolution compared to other locations. These evolved zombies present a significant challenge for an unarmed individual. Only through cooperation of 3 or more or the intervention of an ability user could they hope to prevail. Unfortunately for them, today they encountered an overwhelming force. Ling Tian not only possessed superior physical attributes, but was also equipped with heavy weaponry and specialized body armor, resulting in a one-sided assault. Even when 7 zombies surrounded him, they posed little real threat, as he felled them effortlessly with his heavy axe. Is this the feeling of overwhelming dominance? It is indeed quite exhilarating. Ling Tian whistled softly. In the past, he lacked the means to defend himself against the relentless pursuit of zombies. In this chaotic world, where strength is paramount, the feeble are destined for elimination. Upon entering the shopping mall, Ling Tian began to gather supplies. He was astonished to find a section dedicated to intimate apparel, featuring sheer skirts, school uniforms, and nurse outfits. These items, which he had previously overlooked, now presented an opportunity to replenish his stock. He envisioned a future where the goddess he would recruit might don them. With a wave of his hand, he collected all these garments. Here lay an array of stylish dresses, crop tops, women's trench coats, handbags, and high-heeled shoes, perfect for the goddess to wear on outings. The ring on Ling Tian's finger glimmered as he stored everything within it. He pondered which fortunate woman might become the first goddess in his team. This area contains kitchen and bathroom supplies. He noted toilets, range hoods, and gas stoves, all of which he lacked. He decided to take them as backups. Ling Tian swept through the floors, occasionally dispatching a wandering zombie. Wait, in a corner, he noticed fresh zombie blood, causing him to furrow his brow. Zombies only resort to cannibalism when they are in extreme hunger, and they are remarkably resilient to starvation. Given that it was only the second day since the apocalypse began, it was improbable that they would turn on one another. This suggested that there had been a recent confrontation between humans and zombies. Without dwelling on it, Ling Tian ascended the stairs. At his current level, an awakening degree of rank 0, level 2. He felt confident that even armed individuals posed little threat to his life. This floor was filled with various food items. Ling Tian had little interest in the exposed food, as it likely bore traces of zombie fluids, which he found repulsive. Thus, he selectively chose well-packaged, clean cans and snacks. With hundreds of thousands of tons of ingredients stored in his spatial ring, he felt empowered to act freely. What is this? As he collected the food, he suddenly noticed a shadow move. Who is there? Step out. Ling Tian called out sharply, fixing his gaze on the spot. Moments later, a robust middle-aged man emerged from the shadows of the shelves. The man feigned nonchalance and addressed Ling Tian. Don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. By the way, how did you do that? Why did the light in your hand flash, and the items disappeared? Have you acquired spatial abilities? As he spoke, the man's eyes betrayed an insatiable greed. His name was Wu He, 35 years old, a retired mercenary who had participated in foreign conflicts. He had taken many lives on the battlefield and exuded a menacing aura. Ling Tian's gaze became perilous. He was unwilling to reveal the secret of his spatial ring to a stranger. Chapter 16. The Path of Slaughter. Wu He stepped forward. Brother, I have a proposition. Why don't we team up? You can gather supplies, and I will ensure your safety. Ling Tian smiled, but remained silent. Wu He's tone grew serious. Oh, it seems you are not inclined to accept my offer? I advise you to face reality and relinquish your weapon. Opposing me is a perilous endeavor. Huh? Do you see the blade revealed at the end of the plot? Ling Tian chuckled coldly, fully aware of his adversary's thoughts. This man was not to be underestimated. His hesitation to strike directly was merely a tactic to achieve victory without combat through deception and intimidation. Ling Tian's very presence in the marketplace was a testament to his strength, and his opponent was wary of an unforeseen turn of events. How do you wish to meet your end? Ling Tian's voice was icy. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Wu He yanked an entire shelf towards him, aiming to smash it down upon Ling Tian. Unfazed, Ling Tian stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch. The shelf exploded upon impact, scattering its contents across the floor. In the ensuing chaos, Wu He executed a whip-like kick aimed at Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian stood his ground, raising his left hand in a seemingly effortless attempt to block the ferocious strike. Fool, Wu He scoffed internally, confident in the power of his leg. Capable of delivering a force of 500 kilograms. He believed it could breach even the sturdiest concrete wall, and he was undeterred by the prospect of a counterattack. The kick connected with Ling Tian's arm, yet he remained steadfast. What? Wu He gasped in astonishment. Had he misjudged? Did this man possess an awakening of strength-based powers? A cruel smile spread across Ling Tian's face as he drew back his right fist, aiming for Wu He's chest. Damn it! Wu He, suspended in midair, found himself unable to evade, instinctively shielding his chest with his arms. The punch was titanic in force. Though he managed to brace for the blow, he was still sent flying for over 10 meters, crashing into a row of shelves before landing heavily on the ground. How could this be? Wu He struggled to rise from the debris, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. This man was excessively powerful. Ling Tian was relentless, advancing swiftly toward Wu He's position. In desperation, Wu He reached for a weapon at his waist and hurled it at the rapidly approaching Ling Tian. Whoosh! A gleaming dagger sliced through the air toward Ling Tian's face. Unperturbed, Ling Tian raised his arm, effortlessly swatting the dagger aside. Not only was he physically formidable, but he was also clad in high-quality body armor, impervious even to bullets, let alone a dagger of such minimal potency. Filled with a mix of surprise and fury, Wu He realized that even his stealthy attack could not halt Ling Tian's advance. Damn it, you seek death. Wu He drew a triangular military dagger and leapt toward Ling Tian, determined to fight to the bitter end. A smile graced Ling Tian's lips as, in the blink of an eye, an assault rifle appeared in his hands, showcasing a display akin to an American spectacle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ah! Wu He screamed, his body being utterly obliterated in midair. Wu He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with incredulity. How does he possess such a weapon? Ling Tian approached with an expression of calm indifference. Extinguishing the life of this man before him felt as effortless as crushing an ant. Uft! Ling Tian stepped forward, seizing the dagger and making a decisive slash, instantly slicing open Wu He's chest, revealing a peculiar ability crystal nestled within. Ling Tian reached in, extracting the crystal with deft hands. Wu He shuddered in agony, then bowed his head as his breath faded into oblivion. The ability crystal that erupted from a human body is indeed a coveted treasure. Not only can it nourish the ability tree and illuminate new skills, but it can also be seamlessly integrated into the ability tree to acquire a skill inherent to the crystal. Ling Tian's consciousness delved into the ability crystal, scrutinizing the ability tree contained within. An E-grade assassination ability, with a reconnaissance branch. No wonder it was so feeble. Ling Tian shook his head. a cold smirk gracing his lips. The disparity in levels, equipment, and abilities. I truly wonder where your audacity to challenge me stemmed from. Having ascertained the detailed information of the crystal, Ling Tian resolutely decided to infuse it into his ability tree. The skills attached to the crystal were too weak, lacking any value for learning. Skills acquired in such a manner, being incompatible with one's primary ability tree, would consume energy at 4 times the normal rate. Unless particularly suited, there was generally no need to learn them. After absorbing the crystal, Ling Tian's proficiency in his telekinetic skills surged to 100. Once it reached a full 100, he would unlock new skills within his primary ability tree. Although victorious in his inaugural battle, Ling Tian remained grounded. The city center was teeming with a chaotic throng. There lay hundreds of corpses, formidable security forces, and bloodthirsty, frenzied gangs. Navigating through this tumultuous sea to reach Shuangdan University would undoubtedly present considerable challenges. Suddenly, as Ling Tian prepared to depart, he noticed something unusual about Wu He's finger. A ring of ancient design adorned it. A faint yet distinct pulse of energy emanated from it. This was an extraordinary item. In the wake of the apocalypse, all flora, fauna, and even objects held the potential for extraordinary transformation, with humans being the most susceptible to such changes. The probability of transformation in other entities remained exceedingly low. Ling Tian removed the ring from Wu He's finger and activated its effect. With a hum, the energy reservoir within Ling Tian expanded abruptly, increasing from 10 points to 17 points. An entry-level energy ring. Quite commendable, Ling Tian remarked. Minutes later, having thoroughly scoured the entire shopping mall, Ling Tian returned to the location where his RV was parked, laden with a mountain of spoils. Yet, from a distance, he sensed something amiss. Several large stones lay scattered around the RV. He distinctly recalled that prior to his excursion, there had been no such stones in the vicinity. Frowning, he approached closer, only to discover footprints on the vehicle and signs of violent impact etched into the surface. Just as Ling Tian pondered the situation, a group of irate individuals emerged from nearby. What's the matter with you, government rescue team? We've been calling out for ages, and no one in the vehicle has responded. Damn it, what is this vehicle made of? We've been at it for so long. Unable to open it, and now we've attracted zombies, leading to 2 of our comrades being bitten to death. Ling Tian strode towards the RV with a grim expression, determined to ascertain the safety of the mother and daughter inside. Did you not hear me speaking? The crowd, filled with fervor, demanded. Which unit are you from? What is your name? You must explain yourself. We intend to lodge a complaint. As they spoke, they scrutinized Ling Tian, searching for any insignia that might reveal his identity. Get lost. Ling Tian unleashed a kick, sending the person blocking his path flying. The impact was thunderous, the unfortunate soul crashing against the RV, their bones shattering upon contact. You dare lay hands on me? A furious old woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with rage. Seize this brat. Several armed men stepped forward, having long since devised a plan. If Ling Tian were amenable, they would gain entry without incident. If he proved obstinate, they would teach him a harsh lesson. They disregarded the morality of their actions. In times of crisis, collective interest trumped all else. Die, brat. A young man wielding a machete swung down towards Ling Tian's head. Clang. The strike echoed triumphantly. The onlookers cheered, for with Ling Tian's demise, they would claim the armored vehicle. Despite the shock coursing through his hands, the young man's heart raced with exhilaration. He could finally escape the horror of the zombie crisis. Such bravery, Ling Tian began to speak, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from the crowd. How could he withstand a blow from a machete to the head and remain unscathed? The young man withdrew his weapon, only to find the blade bent and devoid of any blood. Smack! Ling Tian delivered a resounding slap. Splatter! The young man's head exploded, blood spraying in all directions. He has killed him. The crowd gasped in horror. Stay calm. He's just one man. Let us take him down together, shouted a muscular fitness instructor, rallying the others to charge forward. With a swift motion, Ling Tian brandished a submachine gun. American-style Iato, he exclaimed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted, and the charging men fell one by one, their crimson blood staining the ground before Ling Tian. Oh heavens! Help! The old woman and her companions screamed and fled in terror. Ling Tian smirked, showing no intention of leaving any survivors. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The bullets rained down upon the fleeing figures, their bodies collapsing in a gruesome display of carnage. Within mere seconds, the old woman and her accomplices were utterly annihilated. Ling Tian lowered his weapon and approached the RV. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the confined space where the beautiful woman Lu Yu and the young girl Wang Yao trembled together in fright, clearly shaken by the commotion outside. Upon seeing Ling Tian enter, their initial shock transformed into joyous relief. Chapter 17. Conflicts arise. Why has the drinking water changed from Evian today? In the luxurious Hilton Hotel, Queen Yu Bingbing scrutinized the Changbai mountain spring water brought by the waiter, pouting her alluring lips in disdain. The waiter explained apologetically, "I'm sorry, esteemed guest. But the Evian has sold out, and we are currently unable to restock. Even bottled water is being rationed. This is outrageous. How am I to cope with such inferior water ruining my delicate throat?" Beside her, the assistant stood up indignantly. "Unfortunately, there is little the hotel can do. The manager has stated that during these exceptional times, we must make do with less." The waiter offered another apology. Yu Bingbing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "What as for lunch today? It seems the quality of the meals here is deteriorating. Even yesterday's ingredients tasted stale." The waiter lifted the lid of the cart, revealing merely a medium-rare steak accompanied by vegetable pasta and a bowl of tomato egg drop soup. "What is this?" Yu Bingbing widened her alluring fox-like eyes in disbelief. "This is your lunch, madam. The hotel has mandated a fixed meal allocation per guest to ensure food supply." Yu Bingbing found this utterly unacceptable. "How can you treat your esteemed guests in such a manner?" The waiter responded, "I apologize. Once circumstances improve, we shall provide you with the finest service before swiftly departing. How can your hotel behave so ungraciously?" Yu Bingbing's expression soured as she opened her phone and entered a chat group to contact her close friend. Li Lu replied, "This hotel is simply atrocious. Even cutting back on guest meals." Yu Bingbing asked, "What should we do now?" Li Lu responded, "Someone has taken the initiative to confront them. I am also preparing to express my protest." Yu Bingbing said, "All right, I will change my clothes and join you." The two friends, arm in arm, descended from their floor to find a throng gathered in the lobby, a mix of hotel guests, bodyguards, management personnel, security, and staff, numbering at least 300 to 500. A brown-haired executive, Johnson, was furiously pointing at the hotel manager, berating, "What is the meaning of this? Is this how you treat your clients?" The hotel manager and other staff members were apologizing profusely to the guests. "We sincerely apologize. This is beyond our control. The ongoing crisis outside has left our food supplies critically low. We ask for your understanding." Catherine, with her golden hair and voluptuous waves, pouted in protest, "I am a top-tier member here. I 1T stand for this. Others may endure reductions, but not me." Real estate mogul Su Chi, with his arm around Catherine, shouted at the hotel manager, "If you fail to serve us properly, just wait until I speak to Director Chun after we leave. I will have this hotel destroyed." The hotel manager felt overwhelmed. "Please, Mr. Su, let us not escalate this." Gao Yuan, a CEO of a public company, was also seething. "You must provide me with an explanation today. Who dares to shortchange even my pet's meals? What if my dog suffers from hunger?" The situation was dire. It was already difficult to supply the remaining food to guests, and as for pets, they would have to endure for the time being. Gao Yuan surveyed the service staff in the lobby and haughtily declared, "Why not reduce their meals instead? With this many people here, I refuse to believe we can't spare enough for a dog." The service staff in the hall, upon hearing those words, wore expressions of indignation. For in the eyes of these individuals, they were deemed even inferior to dogs, expected to relinquish their sustenance for the benefit of his canine companion. A waiter named Chi Chong could no longer contain his fury and stepped forth from the crowd, exclaiming, "We are already reduced to 3 meals of porridge a day. Now you wish to deprive us of our rations to feed your dog? Do you possess no humanity?" Gao Yuan, pointing a finger at him, retorted with scorn, "What do you think you are? You dare compare yourselves to my dog? A bunch of swine." With a resounding crash, a bottle struck Gao Yuan's face, leaving it a bloody mess. "Ah!" he cried out, clutching his visage. "Scream all you want." Chi Chong shouted back, brandishing a shard of the broken bottle. "Someone, seize this murderer. I shall have his skin." Gao Yuan bellowed, cradling his injured face. Behind him, several bodyguards advanced menacingly, ready to apprehend someone. "Dare you approach?" came a thunderous shout, as hundreds of hotel staff brandished folding stools and bottles as weapons. The bodyguards, suddenly losing their bravado, retreated to Gao Yuan's side for protection. Witnessing this scene, the guests erupted in outrage. "What is the matter with this hotel? You must provide an explanation to us, your esteemed patrons." The hotel manager hurriedly instructed Chi Chong to apologize. Chi Chong shot him a defiant glare. "Who do you think you are? Look at me one more time, and I shall split your head open." The manager's face twitched in anger, exclaiming, "This is utterly lawless." He then commanded the nearby security personnel, "What are you waiting for? Come and subdue this troublemaker." The security team, indifferent, replied, "If you want us to work, we require sustenance. We refuse to consume that watery porridge. As long as you ensure we are well fed 3 times a day, we shall comply with your requests." The manager, visibly agitated, retorted, "What do you mean? Are you plotting a rebellion? Think carefully. Once the military quells the zombies, you will be facing sentencing." "Bah!" spat a security personnel onto the ground. "Don't try to fool me with that nonsense. It has been 3 days. Where are the police? Where's the army? The internet is filled with cries for help. Who has been rescued?" Chapter 18. Catherine Yu Bingbing returned to the presidential suite, her demeanor fraught with trepidation. The midday bloodshed had left an indelible impression on her. It was utterly terrifying that a CEO of a publicly listed company had been brutally attacked, blood streaming down his face. Observing the enraged expressions of the hotel staff, no one dared to mention the reduction of their meals. A dejected crowd slowly retreated to their rooms. Hardly anyone lingered in the hotel pool, gym, or other recreational areas. On the third day of the zombie crisis, Yu Bingbing and her affluent peers finally sensed the looming threat. Gracefully, she approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the streets below. 3 days had passed, and the chaos remained unabated. Occasionally, she witnessed individuals venturing out in search of food, only to be surrounded and devoured by the undead. Until now, she had regarded it all as an exhilarating zombie film. Humans are often oblivious to the suffering of others until disaster strikes them personally. One tends to believe they will not be the unfortunate soul. Xiao Su, do you think the apocalypse has truly arrived? Yu Bingbing inquired unusually to her assistant beside her. Su, the assistant, offered reassurance. Do not fret. Once the military intervenes, these zombies will be swiftly eradicated. I suspect they are preoccupied elsewhere for the moment. Yu Bingbing pouted slightly. Let us hope so. As night descended, Yu Bingbing lay restlessly on her comfortable bed, her mind racing with thoughts, resulting in a sleepless night. Just before dawn, the sound of the phone ringing jolted her from her brief slumber. She picked up her phone to find it was her best friend, Li Lu, calling. Hello. Why are you calling me at this hour? Is something urgent? Have you heard? Earlier today, in the lobby downstairs, that woman named Catherine has met with an unfortunate incident. Li Lu's anxious voice echoed through the receiver. Yu Bingbing recalled her, a striking beauty with golden hair and blue eyes. What happened to her? While delivering meals, the hotel staff knocked on her door, and then a group of 7 barged in, trapping her inside. Yu Bingbing found it hard to believe. What? Are you sure? How could they dare to do such a thing? Absolutely true. You should check the WeChat group for the hotel guests. Yu Bingbing opened the WeChat group established by the hotel patrons and found chaos reigning within. After some searching, she indeed stumbled upon a video. She swallowed hard and clicked to play it. Please, no. I beg you, don't do this. What you are doing is illegal. The real estate tycoon, Su Qi, was bound to a chair. Bam! A hotel employee named Chi Chong shouted furiously. What's with your arrogance this afternoon? How dare you insult us? Do you think a little money makes you important? Su Qi, in a state of desperation, pleaded, Brothers, please calm down. It was my fault. I shouldn't have been so haughty. I will give you any amount you desire. Bam! A slap struck Su Qi's face forcefully. Hell, it's the end of the world. Who wants your measly cash? The video abruptly cut off, sending chills down Yu Bingbing's spine. She messaged Li Lu. How could this happen? Is there no one at the hotel to help Su Qi? Li Lu replied. You are overthinking it. The hotel is in complete disarray, and no one is in charge. By the way, check out the short video app. There are many shocking clips. Yu Bingbing responded, I've never downloaded that app. Li Lu insisted. You should download it now and see the local videos. After a moment of hesitation, curiosity got the better of her, and she downloaded the app. The homepage was filled with various mundane influencer videos, appearing quite ordinary. However, upon clicking the local videos, she was utterly horrified. Heavens, this is nothing short of hell. Everywhere she looked, there was carnage and bloodshed. Zombies pounced on their victims, tearing into them with a frenzy, devouring their insides. The terror-stricken faces of the victims haunted her, evoking a chilling dread. This is no mere film. It is a stark and unvarnished reality. After enduring 3 days of torment, the people have succumbed to hunger, engaging in fierce brawls over the slightest morsel of food, leaving them bloodied and battered. Oh, what has become of this world? What of the video platform's scrutiny? How can such footage even be permitted for release? Yu Bingbing's voice trembled with despair. What is happening here? She bit her crimson lip, a wave of terror swelling within her. In a moment of disorientation, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. The tribulations depicted in the video felt like her own impending fate. Ah, how revolting. The mere thought made her nauseous. She was a scion of a wealthy family, a reigning queen of the entertainment industry in Longhua. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable. Bang! A faint explosion echoed from the soundproof presidential suite, reminiscent of firecrackers. Messages flooded the WeChat group. This is bad. This is bad. The hotel has descended into chaos. The staff are engaged in a bloody struggle over food. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. The scene was one of carnage, bloodshed everywhere. Someone timidly inquired in the group, will our food supply be secure? What foolishness is this? Given the current situation, we should be grateful if we remain unscathed behind our doors. Have you forgotten the video of Catherine just moments ago? Yu Bingbing's delicate frame trembled with fear. Everything was spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. No, she cried out internally, her hands quaking as she messaged the WeChat group. The food supply in the hotel is dwindling. It is exceedingly unsafe here. it will inevitably become a hellish nightmare. What shall we do? The group was rife with trepidation. While they were still sane, let us unite and break through with our bodyguards. Only by escaping this hotel can we hope for survival. Yu Bingbing's proposal garnered significant support. The Hilton 5-star hotel was on the brink of a harrowing escape. Chapter 19. The Furnace Resurrection Incident. Ling Tian parked the RV by the roadside, raising the rooftop terrace. He had a penchant for dining with the terrace open, as it created a sense of spaciousness. Wang Yao and Lu Yu flanked him on either side, sharing the meal. To be honest, Ling Tian appeared as though he were on vacation. Young Master Wang, did you see? I am fulfilling my promise to you, he remarked. A succulent piece of sizzling beef was presented to Ling Tian's lips. Darling, do try it. Is it not delectable? Lu Yu's face was alight with anticipation. Ling Tian nodded, savoring the tender meat as he swallowed. The flavor was exquisite, smooth, and rich. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Wang Yao, sitting beside him, radiated youthful vitality. With her beauty, she would undoubtedly be considered a campus belle, pursued by many admirers. Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile as he gently pinched her nose, his eyes brimming with affection. They were fortunate. This mother-daughter duo had successfully awakened their unique abilities and survived the onslaught of the zombie virus. Their powers, though modest, C-grade, were quite special, enabling them to adapt to their surroundings. Ling Tian had previously tested the capabilities of the gluttonous ring, confirming that he could safely place both of them inside, without causing any harm. There was no need to worry about them becoming a burden. At the entrance of an unremarkable alley, 3 pairs of greedy eyes fixated hungrily on the RV occupied by Ling Tian. Big brother, look at this vehicle. It's spacious and sturdy, an absolute mobile fortress. Living inside, we need not fear a zombie attack. 2 underlings chattered excitedly. Such a large vehicle must contain a substantial amount of food, enough to last us 2 months, perhaps. The 2 young men speculated eagerly. Anyone who could drive such a luxury car was either a CEO or a second-generation rich kid, undoubtedly with billions in their bank accounts. The bald leader licked his lips. If we take him down, the 3 of us will soar to greatness. Boss, that would be illegal. One of the underlings quavered nervously. The bald man shot a fierce glare at him. What is illegal about it? We're simply redistributing wealth and bridging the gap between the rich and the poor. Besides, with zombies everywhere, what is the life of 1 or 2 people? It won't be discovered. But that car looks almost indestructible. How are we supposed to get inside? Indeed, the bald leader smacked both underlings on their heads. You 2 fools. Do you have night pots on your heads? If brute force 1T work, why not use some cunning? Cunning? The 2 underlings stared at him, bewildered. You 2 will hide around the vehicle while I pose as a refugee to trick him into opening the door. The moment he does, the bald man's face twisted into a sinister smile. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the RV, Ling Tian was dining with his wife and daughter when faint sounds emerged from outside. Due to the excellent soundproofing of the RV, he found it difficult to discern the exact words being shouted. Thus, he approached the U-shaped sofa and activated the surveillance screen. 18 high-definition cameras relayed the surroundings of the RV in real time. He noticed a bald man forcefully knocking on the side door, shouting for help. 2 strangers, armed with knives and axes, crouched in a blind spot before the RV. Upon witnessing this scene, a sunny smile graced Ling Tian's face. Who would have thought someone would dare to set their sights on him? Truly, they were wandering into hell when there was a path to heaven. The ring on his finger shimmered, and a fire axe materialized in his hand. He also donned a raincoat to avoid getting dirty. Be careful, Wang Yao said. Concern etched on her face as she observed Ling Tian. He patted her twin ponytails reassuringly. It's just a minor affair. I'll be back shortly. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door quickly. I know someone else inside the vehicle. Refusing to help could lead to criminal charges. The bald man banged on the door, his voice nearly hoarse from shouting. Damn it. Why are people so lacking in public spirit these days? No wonder fewer and fewer people are willing to help the elderly. The bald man muttered in frustration. Just as he was at a loss, the side door of the RV clicked open. A young man clad in a raincoat stood before him. The bald man's expression brightened momentarily, and he was about to utter a few words. However, a flash of crimson light suddenly struck his shoulder. The unexpected surge of agony elicited a piercing scream from him. Ling Tian's fire axe cleaved into the bald man's neck, embedding itself deeply into his chest cavity. Help! Help! The bald man screamed hoarsely, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, the axe was firmly lodged in him, and no amount of struggle could free him. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. You think you can conspire against me? In your next life, remember to steer clear of me, Ling Tian declared, retrieving another axe and swinging it toward the helpless bald man. The sound of his cries resonated through the air like the wails of a slaughtered pig. The subordinates hiding nearby witnessed their leader's gruesome fate and were left utterly paralyzed with fear. Ling Tian cleaved open the disfigured bald man's chest. discovering an ability crystal nestled within. A fellow power wielder, how intriguing. He extracted the crystal with ease, kicking the bald man aside. Another E-class crystal, it mattered little. Absorbing it would unlock new skills for me. After inspecting it, Ling Tian began the absorption process. Ding. Telekinetic branch skill proficiency, 100100. A fruit on the ability tree in Ling Tian's mind illuminated. Upon awakening, a power wielder's memory nodes would manifest on their ability tree, allowing mastery of the skills associated with them. Skill name: Telekinetic Manipulation. Enables the remote control of lightweight weapons, daggers, knives, metal shards, for offense and defense. Maximum manipulable quantity, 2. Maximum control distance, 3 meters. Power: each attack inflicts 3 points of damage. Energy consumption, 1 energy point per second. Clang. The underling wearing a flat-brimmed cap felt his limbs weaken, and the axe slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Almost forgot, there are still 2 over there. Ling Tian murmured, then stepped towards the hiding place of the other 2 subordinates. Oh my. The 2 subordinates were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily rising to flee for their lives. Bang. In their frantic escape, they accidentally collided with a cold object, tumbling to the ground. Roar. The sound reverberated as several zombies, drawn by the noise, appeared before them. The 2 subordinates clung to each other, shrieking in terror, with zombies ahead and a killer behind. They were utterly at a loss. Roar. The zombies lunged at their prey, jaws agape, biting down on the neck of the flat-brimmed cap wearer, who convulsed in pain. In a moment of sheer panic, the chubby subordinate fainted. Just then, Ling Tian emerged from around the corner of a vehicle, witnessing the scene as the 2 were attacked by zombies. Oh, how unfortunate for these 2. They were bitten by zombies before I even had a chance to intervene. Roar. The zombies, sensing Ling Tian's high-level aura, became exuberantly agitated, abandoning the 2 on the ground to charge directly at him. Ignorant of their impending doom, Ling Tian murmured softly, then unleashed his telekinetic ability, advancing towards the approaching zombies. The zombies, excited, reached out their hands. Swiftly, 2 daggers danced around Ling Tian, slicing through the air and severing the outstretched arms of the zombie into several pieces. Unfazed by the loss, the zombie continued to stagger towards him, oblivious to its own peril. In a gruesome display, the wretched creature was reduced to an assortment of body parts, never once managing to grasp the hem of Ling Tian's garment. The effectiveness of this skill against zombies was indeed impressive. A flicker of delight crossed Ling Tian's eyes. Employing such a tactic in close combat against humans would be intriguing. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, several more zombies had already surged forth, closing in on him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the fainted chubby boy regained consciousness. The scene around him nearly caused him to faint anew. His companion in the duckbill cap had long since succumbed, and the ground was littered with dismembered limbs of the undead. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached, prompting the chubby boy to shut his eyes tightly, fearing death. Through the narrow slits of his eyelids, he glimpsed Ling Tian in a raincoat, methodically tossing the remains of the zombies onto a cart. It was this man who had reduced the zombies to mere fragments. The boy was astounded. With a swift motion, Ling Tian, gloved hands at work, lifted the chubby boy and unceremoniously tossed him onto the cart as well. How remarkably soft this boy's flesh is. Could it be due to his recent demise? Ling Tian muttered to himself, continuing to gather the remains. Suddenly, a grotesque piece of intestine struck the boy's face. Fresh viscera mingling with an unidentifiable slime, covering him in a ghastly mixture. The boy held his breath, paralyzed with fear, terrified that this merciless fiend would discover he was still alive. What could this man possibly intend to do with the collected remains? Anxiety consumed the chubby boy, spiraling his thoughts into a frenzy. Clang, clang. Ling Tian unceremoniously stuffed the remains into the incinerator and pressed the button to ignite it. The temperature soared within, and the corpses sizzled upon contact with the heat, releasing an indescribable stench that filled the chamber. The chubby boy opened his eyes, the intense heat making it difficult for him to breathe. Realizing he was trapped inside the incinerator, terror gripped his heart. He could no longer maintain his facade. Please, no. I'm not dead yet. Extinguish the flames. He screamed frantically, desperate for rescue from the outside. Ling Tian, having removed his soiled raincoat and preparing to depart, was alerted by the anguished cries emanating from within. This was an unusual occurrence for him, yet he remained unperturbed. As a staunch materialist, Ling Tian held no belief in the supernatural. The chilling screams from the incinerator were merely a natural phenomenon, devoid of any mystery. He recalled a friend from the funeral home explaining that during cremation, a body does not instantly turn to ash. Rather, it undergoes a process. The intense heat incinerating the corpse causes the moisture within to expand, resulting in a considerable amount of vapor erupting from the throat, producing sounds reminiscent of screams. Fortunately, My extensive experience has spared me from believing in supernatural occurrences. Ling Tian exhaled deeply. Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds erupted from the incinerator, accompanied by the ghastly wails of the damned. Ling Tian, unable to maintain his composure, turned toward the incinerator. Through the observation window, he discerned the faint outline of a corpse sitting up. A chill ran down his spine. Could this truly be happening? It is indeed known that corpses may exhibit movement during cremation. Ling Tian recalled the enlightening discourse shared by a friend in the funeral industry. Under high temperatures, fat burns and bodily fluids evaporate, leading to a contraction reaction, which can result in the head lifting. Even the arms may instinctively adopt a protective posture for the head. When muscle contraction reaches its peak, it can further mobilize the spine, causing the entire body to sit upright. A novice in this field would likely be petrified upon witnessing such a phenomenon, yet after several encounters, one becomes accustomed to it. Recalling his friend's warning, Ling Tian quickly realized he was witnessing a rare occurrence. He sighed in relief, grateful for his thorough preparation. Otherwise, he might have been convinced that the corpse had miraculously returned to life. Ling Tian silently thanked his diligence, for had he been taken by surprise at that moment, it could have instilled terror in him. The knocking intensified. Open the door. Help. The frantic sounds of banging and screaming echoed around him. How peculiar it was that today's reactions from the deceased were so pronounced. Could it be that my lack of sleep has conjured illusions? Ling Tian, with his freshly cleaned hands, patted his cheeks and entered the vehicle, contemplating catching up on sleep after breakfast. Chapter 20. The Celebrity Influencer After the Apocalypse. Come on, baby. Oh yeah. Catherine's instructional video became a viral sensation on the local platform, garnering a plethora of likes and comments. Ling Tian stumbled upon it and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid instructional video." His command of foreign languages was lacking, and he yearned for a complimentary tutor to guide him. Lu Yu, piqued by curiosity, leaned closer to discern Ling Tian's preferences. Does he favor blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties? The enticing sound of premium snowflake steaks sizzling on the iron plate filled the air. Ling Tian savored a slice, delicately chewing it while effortlessly scrolling through short videos. One particularly stunning figure captured his attention. Is that the top-tier actress Yu Bingbing? Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. She had once been the object of his youthful infatuations. During his restless teenage years, whenever loneliness crept in, he would invariably indulge in her captivating performances. In cinematic masterpieces, Queen Yu Bingbing's breathtaking beauty, her alluring curves, and her graceful yet haughty demeanor tantalized Ling Tian's senses, leaving him utterly entranced. Yu Bingbing is currently in the bustling metropolis? Ling Tian clicked on the video, revealing footage of her life in a hotel. It seems that this is the Hilton Hotel in the magical metropolis, not far from my location, merely a 5 or 6 mile drive. Ling Tian stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. His purpose for this journey was to gather S-class powerhouses for his own use, and clearly, Yu Bingbing was not part of his plans. Battling zombies in solitude can easily lead to mental distress. Thus, having companions nearby can soothe one's spirit and reduce the likelihood of depression. He made a whimsical decision to take a slight detour to bring Yu Bingbing back for some amusement. In the lobby of the 5-star Hilton Hotel, a chilling cry echoed. Please, don't do this. I have apologized. Just let me go." The pitiful wails came from the first floor. Gao Yuan, the CEO of a publicly listed company, was currently bound to a pillar, bloodied and battered, a sight too gruesome to behold. Several hotel staff members were recording with their phones. "How dare you feed our rations to your dog, you bastard? Weren't you so arrogant before? Keep yelling. Stop. I was confused. I misspoke." Gao Yuan hurriedly explained. What you said was your true sentiment." The waiter, Chi Chong, spat on the ground and pulled out a windproof lighter from his pants. "Boss Gao, haven't you eaten much since last night? Are you hungry? Shall I roast a chicken for you?" "What roasted chicken?" Gao Yuan felt an ominous premonition. Chi Chong approached him with a sinister grin. "Help! Help!" The hall erupted in terrified cries. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps echoed from the staircase, capturing the attention of the hotel staff on the first floor. Guests who had been staying at the hotel began to descend. Yu Bingbing and Li Lu, through WeChat, rallied all the other guests who wished to leave the hotel. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor and, under the protection of a throng of bodyguards, marched down to the 1st floor lobby. The hotel personnel stationed on the 1st floor, previously gathered in a corner to rest and defend against zombie incursions, stood up upon spotting Yu Bingbing and her companions. "What are you all doing here?" Chi Chong led around 200 staff members to confront them. Yu Bingbing shot him a glare, her face betraying her unreserved disdain. This scoundrel had forcibly made Catherine teach foreign languages the previous night. Not only had he evaded punishment, but he also stood before everyone as if nothing had happened. "We intend to leave this hotel and seek rescue outside." Li Lu, Yu Bingbing's close friend, coldly replied to Chi Chong. Chi Chong immediately rejected her. "No way. If you go out, you will inevitably open a passage for the zombies. I will not allow it. The stranded guests grew anxious, and a brown-haired man named Johnson stepped forward to shout at him, "You can't do this. The customer is king." Slap. Chi Chong struck the foreigner down to the ground. "Stop pretending to be a big shot in front of me. If I say no, it's no. If you don't want to die, then get lost." This ignited a powder keg of tension between the two sides. "Bodyguards, go. Take down this ignorant bastard. I dare you to lay a hand on him. Brothers, arm yourselves." Ding dong. As the hotel elevator opened, a group of security personnel armed with electric batons surged forth, surrounding Yu Bingbing and her companions. The bodyguards, undeterred, positioned themselves protectively around their employer, brandishing batons and other weapons to confront the intruders. "What on earth is happening here?" a deep, resonant voice demanded. Chi Chong, who had just been flaunting his arrogance, instantly donned a sycophantic smile and approached the source of the voice. "Menggu. These hotel patrons wish to leave through an unauthorized passage." Everyone turned to look, and they were all struck dumb. Emerging from the elevator was a robust man in his 30s, holding a blonde beauty in his embrace. "Catherine." Yu Bingbing recognized the woman immediately, her eyes wide with astonishment. Upon hearing her name called, Catherine lowered her head even further. The man, known as Wang Ming, reveled in the crowd's reaction, feeling a surge of pride. Catherine's face flushed crimson, and she dared not resist. Wang Ming, with Catherine in tow, stepped forward, his demeanor haughty as he declared, "No one is permitted to leave. Get back." The affluent crowd began to waver, feeling intimidated by the assertive display. "What if I refuse?" Yu Bingbing stepped out from the throng, raising her chin defiantly to meet his gaze. Dressed in a shirt and jeans, draped in a trench coat, she exuded an undeniable aura of confidence. "Oh, Miss Bingbing wishes to be the center of attention?" Wang Ming appraised her with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, his grip on Catherine unintentionally tightening. This top-tier queen was even more enchanting than on camera, particularly with her air of arrogance, inciting an irresistible urge to conquer her. "The hotel is overrun with guests, and food supplies are dwindling. If you do not allow us to leave, can you truly sustain so many?" Yu Bingbing's voice cut through the tension with a chilling authority. Wang Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Her argument held some merit, yet it was far too disrespectful. As the current leader of the hotel, he could not allow a mere woman to overshadow him. "Impudent. This is not a place for you to speak, woman. Speak again, and I shall deal with you." Wang Ming roared, punctuating his threat with a provocative gesture towards Yu Bingbing. Her strikingly beautiful visage turned icy. Wang Ming waved dismissively at the crowd. "I will handle this matter. You all return for now. I shall confer with my men and decide your fates." With that, he took Catherine and prepared to leave. Yu Bingbing stepped forward, her long leg delivering a swift kick to Wang Ming's back. Taken by surprise, he fell to the ground, landing in the dirt. "Filthy woman. Do you wish to die?" Wang Ming scrambled to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead. Yu Bingbing crossed her arms over her impressive figure, giving a disdainful huff. "Do not presume to act so brazenly. This is not solely your domain." Her gaze swept across the hotel staff. "The food here cannot sustain thousands. If you stay, starvation awaits you. Those who wish to leave, step forward. This is your only chance to survive." The hotel staff exchanged glances, beginning to contemplate the words of Yu Bingbing. In the early hours, a dispute had erupted over food, resulting in the deaths of dozens. They felt profoundly uneasy about their current predicament, and one by one, they expressed their desire to leave in search of safety. Wang Ming cast an angry glance, realizing that even his power struggled against the bodyguards. With numerous neutral individuals rallying around the young woman, he found himself unable to impose his will. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded to reality. "Fine. Since so many wish to depart, I shall not force you to stay." Yu Bingbing raised an eyebrow at Wang Ming in triumph, then led the crowd in preparation to leave. "Wait." Wang Ming pointed at Yu Bingbing amidst the throng. "The others may go, but this woman must remain." "What?" Yu Bingbing shot a glare at Wang Ming, and the 7 or 8 bodyguards beside her stood resolutely. "This woman is far too arrogant, leaving me utterly humiliated. She must be handed over to me and my brothers to quell our anger." Wang Ming shouted. The security personnel accompanying him perked up at his words and joined in his cries. "I see you, a toad desiring to feast on a swan." Zhang Haoxuan, Yu Bingbing's fiancé, stepped forward with his cadre of bodyguards. Additionally, Yu Bingbing's other friends stood up, instructing their bodyguards to prevent any approach from Wang Ming's side. The strength of Yu Bingbing's circle was formidable, with their number of bodyguards comprising over 60% of the hotel security. "Do you bodyguards wish to die? Stand aside for me." Wang Ming, filled with rage and embarrassment, attempted to intimidate the bodyguards into minding their own business. Yu Bingbing noticed some of the bodyguards wavering and issued a warning. "You bodyguards have a duty to protect. Consider the consequences of abandoning your employer. Once the disaster subsides, those responsible will face judgment." Unlike the hotel staff, The bodyguards of the wealthy earn no less than 70 to 80,000 a month, being entrenched beneficiaries. After Yu Bingbing's admonition, they made their decision. Captain Yu Feng addressed Wang Ming and his associates with authority. It is our duty to safeguard those who pay us. What nonsense duty is that? This is the apocalypse. Don't be foolish. Wang Ming retorted angrily. Huh, that is merely your perspective. We do not share it. Can these zombies truly surpass the military? When the disaster passes, you will all pay for your actions today. I advise you to tread carefully, Yu Feng asserted, maintaining his composure. The other bodyguards echoed firmly. Step aside. We will not relinquish our employer. Damn it. These people are as stubborn as stones in a cesspool. Wang Ming's expression darkened. Seizing the opportunity, Catherine slipped away from Wang Ming's side, rushing to grasp Yu Bingbing's pant leg. Help me. Help me. Wang Ming, seething with fury, shouted, You lot, hand Catherine over. Observing Wang Ming's furious demeanor, Chi Chong beside him pondered a strategy. He addressed Yu Feng and the others, saying, You bodyguards must not overstep your bounds. Let us all take a step back. We will not disturb your employer, but any woman without a bodyguard must be surrendered. How can that be? Yu Bingbing was the first to object, knowing well that those who were turned over would meet the same grim fate as Catherine. Trembling, Catherine hid behind Yu Bingbing, her eyes brimming with tears. Miss, this is beyond our purview. We are under no obligation to protect unrelated individuals. The bodyguards had their own calculations. Protecting their employer was a necessity, but they showed no interest in anyone else. Captain Yu leaned closer to Yu Bingbing, whispering, Miss, it would be wise to refrain from meddling. Given the current circumstances, it is fortunate enough to save oneself. Her close friend, Li Lu, chimed in, Indeed. Don't be foolish. This is not the responsibility of the bodyguards. If you persist, we may all face humiliation. Despite Yu Bingbing's fervent resistance, she could not alter the tide of events. All the stunning women without bodyguards were forced forward. Chapter 21. Advanced Mutant Zombie Quickly. While there are no zombies surrounding us, those who wish to escape must do so now. Yu Bingbing stepped out of the hotel through the side entrance, her long, beautiful legs striding forward as she rushed toward the street under the escort of the bodyguards. A large group of hotel staff trailed behind, creating a rather spectacular scene. The streets of the city were nearly gridlocked, rendering vehicular escape impossible. They could only flee on foot. The original plan entailed retreating from the city center of Jianghua district before searching for motorcycles or electric scooters to head toward the outskirts. Roar, hiss, the scattered zombies, catching the scent of prey, converged upon the crowd. A blood-red figure darted past, snatching two female hotel employees from the group. What is that? Everyone turned in shock to behold the terrifying sight. It was a zombie devoid of skin, its red muscular tissue grotesquely exposed. Its limbs had undergone a significant mutation, allowing it to move rapidly in a crawling posture. Possessing remarkable strength and agility, it was a born predator. At that moment, it pinned the two captured prey to the ground and opened its mouth, preparing to bite into one of their skulls. The victim screamed as the mutated zombie cracked open her skull, subsequently feasting voraciously upon her brain. Help, help! The prey, still alive and terrified, looked desperately toward her companions for rescue. But no one paid her any heed. All were in a panic, fleeing in fear of impending doom. Bang! The hard concrete ground split open, and a massive worm-like creature shot forth from beneath, its spiked teeth devouring two individuals above. This transpired in an instant. The onlookers barely caught a glimpse of its form before it vanished back underground, laden with its prey. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Some were so terrified that their legs gave way, collapsing to the ground in a state of panic. Had Ling Tian been present, he would have recognized that these entities were all mutated forms of advanced zombies. The abundance of zombie fodder in the city center significantly accelerated their growth. Suddenly, a zombie emerged before Yu Bingbing and her companions, prompting a nearby bodyguard to charge forward with a sharp blade and a riot shield. The zombie's mouth had severely mutated, resembling a massive flower petal torn asunder. As it noticed someone rushing towards it, it opened its gaping maw, and its head seemed to explode instantaneously, spewing forth a stream of corrosive green slime. The caustic substance instantly dissolved the riot shield, and the first bodyguard to charge in was reduced to a puddle of goo without uttering a single sound. Get the hell away from me. The captain of the bodyguard swung his fire axe with great force, sending the corrosive spitting zombie flying, thereby clearing a path for their escape. We can't hold out. There are mutated zombies everywhere. Running on two legs is a certain death. We need to find a place to hide. Captain Yu Feng shouted to the group, then took the lead, guiding Yu Bingbing and the others towards the supermarket on the upper floor. With a chilling cry, several tentacles, each as thick as a small arm, dropped from the supermarket ceiling, ensnaring the first few individuals who rushed in. The sound of snapping bones echoed as a wealthy man was brutally crushed, meeting a gruesome end. Although the other 3 robust bodyguards weren't killed instantly, they found themselves in a perilous struggle. Their faces flushed with exertion, they fought valiantly against the tentacles. Captain Yu! Bodyguard Zheng Cheng shouted, brandishing a machete and hacking at the tentacles. The tentacle zombie, feeling the pain, released the remaining captives and directed all its force towards Zheng Cheng, engulfing him entirely. Quick, save Zheng Cheng! Captain Yu urgently called for assistance. To everyone's surprise, Zheng Cheng let out a furious roar, and the tentacles binding him snapped one by one. Captain Yu, momentarily taken aback, swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into the head of the tentacle zombie, dispatching it. After a fierce battle, Yu Bingbing, Li Lu, and Zhang Haoxuan, along with the remaining 15 bodyguards, finally escaped to the nearby Xiarunfa supermarket. Panting heavily, Yu Bingbing collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the terror of the ordeal. Bingbing, have you been thirsty after running for so long? Here, take this bottle of mineral water. Zhang Haoxuan offered her a bottle of Kunlun mountain water. Thank you, Yu Bingbing replied, somewhat shyly accepting the water, feeling a twinge of guilt for previously ignoring her fiancé. By the way, you all should block the doors downstairs and search for any food. Her close friend Li Lu was issuing commands to the bodyguards. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble echoed from a distance, causing Yu Bingbing and the others to hastily take cover. The bodyguards, their expressions grave, rushed to the windows to observe the situation. What is that? A giant mutated creature? One bodyguard asked anxiously. No, that seems to be a heavily armored vehicle. I suspect it belongs to the military. The troops have arrived to eradicate the zombies. Captain Yu Feng spoke solemnly. He then approached the hiding place of Yu Bingbing and her companions to relay his discovery. Zhang Haoxuan wore an expression of delight, exclaiming, I knew it. The military has indeed come. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingbing and Li Lu displayed expressions of relief and joy, high-fiving and embracing each other in celebration. Chapter 22. Unaware of the peril rumbling. The imposing and robust Doomsday RV barreled down the road, forcefully clearing the obstructing vehicles in its path, carving a route through the chaos. The streets were teeming with zombies, drawn by the roar of the vehicle, converging in an attempt to block its advance. Fortunately, Ling Tian's RV was formidable enough to crush the zombies in its way, reducing them to grotesque remains. Survivors in the towering buildings observed the RV rampaging through the streets with immense excitement, believing that military rescue had finally arrived. They stretched out makeshift flags crafted from clothing and hangers from their windows, pleading for Ling Tian's assistance. Please, save us. Ling Tian sighed deeply. This calamity was beyond human resistance. Many fates had been sealed the moment disaster struck. As he neared the bustling epicenter, the number of stranded vehicles multiplied, ultimately rendering even Ling Tian's RV immobile. There are too many cars. How can I navigate through this? Ling Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. It seemed crossing this area would necessitate disembarking, yet doing so risked exposing the secret of his spatial abilities. After a moment of deliberation, Ling Tian resolved, it matters not. I must traverse this place to reach the Central Island and the Dual Dawn Academy. My reserves of energy are ample, and within 2 days, I shall surely ascend to the 3rd level. Nothing should pose a threat to me. He tidied up slightly before opening the door and leaping out. Hey, is that vehicle yours? Just as Ling Tian prepared to store the Doomsday RV in his spatial ring, he heard a voice and abruptly halted. A bald man accompanied by 2 lackeys emerged from nearby, striding toward him with purpose. Ling Tian cast a glance at them. Each was armed with steel pipes and shovels, while the central figure sported an axe at his back, clearly not a benign character. Wow, that vehicle is impressive, remarked a scar-faced man, his eyes gleaming as he beheld Ling Tian's RV. Rather than a mere vehicle, it resembled a mobile fortress. Possessing such a thing in the apocalypse was exhilarating. The leading bald man sized up Ling Tian, assessing his strength. We're cornered by zombies and have nowhere to turn. Would you be so kind as to give us a ride? He inquired, brandishing his steel pipe threateningly. Ling Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Did he truly appear to be so easily intimidated? What are you laughing at, kid? Don't overestimate yourself. The muscular man stepped forward, attempting to seize Ling Tian by the collar. Bang! Ling Tian retaliated with a swift kick, unleashing 1,000-fold force upon the muscular man, accompanied by the chilling sound of cracking bones. The muscular man hurtled through the air like a cannonball, crashing violently into the shop behind him. The force of the kick had ruptured his internal organs, shattered his bones, and he perished on the spot. You are courting death. Upon witnessing Ling Tian's decisive strike, the scarred-faced man immediately seized a shovel, intent on bringing it down upon Ling Tian's head. With a swift motion, 2 gleaming daggers sliced through the air, severing the tendons at the back of his knee and causing him to lose his balance and collapse. What is this? The scarred man lay on the ground, terror etched on his face as he stared at the 2 daggers hovering in midair. This was Ling Tian's telekinetic manipulation. utilizing invisible force to control the daggers and strike at nearby foes, with a maximum range of 3 meters, consuming 1 energy point per second. Die. As Ling Tian's words echoed, the 2 daggers danced through the air, cutting and slicing, reducing the scarred man to mere chunks of flesh within mere seconds. Mamma mia! The bald man, witnessing this ghastly display, was so frightened that his soul seemed to leave his body. He had never encountered such a sinister method of attack in his life, and he fled in a desperate sprint. Thud! The 2 daggers pierced the air, delivering powerful strikes from behind and impaling him. The bald man let out a scream before meeting his demise. Habitually, Ling Tian stepped forward with grace to collect the spoils of battle. What is this? He discovered a ring on the bald man's finger, pulsating with energy. This was a beginner-level range ring, capable of enhancing skill range by 10%. After a few trials, Ling Tian discerned the ring's function. This seems rather superfluous to me, he mused, frowning slightly. His telekinetic projectile, even after amplification, only reached a distance of 22 meters, proving to be of limited utility. Attribute accessories are categorized into 2 types, those that provide fixed value enhancements and those that offer percentage increases. Such percentage range rings are best suited for abilities that already possess considerable range, allowing one to ambush from a safe distance. The fixed beginner-level range ring could extend the range by 10 meters, while area of effect abilities, such as fields, can only be enhanced by 1 meter. Well, I might as well take it. I still have accessory slots available. Despite the modest enhancement, Ling Tian decided to activate it for the benefits it conferred. Typically, a supernatural being can activate a maximum of 5 accessories at any one time, corresponding to 5 accessory slots. Ling Tian currently had ample available slots. Activating too many extraordinary items simultaneously can diminish overall effectiveness due to interference between the accessories. For instance, activating 8 items might reduce their effectiveness to merely 50%, resulting in negative returns. What is this? Ling Tian paused as he rummaged through the bald man's pockets, finding a crystal core. Indeed, this item was derived from the incineration of zombies. Why would these individuals possess it? Ling Tian was filled with questions. While it was not unusual to find extraordinary items, possessing such a core seemed peculiar. Had these people, in their quest to protect the environment, inadvertently obtained this crystal core by incinerating the slain zombies? Did they truly possess such a strong sense of civic duty? Regrettably, the earlier actions were rather excessive. A mere glance was sufficient to extinguish the lives of the 3 individuals, leaving no opportunity for inquiry. Alas, with their demise, pondering such matters seems futile, particularly since this is not a place for prolonged stay. Ling Tian hastily gathered their possessions into his spatial ring, intending to investigate further when time allowed. In hopes of uncovering some clues, the spatial ring shimmered, and the steel-like mobile home vanished without a trace. Lu Yu and Wang Yao, who were inside the vehicle, were also drawn into it. Their environmental adaptation abilities enabled them to thrive within the spatial ring without concern. This scene left the surrounding residents in utter astonishment. Some unwittingly recorded the entire event and shared it online. At the supermarket, the bodyguards descended from the 4th floor with dejected expressions. Those waiting on the 3rd floor, including Yu Bingbing, had been anticipating their return and were taken aback to see them empty-handed. What happened? Was there no food upstairs? Yu Bingbing asked incredulously. Yu Feng, somewhat disheartened, replied. The survivors have long since occupied the upper levels. The access routes are completely blocked, and they refuse to engage in negotiations. Are you saying there is absolutely no food here? Zhang Haoshuan's voice was laced with anger. Yu Feng lowered his head in response. I apologize, young master. You'll have to endure for a while. With a sharp slap, Zhang Haoshuan struck Yu Feng across the face, exclaiming, What a useless lot you are. I can't fathom what purpose you serve. Zheng Cheng, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with rage. He strode forward and forcefully pushed Zhang Haoshuan to the ground, saying, What audacity! If it weren't for us protecting you earlier, you would have already been devoured by zombies. Ouch! Zhang Haoshuan rose from the ground, glaring in fury. Are you attempting to rebel? Don't forget, the military is on its way to deal with the zombies. Order will soon be restored. Yu Feng tugged at Zheng Cheng's sleeve. Let it go. There's no need to dwell on this. We are merely here to earn our keep. They were not like the hotel staff, who, earning a few thousand a month, would be the first to stir trouble when chaos ensued. In contrast, Yu Feng and his colleagues, as elite bodyguards, enjoyed substantial incomes, with even the lowest among them earning 70 to 80,000 monthly. In the bustling metropolis, such earnings were considered high. As long as they believed the future would stabilize, they would not easily turn against their employers. Everyone, please calm down. I found 2 cans of luncheon meat in the corner. We can share them shortly, announced a bodyguard named Wan Ji. His spirits lifted as he showcased the cans. Zhang Haoshuan immediately approached, commandeering both cans with an air of dominance. Share? This meager amount isn't enough for us. You towering fellows can afford to skip a meal or 2. He turned away, a grin spreading across his face. Lunch is secured today. Li Lu also expressed her delight. By the way, we have an electric stove and cookware here. We can fry it for better flavor. Yu Bingbing concurred, finding the suggestion agreeable. The three of them busied themselves with preparations. Observing their haughty demeanor, Zheng Cheng felt a flicker of anger rise within him. His lips quivered slightly as he addressed Zhang Haoshuan and the others. We have collected quite a few bottles of mineral water here. We can boil these 2 cans of luncheon meat with the water, allowing us to enjoy a bit of soup. Li Lu cast him a disdainful glance. What are you talking about? Boiling this stuff with water would be utterly unpalatable. Zhang Haoshuan, filled with ire, retorted, Are you ever going to stop? I can barely feed myself, and you still want soup. Yu Bingbing also displayed a look of displeasure. After all, she was a pampered noblewoman accustomed to a life of luxury, far removed from the lower echelon of these bodyguards. A sense of innate superiority coursed through her. With an elegant wave of her hand, she proposed, How about this? If you all endure a little longer, once this ordeal concludes, each of you will receive an additional 200,000 as a reward. Could a mere pittance truly be so revolting? Zheng Cheng harbored a simmering rage, wanting to erupt. But upon noticing the glances from the other bodyguards, he begrudgingly swallowed his anger. Chapter 23. The stirring of various forces. Zheng Cheng descended to the second floor and found a place to sit, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Fortune had abandoned him. Previously, while observing through binoculars at the hotel, he had never encountered the horrifying mutated zombies. Where had these abominations come from? Since the outbreak of the undead, they, as bodyguards, had been researching the situation of the zombies. Initially, the zombies on the streets could even be described as comical, moving slowly like elderly men in their 70s. With stiff actions, aside from their considerable strength and vitality, they were virtually useless. Physically fit individuals could easily toy with them on the streets. However, for reasons unknown, a new wave of agile zombies appeared. These creatures moved with agility comparable to that of ordinary humans, capable of sprinting on 2 legs to pursue their prey. Though their speed lagged slightly behind that of an average person, their endurance was astonishing, allowing them to chase their victims to the brink of exhaustion. Today, while escaping from the Hilton Hotel, the sudden appearance of mutated zombies caught them completely off guard. Some moved as swiftly as cheetahs, others could burrow underground to ambush. Some spewed acid, and others sprouted enormous, powerful tentacles. What horrors might tomorrow or the day after bring forth? Zheng Cheng felt his mind buzzing. He was reluctant to think. And even more so, he dared not dwell on it. Hey, brother, keeping watch alone here? A bodyguard approached, patting Zheng Cheng on the shoulder before sitting down beside him. This bodyguard belonged to the Angry Wolf Security Company, while Zheng Cheng was affiliated with the Zhonglong Security. They were not colleagues and were relatively unfamiliar with each other. Zheng Cheng replied, I don't want to witness those 3 indulge in their meal, as it only evokes thoughts that make me feel like a dog waiting for its master's scraps. The man chuckled, hee hee. It's inevitable to encounter some displeasure while working out here. For the sake of the money, let's endure it for now. You know, even Han Xian endured humiliation and still left his mark in history. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zheng Cheng began to inquire about the other's name. I believe I have heard your name before. It seems to be Qian Xian. After lighting a cigarette, Qian Xian offered one to the other. This name is rather common. Isn't it? It sounds unrefined, but what can one do? Growing up in poverty instilled a fear of destitution, always yearning for wealth, hence this name. Zheng Cheng waved his hand, declining the cigarette. It is detrimental to health. I have never smoked. Not smoking is indeed commendable. I picked up this habit in my youth, and now I find it impossible to quit. Qian Xian took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke with a sense of satisfaction, then lowered his voice to inquire. Do you believe this world can return to its rightful path? Zheng Cheng shot him a puzzled glance. What do you mean? Do you think the military cannot resolve this incident? I am contemplating a very pragmatic issue. If the world cannot revert to its proper course, what significance do our current actions hold? For a few worthless pieces of paper, allowing a handful of inept individuals to trample on our dignity, sacrificing our precious lives to shield those rogues from harm for an illusory future? It all seems absurd upon reflection. Zheng Cheng recalled a scene from the hotel, where the once privileged Catherine was now embraced by a hotel security chief. The spectacle was utterly shocking. What exactly do you wish to discuss with me? Zheng Cheng quietly asked. Qian Xian glanced around, opened a video on his phone, and presented it to Zheng Cheng. It was, astonishingly, a recruitment video from a certain gang. A muscular man in a suit stood before the camera, vociferously proclaiming, This world is doomed. Circumstances breed heroes. The Mad Shark Gang is seeking like-minded brothers throughout the city. The scene shifted to sumptuous feasts of steak, roasted chicken, and large shrimp. We have ample provisions here. Once you join, there will be no need to endure hunger, with abundant food and drink at every meal. The video transitioned again to an array of handguns, submachine guns, and grenades. We are well equipped here. Once you join, there will be no more hiding. Even the most formidable zombies cannot withstand our firepower. The suited man reappeared, shouting passionately, "As long as you possess the courage to face death, this is your paradise. Let us together forge a new world order. You shall be the ruler of the future." The recruitment location, Broad District, Songshan Road, Golden Radiance Building. Zeng Cheng's face revealed shock. Where did you come by this? How dare the gang recruit so openly? Do they wish for their demise? Qian Xian wore a mysterious smile. There are many similar videos. There's an even more outrageous one. As he switched to another video, Zeng Cheng was left utterly astounded. This was, astonishingly, a recruitment advertisement for Zhonglong Security, the very company where Zeng Cheng was employed. The walls and floors were adorned with an array of weapons, from basic handguns to heavy rocket launchers, all meticulously displayed. A row of computers streamed live footage of the company's grain storage in the bustling canteen. Company executives sat regally in their chairs, encircled by a group of elegantly dressed women, exuding immense prestige. Each of these women was familiar to Zeng Cheng, renowned stars and influencers frequently seen on television. To his astonishment, they would dare to don such revealing attire to film a promotional video for Zhonglong Company. The Zhonglong Group, a formidable entity, is earnestly seeking like-minded individuals to collaboratively establish a new haven. Preference will be given to physically robust candidates, including mercenaries, bodyguards, and military personnel, with generous remuneration on offer, an opportunity not to be missed. Exceptional employees will enjoy the privilege of selecting a beautiful companion, granting them exclusive rights for 30 days. As long as you possess sufficient merit, everything is within reach. Registration is located at Dihao Building, Xinjing Road, Jianghua District. It is utterly outrageous, truly. The level of madness is unparalleled. Zeng Cheng felt his mind spinning, as this completely shattered his worldview. Qian Xian whispered in his ear, "These recruitment videos have only emerged in the last couple of days. Various factions are stirring restlessly, evidently convinced that this world is beyond salvation and has plunged into chaos. Do you wish to ally with them? From what I have gathered, both the military and the government have vanished, making the protection of those three individuals utterly futile." Qian Xian lowered his voice. "I intend to bring you Shi and Li Lu, two A-list celebrities from Longhua, into the fold. Their fame is substantial. Each could easily be traded for at least 10 submachine guns. That won't do. Yu Feng and his associates are quite obstinate. Until they grasp the reality of the situation, it's impossible to extricate anyone from their grasp. I understand. Thus, I'm merely gauging the situation in private. Should I decide to act, would you lend your support?" Zeng Cheng pondered for a moment. "If what you say is accurate, I would certainly not oppose it. I've grown weary of those wealthy individuals." Qian Xian smiled knowingly. "I see. By the way, where did you acquire those videos?" Zeng Cheng inquired with curiosity. Qian Xian licked his lips, slow foot. "Haven't you seen the local videos on that platform?" "No, I never watch short videos. You should take a look. It will give you a new perspective on the current state of the world." After saying this, Qian Xian departed. Chapter 24. The Arrival of Ling Tiana. "I am so hungry." Yu Bingbing and Li Lu clutched their growling stomachs, settling down early for the night. The small supermarket was well stocked with blankets and quilts, allowing them to sleep comfortably. Captain Yu Feng, observing the situation from the window with binoculars, bore a deep furrow of concern. The heavy RV that had inexplicably vanished while heading towards the city center earlier that morning perplexed him. In any case, the situation had become dire. They could not place all their hopes on the rescue team and must devise a means to escape from the Jianghua district. The stairwells and corridors of the supermarket had been barricaded, yet as a precaution, it was necessary to assign personnel for night watch duty. Although Zeng Cheng was tasked with guarding the latter half of the night, he found himself wide awake, leaning silently in a corner while scrolling through short videos on his phone, a rare occurrence. On slow foot, countless distressed videos flooded in, saturated with despair. What nonsense is this? It's been 4 days since the zombies appeared. Why has no one intervened? What is going on? The emergency hotline is perpetually unanswered. Where have all the armed individuals gone? Zeng Cheng could never have imagined that the world outside had devolved into such chaos. In this collection of distressing videos, from the distant Anshan district to the bustling Jianghua district in the city center, not a single individual has received assistance from the government. This is utterly astonishing. Perhaps, as Qian Xian suggested, both the government and military have vanished, for the current anomalies are inexplicable otherwise. In addition to cries for help, there is an overwhelming abundance of videos showcasing construction activities and combat scenarios. In a certain villa area, former security personnel intrude upon the residences of homeowners, usurping their space and humiliating them. One young heir, due to his arrogant demeanor, is mercilessly used as a punching bag, resulting in the brutal loss of his teeth. In a particular nightclub, a group of unruly security guards have taken control. While scrolling through these videos, Zheng Cheng unexpectedly stumbled upon a rather peculiar one, a recruitment call for individuals with extraordinary abilities. A mysterious figure clad in a black cloak sat in a room, calmly narrating everything regarding these powers. Alongside the apocalyptic arrival of zombies, extraordinary abilities have emerged. Many individuals in this world have awakened, albeit unaware of their own potential. Abilities are typically categorized into active and passive forms. Passive abilities often manifest as enhanced strength or speed, making them easier to detect. Active abilities, however, are more troublesome. Without guidance, they are challenging to unleash, and only individuals rated B class or higher can instinctively utilize them. Zheng Cheng felt a stirring within as he recalled a moment when he had forcefully broken free from tentacles. Was it possible he was one of those endowed with powers mentioned in the video? You may wish to attempt this. Close your eyes and delve into the recesses of your mind. If fortune smiles upon you, you may soon discover the tree of abilities within your consciousness. My phone number is displayed at the bottom of the screen. Should you find your ability tree to be purple or gold, please contact me immediately. After providing your location, a designated individual will come to escort you to a safe area. Lastly, I must issue a warning. Those whose trees are not of these two colors should not attempt to deceive me into coming. I will eliminate these troublemakers to set an example for others. Zheng Cheng closed his eyes, striving to locate the tree of abilities, and to his astonishment, he succeeded rather swiftly. Unfortunately, the tree's hue was blue. It appeared to bear fruit, which he examined. Berserk increases strength by 40% for a short duration, consuming 1 energy point every 10 seconds. As the night passed, the restlessness of the people was palpable. At the crack of dawn, numerous bodyguards were already awake. Help! Help! The chaotic sounds echoed from a distance. The group was instantly startled awake, scrambling from their beds to assume defensive positions. Those equipped with binoculars took to the windows to observe the unfolding situation outside. It appeared that a nightclub in the distance had been breached by zombies, with hordes of them converging to feast. Captain Yufeng murmured, this presents an excellent opportunity for escape. He suddenly realized, taking advantage of the zombies' absence, the group could swiftly vacate the congested Jianghua district and search for motorcycles or electric scooters to retreat towards the outskirts. In a hushed tone, Yufeng instructed the other bodyguards, quickly, move the debris that was blocking the stairway. We must seize this opportunity to escape. A flurry of activity erupted among the bodyguards. What is that? Yu Bingbing exclaimed as she approached the window, her heart racing at the sight of a colossal steel behemoth. It was the heavy vehicle she had spotted the previous morning. The onlookers were left speechless. How could it navigate through such a congested road and arrive silently at our doorstep? A look of perplexity crossed Cheng's face. Zhang Haoshuan rushed over, his excitement palpable upon seeing the massive vehicle. Finally, we've waited long enough. This must be the military rescue vehicle, he exclaimed. Finally, I won't have to hide anymore. Inside the comfortable RV, Ling Tian rubbed his eyes and awoke from slumber. Over these past few days, he had grown accustomed to the zombies scratching at his vehicle late at night. Typical disturbances hardly disturbed his rest. The RV shell was remarkably effective at soundproofing and shock absorption, and with earplugs in place, it felt akin to sleeping in a tranquil room. Upon waking, the first thing Ling Tian did was habitually click the remote. The 40-inch banana display flickered to life, broadcasting television programs. Currently, there were no special features on any channel. They were mostly just soap operas. The dialogues from the television provided a semblance of liveliness, alleviating the solitude. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Ling Tian glanced at the surveillance monitor. Unusually, there were no zombies scratching at his vehicle today. How intriguing. During this time, he had engaged in reckless driving, colliding with numerous large vehicles, and the left headlight had been shattered. With the absence of zombies, it was the perfect opportunity to conduct some maintenance on his vehicle. Thus, Ling Tian opened the side door and stepped out of the RV. A flicker from the spatial ring in his hand revealed a delicious donkey meat bun, which he savored with relish. On the windowsill of the third-floor supermarket, Zhang Haoshuan, Li Lu, and Yu Bingbing watched this scene unfold, their mouths watering, yearning to rush over and request a share. Chapter 25. My utmost aversion to dog-barking. Ling Tian took a bite of the donkey meat bun, its exterior crispy and its interior tender, exuding an irresistible aroma. Delicious, he praised, and then retrieved a steaming cup of soybean milk from his ring. Inserting a straw, he took a sip. The soybean milk was smooth and rich, its bean fragrance lingering delightfully. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, it was utterly refreshing. On the windowsill, Yu Bingbing, Li Lu, and Zhang Haoshuan were salivating profusely. These three had been pampered since childhood, never having faced hunger, and had never experienced the torment of watching others eat while their own stomachs growled. Witnessing Ling Tian enjoy his meal filled them with envy. Zhang Haoshuan, growing increasingly famished, turned on the bodyguards in frustration. You lot, hurry and clear the passageway. If it takes too long, that guy will escape. Yes, young Master Zhang, he responded, shifting his gaze back to the RV behind Ling Tian, excitement surging within him. Finally, I can leave this wretched place. Once aboard, I shall indulge in a refreshing shower and a hearty feast. Upon returning, I will seek out three stunning models to relieve my pent-up frustrations. These past few days have been unbearable. Several young gentlemen and ladies, the passageway has been opened. You may now exit. Captain Yufeng urged. Hurry, hurry. I wish to leave this wretched place. Li Lu exclaimed with uncontained excitement, hastening down the corridor. Yu Bingbing and Zhang Haoshuan swiftly followed suit. Outside the little Ruinfa supermarket, Ling Tian savored his breakfast while circling the RV, inspecting its condition. Fortunately, there was no significant damage, just a minor dent, which was inconsequential. Should any major issue arise, he would not concern himself with repairs. He could simply exchange it for another vehicle from his spatial ring. After finishing his soy milk, Ling Tian felt only partially satisfied and thus retrieved a boiled corn. As he was about to take a bite, a voice interrupted him. Hey, you over there. You are from the rescue team, right? A throng of people surged out from the little Ruinfa supermarket, heading in Ling Tian's direction. He quickly scanned the crowd and recognized two striking figures among them. One was Li Lu, a top-tier actress from Dragon Country. The other was his target, the ultra-popular superstar and queen of the entertainment industry, Yu Bingbing. Goodness, this woman is even more stunning in person. Ling Tian marveled internally. Yu Bingbing possessed a delicate oval face, with brows like ink paintings, a high-bridged nose, and naturally rosy lips. Her tall and graceful stature exuded an air of superiority, as if she were inherently destined to stand above others. She constantly captivated the audience with her presence. Without casting a glance at Ling Tian, she and Li Lu made their way directly to the apocalyptic RV behind him. Both extended their slender hands to caress the formidable steel beast, emitting excited shrieks. Fantastic. With this magnificent vehicle, we can safely evacuate this dreadful place. The bodyguards approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "It's ridiculous. Why did you rescue team members take so long to arrive?" After uttering that, they ignored Ling Tian and gathered around the imposing vehicle. Starving and dizzy, young Master Zhang spotted the corn in Ling Tian's hand, his eyes turning green with envy. Seizing the opportunity while Ling Tian was distracted by Yu Bingbing, Zhang charged forward and snatched the corn from his grasp, devouring it as though he were a famished soul. Oh, how sweet and delicious. This is absolutely divine. Young Master Zhang devoured the corn, utterly disregarding his image. Ling Tian snapped back to reality, glancing at his empty hand, then at Zhang, who was voraciously consuming his corn, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. How dare he snatch what is mine? Hearing this, young Master Zhang looked up and met Ling Tian's fierce gaze, instantly infuriated. What's the big deal? It's just a measly corn. With that, he resumed his feasting, mumbling through bites, "You're really ungrateful. Me eating this is a favor to you." Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Ling Tian delivered a crisp slap, sending Zhang flying. Two of his teeth were knocked out in the process. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd swiftly turned around, discovering that an unknown individual had assaulted Zhang Haoshuan. A group of bodyguards hurried to assist the young heir, shielding him closely as they enacted a protective perimeter. "What are you doing? You have no reason to strike." Li Lu stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Tian. Ling Tian cast her a glance, remaining silent. "It hurts, oh it hurts. Ah, my tooth. How dare you strike me?" Zhang, cradling his jaw, emitted a pitiful cry. "Humph," Ling Tian scoffed, crushing a corn cob underfoot. "What a misfortune. This perfectly good corn has been chewed by a brute." Zhang trembled with rage. "What do you mean by that? Are you calling me a brute?" Ling Tian replied coolly. "Fool, do you truly believe you are of any worth?" One bodyguard stepped forward, glaring down at Ling Tian. "Mind your words." With a swift motion, Ling Tian delivered a resounding slap, sending the robust bodyguard spinning around before crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Bingbing witnessed this bizarre scene, her eyes widening in disbelief. "This can't be real. It's more exaggerated than a movie." "What do you mean, kid?" Several bodyguards approached menacingly. Ling Tian casually flexed his wrist. "I have always despised those who bark like dogs in front of me. You little brat, are you tired of living?" This statement ignited the collective fury of the crowd. Not only Zhang, but everyone present glared daggers at Ling Tian. Zhang, already furious, declared, "I will pay 3 million, no, 5 million. Ensure you dispose of him. Once he is dead, the car is ours. This fool is nothing but a waste of air." The bodyguard's eyes gleamed at the mention of such a sum. 5 million was no small fortune. Furthermore, surrounded by zombies, who would know if one person went missing? Consider yourself unfortunate, kid. You dared to provoke Zhang. Today, your death is well deserved. One bodyguard shouted, launching a punch towards Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian remained stationary, and the next moment, bang, their fists collided. A crisp crack echoed through the air as the bodyguard's arm broke instantly. Ah! The bodyguard crumpled to the ground, clutching his arm in agony, his cries reverberating through the street. Chapter 26. Unstoppable Might. Yu Bingbing was left speechless, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment, her exquisite features filled with disbelief. Although Ling Tian's physique was tall and robust, he appeared diminutive compared to the hulking bodyguards. No one anticipated that a bodyguard as strong as a bear could have his arm shattered by a single punch. It was utterly absurd. Ling Tian shook his arm, feeling a slight sting. Striking with 500 kilograms of force against these elite bodyguards came with its own repercussions. While he had broken the bodyguard's arm, he too felt the impact. The injured bodyguard knelt on the ground, howling in pain, rendered incapable of further resistance. Ling Tian cast a glance at him, then raised his right foot to deliver a kick to the head of the burly bodyguard. This kick was formidable, possessing over 1,000 kilograms of force, capable of easily shattering a zombie's skull. Kid, you're seeking death. A crew-cut bodyguard charged at Ling Tian with a fierce Iron Mountain strike, aiming to send him flying. The force of the attack was overwhelming, capable of shattering the bones of an ordinary person upon impact. However, Ling Tian's current physique rendered him immovable, standing resolute against the collision. In the next instant, he opened his arms and embraced the bodyguard, exerting a sudden surge of power from his waist, executing a flawless body slam. With a resounding crash, the bodyguard was violently thrown to the ground, shattering the tiles beneath him and creating a web of cracks. Dust swirling into the air. The bodyguard lay amidst the debris, his fate uncertain. Gulp. The surrounding bodyguards swallowed hard, their eyes wide in disbelief at the surreal scene before them. Young Master Zhang, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in furious expletives. Damn it, useless trash. I pay you to handle a mere weakling, and you can't even do that. Suddenly, a sunglass-clad bodyguard brandished a machete and charged at Ling Tian from behind. Without turning his head, Ling Tian silently activated his extraordinary abilities. A flash of silver light heralded the launch of 2 daggers, propelled by his will. The daggers appeared so unexpectedly that the sunglass-wearing man failed to notice any movement from Ling Tian's arm, leaving him defenseless. Thud! The daggers struck true, piercing the sunglass man's chest. Ling Tian, sensing something amiss, slightly turned his face. The daggers possessed immense power, capable of creating a gaping wound the size of a fist when plunging into a zombie's torso. Yet, this time, they did not penetrate. This man was clad in a bulletproof vest. In manhwa, such vests are not prohibited. It is quite common for bodyguards to wear them. The burly sunglass man clutched his chest in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. However, the tremendous impact shattered his ribs and injured his internal organs, leaving him in excruciating pain. Do not underestimate him. Let's go all out. 3 bodyguards armed with batons, daggers, and fire axes surged forward. Ling Tian's ring shimmered, and a massive 2-handed battle axe, measuring 1.2 meters in length, materialized in his grasp. He executed a sweeping strike toward the trio. The suddenness of the attack caught them completely off guard. By the time they beheld the colossal axe, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as it descended upon them. The 3 were sent flying 8 meters, blood spewing from their mouths, even clad in bulletproof vests. Being struck by such a terrifying weapon would leave them severely injured. Ha ha ha, utterly feeble. Ling Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Clang. 2 daggers fell to the ground, creating gaping holes in the surface. This bizarre occurrence piqued Ling Tian's interest. Dagger-shaped, extraordinary weapons. His eyes lit up. These were precisely the weapons he desperately needed. With a mere thought, he used his telekinesis to retrieve the fallen daggers, bringing them before him for inspection. These daggers were of ordinary class, extraordinary weapons, possessing double the power of standard daggers. Fortune favored him. Ling Tian stowed away the 2 daggers, and then shifted his gaze toward Yu Bingbing and Li Lu. The 2 women would remain, the others could leave. What do you intend to do? Yu Bingbing asked anxiously. What I desire. Ling Tian nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingbing was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of utter revulsion graced her enchanting face. You scoundrel. Ling Tian chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. I am merely an admirer of the 2 young ladies. I simply wish to engage with the stars I admire. As Yu Bingbing listened further, her sense of unease intensified, and her expression of disdain reached its zenith. You pervert. Go die? This contemptuous visage piqued Ling Tian's interest. I hope you maintain this defiant demeanor, he teased, unabashedly revealing his emotions. Zhang Haoshuan, filled with impotent rage, pointed at Ling Tian and bellowed. You, don't overstep your bounds. Yu Bingbing is my woman. If you dare to cast another glance her way, I'll have your eyes gouged out. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoshuan. A chill ran down Zhang Haoshuan's spine. What are you looking at, huh? Seeking death? Ling Tian murmured softly, advancing toward Zhang Haoshuan with a battle axe in hand. What do you intend to do? I warn you, my father is the chairman of Jiahong Media. He has connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world throughout the entire city. If you dare lay a finger on me today, you won't even know how you died. Zhang Haoshuan warned Ling Tian loudly. In the past, invoking his father's name would instill fear in anyone across the city. However, this time, it seemed the other party was unfazed. Bodyguards! Bodyguards! Stop him! Young Master Zhang commanded his subordinates in a panic. Yu Feng and the others positioned themselves in front of the second-generation heir, their expressions grave as if facing a formidable enemy. Zheng Cheng and Qian Xin exchanged glances, silently positioning themselves at the periphery, ready to flee. They had no desire to meet their demise here. Ling Tian observed these individuals and shook his head, lamenting, "How tragic. It's the 5th day since the apocalypse has dawned, and yet you remain oblivious to the reality. For a few pieces of worthless paper, you risk your lives to protect a worthless individual." The dismembered bodyguard, kneeling on the ground, watched as Ling Tian approached Zhang Haoshuan, stealthily extending his intact left hand toward his lower back. As Ling Tian passed by, the bodyguard sprang up, "Die!" without sparing the assailant a glance. Ling Tian swiftly retaliated with a single swing of his axe. With a sickening thud, the bodyguard was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground as blood and entrails gushed forth uncontrollably. "Ah, he has killed someone," Li Lu shrieked, and Yu Bingbing trembled in fear. Captain Yu Feng wore an expression of shock, overwhelmed by the ruthless ferocity that far exceeded his expectations. It was as if a devil had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 27. The missing Kunkin. Ling Tian strolled forward leisurely, while the group of bodyguards appeared tense, as if facing a dire threat. "Oh, are you still willing to sacrifice your lives for your master?" Ling Tian cast a glance at them. "No, this has nothing to do with us. Please, go ahead," the bodyguard stammered, yielding under pressure and parting to create a path. They had come to work for financial gain. No one would willingly embrace a death sentence. They had no intention of sacrificing their lives for someone like Zhang Haoshuan. You. Young Master Zhang looked around frantically, his spirit shattered with fear. He wished to escape, but his legs felt weak and unresponsive, causing him to kneel before Ling Tian. As Ling Tian approached, the once arrogant young Master Zhang was engulfed by terror. "Do not come any closer. Do you have any idea what the consequences of your actions could be?" Ling Tian's ring glimmered, and an iron rod materialized in his grasp. He coldly commanded, "Kneel. What do you intend to do?" "My father is acquainted with underworld leaders." Zhang protested defiantly. "Kneel." Ling Tian's voice amplified, resonating with authority. Zhang Haoshuan clenched his fists, his identity as a prominent second-generation heir of the magical city weighing heavily upon him. To kneel before this insignificant wretch would shatter his dignity forever. Trembling at the thought, he stood tall, closing his eyes in a fierce declaration. "A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. How could I, Zhang Haoshuan, bow to a piece of trash like you?" With a resounding clang, the iron rod struck Zhang, causing him to grimace in pain. "Did I not tell you to kneel?" Ling Tian's voice dripped with disdain as he swung the rod again, mercilessly beating him as though he were a mere stray dog. Each blow left Zhang battered and bruised, his refined skin bursting under the punishment. "Oh my God! Stop, please!" he cried out, rolling on the ground in agony, his once pampered existence shattered by this brutal reality. "Do you understand your error now?" Ling Tian's voice remained icy. Aye. Zhang stammered, cradling his head in desperation. With each continued strike, Zhang's pleas for mercy escalated. "Father, no. Grandfather, please. I beg you, stop. I'll be killed." He knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Yubing and Li Lu, observing the scene, were taken aback by the humiliation of the once proud young master. The two illustrious stars exchanged glances filled with apprehension, wondering what would become of them should this demon turn his attention towards them. "Go, retrieve the flying knife I dropped," Ling Tian commanded the nearly defeated Zhang. Zhang nodded fervently. Yes. As long as you spare me, I will do anything." He stood to comply, but Ling Tian delivered a sharp kick to his back, sending him sprawling into the dirt. "Who permitted you to rise and stand equal to me?" Zhang cried out in despair. "I understand. I shall not err again." Thus, he crawled before the crowd, retrieving Ling Tian's dagger. The once exalted figure had been reduced to a pitiful creature, broken and humiliated in this apocalyptic world. "Here, esteemed sir. I have retrieved your item," Zhang said tremulously. Ling Tian nodded. "Well done." At last, Zhang exhaled in relief, but in the next moment, he was sent crashing to the ground by another vicious kick. "What do you want from me?" he gasped. "Huh, a dog like you dares to covet my woman?" Ling Tian scoffed, his expression cold. He then stepped down, rendering Zhang harmless. The street echoed with a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, Kuan, my Kuan." Zhang Haoshuan collapsed, his face contorted in excruciating pain. Yu Bingbing and Li Lian appeared pale, although they could not comprehend the anguish of losing Kunkin. The expression on Zhang Haoshuan's face indicated that he was undoubtedly suffering. Ling Tian gazed down at the writhing and tormented young Master Zhang, as one might observe a mere insect. Suddenly, A chilling low growl resonated behind Ling Tian. A robust and grotesque shadow of dark red surged towards him with alarming speed. Sensing the anomaly, Ling Tian gripped his axe and swung it forcefully backward. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking stone echoed as the dark red entity was repelled by Ling Tian's strike. The tremendous impact sent a numbing jolt through his hands. A scream pierced the air, drawing everyone's gaze to the ominous shadow. It was a creature devoid of skin. Its dark red muscle tissue grotesquely exposed to the atmosphere, evil and horrifying. Its limbs were grotesquely contorted, rendering it incapable of standing, forcing it to advance by crawling. The fingers and toes were thick and rigid, resembling menacing claws. Ling Tian raised his eyelids to take a glance. This was a crawling zombie. As a third-tier zombie, its notoriety in the early days of the apocalypse was formidable. Lacking vision, it possessed an extraordinarily acute sense of hearing, alongside remarkable strength and speed, making it exceedingly challenging to confront. The bodyguards swiftly reacted, their expressions shifting in alarm. This is a mutated zombie. We must flee. They hastily grabbed Li Lu and Yu Bingbing, making their escape towards the outskirts of Jianghua district. Wait, don't leave me behind. Young Master Zhang, having lost Kunkin, inexplicably found the strength to scramble to his feet and fervently pursued the fleeing figures. Trying to escape? Ling Tian tightened his grip on the battle axe, preparing to give chase. The crawling zombie, exhilarated, let out a deafening roar and lunged at Ling Tian, its claws thrashing through the air, intent on eviscerating its prey. Ling Tian, wishing to avoid entanglement, swiftly dodged, inadvertently leading the bodyguards to their doom. The crawling zombie pounced upon one of the bodyguards. Thud crack! A scream erupted from the bodyguard. The immense force shattered his bones, unable to withstand the brutal onslaught. Instead of feasting upon the fallen bodyguard, the zombie continued its relentless charge towards Ling Tian, having caught the scent of the crystal core on him, instinctively drawn to this prey. Devouring a crystal-powered individual would hasten its evolution to the next level. Seeking death, Ling Tian growled, retaliating with a powerful swing of his axe that sent the crawling zombie staggering back. With a flick of his mind, two extraordinary daggers appeared, slicing mercilessly into the fallen zombie. In a mere 2 seconds, the daggers delivered 14 precise cuts. Each strike bore considerable force, capable of slicing through the resilient muscle of the crawling zombie, inflicting substantial damage. With a furious roar, the crawling zombie hastily flipped itself upright and leaped away. This creature did not experience pain. Its retreat was a reaction to the sensed peril. It had developed a degree of cognitive ability, unlike the mindless attackers it once was. The crawling zombie slowly lifted its head, its crimson eyes fixated on Ling Tian, saliva dripping from its maw. How audacious of this creature to obstruct my path. As Ling Tian beheld the retreating figures of Yu Bingbing and her companions, a dangerous glint emerged in his gaze. Howl! The crawling zombie let out a cry, lunging once more at Ling Tian, its movements hampered by severed bodily tissues. With a mere thought, Ling Tian summoned 2 extraordinary daggers, which shot forth with precision. Thud! The daggers struck the zombie's head with unwavering accuracy, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Tian advanced and forcefully subdued it, simultaneously employing telekinetic powers to manipulate the daggers for a merciless dismemberment. Howl! Howl! The crawling zombie struggled fiercely, yet found itself utterly immobilized. In a mere 8 seconds, the tendons and ligaments of its limbs were forcibly severed by the daggers, transforming it into a dark red worm that could only squirm along the ground. Rising from the fallen creature, Ling Tian retrieved a battle axe that lay nearby, raising it high. Pow! Pow! With 5 swift strikes, he reduced the malevolent crawling zombie's head to a pulpy mass. Satisfied that it was thoroughly vanquished, Ling Tian donned a pair of gloves and delved into the heap of flesh, eventually extracting a small crystalline core. This core, an irregular hexagon of transparent hues, starkly contrasted with the murky and mottled cores of lesser zombies. Holding the core in his palm, Ling Tian began to absorb its energy. Gurgle, gurgle. Once the energy was fully absorbed, a powerful and resonant sound emanated from his heart. A faint glow radiated from within him. At last, he had leveled up to the 3rd tier. Ling Tian's eyes widened, sharp and keen. All traces of his injuries and fatigue vanished. Calmly, he made his way to a nearby RV, securing it within his spatial ring, before hastily pursuing the direction in which Yu Bingbing and the others had fled. Yu Bingbing and her companions ran frantically, not daring to look back. A myriad of obstacles arose along their path, impeding their escape. Rumbling, the ground before Yu Bingbing collapsed, revealing a deep brown cylindrical figure that swallowed her bodyguard whole. Help! The robust bodyguard could barely utter a complete cry for help before being dragged into the earth by the toothy, writhing zombie. Yu Bingbing, unable to stop in time, collided with the creature's body, losing her balance and falling backward. Her nearby bodyguard was paralyzed with fear, abandoning any thought of Yu Bingbing's safety as he sprinted forward with all his might. Wait, I'm still here, Yu Bingbing shouted desperately to the larger group ahead. In this dire moment, no one paid heed to her plight. Everyone was focused on fleeing for their lives. An eerie sound echoed, heralding the arrival of a zombie with an octopus-like head and grotesque tentacles, appearing menacingly behind Yu Bingbing. Chapter 28. Queen Yu Bingbing, successfully captured. Upon hearing the sound, Yu Bingbing turned to glance back, her face draining of color. She had never encountered anything so repulsive in her life. Quickly, she scrambled to her feet, fleeing for her life. Whoosh! The tentacles on the face of the octopus zombie suddenly elongated, ensnaring Yu Bingbing's ankle and bringing her crashing down once more. A disquieting sound emitted from the creature's mouth as it advanced towards its prey with deliberate strides. Stay away! Stay away! Yu Bingbing's face paled with fear as she reached out with both hands to grasp the tentacle binding her ankle, pulling with all her might. Zhang Haoshuan, having lost Kunken, rushed over, his expression a mask of terror. Upon seeing him, Yu Bingbing cried out, "Haoshuan, help me!" Zhang Haoshuan glanced at the tentacle-clad octopus zombie, his soul seemingly fleeing in fright. With a shriek, he quickened his pace, sprinting with the speed of a national athlete. Yu Bingbing was on the verge of madness. Not a single one of these scoundrels was reliable. In a moment of desperation, she managed to sever the tentacle, which was as thick as her wrist. With the strength of a seemingly frail woman, stunned for a brief instant, she discarded the severed length of tentacle on the ground and scrambled to her feet to flee. A horde rushed past her, moving with astonishing speed, their figures mere blurs. Various lowly zombies had been drawn out by their commotion, converging upon the street. Yu Bingbing felt utterly overwhelmed. Why was she so unfortunate? A sea of zombies surged toward her, and she could only flee in a panicked frenzy. Suddenly, a terrifying red figure appeared against the exterior wall of a building. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of it. It was a crawling zombie. The creature scuttled effortlessly along the steep, 90-degree glass wall, its speed astonishing. Within mere breaths, it was upon her. With a triumphant howl, the crawling zombie lunged toward its prey. Yu Bingbing stumbled and fell, striking her head and losing consciousness, fortuitously evading the creature's leap. The crawling zombie lifted its head and let out a ferocious roar as it hastened toward the unconscious Yu Bingbing. A shadow flickered through the air. Sensing an anomaly, the crawling zombie halted and turned to gaze at the shadowy figure. With a resounding crash, a powerful kick struck the crawling zombie's head, akin to a cannonball detonating upon impact. The robust creature was sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby shop, sending shockwaves through the air and stirring up clouds of dust. Spiderweb-like cracks spidered across the walls, and the glass of the entire building shattered, littering the ground. Amidst the chaos, an enraged roar echoed as the fearsome red figure emerged from the store. Half of its head was completely obliterated, with white brain matter and crimson blood mingling and trickling down its ravaged neck. Not far in front of it stood a tall, cold man, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. How foolish, he mused, to dare touch my belongings. Ling Tian awakened to the third tier, his punching power elevated to 700 kilograms. That kick delivered with full force had approached a staggering 1,500 kilograms. Yet, the crawling zombie's vitality proved stubbornly resilient. Even after such a devastating blow, it remained unvanquished. With a shriek, the crawling zombie lunged at Ling Tian. With a compassionate chuckle, Ling Tian extended his right hand towards the advancing crawling zombie. Telekinetic restraint. A surge of mental energy erupted, immobilizing the leaping zombie midair. This marked the activation of the third memory node following Ling Tian's elevation in rank. Skill, restraint technique. Effective range, 5 meters. Maximum number of targets, 1. Maximum restraining force, 300 kilograms. Energy consumption per second, 1 energy point. The force of 300 kilograms held the crawling zombie aloft, rendering it incapable of evasion, flailing helplessly in the air. Control of weapons, cut. 3 daggers, under Ling Tian's command, sliced furiously at the suspended zombie. Each dagger struck with a frequency of 7 cuts per second, darting rapidly across its body. Skill, telekinetic weapon control. Maximum manipulation range, 5 meters. Maximum number of weapons, 3. Power, 6. Attack frequency, 7 times per second. Energy consumption per second, 1 energy point. With a flurry of swift cuts, the zombie's flesh and innards melded into a gooey mass, cascading down from its skeletal frame. In merely 3 seconds, the formidable crawling zombie was reduced to a riddled corpse. Ling Tian, unwilling to squander excessive energy on a single zombie, soon ceased his attack. If he were to continue for another 10 seconds, it would be reduced to nothing more than a bleached skeletal specimen. Having ascended to level 3, Ling Tian's energy rose from 10 to 15 points, still a modest amount. Truly, Such is the nature of an S-rank ability, abundant in skills and significantly enhanced with each level gained. Ling Tian closed his eyes momentarily to assess his situation. As long as he did not encounter any gun-wielding foes, he could traverse this area with impunity. A loud sound erupted from the kick he had just delivered, attracting the attention of the surrounding zombies. At this moment, Ling Tian regarded the lowly zombies with complete disdain. He turned and lifted Yu Bingbing, pulling out a crystal core to recharge himself, and boldly advanced into the throng of undead. Control of weapons. Cut. The 3 daggers darted around Ling Tian within a 5-meter radius. Any zombie daring to approach would be swiftly reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Suddenly, a venomous zombie with a mouth resembling a gaping flower approached Ling Tian. He snorted coldly, employing telekinetic propulsion, launching all 3 daggers simultaneously. Thud, thud. 2 daggers pierced through, leaving massive blood holes in the upper half of the venomous zombie, severing it from its lower half. There was no need for a 3rd dagger to deliver the final blow. The zombie was already dispatched. Telekinetic propulsion. Launch a lightweight weapon to inflict damage on an enemy. Number. Can launch 3 at a time. Power. 12. Optimal attack range. Within 30 meters. Energy consumption. 1 energy point per launch. In the city of magic capital, Jianghua District, within a residential building. After a prolonged unconsciousness, Yu Bingbing stirred slightly, emitting a soft moan. Her long, dense lashes fluttered before her hazy, dreamy eyes opened. Where's this place? Yu Bingbing gazed at the polished ceiling, her mind a haze. The only memory she could grasp was of being assaulted by crawling zombies. Could this be heaven? Yu Bingbing murmured to herself. She attempted to lift her arm, sensing something amiss. To her astonishment, gleaming handcuffs were fastened around her delicate wrists. What is this? Yu Bingbing felt utterly bewildered, as she believed she had committed no wrongdoing. Looking down, she was shocked to find herself lying on a bed. Chapter 29. A display of authority on the living room sofa. Ling Tian scrutinized a talisman he held in his hand. This talisman had been retrieved from a bodyguard he had previously slain. Upon testing, Ling Tian discovered it to be a novice-level talisman capable of enhancing the bearer's physique. Once equipped, it elevated Ling Tian's defense by 2 points, bringing it to 5. This meant that even if he were to be shot while completely naked, he would merely suffer a superficial wound, with his muscles remaining largely unharmed. Additionally, he had acquired a novice-level energy ring, which, upon activation, boosted his internal energy by another 7 points, bringing his total to 29. His energy reserves were no longer as strained as they had been before. Ling Tian's current configuration was 2 for energy, 1 for distance, 1 for protection, and 1 for space, thus fully occupying his accessory slots. To achieve further enhancement, he would need to obtain more advanced accessories. Furthermore, he possessed 2 ordinary extraordinary daggers. This journey had proven to be quite fruitful. Strangely, the crystalline cores inside seemed to have diminished in number. As Ling Tian inspected the spoils within the ring, he noticed not only the discrepancy in the cores, but also in the quantity of zombie remains. This was not the first occurrence of such a phenomenon. Could it be that the Taodai ring was absorbing energy? As a top-tier spatial treasure, the Taodai ring certainly possessed ample space. Yet mere capacity alone could not classify it as a treasure. Might the ring unlock its powers upon absorbing sufficient energy? A soft sound echoed through the room. Oh, has the renowned actress awakened? A look of anticipation spread across Ling Tian's face, as the prospect of engaging in a profound conversation with his admired celebrity thrilled him to no end. Rising from the sofa, he made his way toward the bedroom. Creak. A sound emerged from the door, startling Yu Bingbing, who quickly sat up in bed, hastily pulling a nearby thin blanket over her alluring form. The door swung open, revealing a stranger who stepped inside. Upon seeing Yu Bingbing wrapped in the blanket, the man's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Miss Bingbing has awakened. What have you done to me? Yu Bingbing scrutinized the man before her, her tone laced with trepidation. This man had left a profound impression on her, having dispatched a bodyguard before her very eyes with a battle axe. Deep down, she perceived him as a remorseless psychopath. Ling Tian cleared his throat and explained, I haven't done anything. I merely noticed you were injured, so I kindly offered to bandage your wounds. Well, what? Yu Bingbing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The meticulously maintained and alluring form she intended to reserve for her future husband was unexpectedly subjected to the gaze of a stranger. Overwhelmed with shame and fury, the delicate features of her flawless visage revealed a blend of 3 parts embarrassment and 7 parts indignation. In that moment, she felt like a fish on a chopping board, forced to suppress the outrage that surged within her. Why have you brought me here? What do you intend to do? She warned, do not act recklessly. Once the calamity subsides, your actions will face judgment. Laughter erupted from Ling Tian as he found amusement in her naive hopes for the world. I've already dealt with numerous adversaries. Committing one more offense seems inconsequential. He continued, by the way, I was the one who rescued you from the horde of zombies. Is this how you treat your savior? You saved me? Yu Bingbing, who had previously been in a state of unconsciousness, was now beginning to grasp her predicament. However, it was evident that no one else could have come to her aid apart from this man. With a bite of her crimson lip, she retorted, "Your act of salvation does not grant you the liberty to impose your will upon me." Ling Tian, captivated by her alluring expression, couldn't help but lick his lips. This top-tier celebrity, Yu Bingbing, had portrayed numerous formidable female characters, such as Su Daji, Wu Zetian, the Master of the Flower Palace, female spies, and inspectors. He recalled watching her performances fondly before the apocalypse, often succumbing to temptation in the quiet of night to express his admiration. It was undeniable that her rise to stardom was no mere coincidence. She possessed tremendous allure. She raised her hands towards Ling Tian, signaling him to release her. "Let me go. You have no right to confine my freedom." Ling Tian squinted, recognizing that this woman had yet to comprehend her current circumstances. Oh, a star in the apocalypse, surely a privilege reserved for the strong. He approached her, seizing the blanket and tearing it away. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped Yu Bingbing as she gasped. Indeed, she was a high-priced treasure, impeccably maintained. Her face, flushed with anger, confronted him. "You rogue. What do you want? Get out." Ling Tian sneered. "What an impolite woman you are, treating your savior with such disdain. It is truly a lack of education." With that, he advanced to subdue the reigning queen of the screen, intending to impart a lesson. Sensing imminent danger, Yu Bingbing screamed and fought back, launching her pristine, slender legs towards him. Ling Tian, unfazed, charged directly at her. With a formidable strength of 700 kilograms, he had no fear of a mere woman's kick. Thud! Ling Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Her strength exceeded his expectations. She was, indeed, an awakened being. "Miss Bingbing, you are quite bold to attack me. Do you understand the consequences of such actions?" He threatened. "You scoundrel! Even in death, I shall not allow you to touch me. I warn you not to act recklessly, or the repercussions will be severe." Yu Bingbing glared at Ling Tian, her defiance unwavering. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly, the top-tier star, revered by her fans as a queen, was vastly different from other delicate women. Ling Tian marveled inwardly. In the past, when she had attempted to assert herself in front of him, the terrifying scene had even overwhelmed her bodyguards. A typical girl would have quaked in fear and remained silent. While a proud and assertive personality can indeed be captivating, Ling Tian's narrowed eyes exuded a perilous aura. It was unacceptable for her to display arrogance before him. She required a thorough lesson. Yu Bingbing trembled at the thought. Recalling the educational films she had curiously watched, "What do you intend to do?" Ling Tian nodded. "Of course, but first, I must teach you a lesson to diminish your pride." In a state of panic, Yu Bingbing turned to flee. Alas, upon glancing back, she found Ling Tian grasping the necklace around her neck. Meanwhile, Li Lu and the others, whether crouching or standing, were gasping for breath. They had run a considerable distance, but were ultimately forced to change direction due to the overwhelming number of zombies. Taking refuge in a gym on the 5th floor, they sought temporary shelter and a moment to regroup. As Zhang Haoxuan's tension eased, the absence of Kuan struck him like a tidal wave of pain. It was agonizing. Henceforth, he would be devoid of any associations with glamorous socialites or popular starlets. He could only admire them from afar. This thought filled him with profound sorrow as he glared at the bodyguards in the room, seething with rage. "You useless lot. How dare you abandon your employer to save yourselves? When I see my father, I will ensure he deals with you all." Zhang Haoxuan berated the group of bodyguards. Zheng Qing shot him a furious glance. Zhang Haoxuan, noticing the glare, was instantly incensed. "What are you looking at, you furball? Have you forgotten my earlier lesson? Get on your knees." Zheng Cheng recalled the previous incident at the hotel, his expression gradually turning menacing. "Oh, still daring to bare your teeth at me? Just take a look at what you really are." Zhang Haoxuan cursed as he approached, raising his hand to strike the disobedient servant. Slap. Zheng Cheng retaliated with a swift smack. "You little brat, what are you barking about?" Zhang Haoxuan fell to the ground, his handsome visage distorted from the blow, his nose crooked and cheeks sunken. Ugh. He opened his mouth, spitting out blood, several of his white teeth falling to the floor. Chapter 30. Suppressing and Educating the Top Starlet. "What is wrong with your bodyguard? How dare he attack his employer?" Li Lu was taken aback, her face flushing with indignation as she pointed at Zheng Cheng, shouting, "All of you, seize this traitor. Such a scoundrel deserves the death penalty. The death penalty." The head bodyguard, Yu Feng, approached with 2 others. The remaining bodyguards hesitated, opting to observe, feeling a mutual disdain for both employers and unwilling to exert themselves on their behalf. Yu Feng shouted at Zheng Cheng, "What is the matter with you? Have you lost your mind?" Zheng Cheng cackled maniacally. "I think it is you who has gone mad. We are in the apocalypse, and you are still toiling for these wretches." He pointed at Zhang Haoxuan, who lay on the ground, just a moment ago, down at the Zhirunfa supermarket. This wretch got into a conflict with someone else, and as a result, we are the ones who have to pay the price. It's utterly ridiculous. My arms are thicker than this dog's thighs. Why should I be subjugated by such a scoundrel and made to serve him like a dog? Zhang Haoshuan, crying out in despair, shouted at Yufeng. I'll give each of you 5 million if you tie him up. I want to carve him alive with a small knife. Yufeng stepped forward and coldly addressed Zheng Cheng. I have no interest in your nonsensical rants. All I know is that you have erred and must be punished. Now, put your hands on your head and surrender. Humph. Zheng Cheng let out an angry grunt and suddenly threw a punch, which Yufeng hurriedly blocked with both hands. Bang! The burly Yufeng was sent flying by the punch, crashing into the gym equipment with a heart-stopping sound. So fierce. The other two bodyguards had no time to ponder and rushed toward Zheng Cheng, fists and feet flying. Zheng Cheng's formidable physique surged, his muscles bulging intensely, stretching his shirt to the brink of tearing. Skill activated. Berserk, increasing strength by 40%, consuming 1 energy point every 10 seconds. Wow. Zheng Cheng swung his fists at the two attackers. Bang. A punch landed on one's head, exploding it like a watermelon. Crack. That single blow shattered both the arm that attempted to block and the ribs, severely injuring the opponent's internal organs. In just one round, the two muscular bodyguards were vanquished. Leaving the onlookers stunned, Zheng Cheng picked up a barbell and approached Yufeng. What do you want? Stay back. Bang. Blood splattered, and Yufeng met his demise. Li Lu screamed in terror. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with everyone feeling vulnerable. Gag that little harlot. If she attracts zombies, we're all done for. Zheng Cheng commanded. Qian Xin was the first to react, swiftly pinning Li Lu to the ground and silencing her. Zheng Cheng strode over menacingly. You little harlot. I've taken a dislike to you for a long time. Just because you have some money, you think you can boss people around. Tear. Zheng Cheng casually ripped apart her luxurious clothing, revealing large swathes of her fair skin. Today, I shall teach you how to serve. Wait. Qian Xin stepped forward to stop Zheng Cheng. What are you doing? Zheng Cheng roared. This woman is still a virgin. She is a crucial bargaining chip. Keeping her alive could help us escape this predicament. You wouldn't want to die here after having your fun, would you? Reason took hold of Zheng Cheng's mind. And with a cold snort, he finally released Li Lu. Qian Xin patted Zheng Cheng's shoulder. I will find a way to contact nearby forces. With Li Lu, the star, among us, they will come to our rescue. Before the apocalypse, ordinary people like Ling Tian had no chance of even catching the eye of those starlets, let alone having them fawn over them. Women like Yu Bingbing would only associate with heirs of top-tier aristocracy, forever remaining goddesses in the eyes of ordinary men. Now, with the collapse of societal norms due to the onset of the apocalypse, he wielded the power to command a goddess. Heaven's gifts, once ignored, now become a source of calamity. The opportunity presented itself, and it must not be squandered. Must I be wronged again? Yu Bingbing, having endured an unbearable lesson, finally set aside her pride and arrogance to plead for forgiveness from Ling Tian. Humph. Remember this lesson. Should you dare to disrespect your savior again, next time, you shall face a stern reprimand. Ling Tian coldly snorted and chose to let her go. Yu Bingbing let out a sigh of relief. Ling Tian cast a glance at her, feeling a surge of pride within. What of the top-tier celebrity, adored by all? In the apocalypse, she must obediently comply. Hatred brewed within Yu Bingbing's heart. How could this lowly peasant dare to strike the queen? Stealing a glance at Ling Tian, a fierce glint appeared in her enchanting eyes. Having been pampered since childhood and elevated to stardom, she had never been treated in such a manner. Just wait. Once the world returns to normalcy, I shall ensure you are imprisoned, left to suffer in despair. Yu Bingbing silently vowed to avenge today's grievances. Ling Tian sensed an inexplicable killing intent and looked down at her. She quickly averted her gaze, fearful that he would discover her animosity. Humph. This woman truly fails to recognize her circumstances, still believing herself a lofty goddess. Ling Tian chose not to hold it against her. A touch of rebelliousness was rather delightful. Being overly compliant would render things less entertaining. Chapter 31. The fall of the top-tier queen. As the sun rose, morning light streamed through the window, illuminating everything. The goddess Yu Bingbing lay on her soft bed, her beautiful eyes filled with countless thoughts. The events of the previous night left her sleepless and emotionally drained. Initially, she contemplated a hunger strike as a form of protest. However, upon awakening, that fellow named Ling Tian was entirely unfazed by her tactics. He proceeded with his morning routine without a care. That night, the top star received an unforgettable lesson. Her once superior arrogance had been significantly diminished. Yu Bingbing turned onto her side, silent tears streaming down her lovely face, heart-wrenching to behold. At that moment, her mind involuntarily wandered back through the years. Remarkable beauty, a prestigious lineage, and extraordinary talent had propelled her fame in the entertainment industry to astronomical heights. At merely 26, She was regarded as the esteemed and aloof queen in the hearts of countless fans. Yet now, despair clouded her thoughts. This queen had seemingly fallen from grace. The mere thought of that despicable man ignited her fury. With a soft click, the door swung open. A well-dressed young man stepped inside. Yu Bingbing, flustered and ashamed, curled up with her arms around her legs, sitting upright. A playful smile crept onto Ling Tian's lips. Are you still struggling to adapt to your current status? A flash of anger flickered in Yu Bingbing's eyes, but she remained silent. Ling Tian gently shook his head, truly unaware of your fortune. Being my favored concubine is your blessing. Blessing? Yu Bingbing clenched her teeth in anger, seething within. You have reduced me to this state. I would rather be dead. Do you wish to die? Ling Tian pondered for a moment before a smirk graced his lips. Then I shall grant your wish. What? Yu Bingbing, still grappling with the situation, found herself seized by the neck and hoisted aloft by Ling Tian. He carried her with ease to the window. What are you planning to do? Yu Bingbing's face contorted in terror as she kicked her delicate feet in desperation. Did you not wish for death? I am merely facilitating your aspiration. The sweet, delectable scent emanating from Yu Bingbing quickly attracted the attention of the zombies lurking outside. Roar. A crawling zombie, exhilarated, let out a fearsome bellow, inching closer to Yu Bingbing's position. Upon hearing the sound, she instinctively looked down, and her eyes widened in horror as she beheld a grotesque creature, dark red and repulsive. Yu Bingbing's pupils dilated, her body trembling violently. No, quickly, put me back inside. That monster has spotted us. Her voice quivered with dread. Did you not wish for death? I am merely helping you realize your dream. Ling Tian replied with a devilish calm. This creature, when it consumes its prey, delights in starting from the brain. It first breaks the limbs of its victim. Then, when they can no longer resist, it slowly gnaws open their skull. Stop, please. Yu Bingbing felt a chill run down her spine, tears welling in her eyes. I beg you, let me in. I do not wish to die. Not wish to die? On what grounds? No, please no. The monster was closing in, now within 10 meters. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Yu Bingbing's fear caused her to lose control. I beg you. I do not want to perish at the hands of that beast. Roar. The creature leapt fiercely towards Yu Bingbing. With a surge of power, Ling Tian intervened. The monster suspended midair. Then, with a flurry of swift movements, several flying knives emerged, mercilessly shredding the creature to pieces. Roar. The monster howled in agony, reduced to a mangled heap of flesh, plummeting heavily to the ground below. Yu Bingbing gasped for breath, her expression still haunted by the near encounter. Ling Tian crouched down, regarding the once mighty queen with a condescending gaze. So, do you still wish to die? Yu Bingbing shook her head vigorously. Since you no longer desire death, I trust you understand what is expected of you. Ling Tian rose and seated himself on the bed. Yu Bingbing lifted her gaze to Ling Tian, her heart heavy with bitterness. How could this queen find herself in such dire straits? She had never imagined her downfall would lead her here. The outside world was teeming with zombies and various predatory villains, an environment fraught with peril, with no option but to submit to this insufferable individual before her. She muttered under her breath, You wretched man, I will have my revenge. After a moment of resolve, she knelt before Ling Tian, her pride shattered. I acknowledge my mistakes. From this day forth, I shall serve you. A smirk crept across Ling Tian's face at her admission. Yu Bingbing clenched her lips, suppressing her humiliation. Ling Tian reached out, caressing her exquisite visage, a beauty that captivated countless hearts. This sensation was undeniably delightful. Rest assured, as long as you remain by my side and obey, I will ensure your safety and even share my precious provisions with you. Before Ling Tian, the once proud queen lowered her head in submission, replying, I understand. Thank you. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Bingbing, have you had enough to eat this morning? He inquired. Yu Bingbing blushed and shook her head. Ling Tian affectionately ruffled her hair and gestured toward the food on the table. Eat up. Once you've filled your stomach, I'll impart some new knowledge to you. Though Yu Bingbing felt a profound sense of humiliation, she dared not express it and could only obediently reply, Thank you for your generosity. After the meal, Ling Tian personally guided Yu Bingbing in sensing her extraordinary abilities. Now, close your eyes and attempt to delve your consciousness into your mind, to perceive any anomalies within. He instructed. Yu Bingbing furrowed her brows, and after a moment, replied, It seems there is a tree appearing in my mind. Ling Tian nodded with encouragement. Observe carefully the color of the tree. Yu Bingbing nodded and acted as directed. This tree is peculiar. It is golden in hue. Oh, an S-rank awakener, indeed. Quite intriguing. Ling Tian exclaimed. Now, try to locate the memory nodes, the fruits borne by the tree, and see what skills you have acquired. Ling Tian urged. Item enhancement can temporarily increase the strength of items, Yu Bingbing reported. Item enhancement. Item enhancement, Ling Tian repeated. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Isn't item enhancement a skill of the creation type talent? An S-rank creation-type extraordinary being. Remarkable. Ling Tian was astounded. By sheer chance, he had encountered an extraordinary individual. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, industrial capacities were severely damaged, making many items impossible to produce. Not to mention terrifying weapons such as nuclear warheads. The world could not even manufacture a single all-terrain armored vehicle. The emergence of creation-type extraordinary beings altered this dire situation. From various cold weapons to firearms. From mobile fortresses to iron bastions, all high-end technological products relied on creation-type extraordinary beings for their production. The strategic value of an S-rank creation extraordinary being is self-evident, akin to a legion of elite soldiers numbering in the tens of thousands. Ling Tian had never heard of a top-tier extraordinary being like Yu Bingbing since returning from the apocalypse, but this is not contradictory. Survivor bias suggests that undeveloped geniuses are merely nameless graves. Master, what troubles you? She asked. Nothing, Ling Tian replied, lightly clearing his throat. He retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring. Try to utilize your newfound extraordinary ability to enhance the dagger I hold. All right, Yu Bingbing responded, extending her hand toward the dagger. An invisible energy coalesced upon the dagger, causing it to emit a silvery glow. Ling Tian tossed it a couple of times, feeling no discernible change. With a thought, he took another dagger and hurled it against the wall. Thud! The blade embedded halfway into the wall. In the next moment, Ling Tian threw the enhanced dagger with the same force. Whoosh! The entire dagger pierced through the wall as if it were tofu. Impressive. The enhanced item is clearly much stronger, Ling Tian praised. This ability does not even require coordinated practice. It directly provides a significant enhancement to the extraordinary being's combat capability. Ling Tian handed over the crystal core he had painstakingly acquired to Yu Bingbing, saying, hold it in your hand and absorb it. It will elevate your level. In the future, I shall provide you with a regular supply of the crystal cores you need for your ascension. Thank you, Master, Yu Bingbing replied, somewhat taken aback as she accepted the crystal core. She had heard Ling Tian mention that this item could enhance her awakening level and grant her greater power. After absorbing it, she tidied herself up, preparing to leave the place. Ling Tian gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 32, Undercurrents. Zhang Haoshuan. The second-generation scion was bound to a chest press machine in the gym, barely clinging to life. His mouth was gagged with a torn cloth, rendering him voiceless. A closer inspection would reveal that the rag was stained crimson with his blood. All of his teeth had been violently knocked out, and blood continued to flow from his gums. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a phone ringing broke the tense atmosphere. Qian Xian quickly answered the call. Yes. We are at the gym on the 5th floor of Building 145 on Ping and Street. Oh, your team has arrived downstairs and is coming up soon? All right, good. Qian Xian hung up the phone and turned to the anxious crowd gathered around him. We finally managed to contact a reliable organization. They have a team downstairs, ready to extract us. This news invigorated those trapped in the gym. Impressive, Brother Qian. You truly found a capable force to rescue us. I've been starving for 3 days, surviving on just a few bottles of water. I'm nearly depleted. The once silent gym suddenly buzzed with hope and excitement. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Zheng Cheng quickly instructed, hurry, clear the clutter blocking the door. If you're slow, they might leave. The crowd sprang into action. Meanwhile, Qian Xian continued to communicate with the team outside via phone. The door swung open, and an armed squad entered, each member wielding a handgun. This group of 12, capable of navigating the infested Jianghua district, required no further introduction. The leader, with spiky hair like sharp quills and a scar running above his brow, stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the room. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang He, the captain of the Daohan squad. Who here is in charge? Zheng Cheng exchanged glances with Qian Xian, who understood the cue and straightened up to respond. I am Qian Xian. You may direct your inquiries to me, Brother Huang. Huang He nodded and proceeded further inside. We originally did not intend to come, but upon hearing that you have the 2 starlets, Li Lu and Yu Bingbing, we deemed it worthwhile to set aside our current mission. Indeed, thank you for your efforts. Qian Xian said, leading Huang He to the small room where Li Lu was held captive. Brother Huang, look, this is Li Lu. Li Lu appeared disheveled, her hands bound, exuding an air of vulnerability. This woman remains untouched, Qian Xian emphasized. Oh, Huang He's eyes brightened with surprise. Indeed, she is even more beautiful in person than on screen. Bringing her back will surely fetch a good price. A smile crept across Huang He's lips. And where is Yu Bingbing? Where is she? She is indeed a top-tier star from the Dragon Kingdom, and many affluent individuals are willing to pay a handsome price for her. Qian Xian cleared his throat, his gaze flickering. She is not currently here. Huang He halted his steps, turning to fixate on Qian Xian, the temperature around them plummeting. Look over there, there's also Zhang Haoshuan. His father is the chairman of Jiahong Media. This fellow should possess some value. Qian Xen gestured towards the frail figure not far away, entirely wrapped in bandages. A testament to the ordeal he had endured. A smirk of amusement mingled with disdain appeared on Huang He's face as he drew a military dagger. Qian Xian's complexion turned pale, uncertain of Huang He's intentions. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged into Zhang Haoshuan's abdomen, blood and viscera spilling forth. Zhang Haoshuan, bound to a fitness apparatus and gagged with a rag, was unable to scream or resist. The dagger pierced him repeatedly, each thrust eliciting a tortured gurgle from the young master as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Huang He casually wiped the blade clean with a piece of cloth. His father is struggling to survive. What use is he? A waste like him should have been dispatched long ago. Qian Xian swallowed hard. What you say is true, brother Huang. With a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Huang He continued. By the way, you clearly stated over the phone that Yu Bingbing was in your possession, which is why I hastily abandoned my task to come here. He patted Qian Xian on the shoulder. I have a particular disdain for habitual liars. I eliminate one whenever I encounter them. I hope you are not the next. Cold sweat instantly dripped down Qian Xian's back. Their group was trapped in Jianghua district, with no means to escape. They had only Li Lu to offer. And no one was willing to engage. They had no choice but to claim they still held Yu Bingbing. Qian Xian gathered his thoughts. Brother Huang, allow me to explain. Originally, Yu Bingbing was indeed in our hands, but during her escape, she was taken from us. Oh, Huang He's expression turned frosty. So you no longer have Yu Bingbing? With a sudden knee strike, Huang He struck Qian Xian in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, resembling a cooked shrimp. Huang He seized Qian Xian by the hair, preparing to plunge the dagger in. Wait, brother Huang, please wait. Zheng Cheng interjected. Gripping Huang He's wrist with such force that Huang He found himself immobilized. Huang He glanced at him in surprise, then threatened. What are you to interfere in this? I possess the information regarding Yu Bingbing's location, not far from here. We can retrieve her shortly. We all work for the same organization. There's no need to be so ruthless with one another. Huh, trapped as you are, how could you possibly know Yu Bingbing's whereabouts? Are you trying to deceive me? Huang Yi, do you wish to endanger your life? Zheng Cheng pulled out his phone, opening a video on a popular platform. Am I lying? See for yourself. The video displayed Yu Bingbing alongside a man, and by observing the iconic buildings visible through the window, one could ascertain their location. Huang He cast a casual glance, acknowledging that Yu Bingbing was indeed captivating, her mere presence stirring undeniable emotions. Indeed, Huang He suddenly widened his eyes, snatching the phone from Zheng Cheng's hands to repeatedly watch the video. It was him. At last, I found this rascal, ha ha ha. Huang He laughed joyfully, patting Zheng Cheng on the shoulder. Zheng Cheng wore a perplexed expression, unsure of why his companion was so elated. Do you know why our little team has ventured into the perilous Jianghua district? After his laughter subsided, Huang He cryptically addressed Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment. No, I do not. It is indeed difficult to ascertain the reason. We have come to apprehend someone in Jianghua district. Huang He pointed to the male protagonist in the video, Ling Tian. Before the outbreak of the zombie crisis, there was an individual who hoarded supplies in the Magic City, causing quite a stir in the wholesale circles. However, once the zombie crisis struck, the vast quantities of goods this fellow procured mysteriously vanished, with all warehouses completely emptied. Huang He took out his phone and played a video documenting the entire process of Ling Tian collecting a massive RV. Everyone was astonished. Not only had Zheng Cheng and the other bodyguards never seen this video, but even Huang He's team had not. Spatial ability, Zheng Cheng murmured, suddenly recalling something and exclaiming, Brother Huang, the person you mentioned who hoarded supplies, it wouldn't be this guy, would it? Indeed, it is him. Just how much did he hoard? Conservatively estimated, there are no less than 200,000 tons of food. The group collectively inhaled sharply. Assuming a consumption rate of 1 pound of food per person per day, this individual possesses enough provisions for 400 million people for a single day. Compared to him, Yu Bingbing is hardly worth mentioning. To my knowledge, many formidable teams have arrived in Jianghua district, all in pursuit of this big catch, Ling Tian. Huang He stated with a grave tone, we must spare no effort to capture him before anyone else does. With the supplies he possesses, we can establish ourselves as a premier force in this chaotic apocalypse. Chapter 33, The Golden-Haired Enchantress, Euphemia. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sound of gunfire echoed through the streets. A 12-member combat team found themselves surrounded by a horde of zombies, forced to battle fiercely while retreating into a narrow alley. Howl! 2 dark crimson, terrifying figures clambered over the walls, infiltrating the alley to assault the team. Damn it, crawling zombies, and 2 of them at once. A foreign man with a prominent nose and high forehead bellowed, then commanded his comrades to concentrate their fire on the crawling zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted in the narrow alley. These crawling zombies had developed a semblance of intelligence, leaping from the walls of high rises, avoiding direct attacks to deplete the team's ammunition. "Captain, we are low on bullets. What should we do?" A man with dark skin and thick lips spoke nervously. The prominent-nosed man pondered briefly before decisively issuing orders. "Quickly find debris to block the alley entrance. No shooting at low-level zombies. Engage only with melee weapons. And do not actively attack the advanced crawling zombies. Simply use bullets to restrain them." With a commanding gesture, the man with the prominent nose instructed the slightly shorter individual beside him. "Ola, you are tasked with contacting the rescue team and informing them of our current location." "Understood, Captain," replied the shorter man, who promptly retrieved his phone and began dialing. They were situated in the heart of Magic City, specifically in the Jianghua district, where the signal was robust, eliminating the need for advanced satellite communication. The cunning crawling zombies, having scuttled along the walls, sensed a lull in the assault and seized the opportunity to leap downwards with alarming speed. A burly man was abruptly tackled to the ground, rendered helpless by the sheer disparity of strength. "Damn it! Fire! Save Bob!" Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, bullets striking the zombie and splattering thick. Crimson Ichor. Roar! The crawling zombie shrieked in fury, clambering up the wall, shattering a window, and entering to feast. It was nearly impossible to kill it with mere handguns. "Help! Help!" Bob's desperate cries echoed from within, sending a chill through the hearts of the onlookers. "Damn it, this area is beyond our reach." The man with the prominent nose slammed his fist against the wall, frustration etched across his face. Had they not heard of a spatial ability wielder with an abundance of resources appearing in the vicinity, they would never have accepted this mission. As time passed, their ammunition dwindled, and their numbers had diminished to 6. Faced with the relentless pursuit of 2 dark red crawling zombies on the wall, despair settled over the group. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed through the alley, and a squad appeared before the group. "Hello, darlings," greeted a striking blonde woman at the center of the team, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Her captivating features, flawless pale skin, and fiery red lips were nothing short of divine craftsmanship. "Run quickly. We have crawling zombies behind us. These creatures are exceptionally formidable. If they catch up, we are doomed." The man with the prominent nose shouted breathlessly at the newcomers. Due to the prolonged exertion and the sudden outburst, he was severely oxygen-deprived, and as soon as he finished speaking, darkness enveloped his vision, causing him to collapse. "Euphemia, what shall we do now?" inquired a tall man beside the alluring woman. Turning to him, Euphemia fluttered her long lashes, "Since we've encountered them, we cannot let them escape. The crystal cores within their heads can enhance my power. This is an unexpected battle. To conserve ammunition, no submachine guns." A towering giant, 3 meters tall, reminded Euphemia. All right, just 2 crawlers. "I know what to do," Euphemia said, tossing her gleaming golden hair back. She drew a standard handgun from her waist and confidently approached the 2 rapidly advancing crawling zombies. The sound of her high-heeled boots echoed enticingly against the ground. The large-nosed figure, having awakened from his stupor, overheard the conversation of those nearby and quickly issued a warning. "Be cautious. Those creatures possess remarkable vitality. Confronting them armed with merely a handgun is tantamount to courting death." Euphemia cast a fleeting glance in his direction, her fiery red lips curling into an alluring smile. Disregarding the large-nosed man's caution, the crawling zombies, having spotted tender prey, exhibited a glimmer of excitement within their murky eyes. With a howl, 2 dark red figures surged through the air, racing eagerly toward their quarry. Euphemia remained steadfast, nonchalantly lifting her handgun. Just as the grotesque visage of the monster approached the muzzle, she activated her extraordinary ability and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber, striking the zombie's cranium with unerring accuracy. With a sickening pop, the head exploded, sending a mixture of white brain matter and viscous blood spraying forth. The first zombie collapsed instantly. The second was knocked back half a meter by the bullet's residual force. The surviving zombie, upon witnessing its companion's demise, decisively chose to flee, displaying a flicker of intelligence. Bang, 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 bang. A series of 4 shots rang out, each bullet shattering the creature's limbs, rendering it capable only of crawling along the ground like an unsightly red worm. "Ha ha ha, Lynn, look at its dreadful appearance. It's truly amusing." Euphemia laughed joyously, extending her delicate tongue to lick her fiery red lips. "Enough of this frivolity, we must eliminate it quickly. If that fellow named Ling Tian is abducted by someone else, our leader will not take it lightly." Lin Lei, draped in a cloak, spoke coldly. "Oh, you people are so dreary," Euphemia replied, shaking her head, her radiant golden hair cascading like a proud Persian cat. She raised her handgun and delivered a final shot to the struggling zombie, extinguishing its life. With a soft sigh, Euphemia brought the gun to her lips, gently blowing a fragrant breeze and bestowing a kiss upon her cherished weapon. Indeed, she harbored an unparalleled fervor for destructive arms. In her eyes, amidst this chaotic apocalypse, nothing was more reliable than the weapon in her grasp. Chapter 34, Spatial Flicker. Yu Bingbing followed closely behind Ling Tian, progressing eastward. At this moment, the top-tier star bore a locator affixed to her alabaster neck, crafted from composite metals of exceptional hardness. The presence of this device extinguished any thoughts of escape, compelling her to obediently accompany Ling Tian. Before long, zombies concealed in various nooks and crannies began to converge. The city center was a spectacle of overwhelming proportions, teeming with a throng of undead. Even traversing narrow alleyways proved unavoidable for conflict. As the road ahead was obstructed by the relentless horde, Ling Tian resorted to his abilities to forge a path through. Control the weapon, slice. 3 daggers swirled around Ling Tian, darting swiftly within a 5-meter radius, accompanying him into the throng of corpses. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a relentless harvesting machine, effortlessly mowing down a swath of lower-tier zombies. Master Ling Tian, be wary of mutated zombies. Yu Bingbing cautioned from a short distance behind. A venomous zombie with a gaping maw emerged from a narrow alleyway. This creature could unleash a potent stream of venom up to 5 meters ahead, with a corrosive strength capable of dissolving even bomb-proof shields in an instant. Engaging such a zombie in close quarters would undoubtedly be a path to certain doom. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate it from a distance. Outside its range of attack, Yu Bing, enhance my dagger, Ling Tian commanded. In the next moment, one of the daggers soaring through the air radiated a silvery glow, more brilliant than the one previously wielded in the room. After absorbing the crystal core, Yu Bing had ascended to level 2, thus amplifying the strength of her item enhancement skill. With mental concentration, Ling Tian directed the glowing dagger towards the venomous zombie in a swift projectile motion. A streak of silver sliced through the air. Thud! The dagger pierced through the zombie's chest, creating a gaping hole that obliterated its spine as well. The upper half of the venomous zombie collapsed, succumbing to death on the spot. The venom dripping from its mouth hissed as it met the ground. The enhanced ordinary dagger had doubled in potency. With just one, it could vanquish a mutated venomous zombie. Following the fierce battle, Ling Tian began to clear the battlefield. The ring on his finger shimmered, drawing the more intact remains into it, preparing to incinerate them later that night. Yu Bing, witnessing this scene, was left astounded. Master, why are you collecting these repulsive things? Ling Tian contemplated before responding honestly, to refine the crystal cores later. Yu Bing queried, but master, you initially didn't intend to burn the corpses. However, there are too few mutated zombies with crystal cores now. Both of them needed to absorb enhancements, recharge, and feed the Tao Dai ring. And the shortage of crystal cores was indeed significant. Ling Tian could only scratch his nose and continue collecting the remains. The Tao Dai ring emitted a dazzling light. Master, what is happening with your ring? Yu Bing asked, astonished by the ring's transformation. Ling Tian looked down, attempting to connect with the ring mentally. With a flash of brilliance, Ling Tian's figure vanished from the spot. Gone. Yu Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Tian, master? I am here. A voice came from behind Yu Bing. She turned to see Ling Tian standing there, her expression one of astonishment. Master, how did you do that? How did you appear behind me in the blink of an eye? Well, that's a secret, Ling Tian replied evasively. He then cast a glance at the Tao Tai ring on his finger, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Indeed, this ring was far from ordinary. It could absorb zombie crystal cores to unlock its own powers. What had just been unlocked was a powerful spatial technique, spatial blink, allowing him to teleport to a desired location within a maximum range of 15 meters. Each blink consumed 1 point of energy, with a minimum cooldown of 15 seconds. By the way, master, why are we heading east? Beyond the eastern side of Magic City lies the ocean, Yu Bing inquired, increasingly perplexed as she followed Ling Tian's strides. She was perplexed, wondering why they would choose the safety of the suburbs when they could venture to the seaside, not far from the city center. There stood a renowned institution, the prestigious Shuangdan University, on one of the islands. Are you planning to establish a base there? No, I'm going there to find someone. Yu Bingbing was taken aback. What could that person possibly possess that warrants such a perilous journey? Ling Tian cast a glance at the stunning beauty beside him, whose allure was captivating and sensual. Their familiarity rendered any need for excessive caution unnecessary. After all, this was not classified information. Ling Tian wrapped his arm around Yu Bingbing, stating, in this treacherous apocalyptic world, individual strength is ultimately limited. To safeguard myself from becoming a vassal of other factions, I must assemble a team. I see, Yu Bingbing pondered. Then, master, you should establish a survivor base. What use is a mere team? Ling Tian smiled, recognizing Yu Bingbing's limited understanding of the future world, still clinging to the antiquated notion that sheer numbers equate to strength. In this world, there are 7 levels of abilities, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The person I seek is an S-level ability user. Is an S-level ability user exceptionally powerful? While they may not currently rival firearms, I must inform you that the future of this world belongs to those with abilities. Really? S-level ability users are exceedingly rare once they mature. Conventional armed forces will be mere toys. Is that so? Ling Tian's assertions challenged Yu Bingbing's perceptions, and she struggled to comprehend how one individual could surpass an entire legion. The concept of establishing bases and competing for territory was merely a pursuit of fleeting, trivial gains. Ling Tian smirked disdainfully, declaring, "As long as I successfully assemble an S-level goddess team, there will be no force in this world capable of opposing me. In other words, I shall be the sovereign of this realm." Yu Bingbing was momentarily stunned, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe. Regardless, she had no choice but to acquiesce to his plans. "Why a goddess team?" she finally inquired. Ling Tian chuckled, "Because I require individuals who meet my aesthetic standards. Anyone who does not conform to my taste is unwelcome." They wandered slowly, stopping intermittently until the sun dipped below the horizon, having not traveled far at all. Ling Tian was unconcerned, having returned from a future world. He was quite clear about the trajectories of subsequent developments. The campus belle of Shuangdan University, Su Yue, would face no danger if she were to meet an untimely demise. The formidable entity known as the Extreme Blade Angel could never come to fruition. Ling Tian found a suitable spot to rest and retrieved the apocalyptic RV from his spatial ring. It's enormous. Yu Bingbing marveled at the towering 4-meter steel behemoth before her. After her astonishment, her enchanting, alluring eyes slyly glanced at the ring in Ling Tian's hand. It was truly astounding that such a small ring could contain such a massive vehicle. She wondered just how vast that ring's space was and how many treasures it held. "What's the matter?" Ling Tian noticed Yu Bingbing gazing at his ring and inquired, "What's on your mind?" Yu Bingbing, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her head and replied, "It's nothing. You should go in and rest. There's a television and computer inside. I'll refine some crystal cores and join you for dinner shortly." "All right," Yu Bingbing said as she entered the vehicle. Ling Tian set up a tent nearby to conceal his actions, then retrieved a cremation furnace from within and began incinerating the corpses. Suddenly, gunfire erupted in the distance. To be honest, the sound of gunfire had become a monotonous backdrop, echoing from dawn till dusk, and Ling Tian had grown desensitized to it. However, he couldn't comprehend why the gunfire was intensifying and drawing nearer, as if it were approaching him. What on earth? Those armed individuals should be retreating to safer suburbs. Not heading towards Jianghua District, Ling Tian muttered, placing the remains into the furnace. "I have now reached the 3rd level, fulfilling the prerequisites for my advancement." He murmured to himself. At levels 3, 6, and 9, a supernatural being can absorb special crystal cores to unlock their powers. An evolved supernatural being becomes immensely powerful, creating a vast chasm between themselves and ordinary practitioners. The problem lies in the fact that these special crystal cores can only be produced by boss-level mutated zombies, which are not only scarce, but also exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even though Ling Tian was a Class S supernatural being, he dared not entertain thoughts of hunting a boss. Chapter 35. A cozy dinner. Yu Bingbing stepped into the mobile home and was immediately awed by the opulent interior. The space spanned a generous 40 square meters, adorned luxuriously with a long sofa, a wine cabinet, a refrigerator, air conditioning, a kitchen, and a bedroom. All the furnishings were crafted from imported walnut wood, with the flooring made of top-grade teak, rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. In truth, Yu Bingbing had never experienced such a lavish mobile home. The expansive space felt just like home. She explored every corner, unable to resist the allure of her surroundings. In a world ravaged by chaos, to possess such living conditions felt utterly extravagant. After a brief tour, Yu Bingbing settled onto the U-shaped, 6-seat leather sofa, where a liftable table displayed a monitor. The screen displayed surveillance footage of the area surrounding the mobile home, providing a reassuring sense of security. Reflecting on her harrowing escape from the hotel, this place could rightly be described as paradise. She activated the liftable television, but most channels were devoid of programming, and those that had signals merely aired action films. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from the bedroom at the back, startling Yu Bingbing. The dangers of recent days had rendered her exceedingly sensitive. The door swung open to reveal 2 stunning women, one clad in a form-fitting dress and black stockings, and the other in a sailor outfit. Upon their meeting, surprise flickered in each of their eyes. "Are you the superstar Yu Bingbing?" Wang Yao exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. In her fervent youth, she had an encyclopedic knowledge of various celebrities. As one of the most sought-after actresses in Longhua, Yu Bingbing had a devoted fan in Wang Yao. "Yu Bingbing, how did you end up here?" Lu Yu inquired, perplexed. Yu Bingbing stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew awkward. "Mother, it seems rather late." Wang Yao tugged at her mother's sleeve. Yes, let us prepare something delicious for Dada together, Liu nodded, leading Wang Yao to the kitchen to begin their culinary endeavors. Observing their departure, Yu Bingbing found a spot to sit down, shaking her head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. She opened her phone, browsing through various chat groups, eager to see the predicaments of her friends. Few were in favorable situations. The majority were seeking help. Even relatives residing in suburban villas were not spared. Although the remote areas had fewer zombies, betrayals by housekeepers and guards were frequent. In the absence of legal constraints, human greed magnified, rendering any act possible. Those still able to send messages in the groups were faring relatively well. Ding! The electronic sound echoed as the side door opened. Ling Tian stepped inside. Upon hearing the noise, the girl with twin ponytails rushed over to greet him. Dada! Ling Tian embraced the school beauty, a slight smile gracing his lips. Before the apocalypse, such an exquisite girl would hardly have glanced his way. Now, not only was she affectionate, but she also addressed him warmly. During your time in the ring, did you feel bored or uncomfortable? He asked with concern. Wang Yao shook her head, her ponytails dancing gracefully in the air. There are fitness equipment and various games and movies inside. It feels like a vacation, not boring at all. That's good to hear. Ling Tian affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. From the kitchen, Lu Yu turned, smiling sweetly at Ling Tian. Darling, you've worked hard outside. Please take a seat and rest. The dishes will be ready shortly. Ling Tian nodded, guiding Wang Yao directly to the U-shaped sofa where Yu Bingbing was seated. Leaning back against the sofa, Yu Bingbing appeared somewhat awkward. You three have met, right? Wang Yao nodded. Yes, will Miss Yu Bingbing be living with us from now on? What's the matter, don't you like it? Of course I do. Since you like her, why not give her a hug? Wang Yao paused for a moment, then stuck out her tongue. Isn't that inappropriate? Yu Bingbing is a top star, and we aren't very familiar. Ling Tian chuckled. You two will be sisters fighting in the same trench from now on, so there's no need to be so formal. Is that so? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Wang Yao's cheeks flushed. Yu Bingbing also lowered her head in shyness, unsure how to face the young girl. At that moment, Lu Yu approached with the food. The dishes are here. A plate of stir-fried beef, a dish of corn and ribs, along with a bowl of silk gourd and shredded meat soup were placed on the table. Having been a supermodel, Lu Yu rarely cooked, and the dishes she prepared were already quite commendable. Dear, you all begin eating. I will prepare more. No need, came the reply. Ling Tian reached out and grasped Lu Yu's hand, subsequently retrieving an array of delicacies from his ring. Black pepper Angus beef fillet, blanched Chinese broccoli, abalone sauce mushrooms with goose feet, luxurious curry bamboo shoots, black pepper grilled asparagus, and seasoned jellyfish heads crafted by a 5-star chef, among many more. Yu Bingbing swallowed nervously, expressing her concern. 4 of us dining is rather extravagant. What if we run out? Her previous experiences had instilled in her a profound respect for food, a sentiment only those who have endured hunger can truly comprehend. Ling Tian, unfazed, reassured her, worry not. The provisions I possess could sustain the 3 of you for centuries. What? Yu Bingbing could hardly believe her ears. It seemed too exaggerated to be true. Lu Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It's true. There are millions of tons of various ingredients. Millions of tons? Yu Bingbing was unable to maintain her composure. Having such an abundance of resources in this chaotic world felt like a dream. Stop gaping, let's eat. Ling Tian urged. In the perilous aftermath of the apocalypse, the 4 were able to indulge in exquisite cuisine within the safety of their mobile home. Ling Tian's gaze swept across his surroundings, admiring the beauty of the 3 enchanting women, which greatly elevated his spirits. The atmosphere was warm and delightful. Unbeknownst to them, a group was stealthily approaching under the cover of night, and Yu Bingbing's dear friend, Li Lu, was on the verge of reuniting with her. Chapter 36. The encirclement operation. A soft sigh escaped the lips of the popular star Yu Bingbing as she awakened from her dreams. The plush bed beneath her and the luxurious covers above enveloped her in comfort, allowing her to savor a pleasant dream. A faint sound of gunfire echoed outside the mobile home, easy to overlook if one were not paying attention. While sleeping, zombies and ill-intentioned individuals might wander near the vehicle. Ling Tian had previously assured her that the mobile home's exterior was constructed from high-strength bulletproof materials, rendering dangerous creatures unlikely to intrude. So there was no cause for concern. With Ling Tian by her side for protection, Yu Bingbing relaxed completely, allowing herself to unwind. Her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes surveyed her surroundings, taking in the opulent interior. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had returned to the days before the zombie outbreak, when she resided in a 5-star hotel, basking in comfort and ease. After your numerous enhancements yesterday, has your ability tree undergone any changes, such as the addition of a new fruit? Can the ability tree even change? Yu Bingbing inquired in astonishment. I'll go take a look in my mind. Wait, Ling Tian interrupted her. Try to release the constraints of your consciousness. That way, I should be able to directly access your mind. Oh, Yu Bingbing complied, closing her eyes and relaxing as guided. Before long, a foreign consciousness invaded her private domain. Upon entering Yu Bingbing's mind, Ling Tian swiftly located her ability tree. On the first branch of the system, 2 memory nodes were illuminated, specifically for item enhancement and item repair. Item enhancement function temporarily increases the strength of items, with diminishing effects on higher-tier items. Maximum release distance, 20 meters. Duration, 20 seconds. Energy consumption, each release consumes 1 energy point. Item repair function capable of repairing the majority of items, with diminishing returns on higher-tier items. Release range, 20 meters. Repair speed, repairs 10 per second. Energy consumption per use, 1 energy point. Your second skill, Bingbing, was originally item repair. Ling Tian murmured. Is my skill really that poor? Yu Bingbing's voice quivered slightly. Ever since she became aware of the existence of abilities, she had been particularly concerned. Who would not desire a formidable power? Not at all. It's just that I feel there are currently limited applications for it. Yu Bingbing's current branch of abilities could not forge weapons or other items, which left Ling Tian with a sense of regret. He needed to devise a way for Bingbing to advance. He contemplated that after an upgrade, she would likely unlock a weapon manufacturing branch, capable of producing a substantial arsenal. In the Dragon Kingdom, where there is a severe shortage of weapons and ammunition, the value of arms manufacturing is self-evident. Those who possess more firearms hold the initiative. In stark contrast, the Eagle Nation is awash with firearms, where private armed organizations even possess tanks and armed helicopters. After military personnel and service weapons vanished, civilian organizations there remained fiercely potent, dispatching zombies as if mowing grass, developing at a pace far surpassing that of the Dragon Kingdom. In the Eagle Nation, such a skill as arms manufacturing would mean one starts off as a novice. The beautiful land does not lack a few handguns or submachine guns. At this moment, outside the mobile home, shadows flitted past. A small team of around 20 had occupied advantageous positions, effectively surrounding the vehicle. This was the Blade Soul team, led by Huang He. Upon discovering Ling Tian's whereabouts, they wasted no time and arrived here just last night at 11 p.m. Huang He stood in a 4th-floor residential building, gazing down at the vehicle where Ling Tian was located. The alluring Li Lu had her mouth gagged and her hands and feet bound, tossed onto a soft bed. Such a pristine star, with considerable value, was something Huang He could not bear to exploit. It was already 8 a.m., and the lad had yet to emerge. Could he be indulging in morning exercises inside the vehicle? Huang He glanced at his watch, muttering a curse under his breath. The mobile home where Ling Tian resided boasted formidable defenses, impervious even to submachine gun fire. Lacking destructive weapons capable of breaching such a vehicle, Huang He and his men could only choose to remain on standby, waiting for their prey to exit. Inside the vehicle, Ling Tian indeed engaged in morning exercises. After a vigorous session, he began his morning routine. Following that was the time for breakfast. It was not until after 9 a.m. that he donned his attire and prepared to depart. With a click, the side door of the mobile home opened, and the stairs descended. Ling Tian was the first to step out, feeling invigorated and at ease. Upon descending, Ling Tian's senses suddenly sharpened. The perilous life in the post-apocalyptic world had rendered him acutely aware of danger. Something felt amiss here. The alley was unnaturally quiet. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed not even a shadow of a zombie, giving him the illusion of being in the suburbs. Bingbing, you all stay inside for now. Ling Tian issued a command, instructing Yu Bingbing, who was about to disembark, to momentarily retreat. He then turned, intending to examine the surveillance footage surrounding the vehicle. Oh no, that kid seems to be leaving. What should we do, Captain? An urgent voice crackled through the intercom. Huang He made a swift decision. Take action. We cannot allow him to escape. It appears he has sensed something amiss. The sound of gunfire erupted, shattering the tranquility of the alley. Given Ling Tian's current physical condition, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to sustain serious injury unless shot directly in the eye. Upon hearing the gunshots, the ring in Ling Tian's hand glimmered. In the next moment, a 6-level heavy ballistic shield materialized before him. The bullets struck the shield from all directions, producing a sound akin to mosquitoes buzzing, leaving no trace behind. They posed no threat whatsoever to the individual shielded behind it. This 6-level ballistic shield boasted a piercing defense rating of 60. What? Huang He's expression darkened upon witnessing this. He had not anticipated the target to be so well equipped. What should we do, Captain? The handguns are ineffective. And this guy is about to return to the vehicle. Stop asking me everything. Use your brains and prevent him from getting to the car. Huang He bellowed into the intercom. Boom. A massive fireball hurtled from a distance, crashing towards the car door. While Ling Tian's shield could withstand bullets, its efficacy against extreme heat was considerably diminished. Thus, he swiftly chose to evade. Boom. The fireball struck the car door, exploding instantaneously, resembling a detonation. The intense heat distorted the armored car door, crafted from ballistic steel. Chapter 37. Training Yu Bingbing in Combat Master. Are you alright? After the explosion, a still trembling Yu Bingbing called out anxiously. Wang Yao and Lu Yu pressed against the car window, their faces etched with panic. Do not worry. I am far from being finished. Ling Tian's calm voice provided a much-needed reassurance to the flustered Yu Bingbing and the others. Yu Bingbing exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a relief that this scoundrel was unharmed. Had he perished, her fate would have been dire amidst the throngs of people outside, especially upon capture. At that moment, Ling Tian leaned against the RV, positioning a towering, arc-shaped ballistic shield before him, the shield serving as a steadfast barrier. Through the small transparent observation window in front of the shield, Ling Tian could survey the situation ahead. Although he could utilize spatial flicker to retreat into the RV for safety, he deemed it unnecessary. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding cover erupted with gunfire, bullets striking the shield before Ling Tian. Aside from producing minor sparks, the shots were utterly ineffective. Huang He, observing from above, furrowed his brow. Seizing the intercom to issue a command, cease fire and throw grenades at the target. Understood. In the next moment, several grenades soared high towards Ling Tian. Oh, will that be effective? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, then unleashed telekinetic restraint. The telekinetic force coalesced into invisible arms within a 5-meter radius, swatting the incoming grenades back towards their origin. Damn it! Hiding behind the cover, a member of the Knife Soul team cursed vehemently before hastily fleeing for his life. The deafening explosions of grenades scattered shrapnel in all directions. Those closest to the blast, despite donning bulletproof vests, found their limbs shattered. In stark contrast, Ling Tian remained unscathed. Damn it, cease the assault. Huang He seethed, striking the balcony railing with such force that it shattered a sizable chunk of the concrete. He never anticipated that the target would prove so formidable, thwarting his meticulously devised plans for attack. The situation quickly descended into a stalemate. Captain, what shall we do now? The team below implored the commander above via the intercom. Huang He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply in an effort to compose himself. After a moment, he relayed his orders. The target is now encircled, with no escape route in sight. He must be in a state of utter panic. Attempt to negotiate with him. Promise to meet his conditions to persuade him to lay down his arms and surrender without bloodshed. Upon receiving the directive, the bald man shouted towards Ling Tian, Hey, you over there. You are surrounded. Resisting will only lead to your demise. Our Knife Soul team treats prisoners well. I advise you to surrender immediately. Ling Tian, however, ignored their taunts, silently assessing the positions of the nearby foes through the observation window. What are we going to do, Ling Tian? This could turn disastrous. Came the anxious voice of Yu Bingbing from within the RV. Hurry up and think of something. What will happen to this queen if you perish? Ling Tian felt at a loss for words. What is the matter? Yu Bingbing inquired, perplexed. I believe the ones who should be troubled are those fools, Ling Tian replied. Suddenly, the chilling howls of zombies echoed in the air. The earlier chaos had attracted a horde of the undead from all directions. This is bad. What do we do now? There are already too many outside. And now we have a fresh swarm of zombies. Yu Bingbing exclaimed in distress. Don't be mistaken. These zombies are my reinforcements, Ling Tian replied. The approaching zombies, drawn by the scent, lunged toward the members of the Knife Soul team, hiding in their respective covers. Ling Tian found himself encircled. The zombies unable to reach him for the moment, but those lying in ambush nearby were in grave peril. Captain, the zombies are multiplying. A subordinate reported to Huang He via the intercom. Huang He took several deep drags from his cigarette before discarding it. The assault team, join me in a full-scale attack. We will secure the target at all costs. He commanded. The rest of you, focus on halting the advance of the zombies while providing covering fire. With that, he leapt from the 4th-floor balcony to the 3rd. In quick succession, he descended to the 1st floor. Huang He had previously inquired of Xing Cheng and others about Ling Tian's combat methods, receiving the response that he was likely unarmed, relying predominantly on melee weaponry. His only ranged attack was the thrown dagger, which, while powerful, had limited range. 5 formidable men, armed to the teeth, emerged from their cover, brandishing level 3 bulletproof shields and firearms as they approached Ling Tian. Bing bing, enhance my weapons, Ling Tian commanded from within the vehicle. It was the perfect opportunity to teach Goddess Bing Bing the art of combat, with the stakes involving her own safety. Yu Bingbing did not dare to procrastinate and immediately activated her item enhancement skill. The dagger in Ling Tian's hand suddenly shimmered with a dazzling white light. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Ling Tian's telekinetic dart had an optimal attack range of 30 meters, yet he exhibited remarkable patience, waiting until they were within 10 meters before striking. Swish, swish, swish. 3 daggers flew from above Ling Tian's bulletproof shield, aimed at one of the assailants. Realizing the threat, the man hastily raised his shield to defend himself. Thud, thud, thud. The enhanced daggers descended with tremendous force, sending the member of the Knife Soul squad hurtling away. What? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as their gazes fixated on the member who had been struck down. They soon discovered that the shield and bulletproof vest he wore had been pierced, a gaping hole appearing in his chest, resulting in instant death. A wave of disbelief washed over the onlookers. After all, a level 3 bulletproof shield boasted a defense rating of 25, resistant even to bullets. Such formidable protection had been effortlessly breached by a few unassuming daggers. How impressive! Lu Yu and Wang Yao exclaimed. They had been previously stored within a spatial ring, and this marked their first encounter witnessing the upgraded Ling Tian in combat. This attack was not solely Ling Tian's prowess. Yu Bingbing's item enhancement played an indispensable role. The power of the enhanced daggers had doubled, transforming the original 12 points of telekinetic dart into 24, with 3 daggers launched simultaneously. The result was a devastating breach that resulted in the fatality. Ling Tian habitually retrieved a crystal core to recharge himself, his brow slightly furrowed. The strength of an ordinary dagger was simply insufficient. Had he utilized an extraordinary dagger, a single strike would have sufficed to eliminate that foe. However, Ling Tian possessed only 2 extraordinary daggers, which he would not easily expend unless absolutely necessary. Whoosh! A sound pierced the air as an arrow, gleaming with cold radiance, shot towards Ling Tian from a hidden location. Bang! The icy arrow struck Ling Tian's shield with precision, a chilling aura quickly spreading across its surface, crystallizing into frost flowers. An ice arrow? With his wealth of experience, Ling Tian swiftly stored the frost-covered shield within the ring to prevent his hand from freezing. He then replaced it with another identical shield held in front of him. The force of the arrow's impact was staggering. Ling Tian surmised that the opponent wielded an extraordinary bow. Quite intriguing, a duality of ice and fire. In the midst of this skirmish, he instructed, Bing Bing, your task is to enhance all my weapons while you remain in a safe location, using the crystal core to maintain your internal energy. Understood, Master, Yu Bingbing replied. And soon, beams of enhancement light enveloped Ling Tian. Seizing the moment while Ling Tian was distracted, a shadowy figure darted towards him. The team leader, Huang He, unleashed his abilities, increasing his speed by a staggering 40%. He lowered his center of gravity, with his chin barely half a meter above the ground, sprinting at an astonishing speed. Clutching a beautifully intricate ancient sword in his hands, he aimed a swift strike at Ling Tian's legs. You shall perish, boy. Chapter 38. Annihilation of the Yellow Crane Squad. The sword in Huang He's grasp exuded an eerie aura, both in its essence and design. Having been reborn in the apocalypse, Ling Tian, with his wealth of experience, immediately recognized it as an extraordinary artifact. Instantly, he heightened his vigilance. Despite being shielded by a level 6 heavy bulletproof shield, this individual dared to launch a direct assault with his blade, evidently confident in his ability to breach the shield. A cold smile crept onto Ling Tian's face at this realization. In the moment the opponent's attack was imminent, he swiftly sidestepped. Screech! The blade grazed the bulletproof shield, producing a jarring metallic screech. Huang He displayed a triumphant grin. The sword he wielded could manifest formless sword energy, directly inflicting damage upon objects behind protective gear. Bulletproof vests and shields were mere jokes in the presence of such a blade. Impressive, boss. Upon witnessing Ling Tian evade the shield, the others cheered, simultaneously firing their handguns at him. Are you done playing? Ling Tian's voice resonated from in front of Huang He, startling him into quickly looking up. Unfortunately, it was too late. Not far off, Ling Tian extended his palm. Telekinetic suppression, an invisible force pressed down on Huang He's back. Thud! In a forward-leaning sprint, Huang He lost his balance and fell towards the ground. Simultaneously, a ring on Ling Tian's hand glimmered, and a submachine gun materialized in his grasp. As Huang He hit the ground, Ling Tian stepped forward, pinning him down, and unleashed a barrage into his head. Rat-a-tat-tat. Huang He barely had time to scream before his head was brutally obliterated, leaving a gruesome scene. Captain, the members of the Sword Soul Squad were taken aback, never anticipating their leader would be gunned down in a single encounter. Whoosh! Boom! Bang bang bang! Arrows, fireballs, and bullets rained down violently towards Ling Tian's position. Ling Tian rolled to evade, swiftly seizing Huang He's sword, then calmly activated Spatial Flicker. A flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. The onslaught of firepower met nothing but air. How could this happen? The archers and fire elemental abilities users, hidden behind cover, exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with concern. Ling Tian reappeared several meters away from his original position. In the brief 3 seconds he spent outside the bulletproof shield, he had been struck 5 times by concentrated fire. The impact was not as formidable as he had imagined. Ling Tian muttered to himself. With his current physique, coupled with the enhanced protection of his bulletproof vest, the pain from the handgun bullets was minimal, failing to inflict any substantial harm. It appeared those handguns were little more than decorative. He only needed to remain wary of the abilities users within that squad. Eliminate him. The 4 shield-wielding individuals charged forward. With a buzzing sound, Yu Bingbing recalled Ling Tian's teachings and immediately enhanced the strange katana in his hand. The katana's strength reached an impressive 12, surpassing the typical firefighting axe, which stood at a strength of 10. It also possessed the ability to unleash a piercing blade aura with a fixed power of 8. Following the enhancement, its potency escalated further. In the next moment, Ling Tian, wielding the peculiar katana, charged towards the remaining 4 individuals who approached him. The 4 were positioned strategically, brandishing shields and firearms, bracing for the impending confrontation. A futile struggle ensued. Ling Tian whispered under his breath, then swung the katana horizontally. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed, for distinct, gruesome slashes resonated as the katana's aura sliced through their bodies, severing their waists despite their bulletproof vests. Thud! The individuals fell to the ground, clutching their abdomens in agony. The 3 women inside the RV were left speechless. What a sight! Yu Bingbing quickly covered her mouth, a blush of embarrassment creeping onto her exquisite features. All of this was due to that villain Ling Tian, triggering her involuntary reactions. As the horde of zombies continued to swell, the members of the Blade Soul team found themselves overwhelmed. Those who had concealed themselves were now exposed. Ling Tian surveyed the scene, raising an eyebrow slightly. With their positions now clear, the situation became far more manageable. Dai, a female archer, wielding an extraordinary bow, relentlessly fired arrows, freezing any zombies that dared to approach. Beside her, a rather diminutive figure shouted, "Forget about those zombies. Let us team up and take down that guy named Ling Tian. Right now, our squad is severely depleted. Our only chance of survival is to retreat into the RV." The archer nodded, redirecting her aim toward Ling Tian. "Oh, still wish to resist?" Ling Tian's gaze sharpened as he charged toward the archer. Gritting her teeth, the female archer drew her bowstring to its limit. Whoosh! The arrow was released. However, at the moment she let go, Ling Tian's figure transformed into a flash of light and disappeared from sight, reappearing less than 30 meters away from her. Damn it! The archer hastily readied her bow, desperately trying to fight back. Ling Tian let out a slight grunt, launching 2 enhanced daggers. Thud! Thud! The daggers pierced through the archer's body as if her bulletproof vest were mere fabric, creating 2 horrific wounds in her chest. Gasp! The archer coughed up a mouthful of blood, her bow dropping to the ground. Ling Tian charged through the hail of bullets, reaching the archer, and swung his katana. Crack! Her legs were severed cleanly, and she collapsed to the ground. Is it amusing to shoot arrows from the shadows? Ling Tian stood over her, looking down with an air of superiority. An opportunity. The slender man from the Blade Soul team's eyes gleamed as he quickly unleashed his special ability. Whoosh! A glowing fireball sped towards Ling Tian from a distance, aiming to strike him. This technique, known as the explosive fireball, would detonate upon impact, wielding immense power. While bulletproof gear could withstand stabs and impacts, it offered no protection against such a high-temperature fireball. Watch out! Inside the RV, Wang Yao witnessed the scene and gasped in alarm. Humph! Ling Tian let out a soft snort and utilized telekinetic restraint towards the direction from which the fireball was hurled. Buzz! The fireball was thwarted by an invisible force. What? The thin man's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! The fireball exploded, enveloping the archer in front of Ling Tian with immense heat, instantly scorching half of his body. Simultaneously, the area within a 5-meter radius was transformed into a charred wasteland. Phew, that was close. The thin man, relieved to have hit his target, no longer concealed himself and boldly ran towards Ling Tian's RV from his hiding spot. Damn! I didn't expect this kid to be so troublesome. Fortunately, I acted wisely at a critical moment. The thin man gazed at the RV, thoughts of the stunning top-tier celebrity inside igniting a fervor within him. Once I get up there, I must calm that woman down. Almost dying at the hands of a zombie. What a stroke of bad luck. Smack! A hand pressed down on the thin man's shoulder, startling him greatly. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Ling Tian, completely unscathed, regarding him with a mocking gaze. The thin man nearly lost his composure. Why, you can't be serious. Just moments ago, Ling Tian had employed telekinetic suppression, deflecting the fireball to explode 5 meters away from him. Simultaneously, he retrieved a heat-resistant shield from his spatial ring to protect himself. This specialized heat shield could withstand a direct hit from a temperature of 50. It appeared perilous, yet was as steady as a seasoned warrior. My spoils, are they something you can touch? Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, gleaming with menace. The thin man felt the hair on his body stand on end. And no, this is all a misunderstanding. Telekinetic manipulation, swish, swish, swish. The extraordinary daggers sliced through the air rapidly, and the thin man screamed in agony as he was instantaneously reduced to chunks of flesh. Observing the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, Ling Tian remained utterly unfazed. He lifted his gaze, noting that the squad had crumbled into disarray. A horde of zombies converged, engulfing the remaining team members entirely. It was time to prepare for battlefield cleanup and gather the spoils. Surveying the ground littered with corpses, Ling Tian licked his lips. Firearms, ammunition, grenades, these are all valuable assets, and I shall collect them all. Chapter 39. Encountering Li Lu again, the emergence of a boss zombie. 14 handguns, over 500 rounds of ammunition, and 13 grenades. After dealing with the subsequent zombies that arrived, Ling Tian commenced the collection and inventory of essential supplies. Additionally, he acquired 4 useful skill crystals, along with 2 extraordinary weapons, a bow and a katana. The unknown crystal could be used to learn item identification, swiftly revealing information about extraordinary items. The yellow crane crystal allowed the learning of rapid movement, enhancing speed by 40, which proved advantageous for both fleeing and pursuing. The fire-type ability User S crystal could learn explosive fireball, inflicting 14 points of fire damage to the target. The archer crystal could learn frost arrow, bestowing a cold effect to arrows, resulting in an additional 10 points of cold damage. The items identified as rapid and item assessment were satisfactory, and I accepted them. The remaining 2 were of little consequence to me, so I decided to gift them to Bing Bing for her protection. Ling Tian lifted the Huanghe crystal core and the nameless crystal core, directing them with his thoughts to embed these 2 cores into his ability tree. Ding. Rapid has been permanently learned. Ding. Item assessment has been permanently learned. A faint sound emanated from above. Ling Tian looked up and saw Li Lu, her mouth taped shut, struggling to make a sound by the window. Li Lu? Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering her here. A leading actress in the Dragon Kingdom. Her beauty and figure were exquisite. Originally, Ling Tian intended only to take Yu Bingbing, but it would be a shame to turn away such a star who had presented herself. She would make a fine companion for Yu Bingbing. Ling Tian whispered, feeling adequately supplied for the task. Thank you, Li Lu said, her tape removed, as she immediately bowed her head in gratitude towards Ling Tian. I never imagined we would meet again in such a manner, Miss Li Lu. Ling Tian assessed the first-tier star, noticing the hardships she had evidently endured recently. I was so frightened. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been dire. Do I appear to be a good person? Ling Tian questioned. Li Lu bit her lip and replied, falling into your hands is certainly preferable to being captured by that group of rogues. She had witnessed the recent battle between Ling Tian and Huanghe from her vantage point at the window, observing how effortlessly he had obliterated an armed squad. Much like a humanoid boss. Oh, it seems you have come to a realization? Li Lu quickly responded, I understand. As long as you are willing, I will do whatever you require. Ling Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Li Lu, biting her crimson lip in humiliation, nodded in acquiescence, aware that her options were severely limited. Without Ling Tian, a nightmarish future awaited her. Her delicate frame trembled, yet she made no attempt to resist. Indeed, you are far more obedient than Yu Bingbing. Ling Tian remarked with a hint of mockery. A distant roar suddenly captured Ling Tian's attention. Simultaneously, the sky over Magic City darkened. A strange red light emanating from a particular location within the city. What is happening to the sky? Yu Bingbing, Lu Yu, and Wang Yao in the RV expressed their confusion. A faint tremor resonated through the floor beneath them, akin to the ominous signs preceding an earthquake. Boom. The floor shattered, and massive tentacles, as thick as a human waist, erupted from the ground, causing the earth to quake. Ling Tian's expression hardened as he witnessed the unfolding scene outside. The boss-level zombie had hatched prematurely. Swish. These tentacles, devoid of restraint, ensnared both the lifeless bodies of zombies and humans alike, dragging them into the depths below. This is troublesome. Ling Tian's complexion shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up the bound Li Lu and leaped from the window of the building. Boom. Countless tentacles erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, piercing the building and leaving it riddled with holes. What is that thing? Yu Bingbing's voice trembled through the intercom. Gazing at those writhing tentacles, a wave of fear gripped me, reminiscent of a phobia of dense clusters. Fear not, for this is merely a boss-level zombie. What? A zombie can ascend to a boss? Yu Bingbing felt her composure fraying. How had this zombie become so grotesque? Boom. The corpses in this alley had already been dragged away by the tentacles, which now began to converge rapidly on both Ling Tian and the RV. Whoosh. The tentacles emerged from the ground, enveloping and entwining the RV where Yu Bingbing and the others were situated. In the next moment, the multitude of tentacles exerted force simultaneously. Creak, creak. The bulletproof RV, crafted from steel, emitted strange noises as its structure began to warp. Yu Bingbing turned pale with fright. Lu Yu and Wang Yao clung to each other in terror. Damn it. This creature actually intends to eliminate its prize. Ling Tian cursed inwardly, cradling Li Lu in one arm while wielding the enigmatic katana in the other, charging towards the RV. Boom. A tentacle erupted from the ground, barring Ling Tian's path. He swung the katana at the tentacle. Squelch. The tentacle's resilience proved formidable. The katana struggled to sever it. Moreover, the wound began to heal rapidly. This attack not only failed to yield tangible results, but also enraged the tentacles, inciting their fury. Telekinetic manipulation. The spatial ring shimmered, producing 3 daggers that circled around Ling Tian, slicing through the air. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Under the leadership of 2 extraordinary daggers, the resilient tentacle lost copious flesh. In merely a second, a tentacle as thick as a human waist was forcibly severed. However, this was merely the beginning, as more tentacles ensnared him. With Yu Bingbing and the others in dire peril, Ling Tian wished to evade entanglement with these tentacles. He swiftly activated Spatial Flicker, escaping the encirclement, and then employed Rapid Dash to sprint away. The tentacles, thwarted in their strike, became furious and accelerated to hunt him down. So many? Ling Tian muttered under his breath. His Spatial Flicker was in a cooldown period and could not be reused. As the tentacles threatened to ensnare him, he decisively retrieved a 6-level bulletproof shield, the size of a door, to block the assault. Seizing the brief opportunity, he hurriedly escaped from the tentacles' encirclement. Creak, creak. The 6-level bulletproof shield, capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds, groaned under the immense force of the tentacles, gradually twisting and warping until it shattered. Meanwhile, the situation by the RV worsened exponentially. Boom. The specially designed bulletproof windows could not withstand the immense pressure, shattering explosively under the grip of the tentacles. What should we do, Ling Tian? The vehicle seems on the verge of collapse. You insolent fool, think of something quickly. This queen is nearing her limit. Yu Bingbing's terrified voice echoed from within the vehicle. Remain calm. Ling Tian called out sternly. Bingbing. Apply item enhancement and item repair to the RV. It should slow the rate of its destruction. Yes, I almost forgot. Yu Bingbing hastily enacted the item enhancement. The RV, previously deformed and compressed by the tentacles, radiated a silvery light, its body suddenly hardening. The sound emitted by the tentacles above suddenly diminished significantly. Yu Bingbing's face lit up with joy as she unleashed her next skill, item repair. A purple glow gradually enveloped the vehicle, with the deformed parts emitting peculiar cracking sounds. The entire vehicle seemed to come to life, visibly restoring itself to its original shape at a remarkable pace. The effect appeared quite impressive. Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, as an S-rank ability user, Yu Bingbing's powers were rather dependable. Initially taken aback by the effectiveness of her ability, Yu Bingbing's heart swelled with exhilaration. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles furiously struck the vehicle, frustrated that no matter how hard they tried, the RV remained unmoved. Enraged and humiliated, they swiftly changed their target. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of tentacles surged toward Ling Tian, who had positioned himself 20 meters away from the RV. The maximum range of Yu Bingbing's skill. Ice Bing, she immediately understood, reinforcing Ling Tian's weapon. A silvery light flickered as the daggers swirling around Ling Tian surged with newfound power. Ling Tian ceased his retreat, focusing intently on wielding the daggers to fend off the frenzied onslaught of tentacles. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacles, attempting to ensnare Ling Tian, were sliced to ribbons by the darting daggers. A mixture of green zombie blood and tentacle remnants cascaded down. Within mere seconds, a mound of tentacle flesh had accumulated beside Ling Tian. A roar echoed from afar, an angry sound. The tentacles, having sustained severe damage and realizing they could not devour Ling Tian, ultimately chose to retreat. The overwhelming mass of tentacles burrowed back into the ground, restoring tranquility to the alley. Master, are you alright? Yu Bingbing, seeing the tentacles vanish, hurriedly opened the vehicle door for Ling Tian. Hurry in, that thing might return. Ling Tian cast a glance into the distance, but remained silent. In his arms, Li Lu was curled up in a frightened ball, trembling incessantly. Ling Tian reassured her with a gentle pat. Do not be afraid. The monster has retreated. Is it really gone? Li Lu cautiously turned her head to survey her surroundings. Upon seeing that all the tentacles had disappeared, she finally exhaled in relief. Ling Tian produced a bucket of water and rinsed off the tentacle blood and flesh from himself and Li Lu. Then, he dragged his somewhat fatigued body into the RV. Boom. The earth began to tremble once more, and the sound of intense gunfire erupted not far away. It was evident that the boss zombie was out hunting for other prey. Chapter 40. The Master's Reward Hunting Plan. Li Lu and Yu Bingbing encountered each other again, both feeling quite awkward. As 2 well-known female celebrities, they were acutely aware that they would soon be fighting side by side in the same trench. After changing clothes and taking a shower, Ling Tian relaxed on the sofa inside the RV, seeking respite. Given the RV's limited space, the bathroom could only accommodate one person at a time, prompting Ling Tian to retrieve another RV for Li Lu to use for her bathing. Having faced 2 battles in a single morning, Ling Tian felt a sense of fatigue settling in. All he desired was to lie comfortably on the sofa and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Suddenly, a warm and delicate sensation surged from his body to his mind, bringing him immense comfort. Ling Tian opened his eyes to find Yu Bingbing kneeling before him, her delicate hands massaging away his fatigue. The sight of the stunning queen before him seemed to alleviate his weariness by a significant measure. Habitually, he reached out to caress her silky hair, a gesture of his appreciation for her tender ministrations. Yu Bingbing, immersed in her labor, lifted her gaze slightly, and a captivating smile blossomed on her exquisite face. It was undeniable. This scene brought Ling Tian great joy. "Master, you must be tired. Over there is the tea that Bingbing has prepared for you." Ling Tian glanced at the nearby table, where a steaming cup of fragrant tea awaited him. A wave of warmth enveloped his heart. Bingbing truly was considerate, never forgetting the many precious cores he had provided her along their journey. How could he let such kindness go unappreciated? He reached for the cup, taking a sip, and the rich aroma of tea instantly spread across his palate. So warm, so smooth, so soothing. Being acquainted with the entertainment industry, Yu Bingbing possessed an innate understanding of the situation. With Ling Tian's formidable power, flattering him bore nothing but benefits. The recent emergence of the boss zombie had deviated significantly from Ling Tian's memories. He distinctly recalled that the first boss would not appear in the heart of the Magic City until approximately 15 days after its fall. Yet now, it was merely the 8th day since the apocalypse began. Perhaps his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, he mused. After all, his grand actions post-rebirth had inevitably resulted in certain changes. A ring on his hand shimmered, and a state-of-the-art Jiang drone materialized atop the table. After opening the sunroof, he settled onto the sofa, manipulating the drone with a controller as it ascended skyward at a speed of 8 meters per second. Before long, aerial footage of the Jianghua district in the Magic City appeared on the screen. Beneath the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower, a grotesque, dark brown, malformed object floated in the Bailin River. This entity was a tentacled zombie boss. In Ling Tian's memory, the first zombie to emerge in the Magic City was a colossal rock zombie, immense and exceptionally resilient. "Master, what are you observing with the drone?" Yu Bingbing inquired curiously amidst her busy schedule. "I am investigating where the zombie that attacked us earlier is hiding. What does it look like?" "I want to see too." A smile graced Ling Tian's lips as he adjusted the display to satisfy her curiosity. "What is this? An island on the Bailin River?" "No. This is a tentacled zombie." Yu Bingbing gazed left and right, struggling to discern any resemblance to tentacles. Ling Tian patiently explained. "What floats on the river's surface is the zombie's head. Its tentacles extend deep beneath the water." "What?" Yu Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief. The island that nearly obstructed the Bailin River was merely the head of a zombie? Have you ever seen a plant? Its tentacles bear a striking resemblance to root systems. Each tentacle is adorned with nutrient-absorbing mouths, intricately burrowing into the earth below. The tentacles will venture forth, capturing various prey and devouring flesh with their suction cups. The more energy they absorb, the stronger they become. Once fully matured, the tentacles will spread throughout the city of magic, rendering it a complete wasteland, a forbidden zone for humanity. Is it really that terrifying? Upon hearing this, Yu Bingbing was covered in goosebumps. "Fear not, for I am here," Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. "What shall we do next? Should we bypass it and continue to Shuangdan Academy to find someone?" Yu Bingbing inquired. Ling Tian mused aloud. "I wish to slay this boss." "What? Is that creature even killable?" Yu Bingbing's face was one of disbelief. Ling Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Initially, I thought it impossible, but after our encounter, I sensed there may be a glimmer of hope. Why must we kill it? Such a terrifying entity could simply be avoided." Ling Tian, sensing her concern, decided to share a revelation. Boss-level zombies yield advanced crystal cores, allowing for rapid advancement to the next stage. "Can we not advance by absorbing the cores of other zombies?" she asked. "Indeed, but the process is far too lengthy, potentially taking 1 or 2 months, he replied calmly. "I desire to gain power that surpasses all others. Slaying the boss for early advancement is the essential path to becoming formidable." He had originally planned to recruit the sisters Su Yue and Su Yang to form a team to take down the boss, but the situation had changed, prompting him to reconsider his strategy. This tentacle zombie had only recently evolved into a boss and was yet to reach its full potential, making it vulnerable at this moment. "How confident are you in defeating it, master?" Yu Bingbing inquired tentatively. Ling Tian caressed her face gently. "With your assistance, I believe I have a 70 to 80% chance. Must I participate in the battle?" she asked. "What, are you afraid?" Ling Tian teased the adored goddess before him. "Fear is futile. I am already in this boat with you," Yu Bingbing replied earnestly. "It is an honor to fight alongside you." Ling Tian playfully ruffled her prominent nose. At least you understand. Rest assured, I will not let you down. By the way, I have some rewards for you. What rewards? She asked eagerly. Close your eyes first. He instructed. Yu Bingbing complied, shutting her eyes. A surge of warmth flowed from her forehead, making its way to the psychic tree in her mind. Ding. Exploding fireball has been permanently learned. Ding. Ice arrow has been permanently learned. What is this? Yu Bingbing felt 2 crystal cores embedded within her psychic tree. These skills are a gift for your self-defense. Do take heed, as they are additional implants and will consume significant energy. Upon opening her eyes, she was filled with joy. Thank you, Master. Ling Tian affectionately stroked the head of the rising star. This is merely the beginning. I have not yet finished bestowing gifts. As he spoke, he retrieved the 2 extraordinary weapons he had acquired previously. This enigmatic katana possesses the ability to unleash penetrating blade energy, allowing its wielder to disregard the majority of armors during combat, inflicting direct harm upon foes. The powerful compound bow is capable of launching formidable arrows, effectively striking distant adversaries. Ling Tian elucidated to Yu Bingbing that both items are of ordinary level extraordinary quality, and she may select one for self-defense. Yu Bingbing pointed toward the powerful compound bow. Her archery talent was commendable. During her academic years, she had garnered numerous national awards representing her school, and she had not neglected this passion since entering the workforce. Conversely, wielding the katana, whether against humans or zombies, felt overwhelmingly terrifying to her. Yu Bingbing understood that she would struggle to adapt to it in the short term. All right, take it, he said. Really? Thank you, Master. Yu Bingbing beamed with gratitude, her captivating beauty radiant as she gazed at Ling Tian. He tenderly caressed the exquisite features of the popular actress, stating, as long as you obediently comply, benefits will flow endlessly. Yu Bingbing shyly nodded in response, aware that her momentary humility was a strategy for future empowerment. Just wait, you rogue. One day, this queen shall rise to command. Chapter 41. Terrifying catastrophe. The drone hovered high above, providing real-time visuals to the operator below. Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing advanced toward the location of the boss zombie. Li Lu, awakened with extraordinary abilities akin to Lu Yu and Wang Yao, possessed the power of environmental adaptation. Thus, Ling Tian decided to enclose all 3 women within the Taotai ring to prevent distractions during battle. Boom. The rumbling of the earth had persisted since the boss's emergence. This time, the target was the Jinbi building adjacent to the White-Scale River. This skyscraper, located in the Financial Trade District, is a multifaceted edifice that integrates modern office spaces, 5-star hotels, exhibition centers, entertainment venues, and shopping malls. Under the invasion of tentacles, this 8th tallest building in the world began to tremble violently. Boom, boom. The walls cracked, glass shattered, and the air was filled with the desperate screams of the populace. Inside the building, survivors were relentlessly pursued and ensnared by the omnipresent tentacles, fleeing for their lives. Once caught, they would be tightly wrapped until their bones shattered, their innards gruesomely ruptured. Only when their prey was on the brink of death would the tentacles leisurely unfurl their sucking orifices to feast. Helpless, the victims could only watch as their flesh and organs were devoured by the voracious appendages. Bang, bang, tentacles, as thick as a human waist, relentlessly extended from windows and other openings, violently thrashing against the outer walls. From a distance, the building appeared as if it were a decaying log infested with shipworms. Under the devastation of this boss zombie, the once opulent skyscraper had become dilapidated and precarious. The survivors screamed in despair. Many, in a bid to escape the terrifying predation of the tentacles, leapt from the upper floors, plummeting to the ground below. Blood splattered, and the nauseating scent of iron filled the air, drawing hordes of famished zombies to indulge in the gruesome feast. The entrance to the building's first floor was flung open by those inside, as survivors armed with weapons rushed out, frantically fleeing onto the streets teeming with zombies. The scene was both harrowing and horrifying. I seemed to hear the piercing screams of many. Did you see anything from the images transmitted by the drone, Master? Yu Bingbing inquired, her brows furrowed with worry and fear. The tentacle zombies were voraciously preying upon their victims. The sheer number of people in Jianghua district allowed them to grow rapidly. We must quicken our pace, Ling Tian declared. Before the energy collected by its tentacles converges at its core, we need to destroy its head. All right, I understand, Yu Bingbing nodded. Hearing Ling Tian's calm voice inexplicably offered her a sense of security. Help, help. The streets were filled with panicked crowds desperately trying to escape. It was now the 8th day of the zombie outbreak, and the survivors in Jianghua district had largely exhausted their food supplies. The patience and hope of the people had plummeted to an all-time low. The brutal scenes following the appearance of the boss incited widespread terror among the residents of the area. They could no longer remain. They chose to venture outside and flee. Remaining meant certain death, but amidst the chaos, there was a slim chance of survival. The streets were overrun with wandering zombies, eagerly pursuing their prey. Ah, save me. A man in a suit, pursued by a zombie, sprinted past Ling Tian, his face a mask of terror. Ling Tian initially intended to ignore the chaos, but when a zombie lunged at him, he unsheathed his enigmatic blade. With a swift and decisive stroke, he severed the zombie in half, rendering it motionless on the ground. Seeing this, the suited man felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Brother, let us leave together and look out for one another. Ling Tian paid him no heed, continuing toward the direction of the boss with Yu Bingbing. He understood he was no savior. In this apocalyptic world, merely preserving his own life was a formidable challenge. The suited man shouted, "Are you insane? Don't go that way. It's crawling with terrifying tentacles." When he realized Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing were ignoring him, he hurriedly fled in the opposite direction. Not far into their journey, a group wielding knives and axes took notice of them. A lewd man pointed at Yu Bingbing, exclaiming, "Boss, look, that woman over there is Yu Bingbing." The crew cut leader smacked the lewd man's head, admonishing, "What are you staring at? In times like this, you're thinking about women?" The lewd man, rubbing his head, replied plaintively, "No, boss. Those two have rosy lips and fair skin. They're clearly not lacking in food. With zombies rampant outside, anyone without food will starve, even if they escape." Seeing the logic in this, the crew cut leader immediately rallied his companions to encircle Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing. "Hey, you two, stop right there and hand over all your food." Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Tian's blade had already descended, sending him to his demise. The others, momentarily stunned, soon contorted their faces in rage and brandished their weapons, lunging at Ling Tian without a hint of hesitation. The air was filled with the sounds of battle. The sounds of flesh being severed echoed through the air. In but a fleeting moment, these individuals were cleaved into several pieces by Ling Tian's blade. Yu Bingbing, witnessing murder up close for the first time, turned pale, her delicate features contorting in revulsion as nausea washed over her. Ling Tian paused, advising, "If fear grips you, simply close your eyes next time. It will be somewhat easier." I will strive to acclimate," Yu Bingbing replied, taking out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, desperately attempting to compose herself. Ling Tian held no reproach for her reaction before the apocalypse. This stunning actress had never even harmed a chicken, let alone endure such a horrific scene. Had it been an ordinary girl, she would have fainted long ago. As they continued their journey, Ling Tian intermittently dispatched some zombie tentacles or unwary individuals. Encouraged by her resolve, Yu Bingbing summoned her courage, wielding the powerful composite bow that Ling Tian had gifted her, and took aim at a zombie. She was determined not to remain subjugated for a lifetime. With a swift release, the arrow found its mark, piercing the zombie's skull in an explosive display. Although her strength had waned, the extraordinary bow, augmented by item enhancement, rendered her arrows formidable. A single shot had claimed a life. Yu Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief at her own accomplishment. "Do not doubt your strength," Ling Tian reassured her. "These zombies are hardly terrifying." Bolstered by his encouragement, Yu Bingbing's confidence surged, and she once more drew her bow to eliminate a distant zombie. Two more fell to her arrows in swift succession. Eventually, they arrived at the domain of the boss zombie. "This creature is enormous," Yu Bingbing gasped in astonishment. Though she had anticipated its size from aerial footage, the proximity rendered her speechless. Humanity possesses an innate fear of colossal beings, particularly living creatures. A memory etched into our DNA. The tentacled zombie's head, visible above the surface of the Bailin River, was an estimated 20 meters in diameter, roughly equivalent to the area of a basketball court. According to Ling Tian, its tentacles rooted in the heart of the city were even more exaggerated, with thousands densely packed. The area within a 3-mile radius served as its hunting ground. Chapter 42. The mantis catches the cicada. Ling Tian retrieved the drone controller, utilizing it to survey the terrain surrounding the boss. Ling Tian expressed his confusion. "What is it?" Yu Bingbing inquired. "A squad of 30 individuals is hastening towards us." "What?" Yu Bingbing gasped, covering her mouth. "Are they also here to slay the boss and obtain the advancement crystal core?" It seemed implausible. How could they possibly be aware of the crystal core? Ling Tian pondered. At that moment, a seemingly trivial memory surfaced in his mind. Just before entering the Jianghua district, he had dispatched 3 thugs and discovered zombie crystal cores on their persons. It was only the 3rd day since the outbreak, and no zombies should have generated cores. They could only be refined through incineration. He could not fathom how news of burning corpses to extract cores had spread so rapidly. Now, as he observed the 30-person squad advancing towards the boss zombie, a possibility dawned upon him. Perhaps I am not the only one reborn from the apocalypse. Bingbing, let us seek refuge in a nearby location. Oh, all right. Ling Tian grasped Yu Bingbing's hand and took shelter within a nearby building. As for the drone hovering above, Ling Tian pondered for a moment before deciding to bring it down. Its constant surveillance could alert the squad and disrupt their original plans. A towering 3-meter-tall rock zombie appeared before the 10-member team, led by Euphemia and her destructive Rose squad. Lin Lei, I entrust this creature to you, Euphemia declared, tossing her lustrous golden hair and signaling the cloaked man beside her to advance. Lin Lei said nothing, silently approaching the rock zombie. The creature was robust and muscular, with a skin resembling rugged stone, displaying remarkable strength and resilience. Its only flaw was its sluggish movement. Upon spotting its prey, the rock zombie roared with excitement. When Lin Lei was 6 meters away, he raised his hand. Thunder burst. A dazzling arc of electricity surged forth from Lin Lei's palm, striking the rock zombie. The creature let out a deafening cry as its body convulsed violently, its grayish-white muscles instantly charred and decayed. With a resounding thud, the rock zombie collapsed, lifeless. Huh. Utterly feeble, Lin Lei scoffed. As an A-grade lightning elemental user, his destructive power was undeniable, save for his somewhat limited attack range at this stage. Coupled with a basic lightning orb, there were few zombies capable of withstanding his strike. Suddenly, a green figure darted towards him at high speed, shrieking as it lunged. Lin Lei, be cautious. With a swift motion, Lin Lei unleashed his second ability, Static Field, allowing arcs of electricity to radiate outwards for 6 meters. As the green figure entered this static field, it was instantly enveloped in crackling arcs. This creature was a 1-4-meter-long mantis, a relatively rare, mutated zombie in the city. Its 2 scythe-like claws swung wildly towards Lin Lei. The static field slowed its speed by 30%, rendering its once precise attacks riddled with openings. Lin Lei effortlessly drew his military knife to parry while casting Thunder Burst once more. The colossal force of electricity rendered the mantis charred, leaving it motionless on the ground, emitting a foul odor. After dispatching the 2 mutated zombies, Lin Lei calmly approached, extracting the crystal cores from their heads with his knife, placing them in his palm to replenish his energy. Wow, Lin Lei, your lightning powers are truly formidable. They ignite a fire within me, remarked Euphemia, an S-grade elemental user, blowing him a playful kiss. Euphemia, that drone above seems to be monitoring us. Should we report to headquarters before confronting the boss? Euphemia glanced upward, noticing the drone slowly descending from the sky. There is no need for alarm. It is merely a drone, quite commonplace. Euphemia shrugged, stating, if we delay any further, that creature in the water will only grow larger. I have no inclination to confront a strengthened adversary. A towering giant, standing 3 meters tall, approached and concurred. Indeed, the longer we wait, the more troublesome that creature becomes. As of now, aside from us, I doubt anyone else would dare venture here. With a piercing gaze, the hawk-nosed man scoffed, stop being so paranoid. Should any audacious insect dare to approach, I, Orlando, shall swiftly eliminate it. Euphemia cleared her throat. Let us now devise our assault plan. We will divide the team into 2 segments. I shall lead the primary force in the offensive, while the remaining 5 will divert that creature's attention. Thus, the 30-member team split into 2, advancing from the eastern side of the White Scale River towards the boss zombie. The boss zombie was ravenously hunting down the scattered prey in the Jianghua district, completely oblivious to the inconspicuous insects approaching it. They truly intended to slay the boss. Yu Bingbing and Ling Tian, each armed with a pair of binoculars, observed Euphemia and her team's maneuvers from a nearby building. Master, what shall we do next? Shall we leave the zombie to them? Yu Bingbing inquired of Ling Tian. Of course, we cannot relinquish it to them. This boss is mine, Ling Tian replied, stroking his chin. Let them wear down the boss first. Chapter 43. The formidable destructive Rose Squad. Boom. Several tentacles burst forth from the ground, lunging towards Euphemia and her team, eager to devour these delectable morsels. This creature lacks pain perception but is highly sensitive to sound. Refrain from firing your weapons for the time being, Euphemia commanded her team. A 3-meter-tall A-grade physical enhancement Esper stepped forward, retrieving a 2-meter-long colossal axe from behind, and struck fiercely at the tentacles. This weapon was an exceedingly rare elite-level extraordinary weapon from the early days of the apocalypse. The axe boasted a strength rating of 40, 4 times that of a regular fire axe, and could enhance the user's stamina by 30%. With a swift motion, a tentacle as thick as a human waist was severed, falling to the ground and thrashing violently. The giant's physical attributes were exceptional. Under the passive enhancement of his physical abilities, his strength reached 700 kilograms. After executing a skill that amplified his power by 120, his punch force soared to 740 kilograms. The full force swing of the extraordinary great axe unleashed tremendous power, capable of obliterating a large truck in a single blow, truly ferocious. The A-grade poison Esper, the hawk-nosed man, remained unfazed as the tentacles lunged towards him. Only when the target was 12 meters away did he raise his wrist. A highly corrosive venomous liquid erupted from his palm, immediately producing a plume of white smoke upon contact with the tentacle. This corrosive substance inflicted continuous damage upon contact with objects. Enhanced by ordinary-level extraordinary weapon venomous gloves, the toxin's potency increased by 60%, rendering it quite formidable. The tentacle writhed in immense agony, thrashing wildly. However, all efforts were in vain. Mere seconds later, the areas tainted by the venom were corroded into gaping wounds, presenting a ghastly sight. As the tentacles thrashed about, they expelled a noxious venom. A few droplets of the corrosive liquid fell upon Lin Lei's cloak, instantly producing a plume of white smoke. Damn it! Lin Lei hastily wiped away the caustic poison with his gloved hand, exclaiming, "Keep your toxins away from me, you fiend." The hawk-nosed figure scoffed, but remained silent. While the efficiency of poison-based abilities is formidable, they often pose a risk of collateral damage to allies. Hence, such individuals typically prefer to operate alone. With a resounding chop, the giant wielding an elite-grade extraordinary weapon effortlessly severed the attacking tentacles. "All right, let's proceed," the giant rumbled, brandishing his massive double-headed axe as he led the way. Roar! The boss's murky grayish-white eyes shifted, noticing several inconspicuous little insects nearby. Subsequently, its grotesque head strained to turn, aligning its face with Euphemia's team. Upon discerning its true appearance, Euphemia and her companions could not suppress their grimaces. The tentacle zombie's main body resembled an enormous human head, complete with distorted and grotesque facial features that evoked discomfort. The top of its head was devoid of a skull cap, covered instead by a massive, translucent umbrella-like structure. One could see directly through it, revealing a brain soaked in a greenish liquid. The neck, submerged in the river, was ensconced with a multitude of writhing tentacles, their movements sending shivers down the spine. It appeared to be a ghastly amalgamation of a human cranium and a jellyfish. "This creature is utterly repulsive," Euphemia remarked, her enchanting visage twisting in distaste. The sight was indeed nauseating, a sentiment echoed by Lin Lei, who was cloaked in his own disdain. Boom! A dozen tentacles, each as thick as a human waist, erupted from the ground, swiftly lashing out towards Euphemia and her companions. The giant bravely positioned himself at the forefront, engaging the multitude of tentacles in fierce combat. The others flanked Euphemia, tasked with dismantling any encroaching tentacles. Euphemia seized the radio, issuing battle commands to Team 2. "This creature has taken notice of us. Team 2, open fire to divert its ire." "Understood, Captain," came the prompt response from Team 2's commander, who immediately ordered his subordinates to unleash a barrage upon the tentacle zombie's head. The sound of gunfire echoed through the air, but due to the distance, the damage inflicted upon the boss was minimal. Roar! The boss bellowed, shaking the very ground beneath them, irate at the audacity of these audacious insects that dared to bite at it. The commander of Team 2 decisively ordered, "Cease fire, withdraw immediately." No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground around them began to collapse, a multitude of tentacles surging forth from the earth, striking at them with ferocity. Seizing the opportunity while the creature's attention was diverted, Euphemia led her team swiftly towards the main body of the zombie. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Euphemia and her companions, possessing exceptional physical prowess, maintained their speed even while burdened with equipment. In a mere 2 minutes, they closed the distance to 300 meters from the boss. The radio crackled with the terrified and despairing voices of Team 2. In just 2 minutes, nearly half of these elite mercenaries, all of whom had awakened to the second level, were slaughtered by the overwhelming number of tentacles. Amidst the encroaching multitude of tendrils, the remaining dozen or so individuals found themselves in a precarious situation. The boss zombie, sensing an imminent threat, moved its murky eyes towards Euphemia and her companions, who were charging towards it with fervor. "Die, no matter what." The grotesque visage of the boss zombie twisted as it muttered an unintelligible phrase. In the blink of an eye, the ground before Euphemia and her allies collapsed, and dozens of tendrils erupted from the depths, adhering to their prearranged battle plan. The team unleashed a barrage of firepower in a bid to swiftly vanquish this monstrosity. Euphemia, composed and resolute, issued tactical commands to her comrades. The 4 individuals surrounding her drew forth their assault rifles and other weaponry, directing their fire at the boss zombie while lobbing grenades at the densely packed tendrils with reckless abandon. After a relentless onslaught, at least a third of the tendrils lay vanquished. Among the ranks, a tall man diverged from the group, opting to operate independently. He maneuvered to the side while firing at the boss, drawing its attention. Several tendrils lunged at him viciously, poised to ensnare him. Yet, in an instant, a radiant light enveloped the tall man, and he vanished from sight, only to reappear over 10 meters away from his previous location. This individual had awakened an A-level spatial ability. In this squad, Euphemia stood as the primary offensive force, proudly positioned before the creature. She wielded a submachine gun in each hand, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the myriad tendrils before her. Euphemia's power was exceedingly rare, later classified as technological mastery, which enhanced the combat capabilities of various technological artifacts. The skill she activated, known as proficiency in lightweight firearms, significantly amplified the firepower of her weaponry. Currently, her enhancement reached an astonishing 150. If each bullet from her submachine gun possessed a force of 7, the boosted impact soared to an incredible 175. Under the relentless rain of her bullets, anything in their path would suffer catastrophic destruction, including even the remarkably resilient tendrils. With a rapid succession of shots, bullets rained down upon the tendrils, each one detonating with unimaginable potency, causing them to erupt in a cascade of sanguine carnage. Within moments, the tendrils that had stood in her way were rendered a grotesque mass of wounds and flesh, collapsing feebly to the ground. Good heavens, this woman is terrifying, exclaimed Yu Bingbing, who observed the scene through binoculars from a distance. The thought of such overwhelming firepower unleashed upon a human was chilling. Glancing at Ling Tian, she dared not entertain further thoughts. In the early days of the apocalypse, conventional weaponry was already formidable, but when augmented by the abilities of these extraordinary individuals, their might became unfathomable. The range and power of various firearms and grenades were beyond what contemporary ability users could withstand, unless they could secure formidable, transcendent weapons. Chapter 44. A sudden mutation. The second primary attacker of the Destruction Rose team was none other than the towering giant standing at 3 meters tall. Possessing immense strength, he effortlessly wielded a heavy Gatling gun, directing its fire towards the target. Although this giant lacked an ability to enhance weapon potency, the firepower of each bullet from the heavy Gatling gun was profoundly formidable. Striking the tentacles yielded equally explosive results. We targeted its head while the others dealt with the remaining appendages. Once we cleared a batch of tentacles, Euphemia issued combat orders to her comrades. The giant simultaneously elevated its firearm, aiming for the boss zombie's cranium. Roar! Roar! The boss zombie bellowed in fury. Bullets struck its chin and visage, causing flesh and blood to erupt violently, releasing an abundance of green viscous fluid. Under such terrifying firepower, the boss zombie appeared immensely distressed. You shall perish. A painful, contorted expression manifested on its face as it sensed the imminent threat to its life, causing the tentacles lurking around its body to extend outward. Furthermore, the entire underground of Jianghua district reverberated ominously. The tentacles that had ventured forth for hunting were swiftly retracting, preparing to rescue the main body. Thunderous explosion. Lin Lei extended his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of electrical energy that transformed the advancing tentacles into exquisite calamari. This close-range attack was intended solely to clear the troublesome appendages for Euphemia and the primary attackers. Observing the tentacles stretching out from the ground, the hawk-nosed man bore a sinister grin. Swiftly, he charged toward the tentacle that Lin Lei had partially incapacitated, placing his palm upon its surface and executing his second skill. Infection toxin. The tentacle, though not yet dead, writhed momentarily before retracting, but it was accompanied by a viral infestation. These viruses within the tentacle rapidly initiated cross-infection. Within a minute, numerous tentacles exhibited signs of disease, their surfaces bubbling and rotting. Their strength and regenerative capabilities significantly diminished. They became feeble and sluggish, devoid of their previous vitality. Ah, splendid. The hawk-nosed man gazed upon his handiwork with satisfaction, deciding to intensify his efforts. He located another tentacle and injected it with his third skill, paralytic venom, further diminishing the tentacle's mobility. Well executed. Euphemia's fiery red lips curled in approval as she praised the hawk-nosed man. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, the boss zombie's face was obliterated, exposing its skeletal structure. Its head lopsidedly collapsed to the ground, emitting a wretched scream. This creature is on the brink. Let us swiftly deliver a fatal blow to its brain. Euphemia beckoned her teammates to advance. The tall man, adept in spatial manipulation, closest to the boss, summoned a multitude of grenades from his private dimension. He then pulled the pin and hurled them one after another toward the boss's transparent, umbrella-like head. Boom, boom. The consecutive explosions shattered the translucent dome, with white brain matter and green fluid cascading forth like a miniature waterfall. The critical weak point suffered devastating damage, and the vicious boss finally closed its eyes, collapsing motionless in the river. Truly revolting. The tall man couldn't help but express his disdain. Captain, this fiend must surely be dead now, he inquired towards the alluring and captivating Euphemia. Euphemia brushed her damp golden locks away from her face and remarked, I have never killed anyone. How would I know? Squinting, she scrutinized the grotesquely disfigured head of the zombie. By the looks of it, even if it's not dead, it's close to it. I will contact headquarters. You all search its body for any advanced crystal cores. In the distance, Yu Bingbing, who was observing through binoculars, was astonished to discover that the creature had indeed been slain. She nudged Ling Tian beside her. Master, the monster is dead. What should we do now? They don't seem like the kind to be trifled with. Are we really going to rush in and seize the crystal cores? Of course. I must secure that crystal core, Ling Tian replied, fully aware that if it fell into the hands of others, he would find himself in a precarious position. Those who had been reborn alongside him would not hesitate to hunt him down. Not to mention, the vast stockpile he had accumulated before the apocalypse would be enough to incite murderous intent from everyone. Ling Tian stowed the binoculars into his spatial pocket and grasped Yu Bingbing's hand. Follow me. Meanwhile, Euphemia was on the phone, inquiring of the individuals within. What? Are you certain that the advanced crystal core will automatically emerge and emit a brilliant glow upon the boss's death? It's strange that the one I killed did not exhibit this phenomenon. A sinking feeling washed over her as she became acutely aware of a tremor beneath her feet. Though faint, it was undeniable that something was moving underground. Be cautious, that boss is feigning death. No sooner had Euphemia spoken than chaos erupted. With a thunderous roar, the boss unleashed a chilling cry, causing the ground to tremble violently. Boom, boom. A thick, 2-meter diameter tentacle erupted from the earth. The tentacles, which had been out hunting, returned en masse, their strength having increased significantly from the blood and flesh they had consumed. The near-death experience had instilled a sense of fear in this boss zombie, driving it into a frenzied state. The head, rooted in the river, finally sprang into action, utilizing the dense, powerful tentacles beneath its neck to propel itself away from danger. To the onlooker, it resembled a mass of writhing worms, pushing a grotesque, irregular object forward, utterly revolting. What is going on? Didn't it succumb to my poison? The hawk-nosed man observed, perplexed by the robust tentacles beneath the boss zombie. Look at the mass on the ground and in the river. That creature has shed the poisoned tentacles from its body, Lin Lei remarked, patting him on the shoulder. The hawk-nosed man scowled, his frustration evident. That wretched, repulsive creature. Let us cut the chatter. It seems to be leveling up. We must eliminate it quickly, Euphemia stated darkly. The tentacles continued to transport the nutrients they had absorbed back to the main body, gradually healing the previously mangled head. Just as the giant lifted the Gatling gun to fire, the creature's sturdy tentacles lashed out towards him. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun, spitting blue flames, unleashed a frenzied barrage. Although the assault on the tentacles inflicted severe damage, it did not deter their relentless attack. With a resounding crack, the giant activated its secondary ability, Strength Enhancement, which augmented its resistance to impact by 80% just before being struck by the tentacle. Despite being violently thrown aside, the injuries sustained were not fatal, resulting merely in some fractures, allowing it to retain its fighting capability. Damn it! Euphemia exclaimed, channeling her dwindling energy to activate her ability, Mastery of Light Weaponry. Armed with 2 fully loaded submachine guns, she charged toward the boss zombie. The rapid-fire bullets rained down upon the weak point of the boss's head, splattering brain matter and green ichor across the ground. Lin Lei and the hawk-nosed man swiftly moved closer to the giant to provide fire support. The giant's wounds healed at an astonishing rate, the sound of its fractured bones cracking as they returned to their original form. After a brief respite, it stood once more, as if unscathed, and brandished a heavy Gatling gun to unleash a barrage upon the tentacles. Chapter 45. The boss falls. The crystal core appears. Boom. The transformed tentacle lunged fiercely at Euphemia. Its resilience had at least doubled, making it exceedingly difficult for Euphemia to destroy it before the attack landed. She was compelled to roll sideways to evade the assault. A pained roar erupted from the boss, now severely injured and retaliating chaotically, akin to a creature in its death throes. Euphemia's submachine gun quickly ran out of ammunition under the relentless barrage of fire. She elegantly discarded the empty weapon and called out to the tall man nearby. Weapon resupply. Quickly. The tall man, who had drawn the monster's attention, immediately ceased firing and flashed over to Euphemia's side. He retrieved 2 submachine guns from his personal space and tossed them to her. With a swift motion, Euphemia caught the weapons and re-aimed them at the ailing boss. Gazing upon the enormous, gasping creature before her, a bloodthirsty madness glimmered in her azure eyes. To die beneath my feet is your honor, she declared, pulling the trigger and unleashing a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The ferocious onslaught once again enveloped the boss, seemingly on the verge of obliteration. Nearby, the sound of a motorcycle engine roared from the top of a building. A powered trike began to ascend from the 32nd floor. Hey, master, do you know how to drive this thing? Yubing, seated behind Ling Tian and clutching his waist, wore a face of sheer terror. Ling Tian, awkwardly maneuvering the vehicle, reassured her, don't worry, I've researched this online. It's just an aerial motorcycle. As long as you have hands, you're good. What? As long as you have hands. Yubing gulped as she observed the swaying trike. When did you learn to operate this? I've grasped the theoretical knowledge in my spare time. Now I'm just applying it practically. Ling Tian coughed lightly and added, I read online that it takes just 10 hours to learn. It's quite simple. What on earth? Yubi Bingbing exclaimed, you fool. Do not jeopardize this queen by dragging her into your troubles. Virum. The motorcycle accelerated rapidly, soaring off the rooftop, and with a swift motion, it took to the skies. With no retreat in sight, Yubi Bingbing clung tightly to Ling Tian's waist, fervently praying for their safety. Almost forgetting, she reached for the ring. Ling Tian handed her a ring. What is this? She inquired. Wearing it will enhance your maximum energy points. I fear you may lack sufficient energy later. As a second-level awakened being, Yubi Bingbing possessed a mere 10 energy points, which increased to 17 upon donning the ring. Suddenly, the triangular wings sliced through the air, emitting a shrill, buzzing sound, drawing the attention of the destructive Rose Squad. What is that, a UFO? Lin Lei squinted in that direction. Lin, you must need new glasses. It's clearly a powered triangular wing. I often engage with such devices while on vacation, replied the hawk-nosed man, shrugging as he lifted his assault rifle, continuing to fire at the nearby tentacles with fervor. What is going on? There are people up there? Lin Lei exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The hawk-nosed man snorted derisively. Of course, it's a vehicle carrying people. How could it be empty? Why are they flying this way? Lin Lei pondered aloud. After a brief silence, the hawk-nosed man shouted in frustration, Damn it, someone is coming to steal the boss. Upon hearing his warning, Euphemia and her team halted their frenzied assault, turning their gazes toward the source of the commotion. In their line of sight, a motorcycle equipped with a triangular wing on top and reinforced with bulletproof shields on the bottom and sides was gliding swiftly toward the boss. Roar. The beleaguered boss noticed the airborne intruder and swung its mutated tentacles in an attempt to knock it down. Ling Tian employed telekinesis to manipulate the vehicle's trajectory, deftly evading the thrashing appendages. Simultaneously, he unleashed the full force of his telekinetic manipulation. With a swish, 3 glowing daggers shot forth, rapidly circling and slicing through the air. In just over a second, they severed the robust tentacle. Roar. Realizing the dire situation, the boss lashed out with more tentacles. The vehicle maneuvered through the onslaught of thick appendages, while the 3 daggers relentlessly cut through the surrounding tentacles. Snip, snip, snip. The vehicle transformed into a harvesting machine, leaving a trail of severed tentacles in its wake. The shredded remains of the tentacles rained down from the sky, creating a macabre scene. This ability was devastatingly effective against the tentacles, proving to be a natural counter to the boss. The giant below, witnessing the spectacle, rumbled, What a sight! Bang! Amidst the relentless barrage of tentacles, one finally struck the vehicle, shattering the triangular wing into pieces. Had it not been for Ling Tian's telekinetic support, the vehicle would have plummeted immediately. Yubi Bingbing swiftly cast enhancement and repair skills on the powered triangular wing. With flashes of purple and white light, the makeshift aircraft not only regained its original form, but also became even more resilient. What? Euphemia clenched her fists upon witnessing the scene, her emotions surging tumultuously. The aircraft hovered above the boss, and Ling Tian produced an enhanced grenade, hurling it down towards the boss's head. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, dislodging the zombie boss's umbrella-like crown and reducing its brain matter to a milky pulp. No! The zombie boss shrieked, thrashing desperately. 3 seconds later, its tentacles lost all strength and fell limp. With a resounding crash, the enormous head, no longer supported by the tentacles, plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater as various unidentified liquids splattered everywhere. Is that monster dead? Inquired Yu Bingbing, who sat behind Ling Tian. Ling Tian nodded, affirming, yes. The brain has been utterly destroyed, it cannot survive. No sooner had he spoken than a clear, melodious chime resonated from below. 2 white and 2 gray beams of light shot skyward, illuminating the unknown objects that slowly ascended from the monster's remains. 2 first-tier evolution cores and 2 extraordinary items. Ling Tian hastily piloted the aircraft towards the spoils. The boss is dead. We must act quickly to secure those items and prevent them from being snatched away. After issuing her battle command, Euphemia was the first to raise her 2 submachine guns and unleash a fierce barrage at Ling Tian's aircraft. The others followed suit, firing into the sky. The relentless gunfire battered against the heavy bulletproof shield, warping it under the ferocity of the onslaught. In an instant, the triangular wings above were shredded, and the aerial motorcycle teetered precariously. However, Yu Bingbing swiftly initiated repairs. The wings and shield visibly restored themselves to their original state. Damn it! Euphemia's alluring features contorted with rage. She retrieved a grenade from her person, activating her demolition mastery skill to significantly enhance its power. With all her might, she hurled it towards Ling Tian's aircraft. Oh! Ling Tian narrowed his eyes upon spotting the grenade soaring upwards. A force of mental energy coalesced, violently deflecting the grenade away from the aircraft. Cursed! Euphemia cursed as she quickly ducked for cover. Boom. The grenade detonated midair, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. A powerful shockwave surged downward, propelling Euphemia into the air as she failed to evade in time. Thud. She landed heavily, tumbling violently. Her head struck a rock, producing a dull thud before she finally came to a halt. Captain, a tall man called out towards Euphemia's fallen form, holding her head with one hand. She attempted to rise and continue fighting. I'm fine, hurry and grab the cores. But scarcely had she spoken when a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, and she promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 46. Ascension to the First Tier, Carnage Rat-a-tat-tat. The crowd unleashed a frenzied barrage at Ling Tian, striving to thwart his acquisition of the cores. 3 luminous enhanced grenades descended from the sky. Oh no, grenades. The individuals below immediately threw themselves to the ground. Boom. The grenades exploded, raising a thick cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Several were forced to halt their advance. How dare you steal from us? They bellowed in anger. As the dust settled, the advanced crystal cores and other spoils had vanished. Ling Tian leaped from the aircraft, cradling Yu Bingbing, and a large protective mat materialized beneath them, safely cushioning their fall. Meanwhile, the aircraft continued its reckless descent, crashing with a thunderous roar into a heap of scrap metal. Ling Tian, still only capable of taking off but not landing safely, opted for this straightforward and brutal method of descent, gazing at the 4 items in his possession. 2 were first-tier advanced crystal cores. The other 2 included a shimmering purple token and a blue water bottle. Acquiring these was effortless. Ling Tian promptly expended 4 points of energy to activate item identification, and the detailed information of the 2 extraordinary items instantaneously filled his mind. The Beast Taming Token, a rare grade item, could forcibly control first-tier infected beings, commanding them to fight for the user at the cost of 1 energy point per second. The Evolution Water, an elite grade item, could enhance the level of extraordinary items, with the upgraded level not exceeding elite grade. Truly, the spoils of a boss battle are intriguing. As Ling Tian contemplated the Evolution Water, he recalled the 2 extraordinary daggers at his side. Since it could only elevate to elite grade, there was no need to conserve the Evolution Water. Drip. The azure liquid was applied to the 2 daggers, transforming into a rich energy that seeped within. Buzz. Brilliant blue light emanated from the daggers, their appearance and strength undergoing tremendous transformation. One dagger turned entirely silver white, while the other became pitch black, its blade shimmering with an eerie gleam. Ling Tian decided to name these 2 daggers Doom's Twin Blades. To all who have fought so hard against the boss, I graciously accept these advanced crystal cores and extraordinary items. Ling Tian observed the grim expressions of those nearby, and smiled faintly before beginning to absorb the power of the crystal cores. Buzzing. The radiant crystal core emitted a vibrating sound, its brilliance dimming at a visible pace. Drop that crystal core, or I'll end you. Lin Lei and the others shouted furiously, sprinting towards Ling Tian while raising their firearms to shoot. A shield the size of a door appeared before Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing, blocking the incoming bullets. The 6th-tier bulletproof shield could withstand shots with a power of 60. Even if it were to shatter, Yu Bingbing could repair it in time. The energy from the crystal core surged rapidly into Ling Tian's body. Crack. A soft sound echoed as the energy of the advanced crystal core was depleted, shattering in his hand. Buzz. A dazzling white beam of light erupted from Ling Tian's body, piercing the clouds. This was the phenomenon marking his successful ascension to the first tier. His punch strength skyrocketed from 700 kilograms to 1200 kilograms, and his base energy points surged from 15 to 30. The piercing defense has been elevated to 5 points, capable of withstanding the impact of a pistol with a force of 5. The shock defense has surged from 5 to 10 points. Ling Tian closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented vitality emanating from the psychic tree in his mind, as 3 fundamental skills underwent significant enhancement. Ding. The second psychic branch, mental augmentation, was unlocked. A fruit atop the branch began to glow. Mental scan, able to detect nearby creatures emitting psychic signals and ascertain their precise locations. Effective range, 100 meters. Energy consumption, 1 energy point per 60 seconds. This newly established skill within the branch system offers limited enhancement for individual combat, but proves valuable within a team context. Ling Tian assessed this new skill. While its efficacy in solo confrontations was lacking, its worth in a collaborative setting was commendable. With a swift motion, Ling Tian activated mental scan. An invisible force surged from within him, seeking out the psychic signals in the vicinity. Within a 100-meter radius, aside from a few individuals, there were also several hidden worm-like zombies. With this skill, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to ambush Ling Tian. Moreover, given that mental scan consumes only 1 energy point every 60 seconds, the depletion is minimal, allowing for frequent use. After all, using crystal cores for recharging. One energy point can be restored in 60 seconds, ensuring a constant supply. Tat tat tat. Bullets ricocheted off Ling Tian's shield, creating a cacophony. The assailants, wary of Ling Tian's ability to levitate objects into the void, refrained from hurling grenades in his direction. Master, how are you feeling? Yu Bingbing inquired with curiosity. I feel quite well, but now is not the time for conversation. We must first address the imminent danger. Ling Tian replied as he retrieved a mobile home from his spatial ring, gesturing for Yu Bingbing to enter first. This way, he could focus on dealing with the adversaries outside. As the door swung open, Yu Bingbing, shielded by Ling Tian's protective barrier, was about to step into the safe zone. Suddenly, Ling Tian's mental scan emitted an unusual signal, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. With a mere thought, the ring in his hand shimmered. Another shield, the size of a door panel, materialized instantaneously at Ling Tian's right side. Ding ding ding. The moment the bulletproof shield appeared, it was immediately struck by a barrage of bullets. What? The tall man exhibited a look of astonishment. He had stealthily approached. Yet the young man opposite had managed to detect him. His assured strike had thus fallen short. Ling Tian glanced sideways, peering through the observation window of the bulletproof shield to glimpse the tall man's figure. Almost forgetting, there was indeed another psychic user with spatial abilities. Had it not been for the timely detection by mental scan, both he and Bingbing might have sustained injuries from gunfire. This individual could not be allowed to escape. Ling Tian shifted his focus to the psychic tree, intending to utilize the proficiency granted by his recent upgrade to illuminate the memory nodes. Behind the skill, Psychic Projection, an advanced route appeared, offering the following options. Advanced Skill 1, Psychic Cannon. Activate a psychic cannon before oneself, capable of launching a multitude of lightweight projectiles, steel balls, daggers, knives, to inflict devastating damage upon the target. Optimal attack distance, 40 meters. Skill consumption, 5 energy points per use. Skill power, tremendous. Advanced Skill 2, Psychic Sniping, a precise projection of a lightweight weapon that inflicts considerable damage on the target. Optimal attack distance, 100 meters. Accuracy, deviation not exceeding 1 centimeter. Skill consumption, 3 energy points per use. Skill power, 36. The issue of attack distance has always been a significant drawback for Ling Tian, particularly when contending with firearms. A shortcoming that is magnified under such circumstances. Without hesitation, he activated his skill proficiency, illuminating the memory node of Psychic Sniping. In an instant, a dagger manifested above Ling Tian's ballistic shield, and with a resonating hum, it shot towards the eye of a tall man. Swift. Before the tall man could react, the dagger traversed 60 meters, arriving just 10 meters in front of him. In a flash, relying on instinct, he activated Spatial Flicker, narrowly evading disaster at the last moment. As his flicker concluded, his new position was already locked by a mental scan. The next moment, a dagger propelled by Psychic Sniping surged forward, and before the tall man could comprehend the situation, it accurately pierced through his eye socket. Bang! His head shattered instantly, resulting in immediate death. Number 7. Lin Lei bellowed, unleashing his third skill, Spherical Lightning, aimed at Ling Tian. This ability boasts remarkable power and distance, yet its randomness is excessively high, barring large targets. Striking others relies heavily on luck. Indeed, the spherical lightning soared into the sky, far from the intended target. Lacking any extraordinary items to enhance accuracy, this technique proved ineffective. Ling Tian cast a cold glance at him, preparing to execute a Psychic Sniping. Submachine guns are optimal for combat at approximately 50 meters, while assault rifles excel at 100 meters. In other words, the distance separating them from Ling Tian was not substantial. All were within the lethal range of Psychic Sniping. However, in the next moment, Lin Lei and his companions drew half-man-high level 4 shields from behind, positioning them in front as they advanced toward Ling Tian. Firearms posed no threat to Ling Tian, compelling them to rely solely on their own extraordinary abilities. As long as they could enter the range of their powers, Ling Tian's shield would be ineffective against venom, lightning storms, and the sweeping strikes of a giant axe. Oh! Ling Tian narrowed his eyes at the shields before the trio. Perfect, a chance to test the newly acquired extraordinary weapon. He retrieved one of the extraordinary daggers from his possession. The power of the Psychic Sniping in his mind surged from 36 points to a staggering 108. A threefold amplification. Indeed, with a mere thought, Ling Tian unleashed Psychic Sniping. The next moment, a white annihilation dagger emitted a resonant hum as it hurtled toward Lin Lei. Clang. Thud. The sound of metal clashing was followed by the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh. The annihilation dagger sliced through the ballistic shield as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, plunging into Lin Lei's eye socket. Lin Lei barely had time to utter a sound before his head exploded, resulting in immediate death. Chapter 47. Capturing Euphemia. What? The giant and the hawk-nosed man felt a chill run down their spines at this sight. They had never anticipated that a mere dagger could possess such terrifying power. The level 4 bulletproof shield, impervious even to grenades, had been effortlessly sliced through. The consecutive deaths of the tall man and Lin Lei left the remaining two in a somber mood. After exchanging a glance, the giant let out a furious roar and hurled his massive axe towards Ling Tian. This strike contained an immense energy of 150, and the ground seemed to tremble as the giant unleashed it. Damn, the axe's speed was too swift. Ling Tian could not evade with Yu Bingbing in tow. Thus, he resorted to using telekinetic sniping to launch another black obliteration dagger to collide with the giant's axe. Clang! The sound of two elite-level extraordinary items clashing in midair was deafening, resembling two heavy trucks colliding at full speed, causing the surrounding air to explode and whip up a tempest. Ling Tian raised his shield before him, simultaneously launching the dagger with telekinesis to prevent the adversary from seizing the moment to attack. As the storm dissipated and the dust settled, tranquility returned. Peering through the observation window of the shield, Ling Tian discovered that both the radiant dagger and the giant axe had sustained damage. At the moment Ling Tian intervened, Yu Bingbing had reinforced the dagger, which successfully diverted the deadly trajectory of the giant axe. Well done, Bingbing. It appears you have learned how to fight. Ling Tian whistled and praised Yu Bingbing. What? A blush of embarrassment crept across Yu Bingbing's face. You fool. Hurry up and deal with these enemies. Stop wasting your breath on trivialities with this queen. Ling Tian, through the shield's observation window, searched for the remaining two figures. To his astonishment, he found that they had discarded their burdens on the ground and were fleeing desperately into the distance. You scoundrels, don't run. Ling Tian cursed, swiftly picking up a nearby assault rifle and firing a burst in the direction of their escape. Although his aim appeared casual, it was futile. The two men, clad in bulletproof vests and already a few hundred meters away, remained unaffected. Those damned fellows ran faster than rabbits. Ling Tian could only curse in resignation as he watched them disappear into the distance. Their speed was unnaturally swift. Ling Tian suspected they had imbued themselves with the rapid ability. He glanced down at the heavy Gatling gun and the extraordinary giant axe they had left behind in their flight. Never mind, as long as something useful was left behind. Their escape was of little consequence. Did they truly just run away? Yu Bingbing inquired tentatively. They were well aware that they stood no chance of winning. Were they just waiting for death by not fleeing? Did we actually win? Yu Bingbing's face was filled with disbelief. Together, they not only defeated the terrifying giant boss, but also repelled such a formidable team. It felt like a dream. With a sudden impulse, Yu Bingbing rushed to embrace Ling Tian, insincerely praising him. Wow, master, you are so impressive. Ling Tian replied. Of course, am I not an extraordinary person? Yu Bingbing's face flushed with embarrassment. What on earth? Damn it, this guy is back again. Ling Tian interjected. Let's not celebrate just yet. We must first collect our spoils. All right. The ground emitted faint sounds. Through a mental scan, Ling Tian discerned that the worm zombies concealed underground were on the move, their target being the unconscious blonde beauty. Cursing under his breath, Ling Tian rushed towards the unconscious Euphemia. If those worm zombies devoured her, it would be a tremendous loss. With a thunderous crash, the ground collapsed, and the ferocious worms surged forth, eager to swallow her whole. Telekinetic restraint. Ling Tian invoked his skill, lifting Euphemia into the air to evade the attack of the worm zombies. Upon his advancement, the telekinetic restraint skill had significantly improved, expanding its range to 10 meters and allowing him to control up to 600 kilograms of force. He dashed forward, cradling Euphemia in his arms while simultaneously unleashing the telekinetic weaponry skill, summoning 6 daggers. With a swift motion, the emerging worms were swiftly sliced into a pulpy mass. Ling Tian marveled at the potency of his enhanced lethality. He then focused his thoughts inward, examining the description of telekinetic weaponry within his mental abilities tree. Telekinetic weaponry. Manipulate lightweight weapons, knives, daggers, steel balls, to launch high-speed attacks around oneself, delivering considerable damage. Maximum control range, 10 meters. Maximum number of weapons, 6. Damage, 12. Attack frequency, extremely fast, 7 times per second. Energy consumption, 1 energy point per second. Master, Yu Bingbing cautiously approached, her eyes lingering on the remnants of the worm zombies scattered about, her heart still racing. Do not worry. I have already scanned this area. Nothing unexpected will appear. Oh. Although Yu Bingbing was unfamiliar with what Ling Tian meant by scanning, the certainty in his voice reassured her. This woman is still alive. How do you intend to handle her, master? Ling Tian glanced down as the woman in his arms emitted a faint sound. She was undeniably a Western beauty, with captivating, well-defined features and flawless, delicate skin. We will take her back to the vehicle for now. I have some questions I wish to ask her. Ling Tian replied after a moment of contemplation. As night fell, the Jianghua district gradually settled into an eerie calm following the earlier chaos. It remained uncertain whether the survivors had escaped this perilous area or had been slaughtered by the zombies along the way. In this terrifying zone, a towering doomsday RV was parked in an unfamiliar alley, trembling slightly. If one listened closely, a melodious voice could be discerned emanating from within the vehicle. A dozen zombies were drawn by the sound, surrounding the RV, ravenously scratching and pounding against its exterior. However, the RV was equipped with excellent soundproofing, allowing the occupants to largely ignore the commotion created by the zombies under the cover of vibrant music. As Ling Tian savored the exquisite delicacies before him, he delved into the depths of the gluttonous ring, meticulously tallying the spoils acquired from the recent boss defeat. Foremost among the treasures were an array of formidable firearms: 1 heavy Gatling gun, 9 submachine guns, 7 assault rifles, 13 handguns, 17 grenades, and a combined total of approximately 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Euphemia's squad had expended excessive ammunition during the encounter, resulting in a relatively meager haul. In terms of crystal cores, the rewards were modest: 12 grade 3 cores and 7 grade 2 cores, including 2 exceptionally rare A-grade cores, one of the lightning element and the other of the space element. Among the 3 skills associated with the lightning core, the most advantageous were Thunderburst and Electrostatic Field. Ultimately, Ling Tian opted to embed Electrostatic Field into his ability tree, for while Thunderburst boasted high damage, it paled in comparison to the output skills he would acquire post-advancement, rendering it obsolete. The Space Core, with skills such as Spatial Flicker, Storage Space, and Spatial Shockwave, was undeniably valuable. However, Ling Tian already possessed these skills in his gluttonous ring, and to a superior degree. After much contemplation, he resolved to retain this core, as Spatial Flicker would greatly benefit melee-oriented abilities, making it a more suitable gift for the agile angel, Su Yue. Next came the extraordinary items. Apart from 7 ordinary accessories of initial rank, there were 4 particularly precious spoils: the cloak worn by Lin Lei, the giant's colossal axe, the necklace of the tall man, and the leather jacket donned by Euphemia. Each of these items was of elite quality, and Ling Tian was astounded by their acquisition. Such artifacts were incredibly rare at the dawn of the apocalypse, typically emerging from ancient relics, with modern items exhibiting a minimal chance of extraordinary transformation. High-tech products, such as handguns and excavators, were almost immune to such changes. It was clear that these individuals had scoured museums and vanquished numerous wandering teams within the Jianghua district to amass such a collection of extraordinary items. The cloak worn by Lin Lei was a deep brown hue, offering commendable resistance against bullets and cuts, boasting a defense rating of 30, significantly superior to that of standard body armor. Furthermore, it provided a degree of resistance against elemental attacks like lightning, fire, and poison, rendering it an exceptional piece of protective gear. The giant's axe, with a strength rating of 40, enhanced the user's stamina by 30, proving to be highly effective in close combat, capable of inflicting horrifying damage upon resilient foes. The tall man's necklace could store up to 60 points of energy, replenishing the wearer by 1 point every 20 seconds upon activation. It not only significantly enhanced endurance, but also reduced skill cooldown times by 10. Euphemia's leather jacket, with its smooth and glossy surface, provided 35 points of piercing defense while increasing the wearer's evasion ability by 30. When worn by a physically enhanced ability user, its effects would be even more pronounced. Among the 4 extraordinary items, 3 are of great utility to Ling Tian, while the remaining leather jacket is suitable for Yu Bingbing. Its protective capabilities surpass those of a bulletproof vest, and it accentuates the figure beautifully. Additionally, there is the Beast Tamer token obtained after vanquishing the boss. As a rare grade item, the token appears to possess formidable effects that warrant exploration at leisure. However, the most significant achievement from this boss encounter is the acquisition of 2 advanced cores. After ascending to the first tier, Ling Tian experiences a qualitative leap in his supernatural strength, enabling him to overpower most teams of supernatural beings with ease. When the next boss zombie emerges, Ling Tian will be more assured in his attempts to seize victory. As for the second advanced core, Ling Tian remains uncertain whom to bestow it upon. It is best to reserve it for now, as the inhabitants of Blue Ring Island are rather feeble, and there is no urgency to bolster his team's combat prowess. Next on his agenda is to recruit Su Yue. Once he secures the 2 sisters, Su Yue and Su Yang, and cultivates them to the first tier, he can settle the score with Luo Binghuang, the future empress. Ling Tian's mind is a whirlpool of scheming. It is worth noting that his rebirth is intricately linked to this empress. Previously, during a mission to steal the Taodai ring and the reincarnation jade pendant, he was brutally slain by the hastily returning empress. That proud and stunning figure remains an indelible shadow in Ling Tian's heart. Just wait, Luo Binghuang. Ling Tian plans to capture her and administered just retribution for his past grievances. Subsequently, he intends to nurture her as a member of his divine entourage, compelling her to contribute to his grand ambitions. The mere thought of this fills him with exhilaration. Suddenly, a crisp sound broke the silence, prompting both Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing to glance towards the cockpit, where a blonde woman stood. Almost forgetting about Euphemia, Ling Tian stretched his shoulders. Master, how do you intend to handle her? Yu Bingbing inquired while massaging Ling Tian's shoulders. Let us assess the situation. I observed her abilities during the battle, and they seemed quite formidable. If her power rating is S or A, I will consider keeping her. What if her abilities are lacking? Yu Bingbing asked tentatively. Ling Tian shrugged. Then we will have to send her away. The space in the RV is limited, and it is impractical to accommodate everyone. Oh, Yu Bingbing murmured softly, then seemed to recall something. Is that why you brought me along? Not entirely. I lack companions for conversation. After all, I am no masochist, and do not wish to lead a life akin to that of a hermit. An odd sound began echoing in the air. Euphemia, having regained consciousness, instinctively attempted to move, but found her hands completely immobilized, accompanied by the strange rustling noise. What is happening? I was in the midst of battling the boss zombie. She recalled her circumstances before losing consciousness, a cold sweat instantly trickling down her back. Could it be that she has been captured? Euphemia's heart trembled violently. Was this not a scenario reserved for action films? She surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in an eye-shaped room. While it was somewhat smaller than her usual quarters, the opulent decor was exquisite, boasting a comprehensive array of amenities. At the corridor's end stood a pair of individuals, one man and one woman, gazing intently in her direction. The man, clad in slippers, approached her with a gentlemanly smile. Beautiful miss, you have finally awakened, he said. Euphemia's face flushed with embarrassment. She despised finding herself alone in unfamiliar territory. What have you done with my team? She demanded. The man, Ling Tian, shrugged nonchalantly. Do I really need to answer that? Some have fled, others have perished. And now you remain here, a lovely damsel awaiting your fate. He chuckled inwardly, thinking how difficult it would have been to capture her had she not knocked herself unconscious. Is that so? Euphemia's azure eyes briefly reflected despondence before she raised her captivating visage to meet his gaze. Why have you brought me back? You already possess the core. What more do you desire? Ling Tian replied leisurely. I simply wish to ask you a few questions. Euphemia felt a wave of discomfort in his presence. Had she a firearm, she would surely have turned him into a sieve. Pray tell, what is your name? He inquired directly. Euphemia pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Oh, given your agility and adeptness, might you be a professionally trained female agent? Ling Tian teased. Euphemia shot him a fierce glare. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a temper. One ought to consider the circumstances, he remarked as the zombies surrounding the vehicle, driven by an insatiable hunger, pounded against it, eager to access the delectable contents within. How about now? Are you willing to converse? Ling Tian asked with a nonchalant tone. Despite her defiant gaze, Euphemia's body betrayed her with a slight tremor. After some psychological coaxing, a hint of reverence appeared in her demeanor. What is your name? He repeated. Euphemia, she replied. Why did you attack the giant zombie? Euphemia bit her crimson lip, reluctant to speak. In the next instant, a scream pierced the air. Ah! Ling Tian flexed his wrist, pressing her further. Answer my question. Someone commanded us to retrieve the core from the giant zombie. She finally confessed. Who is that person? Euphemia fell silent once more. Oh, do you wish to resist? Ling Tian's tone turned icy. Euphemia shouted defiantly. Enough, you little brat. Don't think that capturing me has granted you any power. I will not betray my allies for your trivial tactics. Ling Tian responded coldly. Oh, you truly are unyielding. Euphemia closed her eyes tightly, refusing to reply further. Ling Tian stroked his chin, softening his tone. Very well, you are in my grasp now. There is ample time to interrogate you. We can take our time. The atmosphere thickened with tension. At that moment, Euphemia's phone rang. Ling Tian reached out to pick up the device from the table beside him and answered the call. A chilling voice emerged from the other end. Euphemia? The voice was eerily familiar to Ling Tian, yet he couldn't quite place it. She was too preoccupied to engage in conversation. If there was something to discuss, it could wait. After a brief silence, the voice inquired sternly, did you capture her and absorb the boss zombie's crystal core? Is that why you called? Apologies, but I have no time for you, Ling Tian replied, preparing to hang up. Ling Tian. The voice shouted his name, halting his hand mid-motion. That familiar tone triggered a memory, leading him to the name Occam. This individual was one of the subordinates of the Queen of Sin, Mu Yinjin. What was going on? The zombie crisis had only just begun. Mu Yinjin should be preoccupied with territorial disputes in the Eagle Nation. Why was her subordinate Occam appearing on Dragon Nation's soil at this moment? Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you two have been reborn? Occam stated bluntly from the other end. Ling Tian instantly grasped the implication. Occam was also a reincarnate. Given the directness of his words, Ling Tian saw no reason for subterfuge. Indeed, Occam, once his superior, was now a figure from his past life. Since we share a common path, it would be best to maintain a respectful distance. Return Euphemia to me, and I shall overlook your absorption of the boss crystal core, Occam asserted, suppressing his anger. Ling Tian chuckled softly into the phone. What is so amusing? Occam retorted, incredulous. Do you really think you hold the leverage to negotiate with me? Ling Tian, I advise you to temper your arrogance. The fact that I am willing to negotiate with someone of your caliber is already a concession, Occam declared, disdainfully labeling him as E-rank trash. Oh, how quaint that you still view yourself through such an outdated lens, Ling Tian thought with a sneer. You seem particularly concerned about this woman beside me, Euphemia. Let me guess, what rank might she be? A, or perhaps S. Ling Tian, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Heh, Ling Tian scoffed, issuing a command to the enchanting figure beside him. Euphemia, release your mental restraints. Allow me to delve into your mind and examine your ability tree. You don't be absurd. Euphemia instantly rejected the notion. To willingly loosen her mental barriers for a stranger to invade her consciousness? It was ludicrous. She had heard of the perils that lurked within. Some abilities could inscribe marks in one's mind, turning them into puppets. Regardless of his intentions, she could not permit him to probe her psyche. Humph. Ling Tian's voice resonated with cold steel. You dare to refuse? Ling Tian, cease this at once. An irate voice echoed from the telephone. That was a carefully selected protege of mine. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will ensure your demise without a trace. Ling Tian retorted vehemently. Get lost, fool. I do not require your guidance to accomplish my tasks. What did you say? The former version of myself had no choice but to exist under your control, eking out a meager existence. But now, the times have changed. You imbecile. Are you intending to make me your enemy? Ha ha ha. Do not overestimate yourself. My starting point is now vastly superior to yours. What do you possess to compete with me? Ling Tian, how dare you? What is there to fear? Listen carefully through the phone. A smirk danced upon Ling Tian's lips. What? Occam could hardly believe his ears. By the way, I must express my gratitude to you. Thanks to your meticulous selection, you have delivered to me an S-class elite. Ha ha ha. Chapter 50. Journey to Blue Ring Island. The screams within the RV persisted throughout the night. Ling Tian completely disregarded the contents of his conversation with Occam from the previous evening. Having successfully advanced to the next tier, Occam's approach would essentially be tantamount to seeking death. There was nothing to worry about. He would simply proceed with the formation of his team as planned. Once gathered, even a scoundrel like Occam would be insignificant. Even if the Empress Mu Yenjin were to arrive, she too would kneel and sing of submission. As dawn broke, casting a pale light into the RV, tranquility gradually returned. Ling Tian, thoroughly satisfied, drifted into slumber. Poor Euphemia, however, could not find repose, remaining bound near the cockpit, maintaining a standing position. According to Ling Tian, this was the consequence of her disobedience. Her pride needed to be subdued before she could be considered for leniency. By midday, Yu Bingbing awoke, glancing at Li Lu, Lu Yu, and Wang Yao beside her, her expression one of embarrassment. Never mind. Yu Bingbing reached for a few crystal cores on the bedside table, adhering to her daily habit of absorbing energy upon waking. Ling Tian's mischief was not to be squandered. Shortly thereafter, a faint luminescence emanated from Yu Bingbing, filling her with joy. Ling Tian had mentioned that this was a sign of awakening level elevation. She had reached level 3. Closing her eyes, she sensed the transformations within her body. Her punch strength surged from 250 kilograms to 350 kilograms, while her base energy points rose to 15. Her skin's defensive capability also improved from 2 to 3. Eagerly, she activated her skill proficiency to illuminate a new memory node. Eager to discover her third acquired skill. What is this? A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Bingbing's beautiful eyes. What on earth? It's spatial modification. Is this skill subpar? Ling Tian had woken up at some point. In her mind, he observed the skill description on the ability tree. Spatial modification enables spatial expansion of buildings and other objects. Maximum expandable volume, 3 times the original space. Minimum expandable volume, 3 cubic meters. Special effect, the total weight of items stored within the space is reduced by 30. Energy consumption, each transformation requires 1 point of energy, allowing for a maximum expansion of 1 cubic meter. This remarkable ability to remodel vehicles can also facilitate the mass production of affordable spatial tools. Ling Tian nodded in appreciation. By the way, let us begin by modifying our current RV. The existing area of 40 square meters feels rather cramped. Expanding it to 120 square meters, divided into 2 levels, would be splendid. Ling Tian rubbed his hands in excitement. With the enhancement of this skill, this post-apocalyptic RV could even be transformed into a mobile base. The mere thought was delightful. Yu Bingbing, With her stunning visage, radiated discontent. I have no desire to learn such skills. They are exceedingly dull, lacking even the ability for self-preservation, forcing one to rely on others for protection. A sly smile flickered in Ling Tian's mind. Therein lay the intrigue. Without combat skills, he could freely exert dominance over her, unconcerned about her potential betrayal. Euphemia, however, was different. As an S-rank individual, she possessed combat skills. Unless he could persuade her to willingly submit, she could easily turn against him in battle. Enough with the complaints. Rise, freshen up, and have lunch. We shall drive to Blue Ring Island shortly. Yu Bingbing exclaimed with surprise. Are we finally driving? Now departing from Jianghua District, the density of vehicles has significantly diminished. With your enhancements and repairs, coupled with my occasional use of abilities to maneuver vehicles, we should be all right. Beep, beep, beep. After the four of them and the dog enjoyed lunch, they set off eastward in the imposing post-apocalyptic RV. Rumble, rumble. The RV, radiating a silver glow, crashed forcefully into various vehicles of differing models ahead. Bang. A nearby truck crumpled severely upon impact. Bang. SUVs on either side were shoved into street shops. Crunch, crunch. The RV rolled over a shorter sports car, flattening it into a disc, a display of sheer dominance and stress relief. Yu Bingbing's item enhancement had reached level 3, granting the RV a 60 increase in strength. Wow, she exclaimed, delight shining in her eyes as she sat in the passenger seat. Beneath her stunning exterior lay a wild spirit, reveling in such a domineering driving style. Numerous zombies, drawn by the cacophony of crashes, attempted to block the colossal metal canister. Yet, without exception, they were crushed into oblivion by the massive vehicle. Blood, brain matter, and entrails sprayed in all directions, a truly spectacular sight. Master, is it difficult to drive this vehicle? Yu Bingbing inquired. What do you think? Ling Tian replied, his hands leaving the steering wheel, his expression relaxed and carefree. Absent the constraints of various rules, such a large vehicle was actually the easiest to maneuver in the city. Just press the accelerator and ram through. Then may I take the wheel? Yu Bingbing asked eagerly. Well, considering your efforts in singing and dancing so passionately tonight, I suppose you may drive. Thank you, master. Yu Bingbing joyfully switched seats with Ling Tian, experiencing the thrill of driving a heavy RV. After a half-day's journey, the recreational vehicle finally traversed the Donghai Bridge, heading towards the location of Shuangdan University. Within this esteemed institution resides a formidable S-class powerhouse, the Blade Angel, Su Yuwei. Chapter 51. Roadblock. As they approached the entrance of the Donghai Bridge, a few vehicles came into view, effectively obstructing their path. What should we do, master? It seems we cannot pass through like this, Yu Bingbing inquired of Ling Tian, who sat in the passenger seat. Ling Tian furrowed his brow and conducted a mental scan, discovering that there were approximately a dozen human-generated psychic signals in the vicinity. What was happening? Were there individuals setting up a blockade at the toll booth to intercept vehicles headed for Blue Ring Island? The vehicles ahead came to a halt, and an unfriendly voice declared, no passage permitted here. A group of over 10 men, clad in matching uniforms and wielding weapons such as clubs and shovels, emerged. Wow, what a fine vehicle, one of them exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the large truck. The blonde-haired man called out to his leader, Captain. There must be plenty of good stuff in that vehicle. We need to conduct a thorough inspection. The tall leader nodded and approached the front of the vehicle, shouting, Listen up inside. Get out of the vehicle immediately. I demand a routine check. Yu Bingbing blinked at Ling Tian, asking, What should we do now? Ling Tian rolled down the window and extended a finger outward, commanding, Scram. The group outside erupted in anger. What the hell do you mean by that? Who are you telling to scram? Do you believe I won't break your legs? They shouted, marching towards the passenger cabin with indignation. Without further ado, Ling Tian nonchalantly drew a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. Cries of agony erupted as 2 men collapsed, shot dead on the spot. The remaining individuals scattered in terror. Ha ha. Yu Bingbing laughed heartily. Those guys were utterly useless. With such little capability, they dared to block the road. How dare you fire at us? Do you know who we are? The tall leader yelled from behind a car, despite trembling in fear. He still attempted to deliver a few threatening words. Beside him, Yu Bingbing was eager to join the fray, activating her ability, Explosive Fireball, and launching it at the assailants. Bang! The fireball exploded, igniting nearby cars and turning them a fiery red from the intense heat. Unprepared individuals were engulfed by the sudden inferno, becoming singed. Oh my! The remaining assailants, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly fled in panic. Hey, why are they running away? Yu Bingbing pouted, disappointed that her Explosive Fireball had a range of only 30 meters, preventing her from pursuing them further. Master, she gazed at Ling Tian with her alluring fox-like eyes, pointing at the gun in his hand. Ling Tian casually handed her the handgun. Yu Bingbing took the firearm, leaned out of the window, and excitedly fired at the fleeing group. Bang, bang, bang. As a novice marksman, Her aim was poor, and she failed to hit anyone. However, the rabble outside was so frightened by the gunfire that they fled in a more frantic manner. With a sigh, Yu Bingbing lamented, "How infuriating. It is the first time this queen has fired a shot, yet it yielded no results. What shall we do next? The vehicles ahead are so congested that we cannot possibly pass through. I suppose we must disembark and walk a short distance until we can release the car in the less crowded area." However, there is still a blonde woman inside the vehicle, she expressed with some concern. Ling Tian stroked his chin in contemplation. Bingbing, please wait a moment. I will go inside and have a chat with Euphemia. With that, he opened the passage door at the rear of the driver's cabin and slipped into the interior of the RV. The RV had been expanded by Yu Bingbing's skills, increasing its internal space from 40 square meters to a generous 120 square meters, creating a very spacious environment. Euphemia finally had her own designated room, no longer having to pitifully squeeze near the driver's cabin. Ling Tian opened the door to Euphemia's chamber and stepped inside. Just like the previous night, she stood there, hands cuffed, maintaining an upright posture. Upon hearing the door open, Euphemia lifted her eyelids to glance at the newcomer. Upon recognizing Ling Tian, she quickly lowered her enchanting, deep-set visage. Their eyes met briefly, and Ling Tian perceptibly noticed some changes in Euphemia. After a night of rigorous interrogation, her gaze towards him held not only fear, but also a hint of shyness. Ling Tian silently approached her. It seemed she was gradually acclimating to her current identity. Nodding in approval, he produced a key and unlocked her handcuffs. Euphemia finally lowered her arms, eagerly stretching her sore limbs and massaging her aching wrists. Ling Tian retrieved a set of garments from his spatial ring and tossed them before Euphemia. She looked at him quizzically, unsure of his intentions. "I shall release you shortly, and we will walk together to a certain location." Euphemia curiously inquired, "Where are you taking me? That is of no concern to you. Your sole task now is to unconditionally obey my commands." Euphemia pouted slightly. As a captive, she indeed lacked the standing to ask questions. She began to don the attire Ling Tian had provided. The leather outfit fit her perfectly, accentuating her form. With a click, silver handcuffs were fastened around Euphemia's wrists once more. Ling Tian cautioned her, "Be compliant once we disembark. Should I detect any suspicious behavior, the consequences will be severe." Euphemia nodded, "I understand." Thus, the three of them exited the RV. Li Lu, Lu Yu, and Wang Yao were simultaneously stored within the Tasty Glutton ring along with the vehicle. Ling Tian led the way, with Yu Bingbing following closely behind, positioning Euphemia securely between them to prevent any escape. The group navigated over obstacles and arrived at the picturesque Blue Ring Island. Chapter 52. A vacation paradise. As they stepped onto Blue Ring Island, Ling Tian and the others immediately felt invigorated. This place stood in stark contrast to the bustling metropolis, with its towering skyscrapers and incessant traffic. Instead, a verdant landscape stretched before them, dotted with quaint, low-lying homes, embodying a vibrant and harmonious natural scene. The entire island is enveloped by azure waters, resembling a blue ring, hence it is aptly named Blue Ring Island. The waves crash rhythmically against the shore, bringing with them the invigorating scent of salt, evoking a sense of vacation and leisure. Apart from Shuangdan University, two other institutions of higher learning are established here. As time progresses, the island's infrastructure has been meticulously developed. This charming isle, with its pleasant climate and picturesque environment, has evolved into a renowned tourist destination. Each year, a multitude of visitors flock here for relaxation and recreation, with an abundance of hotels, resorts, gourmet streets, and shopping boutiques, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Indeed, the environment here is rather splendid. Have you ever considered establishing a Survivor-esque base on this island, Master? Yu Bingbing mused. Ling Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Establishing a survivor's base would be of little use to me. A sudden roar caught the attention of the trio. Is that a zombie? Yu Bingbing furrowed her brow. Strange. One would expect that the zombies had been largely suppressed and that checkpoints would exist to intercept incoming vehicles at the bridge. But why now? Ling Tian smiled. This is a rather straightforward issue. The outbreak of the zombie crisis has disrupted various production and transportation chains, compounded by food contamination, leading to a severe food scarcity. With so many people struggling to find sustenance, what do you suppose they might do? Are you suggesting that the zombies on the island could be entirely eradicated, but the authorities, due to concerns over food supplies, deliberately exploit the zombies to eliminate excess population? Yu Bingbing realized, her back suddenly feeling cold. That's rather ruthless. Using zombies to eliminate people is certainly more civilized than taking direct action. Moreover, without food, people would inevitably turn on one another. The outcome would be effectively the same. Ling Tian shrugged. Such is the nature of disaster. Ethics and morals hold no value in the face of survival. Unlike the perilous Jianghua district, the administrators on Blue Ring Island promptly organized personnel to combat the zombies. significantly reducing their numbers and bringing the situation under control. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies are not particularly fearsome. Adults can easily defeat them through cooperation. However, once fear permeates the populace, allowing the zombies to hunt and feed unchecked, they rapidly evolve and mutate. When the boss-level zombies are unleashed, the city will meet its demise. Survivors would be compelled to abandon their once thriving urban centers and migrate to remote areas, establishing new enclaves for humanity. As the zombies caught the scent of prey, their murky eyes seemed to gleam with a sinister light, eagerly rushing towards Ling Tian and his companions. Observing the approaching horde, Yu Bingbing inquired, "Now that there's nothing obstructing the path, should we retrieve the RV and head straight to Shuangdan University to find people?" Ling Tian shook his head. Most students who attend here come from affluent backgrounds. Many do not reside on campus, but prefer to stay at the luxurious resorts outside. Are you implying that the person you seek may be at one of these resorts? Yu Bingbing pondered. It is said that Su Yue, the woman in question, has a penchant for exploring ancient ruins and often ventures to the surrounding islets to investigate the remnants of rare prehistoric creatures left on the island. It is indeed difficult to ascertain the current whereabouts of that individual. Let us first explore the nearby guest house and inquire about Su Yue's whereabouts. Oh, Yu Bingbing nodded thoughtfully. A ring in Ling Tian's hand shimmered, and a few daggers materialized, ready to confront the oncoming zombies. Wait, master, these zombies do not appear to be formidable. Allow me to handle them, Yu Bingbing exclaimed, retrieving a handgun from her possession, eager to prove herself and not remain a timid little rabbit hiding behind others. Ling Tian glanced at the sparse collection of low-level zombies and felt no urge to intervene. Thus, he nodded, "Then I shall leave it to you, Bingbing. I could use a moment of respite. I feel as though my back might break from the relentless battles both day and night." With that, he stretched lazily. Ugh, Yu Bingbing internally scoffed at him. She enhanced her handgun with a reinforcement spell, stood tall, and assumed the shooting stance she had learned from films. Bang, bang. Unfortunately, her shots failed to hit their target. "Are you playing a game?" Euphemia remarked, observing Yu Bingbing's dismal marksmanship with rare candor. "What can I do? I haven't really fired a handgun before, so my skills are naturally lacking," Yu Bingbing mumbled softly. Glancing at Euphemia, she recalled the latter's fierce demeanor while battling a colossal boss, and her heart sparked with inspiration. "By the way, your shooting must be exceptional. Could you teach me?" Euphemia was initially taken aback, but then smiled, her lips curling enticingly. "Sure." She then approached Yu Bingbing, lifting her hands, which were restrained by handcuffs. "Euphemia." Ling Tian's sharp voice interrupted her actions. Yu Bingbing was startled by his sudden sternness, her heart racing. "What are you doing, master? You scared me." Ling Tian ignored her, fixing a cold gaze upon Euphemia and stating, "Have you forgotten the command I gave you? You are not permitted to act without my consent." This was a rule Ling Tian had explicitly set for Euphemia, serving as a test of obedience. Euphemia bit her vibrant red lip and lowered her head. Her feelings toward this man, named Ling Tian, being exceedingly complex. Yu Bingbing suddenly realized that Euphemia was a captive yet to yield. Allowing her to approach was indeed a perilous affair. Just then, amidst the tense atmosphere, a zombie unexpectedly charged forth. "May I defend myself in this situation?" Euphemia inquired, lifting her gaze to meet Ling Tian's eyes. He nodded. Euphemia smiled, her body twisting in an instant. One long leg was raised high, sweeping fiercely at the approaching zombie. Thud! The stiletto heel sliced through the zombie's neck. In the next moment, the zombie's head fell, its body collapsing backward. The force and control of her movements were impeccable. With only the heel of her shoe staining with the zombie's blood, her entire performance flowing seamlessly with grace and flair. Yu Bingbing watched in envy, utterly captivated. She certainly lacked the ability, and could only express her frustration by firing her handgun repeatedly at the zombies. Chapter 53, The Perceptive Network of Mental Encouragement. Impressive skills. Ling Tian complimented. Euphemia tossed her lustrous golden hair and retorted, "What good is that? In the end, I would still be captured." Ling Tian discerned her deep-seated worries. Clearing his throat lightly, he chose to brush off her concerns. As the saying goes, compassion does not command armies, nor does righteousness safeguard wealth. One must not show leniency merely because someone is beautiful. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Bingbing continued to shoot at the zombies, finally hitting one squarely in the head. The enhanced pistol possessed formidable power. Upon impact, the zombie's skull shattered like a watermelon dropped on the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Instead of feeling fear at this sight, Yu Bingbing's stunning visage displayed a triumphant expression. She then struck a pose reminiscent of a classic investigator from her films. However, her arrogance was short-lived. As more zombies charged forth, Yu Bingbing raised her handgun to fire, only to be met with a click. The bullets had run out. In a flurry, she fumbled for more ammunition, but the zombies approached with relentless haste. Boom! She unleashed a explosive fireball, incinerating the two nearest zombies to a charred crisp. During the previous battle, she had acquired numerous entry-level extraordinary accessories. Now, all 5 of her accessory slots were filled, configured with 3 energy and 2 defense items. 3 energy rings collectively enhanced her energy by 21 points, while 2 defense amulets bolstered her skin defense by 4 points. Overall, her energy was quite abundant at 36 points, allowing her to cast the energy-consuming, explosive fireball multiple times without issue. Humph, a bunch of pathetic creatures daring to attack this queen? Yu Bingbing struck a pose with pride. Ling Tian glanced over at her, then stepped forward to deftly unlock Euphemia's handcuffs. He stated calmly, I do not keep idle people in my team. If you wish to remain in my vehicle, you must contribute. Now go assist Yu Bingbing in dealing with the zombies. Euphemia's expression revealed her surprise at being freed. By the way, Ling Tian waved a remote control before her. Do not forget that I have implanted a microbomb within you. A simple press could lead to well. You understand the consequences. Euphemia's demeanor turned serious. Hey, don't just stand there talking. The zombies are right in front of us. Yu Bingbing exclaimed. With a swift kick, Euphemia struck a zombie squarely in the face, obliterating its head. Hey Ling Tian, are you really leaving me unarmed against the zombies? Euphemia's lips curled into an alluring smile. What weapon do you desire? A submachine gun. Not a chance. Ling Tian rejected her outright, knowing that providing her with such a weapon could spell his doom. What about a handgun? You wish too much. Ling Tian tossed her a peculiar katana, saying, this is the only weapon you'll get. Use it or not. It's up to you. Euphemia shrugged, took the katana, and with a swift motion, the heads of 2 zombies soared into the air. Ling Tian stroked his chin, exclaiming, how abstract a scene it is to see a blonde beauty wielding a katana against the undead. He added, hey, Euphemia, don't slay them all. Leave some for me. Yu Bingbing swiftly loaded her bullets and hurriedly fired at the remaining targets, fearful of being outdone. Meanwhile, Ling Tian donned a waterproof, stain-resistant cloak and busied himself with the grim task of collecting zombie remains. In this area, there were no mutated zombies, so to acquire crystal cores, one had to incinerate the remains themselves. Crystal cores are abundantly beneficial. They not only allow the ability users to absorb and enhance their levels, but also replenish energy and nourish the devouring ring. After reaching the first tier, enhancing the awakening level does not directly upgrade skills, but rather raises the cap of all abilities. To strengthen skill potency, one must use skill proficiency to unlock further potential. Thus, the demand for crystal cores becomes insatiable. With various new skills, skill branches, and the enhancement of skill strength, the need for skill proficiency becomes paramount. After absorbing human skill crystal cores, Ling Tian unlocked 2 new abilities. Both belonged to the mental enhancement branch. One was called Perception Network. Perception Network. It allows the user to deploy invisible virtual neurons in the vicinity to sense external attacks in advance. Effective range, 50 meters. Energy consumption, 1 energy point per 10 seconds. Though this skill does not directly augment the user's combat prowess, its utility is undoubtedly significant. When facing ranged attacks, Ling Tian could sense the attack's precise location from 50 meters away, greatly reducing the likelihood of being hit. The second new skill was named Mental Acceleration. Mental Acceleration, it significantly boosts reaction speed. Reaction speed enhancement, 40. Energy consumption, 2 energy points per 10 seconds. An increase in reaction speed does enhance combat capability to some extent, though for Ling Tian, who is of the mental type, it still felt somewhat lacking. However, when combined, Mental Acceleration and Perception Network yielded particularly intriguing results. The simultaneous enhancement of perception range and reaction speed meant that it would be exceedingly difficult for ranged attacks to find their mark. This serves as a unique defensive mechanism for mental type ability users. Once both skills are maximized, even bullets could be dodged with ease. Ling Tian could already foresee a future where he would traverse through a hail of gunfire with the same ease and comfort as one would enjoy a meal. Master, didn't you mention that 2 advanced skills would appear after your progression? What is the second advanced skill? Yu Bingbing, immersed in the joy of dispatching zombies, suddenly recalled and inquired of Ling Tian. Telekinetic bombardment, he replied, but since advanced skills require crystal cores above level 1 to enhance proficiency, I currently cannot unlock it. What? Yu Bingbing was taken aback. Then wouldn't you be unable to acquire the advanced skill before level 1 zombies appear? Rest assured, Ling Tian said nonchalantly. There's a chance that special crystal cores may emerge from level 3 ability users, and those special cores can also enhance advanced proficiency. Indeed, Yu Bingbing nodded thoughtfully. Having learned a new technique from Ling Tian, Euphemia cast a curious glance at Ling Tian, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. She sensed that the young man before her was far more complex than he initially appeared. In an apartment located in the western district of Lanhuan Island, a bespectacled man inquired, "What do you think caused the gunfire we just heard?" "I'm not certain either," another replied. but it sounded like it came from the direction of the Donghai Bridge. Could it be the army? Speculated a boy with a square face. The army? Upon hearing this, the room, occupied by 7 men and 4 women, suddenly buzzed with energy as they rushed to the window to gaze toward the bridge. Is it true? A petite girl asked timidly. It must be. The zombie crisis has persisted for 9 days now, and if the army has been delayed this long, they should be arriving soon, a girl with striking features analyzed. As hunger pangs echoed in the room, the quartet of women and septet of men felt their energy waning. They had just been deliberating whether to risk venturing to other apartments in search of supplies. Chapter 54. A picnic look. What is that? A boy perched on the windowsill called out excitedly to the others in the room. 2 or 3 of the more physically capable boys approached the window, leaning in to scrutinize the scene below. Soon, they erupted in exclamations. What a beautiful woman. Isn't that the famous star Yu Bingbing? One remarked. And that foreign woman beside her has an astonishing figure. The boys' conversation piqued the interest of the girls, who inquired, what are Yu Bingbing and her companion doing down there? It seems they are slaying zombies. Slaying zombies? The others reacted with peculiar expressions, unable to suppress their curiosity as they moved closer to the window. In a distant clearing, the top-tier star Yu Bingbing was poised with a bow in her left hand and an arrow in her right, skillfully shooting at the encroaching zombies. With precision, the arrows struck true, each one delivering devastating force that left the zombies lifeless upon impact. Though Yu Bingbing had fired numerous rounds from her pistol, she found it cumbersome, particularly as the horde grew in number. To enhance her efficiency and conserve ammunition, she resorted to her extraordinary compound bow from her makeshift spatial ring. As the stunning and graceful Yu Bingbing unleashed her arrows, the boys were captivated. Wow, she truly embodies a goddess. Her stance while dispatching zombies is so elegant. It resembles a scene from a film. Do you think she actually practiced martial arts for her movies? One wondered. She must have some skill, considering the numerous fight scenes in her films. Wait, that blonde beauty appears even more extraordinary. The group shifted their attention to Euphemia, the tall and alluring Western woman, who donned thigh-high heels and wielded a formidable katana, standing guard near Yu Bingbing. Whenever a zombie charged forth, she would swiftly bring her katana down, severing the creature's head with lethal precision, ensuring that not a drop of blood splattered onto her form-fitting leather attire. Her movements were sharp and graceful, exuding an air of fierce elegance. The blonde woman is truly remarkable. The boys are rendered speechless by her cool and fierce combat stance. Below, in the arena, there stands another figure, Ling Tian, who silently gathers the remnants. Yet, his presence is entirely overlooked by the group. The short-haired girl, witnessing the boys' reaction, feels quite displeased. How can you all be so shameless? A female celebrity dares to slay zombies outside, and yet you lack the courage to search for food. The other girls echoed her sentiments. Exactly. A tall, slender boy stepped forward. What do you mean by that? It's not about fear. I simply don't want certain individuals to benefit without effort. The stout boy concurred. As long as you all join in the hunt for food, I will certainly not hinder you. How can you say such a thing? I'm a girl, and you dare to speak like that? That's truly disappointing. The short-haired girl exclaimed angrily. The stout boy retorted, what did you say? I venture out, risking my life to bring back food, and you have the audacity to chastise me for being a downhead. Prolonged hunger had rendered these students exceptionally irritable and volatile. Enough of the bickering, the lovely Zheng Lan intervened. Whoosh! Arrows flew forth in succession, and with the last zombie collapsing, the surrounding creatures were finally cleared away. Hey, Ling Tian, we're starving. We need food. Yu Bingbing called out, clutching her stomach. Today's exertions had been particularly intense, and her hunger felt insatiable, as if she could devour an entire cow. Euphemia also glanced at Ling Tian. After last night's vigorous activities, she had scarcely eaten, and her stomach now growled with hunger. All right, I'll bring out the vehicle once I finish gathering the remnants, Ling Tian replied as he stored the zombie remains in his ring, addressing the 2 beauties. The scenery here is so beautiful, I'd rather not eat inside the vehicle. Since there aren't many zombies around, let us have a picnic instead, Yu Bingbing suggested. Ling Tian surveyed the surroundings, blue skies, white clouds, green trees, and azure seas. Indeed, the view was delightful, and dining outdoors seemed appealing. Choose a spot, he prompted. Yu Bingbing pointed. Over there? Thus, the trio made their way to a clean patch of grass shaded by trees. Ling Tian spread a picnic blanket from his spatial ring onto the ground. Ladies, what would you like to eat? Yu Bingbing and Euphemia sheathed their weapons and settled down on the blanket. Yu Bingbing was the first to place an order. Australian beef, lobster, escargot, caviar. Euphemia, what would you like? Ling Tian inquired. Me? Euphemia was somewhat taken aback. Did he truly consider her a companion? Initially intending to say anything, she reconsidered and suggested a few items. Pasta, pizza, and tuna sauce beef. After a brief pause, she added, if those aren't available, anything else is fine. I'm not picky. Rest assured, I would never disappoint a goddess's request, Ling Tian replied with a smile, retrieving a variety of dishes from his spatial ring. Euphemia gazed at the array of delicacies laid out on the picnic cloth, her azure eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. The man before them was rather exaggerated. In this world of food scarcity, he had hoarded such an abundance of extravagant dishes. Chapter 55, Seeking Food. How peculiar. Where are those zombie corpses? A boy inquired. Just moments ago, they had been preoccupied with admiring the beauties, completely oblivious to what Ling Tian was doing nearby. My heavens, they are indulging in a feast, one exclaimed. The others widened their eyes, and although there was a considerable distance, they could still faintly discern a pile of food laid out. The stout fellow swallowed hard. How can there be so many delicious items? This is utterly extravagant. Where did they procure their food? Perhaps it is hidden in the nearby vehicles. After all, they couldn't have arrived here on foot, someone speculated. Due to the distance, they had not witnessed how Ling Tian had retrieved the food. Observing the three outside relishing their meal, those in the room could no longer remain seated. One proposed, it seems the nearby zombies have been mostly dealt with by them. Should we take this opportunity to search for food in other rooms? Zhenglan scoffed. What are you searching for? This apartment building has been scoured by countless survivors. What could we possibly find? I think it would be better to ask that big star for some. Zhenglan's words were instantly met with agreement from the girl with short hair. I think so too. The petite girl voiced her concern, with food being so scarce. Will they really share with us? Of course. In times of crisis, we should support one another. That is what a big star ought to do. Zhenglan exclaimed passionately. In the wilderness, Ling Tian had a large piece of steak in hand, ready to savor it. Suddenly, he coughed, and the steak inadvertently fell to the ground. He looked at the fallen steak and sighed. What a pity. The ground was teeming with unknown bacteria, and even after cleaning, consuming it still posed significant risks of diarrhea and fever. Ling Tian, with ample food in his ring, was unwilling to take the risk and thus retrieved another steak to grill on the stove. Within the apartment, everyone's eyes widened. What? Such a large piece of meat. And she doesn't even pick it up to eat? The onlookers gnashed their teeth in frustration, deeming it excessive. They let their food fall to the ground without a second thought. It must be in abundance. What is wrong with sharing a bit with us? There are 11 lives at stake here. Zhenglan incited the crowd with her indignation. Indeed, I simply lack their means. If I had such a bounty of food, I would certainly share it. How could one eat in isolation while others starve before their eyes and feel no pangs of conscience? Several girls fervently echoed her sentiments, their envy directed at the glamorous Yu Bingbing. She is a big star. If she doesn't share some food with us, we'll release a video and let the whole nation denounce her, tarnishing her lofty image. Yes, if she denies us food, we'll expose her and ruin her reputation. Zhenglan turned to her boyfriend Yang Ming and said, Did you hear? If we don't seek food soon, we will truly starve. Yang Ming rose and addressed several boys. What do you all think? The opportunity is right before us. The bespectacled young man was eager to venture forth, sensing that the nearby zombies had been mostly eradicated, thus posing minimal risk. The chubby fellow concurred, expressing his agreement to seek provisions, asserting that they could always forage for more food in the apartment upon their return, deeming it a worthwhile endeavor. Count me in. Lingering here is not an option. The 7 young men reached a unanimous decision and quietly descended the stairs after opening the door. Their journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, with not a single zombie encountered along the way. Upon spotting 3 individuals feasting not far ahead, the throats of the young men involuntarily moved as they hastened their pace. It seemed that they had drawn attention. Ling Tian, savoring his meal, noticed the group descending the stairs after they arrived. They appeared to be quite youthful, reminiscent of students from the academy on the island. Yu Bingbing furrowed her brows slightly. Based on her past experiences, it was likely that these individuals had come seeking supplies or assistance. Yang Ming approached with his group, clearing his throat before addressing Yu Bingbing. Ms. Yu Bingbing. The sight of his heart's goddess before him left the students feeling rather apprehensive. Yu Bingbing nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings. What brings you here? Wow, she is stunning. The young men silently exclaimed. Yu Bingbing was even more exquisite in reality than she appeared on screen, truly resembling a celestial being. Long legs, a slender waist, and a captivating figure with a flawless complexion. It was no wonder that these spirited youths found it challenging to speak up in the presence of their dream goddess. Yet, an overwhelming hunger bombarded their minds, intensifying their craving for sustenance. As the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, their throats involuntarily moved. We are facing a zombie crisis, and our food supplies have been nearly depleted. We haven't eaten in 2 days. Can we? Indeed, we are in need of provisions. In the past, they would have simply repelled any rogues or any ne'er-do-wells they encountered. However, it was evident that these individuals were naive students. Yu Bingbing glanced at Ling Tian, her gaze seemingly seeking his counsel. One young man stepped forward and implored, we beg of you, there are 4 girls waiting for food in the apartment over there. If we don't receive any provisions, we might very well starve by tomorrow. Is that so? There are girls waiting as well. Yu Bingbing recalled her own position, realizing that ignoring their plight would tarnish her reputation. Thus, she tentatively opened her mouth to speak. Ling Tian, observing the attention on Yu Bingbing, noted her reluctance to address him as master in front of others. Understanding her hesitance, he did not insist she alter her address. The juxtaposition of her public persona and private demeanor was, in fact, quite amusing. Ling Tian replied calmly, "You are all students from Shuangdan Academy, correct? May I inquire if you have any information regarding Su Yue's whereabouts?" The group exchanged glances, and one of them responded, "We do have information about Su Yue." But their eyes remained glued to the food, their mouths watering. Ling Tian comprehended their intentions. "What do you think? Should I share some provisions with them?" Yu Bingbing cautiously inquired. Ling Tian nodded, and with a flicker of his ring, he produced 11 cans, 11 packets of instant noodles, and 11 bottles of mineral water. Several young men widened their eyes in astonishment. Was it as if a magician had conjured forth such an abundance of food? Euphemia cast a surprised glance at Ling Tian. Though he often indulged excessively in private, he still maintained a semblance of decorum in public. The group gazed at Ling Tian with eager anticipation, unable to restrain themselves from asking, "Can you give us a bit more?" Ling Tian pondered for a moment and produced a few more loaves of bread, estimating that these provisions would suffice for 2 days if consumed sparingly, leaving the rest to their own devices. The expressions of disappointment among the young men were palpable. The meager offerings paled in comparison to the delectable feast laid out before Ling Tian and his companions. Yu Bingbing handed the food to them, saying, "This is all I can offer you. Take it back." The young men, feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of their goddess, expressed their gratitude before Su Yue divulged all pertinent information. They reluctantly gathered the supplies and hurried back to their nearby apartment. Chapter 56. Greed. Once the others departed, Ling Tian scrutinized Yu Bingbing from head to toe. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, she inquired, "Master, what are you looking at?" Ling Tian replied teasingly, "Those young men gazed at you with such fervor. They must surely be your admirers." He continued with a playful tone, "If your devoted fans were to learn of the tribulations faced by their beloved top-tier queen during this time, would their worldviews shatter and their minds unravel?" Yu Bingbing's exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson, yet she refrained from retorting. Glancing around, she was relieved to find no one else present. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. As she resumed eating, she discreetly formed her lips into a silent paw towards Ling Tian. He feigned ignorance, quietly formulating his plans. On their way back, the young men reminisced about Yu Bingbing's stunning beauty, their excitement barely contained. "Yu Bingbing is truly as lovely as she is kind. My heart nearly leapt from my chest while conversing with her," one exclaimed. Little Fat recalled their earlier encounter, his expression brimming with exhilaration. The legendary top-tier queen, there is no one else in the Dragon Kingdom who enjoys such acclaim. To have been fortunate enough to see her in person today is a blessing beyond measure. Another interjected, "That foreign girl was equally breathtaking, did you not notice?" "Of course. I caught a glimpse of her and nearly lost my composure. I have never encountered such a captivating woman." Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. The 4 girls in the room erupted in cheers, unable to contain their delight as they rushed to open the door. "Did you bring everything back? I told you that the star wouldn't dare to withhold food from us." The short-haired girl chattered excitedly. Outside, the chubby boy urged, "Don't block the doorway. Let us in quickly. We might attract zombies." The girls quickly stepped aside. Yang Ming and his companions entered, placing the requested supplies on the table. "Here. Everyone gets a bottle of water, a pack of instant noodles, a can, and a loaf of bread." As Zheng Lan beheld these items, her expression instantly froze. "Is this all there is? I saw them feasting on steak and lobster." The bespectacled man remarked, "What can we do? We humbly pleaded for quite some time, and this is all they granted us." The tall, lean individual impatiently interjected, "Don't be ungrateful. Having something to eat is better than nothing." Gurgling sounds of hunger echoed throughout the room. "Never mind, let us fill our bellies first," said the short-haired woman, hastily grabbing the supplies. "Wait, don't take too much," the petite woman exclaimed, rushing over as well. The others, equally famished, quickly took their portions to satiate their growling stomachs. The room was filled with the sounds of eating. As the canned bread was consumed, the collective energy of the group began to revive. "Ah, what bliss! Finally, a hearty meal," some exclaimed with joy. However, a few young women, having finished their canned bread, still felt a void in their stomachs. Thus, they devised a plan to prepare instant noodles. They grabbed the kettle to heat mineral water for their meal. Zheng Lan and the other girls filled the kettle with water. Zhang Hao frowned upon seeing this. "You should conserve, or you'll finish it all in one meal. What will we do tomorrow?" This comment, once uttered, elicited grumbles from several girls. "What can we do when we are hungry? We'll deal with tomorrow when it comes." Indeed. Ding. The kettle began to heat the water. While waiting for the water to boil, the girls began to gossip. That Yu Bingbing is so hypocritical. She indulges in lavish meals while offering us this. Exactly. This meager portion isn't even enough to feed a cat. How can she, as a superstar, present us with such scraps? The stout fellow, overhearing their disparagement of his idol, could no longer remain silent. Hey, you ladies, mind your words. Don't falsely accuse without understanding the situation. I believe it's not that Yu Bingbing is unwilling to share, but that the scoundrel beside her won't allow it. The bespectacled man concurred. Indeed, that superstar Yu Bingbing even offered to share, yet that fellow reluctantly produced only a meager amount of food. Who does he think he is? The crew-cut man inquired curiously. Does anyone know who that fellow is to Yu Bingbing? Why does he act so possessively? Not sure. He might just be some bodyguard or assistant. The thin man replied mysteriously. Did you all notice when we arrived? That fellow was getting too familiar with the goddess. The boys immediately became agitated. What? Is that true? I thought you all saw it. That guy must be quite fortunate, they exclaimed. Goodness. The boys' perceptions of reality began to unravel. How could that fellow be so favored? The crucial point was that both goddesses had yet to confront him. Yang Ming's expression darkened. Yu Bingbing was his dream woman, and even if she married into a prestigious family in Kyoto, that would be acceptable. But how could some unknown fellow be so close to the goddess? Yang Ming let out a cold snort, declaring, I believe that scoundrel stands out among those two exquisite beauties. It is quite possible that he has taken them hostage. The discussion among the group intensified, their tempers flaring. Wait, what is that? A boy leaning against the windowsill exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone turned to follow his gaze, and were taken aback by the sight of a colossal recreational vehicle, towering at 4 meters and stretching 10 meters in length. Parked in the open space. Goodness, is that the Conqueror? Someone recognized the vehicle instantly. What kind of vehicle is this? I've never heard of it, another interjected with excitement. This is no ordinary vehicle. It is custom-made for affluent thrill seekers, dubbed the Doomsday RV. To put it simply, it resembles an armored vehicle. My word, it looks extraordinary. If it truly possesses the capabilities of an armored vehicle, it would be akin to a mobile fortress. One pondered aloud. When did they bring such a massive vehicle here? We didn't even notice. A curious voice questioned. A group fell into contemplative silence, recalling previous events. Right. I remember when Yu Bingbing and that blonde beauty were slaying zombies. That fellow was darting around, and the zombie carcasses mysteriously vanished. Indeed, I recall. The way he handled food was almost like magic. Truly remarkable. Could it be a spatial ability user? Moments later, the entire room erupted in collective astonishment. Chapter 57. Seeking justice. Everyone realized that the obscure man outside might very well be a spatial ability user, and their minds began to race. During their time confined in the room, these university students had spent considerable time browsing forums and news articles, learning about the various extraordinary abilities that had accompanied the zombies into this world. A spatial ability user capable of accommodating such a large vehicle must possess an abundance of food. The stout boy swallowed hard. No wonder those three felt so bold, flaunting steak and lobster as if it were nothing. It's outrageous. How could they have so much food and not share? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged. Zheng Lan pounded her fists on the table, exclaiming angrily, "This is unacceptable. The food we received earlier was far too little. We need to demand more." Yang Ming's expression darkened. They were reluctant to give us what they did. Do you think they'll comply if we ask again? Refuse? If they don't, we'll take it by force. Zheng Lan's demeanor was resolute. Take it by force? Is that appropriate? Someone hesitated. Their selfishness is already a crime. If we take from them, it would be a righteous act. Exactly. If Yu Bingbing refuses, I'll record it on my phone and expose the ugly truth of these starlets, making her infamous. Zheng Lan declared with fervor, clutching her phone tightly. She had long disapproved of Yu Bingbing, viewing her as a manipulative woman. Indeed, I have never encountered such a petty and insincere person. If I had food, I would certainly share it openly, ensuring everyone could weather the storm together. A short-haired girl echoed in agreement. These actors and stars are akin to the lowest of the low in ancient times, unworthy of the stage. Indeed, we are students of prestigious universities, akin to the distinguished scholars of ancient times, the envy of the heavens. What harm is there in taking a morsel from this actress? It is but our due. Hey, why are you gentlemen so silent? Share your thoughts. The girl with bangs inquired of the other boys. In times of scarcity, it is all too easy for individuals to forsake their so-called moral principles. The unfounded rhetoric from these girls earlier seemed to resonate with the boys. Indeed, their abundance of resources without sharing is inherently selfish. It is only rightful for us to partake. Right. The food in this apartment is dwindling. We cannot remain passive. Hearing such a unanimous sentiment, Yang Ming hesitated no longer. He clapped his hands decisively. Very well, let us descend and procure food from them. The stout fellow tugged at his sleeve. By the way, Yang, we must be prepared. What if they refuse to comply? The lean one pondered for a moment. I doubt Yu Bingbing would be so cruel. If anything goes awry, it will surely be due to that troublesome lad's instigation. Let us arm ourselves. If he dares obstruct our goddess Bingbing from sharing food, we shall deal with him accordingly. Excellent. I have long found that fellow disagreeable. Should he impede us, I shall break his legs. A group of boys armed with pipes, shovels, and hammers prepared for action. Wait, I wish to accompany you. Zhenglan, gathering her belongings, hastened to join them. You too? You mentioned earlier that you encountered no zombies. It seems they have been largely dealt with, so there is little danger. Zhenglan licked her lips. That vehicle appears quite secure. I wish to negotiate with them about living in it. The remaining 3 girls exchanged glances and decided to follow suit. We shall join as well. He may possess more than one vehicle. Yang Ming nodded. Very well. Let us proceed together. Thus, a robust group set forth, heading directly towards the RV. Euphemia, resting on the lawn outside. Since the commotion and tugged at Yu Bingbing's sleeve, the students who came for food are back. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingbing glanced towards the apartment and indeed spotted a gathering. This time, 4 additional girls accompanied them. Just then, Ling Tian emerged from the RV. Yu Bingbing quickly inquired, Master, why have those individuals returned? What do they intend this time? Ling Tian casually glanced. Naturally, they have come to express their gratitude. Do not forget, Bingbing, you just bestowed food upon them. Is that truly the case? I find it somewhat unsettling. Yu Bingbing frowned. It seems they are all wielding weapons. It is entirely reasonable to carry arms for self-defense amidst zombies. They had weapons earlier as well, though you may not have noticed. Oh, I see. Yu Bingbing's confusion lifted. Yang Ming and his companions halted a short distance from Yu Bingbing, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Miss Yu Bingbing. Do you require something? Yu Bingbing inquired. Yang Ming pondered for a moment before continuing. The food you generously provided has already been consumed, yet it remains insufficient. We require further assistance. More assistance? Yu Bingbing was not one to be overtaken by an abundance of compassion. In truth, she was a self-serving individual. However, upon seeing these students, she was momentarily reminded of her own youthful days at Shuangdan Academy. Her heart softened momentarily, prompting her to seek provisions from Ling Tian on their behalf. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yu Bingbing's mind as she shook her head. I'm afraid I cannot offer you any more help. The students had anticipated a potential refusal, yet hearing it directly weighed heavily upon them. Yang Ming carefully chose his words. Miss Bingbing, consider the multitude of us here. Could you truly bear to let us perish from hunger? Yu Bingbing furrowed her brows, feeling that their remarks were excessively rude. It was as if they held her wholly responsible for their plight, despite her humanitarian gesture of assistance. She resolutely shook her head once more. This is simply unavoidable. The aid I have provided is all I can offer. The rest, you must find a way to manage on your own. Hurry up and leave. I can't be bothered with you. Faced with her steadfast refusal, Yang Ming found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhenglan, one of the students, stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Yu Bingbing. Yu Bingbing, for someone of your stature, you exhibit no shame in your deceit. What is this? Yu Bingbing was taken aback, bewildered by their sudden hostility. You clearly have ample food, yet lie to us about your scarcity. What do you mean by this? Zhenglan stood with her hands on her hips, adopting a confrontational stance. Yu Bingbing's expression darkened. Have you lost your senses? I offered you food, and you not only fail to express gratitude, but now come to confront me? Giving mere scraps to appease beggars, you show no shame. Chapter 58. Unreasonable disturbance. Each person receiving a bottle of water and a few snacks is hardly sufficient. How could you, Yu Bingbing, even bring yourself to offer such a meager portion, as if it were a generous gift? A girl with bangs shouted disdainfully at Yu Bingbing. Beside her, Euphemia chuckled and shook her head. How amusing. Is this how you repay the benefactor who shared food with you? No sooner had Euphemia finished speaking than a chorus of insults erupted. What do you mean, you foreign girl? What gives you the right to speak to us with such condescension? A short-haired girl responded sarcastically. Oh please. You think we should be grateful for a few packets of snacks worth less than 10 yuan? How laughable. Indeed. As if it's charity. What do you mean by giving us? That was rightfully ours. Yu Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be yours when it was originally ours? In times of hardship, it is only natural for everyone to assist one another and distribute resources equitably. Thus, the provisions you possess are inherently ours. Indeed, you selfish and malevolent woman. Even now you fail to recognize your own faults, lacking the most basic civility inherent to humanity. It is truly lamentable. How pitiful. For young girls, exchanging barbs surrounded Yu Bingbing, incessantly hurling insults. Yu Bingbing clenched her fists, never anticipating that her benevolent act of sharing would be met with such scorn. Enraged, she turned sharply to her vehicle, resolving to disregard these unreasonable individuals. The girls exchanged glances, resolute in their determination. They could not let Yu Bingbing escape unscathed. If she did not acknowledge her misdeeds and willingly share her provisions, what would they eat that night? In unison, the girls brandished their phones and surged toward Yu Bingbing, capturing her image on video. Yu Bingbing widened her eyes in disbelief. What are you doing? How can you record me without my consent? Spare us your feigned victimhood. Are you truly unaware of your transgressions? We intend to document your vile demeanor and expose it online for all to see. Yu Bingbing's fists tightened, overwhelmed by the aggressive demeanor of her assailants. Speak up, have you gone mute? You do realize you are in the wrong, don't you? A girl named Zheng Lan shouted with increasing fervor. Suddenly, Zheng Lan and her companions stumbled as Ling Tian stepped in front of Yu Bingbing, shielding her from the relentless girls. Yu Bingbing's eyes lit up at the sight of the familiar figure. Ling Tian? Allow me to handle this, Ling Tian stated coolly, gently ruffling Yu Bingbing's hair. Euphemia observed this exchange, feeling a twinge of emotion. The intimate gesture between Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing left the surrounding boys feeling uncomfortable, their eyes glinting with malice, as if they had been publicly humiliated. Who is this man, and by what right does he engage so casually with the goddess? The boys seethed inwardly with rage. Do you not watch where you are going? Are you blind to our presence? Zheng Lan exclaimed, clutching her forehead after the collision. Upon realizing Ling Tian was shielding Yu Bingbing, her expression turned frantic. What are you doing? We are here to question the star Yu Bingbing. This does not concern you. Without a word, Ling Tian retaliated with a swift slap. Zheng Lan was sent soaring, twisting in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, her phone flying from her grasp and shattering upon impact. My face, my phone. You scoundrel! Zheng Lan wailed, her despair palpable. As she sobbed openly, her boyfriend, Yang Ming, rushed forward in a fury. What is the meaning of this? How dare you bully my girlfriend? Zheng Lan, now in a state of distress, shouted at Ling Tian. This is far from over. Even if you provide an abundance of food, it cannot atone for the wrongs you have committed. You must compensate me with a new phone and allow me to reside in your vehicle. Yes, you should relinquish your vehicle. Only then can you seek forgiveness. The three girls echoed in unison. Chapter 59. A severe reprimand for the ungrateful. Ling Tian's lips curled into a derisive smile. I believe you are all quite famished. Daring to point fingers at me like rabid dogs? The crowd seethed with rage. What are you saying, you brat? What, are you dissatisfied? If you are, keep it to yourself. Spare me your incessant babble. Ling Tian's gaze swept over the assembled crowd. Since I am in a good mood today, you may kneel and bow before me. For each bow, I shall reward you with a sausage. What nonsense is this? How dare you act so arrogantly? Bow for a sausage? Is your sausage crafted from gold? One of the short-haired girls, hands on her hips, shouted at Ling Tian in fury. Who do you think you are, to insult us in such a manner? Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Ling Tian struck her down, her teeth flying from the impact, half her face swelling grotesquely. Ling Tian flicked his wrist and remarked nonchalantly, Please refrain from making such unpleasant noises in my presence. Do you not realize how grating your voice is? The crowd paused momentarily, then turned to Ling Tian with fierce indignation. You, how dare you hit someone? How dare I? Simply because my fists are larger than yours, Ling Tian replied with a grin. The sensation of overpowering the weak is indeed exhilarating. The short-haired girl rose from the ground, seething with uncontainable anger. She had never imagined that a man would dare to strike her face. She could not tolerate such humiliation. You dare to hit me? I shall fight back, she screamed, drawing a small knife from her waist and lunging at Ling Tian. This foolish woman presumed that he would not retaliate. Based on her past experiences, conflicts would often resolve after a few strikes. After all, matters would always escalate from minor to major. Having thrown so many punches, she believed herself invincible, oblivious to the current circumstances. In this apocalyptic world, there would be no one to indulge her. Ling Tian remained rooted in place and delivered another resounding slap. Slap. This blow was exceptionally forceful, shattering the side of the face of the woman wielding the knife. Ah! You despicable man, how dare you strike a woman? Die! The other three girls rallied in solidarity, brandishing their nails, sharp keys, and other implements as they charged at the short-haired girl. Crash! With no mercy, Ling Tian unleashed a series of kicks, sending them sprawling as if they were mere playthings. Ah! The three girls fell heavily to the ground, clutching their injuries and wailing in agony. Ha, bring it on. It's a perfect opportunity for me to work off some energy, Ling Tian remarked casually. This is an apocalyptic world. No one will indulge these ungrateful individuals. If they dare to babble, a slap to the face is in order. Lan Lan, Yang Ming shouted, rushing to Zheng Lan's side, only to discover a shoe-shaped indentation on her face. Ling Tian's kick marred her exquisite face, leaving it grotesquely disfigured. Yang Ming's eyes reddened with fury as he glared at Ling Tian. You scoundrel! Ling Tian arrogantly cast a glance at Yang Ming and coughed lightly. Listen well, fools. I have plenty of provisions, enough to feed dogs, but not to satisfy you ingrates. Do you understand? The other young men exchanged glances, their anger ignited. Yang Ming bellowed. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us unite and break this bastard's legs. Then the supplies and the truck will be ours. Damn, this guy is too much. I've disliked him for a while. Charge. The group of young men raised their iron rods and shovels, shouting as they rushed towards Ling Tian. They dared not confront the zombies, but facing someone of their kind was a different matter altogether. Yang Ming, wielding a watermelon knife, was the first to charge, aiming a vicious blow at Ling Tian's head. In contrast, Ling Tian stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating. Clang. The blade struck Ling Tian's head, producing an odd sound. Yang Ming's expression of exhilaration froze instantly as he felt blood welling from his hand due to the recoil. His adversary showed no sign of injury. Glancing at the blade, Yang Ming was astonished to find it severely dulled. Ling Tian smiled at him, then seized Yang Ming's hand. What are you doing? Yang Ming stammered in terror. Crack. Ah. Yang Ming's throat emitted a piercing scream as his entire arm twisted like a pretzel. Bones shattered, piercing through muscle, a sight that horrified onlookers. A lanky man raised his iron rod high and charged at Ling Tian, who, without a glance, hurled Yang Ming at him. Bang! Crack! Yang Ming's body collided with the lanky man, instantly breaking his bones. The two became grotesquely entwined on the ground, moaning in agony. They lay there, half their bones fractured, unable to rise or even shift slightly. Those behind them, witnessing the horrific scene, stood frozen in fear, paralyzed by terror. How dare you do this? You're killing him. You will pay for this. A portly man gulped, his voice trembling. Quickly call the police. Ling Tian sneered. This bunch had brains filled with water, creating their own rules for fighting. It was utterly ludicrous. Die. Unbeknownst to him, a short, thin boy stealthily approached Ling Tian, wielding a kitchen knife, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Bang! Euphemia delivered a swift kick, striking the thin boy squarely in the face. He flew back like a cannonball. Ling Tian glanced at Euphemia in astonishment. That seems outside your job description. Euphemia flipped her gleaming golden hair and coolly replied, I found these people rather unpleasant. So I intervened. Is that a problem? Ah. The slender young man writhed in agony on the ground, while Euphemia delivered a powerful kick that indented his cheek. Simultaneously, the pointed tip of her stiletto pierced his eye, inflicting a grave injury to his brain. Though he continued to struggle and scream, his condition was akin to that of a lifeless body. Even with a renowned physician present, he would remain as helpless as a living corpse. This woman was indeed ruthless. A moment's inattention could spell doom for oneself, Lin Tian mused. Did these individuals even warrant mercy? Euphemia drew her extraordinary sword and inquired Lin Tian. They are merely trash. Dispose of them as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Euphemia's lips curled into a smile. Then I shall not hold back. No sooner had she spoken than she strode forth, plunging into the remaining few. With a swift motion, a single stroke severed one man's legs, causing him to collapse in excruciating wails. Yet, this was merely the onset. The sounds of bones fracturing and anguished cries echoed, painting a gruesome tableau. Zhang Hao and the portly man, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, felt their souls flee in terror, screaming as they fled in a frenzy. Lin Tian observed their retreating figures, remarking, Ah, quite discerning of them to flee so swiftly. He found no inclination to pursue these individuals, allowing them to fend for themselves. Zhonglan lifted her gaze. Seeing the contorted forms of those sprawled on the ground, her face a mask of fear. What is happening? The other three young women were equally stunned, for this was not the scene they had anticipated. What should we do? Euphemia asked Lin Tian after dispatching her adversaries. How do these women differ from those boys? They possess some beauty. I assumed you would be interested. Euphemia responded coolly. Lin Tian was at a loss for words. Did the golden-haired beauty truly perceive him in such a dim light? It was no wonder Euphemia held such a belief, as Lin Tian had made a profound impression on her the previous night. He was almost machine-like in his demeanor. This irredeemable lot served no purpose in this world other than to squander resources, he stated with indifference. In this apocalyptic era, even lofty celebrities were easily within reach. He certainly would not lack for such trifles. Last night, he had been provoked by Occam, which had led him to display such cold-heartedness towards Euphemia. Meanwhile, the girls lying on the ground wore expressions of sheer terror, repeatedly pleading, You cannot do this. It is illegal, and we will be executed. The short-haired girl on the ground implored, Please, spare us. We were blinded by momentary folly. We promise it won't happen again. Lin Tian smiled at them. No worries. Just be more cautious in your next life. Euphemia approached the girls. Let me contemplate how to punish you. Should I break your legs and leave you to fend for yourselves? Zhonglan cried out in terror. No, you can't do this. You've broken our legs. If we encounter zombies, what's the worry? You are so capable. Why fear the undead? Just point at their heads and hurl insults. Who knows? They might even offer you a morsel. Ling Tian retorted sarcastically. Zheng Lan screamed and fought to get up from the ground, desperately fleeing. Euphemia pursued her a few steps before striking with her knife. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the air. Zheng Lan collapsed, reduced to crawling like a worm. The girl with short hair turned pale as a sheet at the sight. Please, don't do this. Spare me, my father is wealthy. Let your father burn a little more for you down below, came the cold reply. Ah! Another series of screams reverberated. Chapter 60. The assault plan. No. The cacophony of screams was hair-raising. Zhang Hao and the portly fellow felt their scalps prickle, clutching their weapons as they fled in desperation. A sharp cry pierced the air as they encountered a zombie on the path. Oh my goodness! The two panicked. Making a hasty turn, the zombie, spotting its meal, relentlessly pursued them. What do we do? It's said that zombies never tire. If we let it chase us, we'll eventually collapse. Should we stop and fight? The plump one suggested. Zhang Hao glanced back at the zombie. Its decaying face and contorted features, coupled with the green liquid dripping from it, were utterly terrifying. He nearly collapsed in fear. Let us just run for now and see if we can shake it off. Until we reach a dead end, I refuse to confront such a creature, Zhang Hao resolved. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes ahead. What is that? Zhang Hao stammered, turning to his companion. That seems to be a living person hiding in the bushes. Zombies wouldn't conceal themselves, replied the plump one. Really? Zhang Hao's spirits lifted, and he urged his companion. Let us head over there. We can pull them into the fray, and it will be safer when we confront the zombies. Su Chong and Wu Yong, crouching in the bushes, glared at the two approaching them, filled with rage. These two dare to drag us into danger. They must be tired of living. I'll extinguish them with a fireball. Hey, calm down. What you're proposing is illegal, came a voice from a nearby guest house in the West District. A young man in his 20s leaned against the balcony railing, admiring the scenery. His name was Zhou Wu, the vice president of the student council at the Double Dan Academy, his father being a director at the Tungfei Internet Company, a family of considerable influence. In recent days, he had ventured out with a group from their holiday hotel to scavenge for food, yielding a bountiful harvest. Sir, the scouts have returned, and they brought 2 new faces, reported a personal bodyguard who appeared behind him. Zhou Wu nodded. Let them in. He then turned and walked into the guest house's hall, settling onto a sofa. The door swung open, and Su Chong, Wu Yong, along with Zhang Hao and the portly one, entered. Vice President, they greeted. Zhou Wu nodded. You two worked hard on your reconnaissance. Please, have a seat. He gestured for the 2 students to join them. Zhou Wu glanced at the 2 strangers standing beside him and inquired of his classmates before him. Who are these 2? They are also alumni of our school, having encountered danger and are now fleeing, came the reply. Oh, Zhou Wu nodded thoughtfully. He then smiled at Zhang Hao and the chubby companion, saying, though we may not have known each other before, our meeting here can be considered a twist of fate. Please, make yourselves comfortable and join me for a cup of tea. Zhang Hao and the chubby boy, taken aback by the unexpected warmth, seated themselves at the tea table. Thank you, President Zhou, they replied. Zhou Wu was a prominent figure at Shuangdan Academy, and they felt unworthy to converse with him, yet he was surprisingly approachable today. Earlier, they had heard gunfire from the West District. What exactly transpired? Zhou Wu poured each of them a cup of tea and handed them over. Zhang Hao took a sip and responded, a group arrived on the island. But I thought the entrance to the island was blocked. How could anyone get through? Zhou Wu pondered for a moment. Then his eyes brightened. Could it be the military come to our rescue? No, that's not it. We initially thought the same. But it turned out to be 1 man and 2 women. I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Wu's eyes, though he quickly masked it. By the way, what abilities have you 2 awakened? Abilities? Zhang Hao and the chubby boy exchanged bewildered glances. We haven't awakened any abilities. A trace of anger flashed across Zhou Wu's face upon hearing this, as he shot a furtive glare at the person who had brought them back. The implication was unmistakable. With the food supply already scarce, why had they brought back such useless individuals? Su Chong and Wu Yong shrank back, hastily signaling to Zhang Hao and the chubby boy, did you not mention having news of a large food supply? Please share. Oh. Zhang Hao and the chubby boy quickly recounted their encounter with Ling Tian and others. There was a spatial ability user who carried a substantial amount of food supplies. Zhou Wu listened with skepticism. What does this person look like? Don't worry, President Zhou, we have footage of him. Zhang Hao and the chubby boy quickly produced their phones and played the previously recorded video. Zhou Wu took the phone, scrutinizing the footage, which prominently featured the stunning beauties Yu Bingbing and Euphemia. Zhou Wu exclaimed, are you saying the spatial ability user is Yu Bingbing? No. The chubby boy awkwardly scratched his head, pointing at the peripheral figure in the video. The spatial ability user is this man. Oh, Zhou Wu took a closer look. It was indeed him. His eyes widened as he recalled news he had seen online not long ago about someone in Modu purchasing supplies in bulk. Who would have thought? He chuckled mockingly that the young man who once parked cars at Shengshi Huading has transformed into a spatial ability user with a wealth of resources. Zhou Wu laughed derisively. recalling that he had previously interacted with Ling Tian. Initially, he and several second-generation friends knocked Ling Tian unconscious and placed him in Wang Bin's luxury car, even deceiving a young model to attend to Ling Tian's needs. Unexpectedly, that rascal later dragged Wang Bin into the vehicle. Zhou Wu and the others were terrified as they realized the gravity of the situation, and the group discreetly dispersed, none daring to voice their thoughts. President Zhou, what troubles you? Zhang Hao and the others noticed Zhou Wu lost in a video on his phone, unaware of his thoughts. Oh, nothing. Zhou Wu came to his senses, cheerfully patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Not bad. Wu Yong inquired. Vice President, what shall we do next? Zhou Wu scoffed. What to do? Of course. We shall gather our people and confront them, demanding food. Is that truly appropriate? Zhou Wu shot him a glare. Why not? These scoundrels have heinously taken so many lives under broad daylight. We must eradicate this menace for the people. Zhang Hao voiced his concerns. Vice President Zhou, that fellow seems quite formidable. You must prepare thoroughly. Zhou Wu smiled confidently. Fear not. I certainly shall not underestimate him. Even a lion exerts full force against a rabbit. I have 4 bodyguards and 20 Awaken-level alumni ready to accompany us. The inhabitants of this island had slain numerous zombies, and to prevent environmental contamination, they resorted to cremation for disposing of the corpses, inadvertently discovering crystal cores in the process. Hence, the secret of the crystal cores spread like wildfire. Ling Tian never anticipated that the secret of corpse burning would remain concealed for long. As long as there were corpses to burn, the extraction technology would inevitably be revealed. Ah, Zhou Wu exclaimed. I shall summon President Su Yue. She has a considerable number of people at her disposal. If we join forces, we shall surely deal with this scoundrel. Chapter 61. Euphemia's transformation. Oh, Su Yue is nearby? This revelation took Ling Tian by surprise. He had not expected such ease in finding assistance. Could you spare us a bit of food? A bespectacled young man cautiously inquired. Ling Tian glanced at him. Consider yourself fortunate. I am in a good mood today. He then tossed a can to the young man and wandered toward the western district with Euphemia and Yu Bingbing, intending to gather information along the way. In the western district of Blue Ring Island, most establishments were modestly priced goose houses and apartments. After defeating a group of unruly individuals last time, Ling Tian extracted a probing crystal core from one of them, which granted him the skill of crystal core detection. Upon activating this skill, he could discern the information of a person's crystal core without needing to extract it. This meant that when encountering individuals with valuable crystal cores, Ling Tian could act swiftly to procure them, ensuring he did not miss out on precious resources. Since earlier, Ling Tian had been utilizing crystal core detection to scan those he encountered, anxious not to overlook any useful assets. By the way, Euphemia, why do you work for Occam? As far as I know, he is not a good person, willing to resort to any means for his goals. Ling Tian asked as he strolled along the street beside Euphemia. Why do you ask such things? Euphemia cast a fleeting glance at Ling Tian before wielding her enigmatic blade to dispatch the lowly zombie that had leapt forth. Ling Tian, observing her profile, remarked, From my understanding of that individual, he harbors distrust towards everyone in this world, save for himself, employing nefarious means to dominate all around him. Euphemia halted, succumbed to silence. After a brief interval, she extended her right hand, mimicking the action of writing. Ling Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed by her intentions. Meanwhile, Yu Bingbing, perceptive as ever, tugged at Ling Tian's sleeve, signaling him to produce paper and a pen. Realization dawned upon Ling Tian as he retrieved the requested items from his spatial ring and handed them to Euphemia. With a light-hearted tone, he added, Since you prefer silence, I shall leave you to your zombie slaying. Euphemia accepted the paper and pen, inhaled deeply, and shortly thereafter inscribed a line, My brother works under him. This revelation did not come as a surprise to Ling Tian. It was entirely in line with the modus operandi of that scoundrel, Occam. After a moment's contemplation, Euphemia inscribed another sentence. I have a remote-controlled bomb and a listening device within me. Ling Tian's expression grew grave, although he had suspected this long before. The cold sweat that broke upon his brow could not be stifled. With these 2 devices, Euphemia was firmly shackled, unable to betray or flee. However, her willingness to disclose this information indicated that he had earned her trust. After pondering for a while, Ling Tian took out the paper and pen, inquiring, Do you wish to escape his control? Euphemia remained silent. He continued writing, If you were to perish, your brother would lose his value and might very well be fed to the dogs. Euphemia's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of concern. Currently, Occam's capabilities are limited, which is why he has merely equipped you with a bomb. Once he has the means, he will undoubtedly brand you with a mark of obedience. And your brother will likewise become worthless. Ling Tian warned Euphemia, aiming to provoke a reaction. This revelation astonished her. She lowered her gaze, contemplating the grim possibility. After a moment of reflection, she reluctantly penned, But I have no choice at present. If you are willing to trust me, I can assist you in rescuing your brother and disarming the bomb within you. Euphemia's expression shifted to one of inner turmoil upon reading Ling Tian's words. He continued, all you need to do is express your desire to rid yourself of him. I shall not demand anything extraordinary of you. During this period, you need only assist me in confronting adversaries as you have been. I understand the boundaries and will ensure you do not engage with Occam's men, minimizing the risk of detonation as much as possible. After a moment of contemplation, Euphemia solemnly nodded in agreement. A smile graced Ling Tian's face as he stepped forward to embrace her tightly. What are you doing? Euphemia inquired, perplexed. Ling Tian, with a triumphant grin, replied, I am welcoming a companion. Euphemia's eyes reflected a sense of incredulity. Had she not informed him of the bomb within her? Why, then, did he persist? Ling Tian, observing Euphemia's astonished expression, was acutely aware of her thoughts. This was an exceedingly perilous matter. Should the bomb detonate, it would spell doom for Ling Tian. However, he held a markedly different perspective. That evening, he had already gauged Occam's limits. If he truly intended to detonate the bomb, Ling Tian would have long since perished. The rationale behind the bomb's non-detonation was rather simple. He merely wished to retain Euphemia, an S-rank individual. After all, S-rank entities were not as common as cabbages. The loss of even one represented a significant setback. Moreover, Occam's arrogance clouded his judgment, as he regarded Ling Tian as nothing more than an E-rank waste. He deemed it unworthy for Euphemia and Ling Tian to perish together. With both the bomb and the assurance of family, Occam harbored no concerns regarding Euphemia's potential betrayal. Once the conditions were ripe, he would devise a means to rescue her. Euphemia gazed into Ling Tian's eyes, her expression intricate, and inscribed a sentence. Are you not afraid of the bomb? Ling Tian smiled. Deep within, he harbored concerns. Who could predict whether that man might suddenly be in a foul mood and detonate it? Yet, he was willing to take the gamble, viewing it as a testament to their bond. If all went as planned, it would significantly enhance Euphemia's trust in him. Of course, there was one detail Ling Tian refrained from disclosing to Euphemia. The control of the bomb was likely executed through remote network activation. This meant that as long as the network signal was blocked, no harm would come. He wrote on the paper, if you are willing, I certainly do not mind. Upon reading this, Euphemia lowered her head in a flurry of emotions. She was at a loss for how to respond, lacking even the courage to glance at Ling Tian. Oh, I almost forgot. This could increase the risk of your being detonated. My apologies. I shall endeavor to alleviate your concerns promptly. Ling Tian suddenly recalled, jotting it down. Euphemia nodded, a hint of regret flickering across her countenance. Observing her reaction, Ling Tian understood that his previous suggestion had profoundly impacted her. Although he had not acted upon it, he had considerably elevated her regard for him. Ling Tian continued to write, by the way, Euphemia, have you considered my previous suggestion? To unlock the mental shackles and allow me to witness your ability tree. Euphemia did not resist. She silently nodded. Ling Tian pulled her closer, attempting to delve into her consciousness. A hum resonated, and the golden ability tree unfolded before Ling Tian's eyes. Through meticulous examination, he comprehended for the first time the three skills wielded by Euphemia. Proficiency in light weaponry enhances the accuracy and power of light firearms such as pistols and submachine guns. Accuracy enhancement, 60. Weapon power enhancement, 150. Energy consumption, 1 energy point every 10 seconds. An impressive ability that directly amplifies the already formidable firepower. With a weapon in hand, few individuals of comparable rank could rival her. Explosive bullets infuses power into the bullets, causing them to explode upon impact with the target. Power, 20 plus the inherent power of the bullet itself. The explosive range of the bullet is approximately 3 meters, consuming 1 energy point per shot. Indeed, this device is remarkably ruthless. When the bullet penetrates the flesh of a zombie, it causes an internal detonation, effectively obliterating the creature's vital organs. Mastery of explosives enhances the power, throwing distance, and precision of bombs. Power increased by 60%, throwing distance increased by 60%, and throwing precision increased by 60%. With each bomb consuming 1 energy point. This skill's amplification of grenades and other explosive devices is merciless. During the confrontation with the boss, Euphemia primarily relied on her initial ability, hardly unleashing her full firepower. If granted unlimited energy and ammunition, her firepower alone could reduce the tentacled zombie to ashes. This woman is undeniably the absolute core of the team's offensive capabilities, prompting a gasp of admiration from Ling Tian. Chapter 62. The Furious Lickspittle. The technology control type ability users are formidable, yet somewhat lacking. In contrast to mutation type, elemental type, and various other abilities that can yield decent combat prowess even in unarmed scenarios, technology control type users rely heavily on high-tech products. When deprived of these technological tools, they are rendered powerless. In the early stages, the firearms required are manageable, but what about later? In a world where the industrial chain has been severely compromised, where can one procure an array of advanced weaponry for them? For an ordinary person, obtaining an S-grade euphemia is akin to acquiring a useless trinket. Although she can hold her own in the early phases, armed only with 2 submachine guns, she cannot stir much turmoil in the later stages. However, for Ling Tian, the situation is quite different. His team now includes an S-grade creation type ability user, which means he can forge advanced weaponry for euphemia. With Yu Bingbing's weaponry support, euphemia's formidable personal capabilities will undoubtedly be fully realized. With euphemia's inclusion, the firepower of the team has experienced an explosive enhancement. Ling Tian began to ponder the future composition of his team. The soon-to-arrive Su Yuwei is a highly agile warrior, while her sister Su Yang possesses the unique talents of healing and cursing. As for Ling Tian himself, he is a psychic ability user who controls the overall situation. It is evident that they are in dire need of a physical enhancement type ability user to shield them from harm. This presents a bit of a dilemma. Every member of the goddess-like squad is indeed divine, who will take on the role of absorbing damage. Suddenly, Ling Tian's mental scan detected an unusual psychic signal, prompting him to halt in his tracks. What's wrong, Ling Tian? Euphemia inquired with curiosity. There are about 20 ability users lying in ambush nearby, Ling Tian whispered. What? Euphemia immediately grew alert. Ling Tian must have sensed something amiss, or he would not have uttered such words. Don't be alarmed, relax. Ling Tian reassured her by gently patting her rounded shoulder. They are merely insignificant foes, nothing to be overly concerned about. All 3 of us, in terms of awakening level and ability strength, are among the world's elite. Yu Bingbing. In the distance, Ling Tian was shooting zombies with a compound bow when Yu Bingbing called out, "What's wrong, master?" She quickly stowed her bow and jogged over. "Prepare yourself. Someone may come looking for trouble shortly." "Oh," Yu Bingbing responded, pulling up the hood of her cloak. The cloak, confiscated from Lin Lei, offered a piercing defense of 30. Ling Tian had lent the cloak to Yu Bingbing while he wore an ordinary extraordinary garment with a defense of 20. The 3 of them strolled casually down the street, progressing toward the trap set by Zhou Wu and his companions. "Stop right there." A loud shout echoed from the rooftop of a nearby low-rise building. Zhou Wu, accompanied by 2 personal bodyguards, looked down at them with an air of superiority. Ling Tian raised his head and glanced at the approaching figure, feeling a flicker of recognition. Though he couldn't quite place him, Zhou Wu coldly gestured toward Ling Tian. "Zhou Wu," Yu Bingbing uncertainly called out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu immediately donned a polite smile. "Miss Bingbing, I trust you are well. Do you know him?" Ling Tian asked Yu Bingbing. She replied honestly, "Yes. I've met him a few times at gatherings." "Is he interested in you?" "It seems so. He has been trying to get closer to me, but I have consistently declined." "Ah, so he is but a devoted admirer of the goddess Bingbing," Ling Tian mused thoughtfully. As Zhou Wu observed Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing whispering to each other, a surge of unexplainable anger ignited within him. In his memory, Ling Tian was merely a parking attendant. How could such a lowly individual be so familiar with his goddess? "Hey, you down there," Zhou Wu called coldly. Ling Tian glanced around before pointing to himself. "Are you speaking to me?" "Huh, don't look around so aimlessly. Who else could I be addressing besides you, you little pest? Keep your distance from Miss Yu Bingbing." "Oh," Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Yu Bingbing quickly interjected, "Zhou Wu, what are you saying?" Zhou Wu hastily replied, "Miss Bingbing, please do not defend him. Look at him. He must be a mere servant." He then shifted his gaze to Ling Tian, speaking in a condescending tone. "You, as a servant, should know your place and not stand so close to your mistress. It's truly a lack of education. How amusing. This fellow is certainly quite enamored with you. He can't bear to see you conversing with me." Ling Tian whispered to Yu Bingbing. She looked at him with her fox-like eyes, puzzled by his meaning. The next moment, what? Zhou Wu's pupils widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. You, let go of her at once. How dare a wretch like you even touch Miss Yu Bingbing?" Zhou Wu's facial muscles twitched as he roared at Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled slightly at him. "My woman is not someone for a lapdog like you to speak about." "Woman? Lapdog?" These words struck Zhou Wu like a steel spike to the heart, causing his face to flush crimson. The classmates lying in ambush around them began to murmur amongst themselves. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Wu's expression immediately turned a shade of deep anger. Observing Zhou Wu's livid face, Ling Tian felt a surge of joy and prepared to further irritate the man. With a smirk, Ling Tian remarked, "What a pity. All of Bingbing's affections are devoted to me, leaving no time for those sycophants." Zhou Wu hastily denied, "Don't talk nonsense. When have I ever been a sycophant?" Ling Tian chuckled, "I never named names, so why the urgency to deny?" Zhou Wu grinded his teeth in frustration. "How is that even possible? That brat is merely a parking attendant. What right does he have to capture Yu Bingbing's heart?" Witnessing Zhou Wu's murderous gaze, Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The onlookers around him seemed to be struggling with their own heartbeats. What merit does this fellow possess? Zhou Wu, astonished, glanced at Yu Bingbing, only to find no trace of resistance in her demeanor. He dared not contemplate further. Ling Tian, grinning mischievously at Zhou Wu, quipped, "Alas, such a pity, sycophant. I will kill you." Zhou Wu shouted in fury. "Everyone, reveal yourselves. Let us unite to eliminate this nefarious scoundrel." At his command, the hidden abilities users from the surrounding buildings emerged. Ling Tian cast a glance and noted that they were all quite young, likely university students from the island. "How dare you commit such heinous acts under the broad daylight? Killing you is a righteous act," the group clamored. Ling Tian replied with a smirk. "What lofty words. It appears you are merely here to seize resources." Zhou Wu scoffed. "There is no need to waste words on this despicable villain. Let us just attack and leave him incapacitated. The resources will then be ours." At the mention of resources, a glint of greed flickered in the students' eyes. The vice president had informed them that this individual possessed a vast amount of supplies, and eliminating him would spare them the peril of exploration. "Take this," a girl shouted defiantly, unleashing a spike of earth towards Ling Tian. The ground trembled slightly, and a sharp point erupted from behind him, aiming directly at his lower back. Thud! The earth spike collided with Ling Tian's bulletproof vest, failing to penetrate and instead shattering upon impact. "What is this, a child's game?" Ling Tian laughed. Such elementary abilities might suffice against zombies and ordinary individuals, but were utterly ineffective against him. "You scoundrel!" The girl fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. Wen, step back. Let me handle this. A lean boy dashed forward, charging at Ling Tian. He was a poison-based ability user, capable of unleashing venom that would indiscriminately harm all three of them. Zhou Wu, aware of the boy's powers, did not intervene. Having been publicly humiliated by Yu Bingbing, Zhou Wu was consumed by hatred. If he could not have her, he would ensure her downfall. The lean boy approached within 7 meters of Ling Tian, a triumphant gleam in his eyes, before extending his hand to spray venom. The potency of this toxin was formidable, capable of corroding a zombie to the bone. Ha! The lean boy laughed triumphantly after successfully releasing his venom, envisioning Ling Tian writhing in agony on the ground. Telekinetic suppression, Ling Tian extended his hand, concentrating his mental energy into an invisible force that repelled the venom spewed by his adversary. Sizzle! The green corrosive liquid splattered all over the slender young man, instantly enveloping him in a thick white mist that emitted a terrifying hissing sound. Within mere seconds, the flesh before the slender man's torso had been ravaged, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. He collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Such grievous injuries could only be healed by a healer, otherwise, he would be left to await his demise. Wangzhu! The surrounding classmates cried out in disbelief, not anticipating such a dire outcome. Damn it! A bare-chested young man let out a furious roar, unleashing a power augmentation. Standing atop the building, he lifted a massive stone that had been prepared in advance and hurled it toward Ling Tian. Oh! Ling Tian's ring flashed, summoning the giant's battle axe into his grasp. This colossal axe, measuring 2 meters in length, was an elite-grade extraordinary item. Ling Tian wielded the axe with both hands and swung it at the descending boulder. Bang! The seemingly unstoppable stone was cleaved in two, rolling aside. Zhou Wu and the others watched in astonishment. What manner of creature was this, capable of withstanding even a giant stone without a scratch? Zhou Wu, standing on the rooftop, wore a grave expression, utterly unprepared for the tenacity of his opponent. "This won't do. I must call for reinforcements." Zhou Wu hastily picked up his phone and dialed. "Hello, Ling Tian, stop playing with them. This is a complete waste of time," Euphemia remarked with an air of boredom. "You have a point," Ling Tian nodded, preparing to take decisive action against these oblivious foes. "Hey, Suyue, are you not here yet? I'm barely holding on." Zhou Wu anxiously spoke into the phone from the rooftop. "Suyue?" Ling Tian, poised to draw his weapon, halted. Was this not the very person he sought? Since she was on her way, it might be prudent to wait here. "Everyone, provide cover for each other and launch an offensive. As long as we can hold them off, reinforcements will arrive soon." Zhou Wu shouted to his fellow classmates after ending the call. Upon hearing this, everyone unleashed their skills, launching a fierce assault on Ling Tian. Some drew composite bows to shoot, others released unstable currents of electricity, some conjured fireballs, while others summoned ice shards. Ling Tian stood firm with his shield raised, momentarily refraining from retaliation. However, some were not content with ranged attacks. A daring individual brandished a fire axe and charged forward, intent on vanquishing Ling Tian in close combat. Seeing this, Euphemia met the challenge head-on with her enigmatic katana. Swish! With a swift strike, Euphemia severed the head of the assailant, dispatching him instantly. Yu Bingbing, equipped with an enhanced composite bow, targeted those using long-range abilities, and with a single arrow, pierced through a body, causing immediate devastation. Terrified, the students fled at the sight of Yu Bingbing aiming in their direction. Whoosh! A faint whoosh of wind echoed as an arrow sped towards Ling Tian's face. Ling Tian, watch out! Euphemia exclaimed in alarm. The arrow, both swift and precise, was nearly impossible to evade. Whoosh! It grazed Ling Tian's cheek. The force of the wind stirring his hair. He wiped the wound with his hand and glanced in the direction from which the arrow had come. Over 20 individuals emerged one after another from the concealed alley surrounding him. A breathtakingly beautiful girl appeared before Ling Tian. Chapter 64. Su Yue. Before him stood a youthful and graceful maiden, wielding a compound bow. Her silky black hair was tied up with a red ribbon, exuding a fresh yet vibrant aura. The girl, standing at a height of 1.70 meters, possessed a slender figure that was elegant and poised. Her bare skin was as flawless as jade, delicate to the touch. The enchanting visage of her youthful innocence radiated a unique allure. Her fair and translucent face, tinged with a rosy blush, captivating all who beheld her. Her almond-shaped eyes, distinct in their black and white contrast, sparkled with a lively brilliance, reminiscent of a character sprung from the pages of a comic. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her presence as enchanting as orchids, embodying the beauty of a true goddess. Indeed, she was none other than Su Yue, an S-class ability user destined to shine in the post-apocalyptic world. Yue, you've finally arrived. Zhou Wu on the rooftop waved excitedly at her. The ruthless bandits below are wreaking havoc, and my side has suffered significant casualties. Hurry, bring your people to assist me. Su Yue scanned the area with her almond eyes, noting the fallen alumni lying in pools of blood. The grim sight weighed heavily on her heart. She shot Zhou Wu a fierce glare. This man was both incompetent and arrogant. They had originally agreed to act together. Yet he had taken matters into his own hands, leading to the needless demise of so many. Zhou Wu shrank back, aware of his shortcomings. He had not anticipated the enemy's formidable strength, mistakenly believing they would be akin to ordinary zombies. The reason he had summoned Su Yue was to share in the glory and elevate his standing in her eyes. Euphemia, Ling Tian called out, then swiftly tossed an item from his ring. Euphemia turned, catching the object thrown by Ling Tian, discovering it to be an ammunition pack and a handgun, along with several ordinary-grade extraordinary accessories. You and Yu Bingbing handle things over there. I shall confront Su Yue alone, Ling Tian declared as he turned to approach her. Euphemia activated 5 accessories, configuring them to provide 2 energy, 2 defense, and 1 speed, enhancing her energy limit by 14 points, defense by 4 points, and granting her a movement speed of 1 meter per second. A smile curled on her lips. It seemed Ling Tian had prepared well for her, equipping her with the attributes she required. Twisting the handgun in her hand, she playfully whistled at Ling Tian. If you find yourself struggling, just call for help, and I shall come to your aid. Haha. Ling Tian glanced at her, teasing, when have I ever faltered? Humph. Euphemia huffed, choosing not to argue. After all, Ling Tian spoke the truth. Su Yue, observing Ling Tian's steady approach, dared not underestimate him. She decisively issued a combat order. The target is highly dangerous. Set traps and proceed with caution. Understood. The subordinates acknowledged with a nod and then dispersed. A radiant glow flickered as the psychics unleashed various disruptive abilities. The solid ground instantaneously softened, and Ling Tian looked down to find his feet ensnared in a quagmire. This earth-based ability significantly restricted the mobility of terrestrial targets. A chilling gust swept through, swiftly cloaking the area surrounding Ling Tian in a layer of frost. The ice ability enveloped him in a cold wave, drastically diminishing the vitality of nearby beings. Mist began to swirl, shrouding everything in obscurity, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The assassination-based ability veiled the surroundings, greatly reducing the target's visual range. Ling Tian observed the continuous barrage of disruptive skills with an appreciative smile. Su Yue's leadership was commendable, as her subordinates executed their strategies with remarkable precision. Their combat prowess was on an entirely different level compared to that of the opposing faction. Suddenly, a faint explosion resonated, showering Ling Tian with shimmering scales that transformed him into a being of light. Even amidst the encroaching darkness, his every movement was rendered visible. Upon noticing the luminescent scales adorning his body, Ling Tian's expression shifted to one of gravitas. This signified that he had become a living target. Now, everyone, unleash your full power and eliminate this demon. Fireballs and ice shards surged forth towards Ling Tian. Without hesitation, he activated Perception Network and Mental Empowerment. The Perception Network expanded, making the area within 50 meters feel like an extension of his own body. He became acutely aware of every flying ability approaching him. Simultaneously, under the influence of Mental Empowerment, the velocity of these abilities seemed to slow in his perception. With telekinetic restraint, Ling Tian pointed his right hand, conjuring invisible hands that intercepted the incoming fireballs and ice shards. Though his body was encased in frost, causing delays in his evasion, he opted to block the lighter attacks with telekinetic restraint. Suddenly, the sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the vicinity, swiftly targeting Ling Tian. As these arrows entered his perception network, he immediately sensed them and drew his bulletproof shield for protection. The strategy was sound. However, the disparity in strength between him and his adversaries was evident. Typically, a first-tier combatant overwhelming a zero-tier opponent represented a significant difference in power. Enough of this. It is time for me to take action. Ling Tian charged forward, intent on escaping the realm engulfed by negative skills. Block him. Do not let him break free. Su Yue's expression was grave as she observed the movements of her opponent amidst the mist, noticing he bore no signs of injury. With a thunderous crash, a wall of earth erupted, obstructing Ling Tian's path. The ring on his finger glimmered as a finely crafted, extraordinary battle axe materialized in his grasp. With a powerful swing, the axe cleaved down, causing the earthen wall to collapse. Air cannon, vines entangle, water surge, ice sphere. A dazzling array of abilities rained down on Ling Tian, relentless and unyielding, interspersed with a flurry of sharp arrows aimed at him. United in purpose, the crowd endeavored to drive Ling Tian back into the realm of negativity. Ling Tian sensed that some of the abilities wielded against him were quite formidable. Having already reached the third level of awakening, it was evident that during this time, Su Yue's team had significantly diminished the ranks of the undead. Meanwhile, Zhou Wu found himself gazing at the two enchanting beauties before him, his mind swirling with fanciful thoughts. Miss Bingbing and the blonde beauty over there. I advise you to cease your futile resistance. Ling Tian, a villain of the utmost degree, deserves no sympathy, and aligning with him will only lead to your demise. Zhou Wu declared loudly. If you lay down your weapons and embrace the light, I, Zhou Wu, can assure you of my goodwill and treat you with respect. A mocking laughter escaped Euphemia's red lips, as if she had heard the most amusing joke. Zhou Wu, perplexed, inquired, what do you find so funny? I apologize, but your manner of speaking just now was utterly ridiculous, and I couldn't help myself, she replied, a smirk gracing her lips as she teased, you little brat. Fury surged within Zhou Wu. How dare anyone refer to him as a little brat? Clenching his fists, he glared at the blonde enchantress. Chapter 65. The Clash of Powers. Euphemia, uninterested in trading barbs with Zhou Wu, raised her pistol. Master, be careful, shouted a private bodyguard beside Zhou Wu as he brandished a half-height, level 3 bulletproof shield to protect him. Observing this, Euphemia's lips curled in a hint of pity. In an instant, she activated her explosive bullet skill. Bang! A bullet shot forth, striking the shield and resulting in a violent explosion. The bodyguard behind the shield let out a muffled gasp and was sent flying. Good heavens! Zhou Wu collapsed to the ground, his lower half instantly drenched. Master, run! The remaining bodyguard dragged Zhou Wu back into the building. Tisk, truly vulnerable, Euphemia mused, shaking her head as she rummaged through her ammunition pouch. Unfortunately, there were no grenades. Do not be so arrogant, roared a muscular man on the rooftop, bare-chested, as he lifted a stone to hurl down once more. Humph, Euphemia scoffed, activating her proficiency with light weapons and pulling the trigger. Just as the man raised the stone, a massive blood-red rose blossomed on his chest, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Light weapon proficiency increases the accuracy and power of light firearms such as pistols and submachine guns. Accuracy boost, 60. Weapon power boost, 150. Energy consumption, 1 energy point every 10 seconds. This was Euphemia's most frequently utilized skill, low in energy cost, yet formidable in power. Impressive, Yu Bingbing remarked with a glimmer of envy in her eyes, casually enhancing Euphemia's pistol with an item upgrade. Buzz. The pistol shimmered with a silver glow. Euphemia, wielding the luminous firearm, fired 2 shots at the building. Bang, bang. The combined power of their abilities elevated the pistol's damage from 5 to 20, with each bullet creating a hole the size of a soccer ball in the reinforced concrete wall. Truly remarkable. Euphemia cast a glance at the unassuming handgun in her grasp, letting out a sound of admiration. If it were a submachine gun she held instead, could it not bring an entire building crashing down? The extraordinary individuals around her, upon witnessing the exaggerated power of such a handgun, were rendered anxious and fearful. A shot from that weapon would surely cause a grievous wound. Damn it, that scoundrel Zhou Wu has fled. What are we even doing? Everyone, let us make a hasty retreat. A nearby extraordinary being shouted, and soon chaos ensued as they scattered in all directions. Is that all? Yu Bingbing displayed a look of disdain. She had hardly exerted herself, and yet this group had already fled, utterly lacking in fortitude. Her gaze, along with Euphemia's, shifted towards the direction of Ling Tian, only to discover he was still ensnared within the smoke. Truly, how incompetent could he be? His movements were dreadfully sluggish. Euphemia pouted in annoyance. He likely intends to capture Su Yue alive, so let us observe for now. Yu Bingbing patted Euphemia's shoulder reassuringly. Meanwhile, a cluster of extraordinary beings, under Su Yue's command, executed a splendid formation, forcing Ling Tian back into a negative zone. President, it seems the people over there have fled. What should we do here? A girl beside Su Yue inquired, her voice laced with concern. A grave expression emerged on Su Yue's delicate face. She had not anticipated Zhou Wu's utter failure to stand his ground. After a moment of contemplation, her distinctly almond-shaped eyes revealed a glimmer of determination. That man is a ruthless killer. Failing to eliminate him would spell disaster for the others on the island. Moreover, with the outcome still uncertain, turning to flee would inevitably invite pursuit. The girl beside her nodded, comprehending Su Yue's intent. Trapped within the restricted zone, Ling Tian had expended 1/3 of his energy. However, he was equipped with 2 ordinary energy rings, which provided a boost of 30 energy points, alongside a necklace that restored 1 energy point every 20 seconds. His energy reserves were still relatively sufficient. Additionally, he possessed a ring that enhanced his defense and range, increasing his skin defense by 4 and his range by 20%. Initially, he had hoped to subdue Su Yue through peaceful means, yet it appeared that bloodshed was now inevitable. Ling Tian sighed softly, drawing a dagger and activating telekinetic sniping. Buzz. The sound of the dagger vibrating filled the air as a silver flash burst forth from the fog, precisely piercing the shoulder of a girl. "Ah!" she screamed, clutching her bloodied wound as she collapsed to the ground, unable to continue the fight. "Shally," just as Su Yue spoke. 2 peculiar sounds echoed from within the mist. Buzz, buzz. The daggers flew forth with an astonishing accuracy, striking 2 boys squarely in the chest, causing them to fall in pain. Ling Tian had shown restraint, sparing the lives of those accompanying Su Yue, intending to use them as leverage to force her compliance. How infuriating. Su Yue bit her luscious, pink lips and promptly issued commands to her teammates. "This individual is far too dangerous. Form groups of 3, raise your shields, and retreat in an orderly manner. Shally, enhance their equipment. And what about you, President?" Su Yue handed the compound bow to the girl beside her, then drew a hand crossbow and an elegantly crafted ancient sword from her waist. "I will confront that fellow. If I unfortunately fall, do not mind me. Flee swiftly," she declared. "President." The surrounding team members shouted at her. At that moment, Ling Tian burst forth from the negative domain, and upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Su Yue wielding her sword. This extraordinarily beautiful and ethereal school belle approached him gracefully, her bright eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Nearby, Shuali quickly raised her hand to enhance Su Yue's weapon and attire. As a level 3 creation-type psychic, Shuali's ability was rated D. Her skills, though identical, were 50% less potent than those of the S-class Yu Bingbing. Aside from this enhancement, Su Lin had not mastered any other skills. There existed a distinct disparity between low-rated and high-rated psychics, both in the number of skills and their potency. Oh, Ling Tian grew serious. The angel of the extreme blade was about to make her move. He was eager to witness her true prowess. Radiating with enhanced silver light, Su Yue charged towards Ling Tian, hand crossbow and sword in hand. Hunting mode, activate. Su Yue raised her left hand, her form suddenly becoming indistinct. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian received information through the perception network that 3 arrows were being launched from different directions. Her speed was astonishing. He raised his shield to block the incoming bolts. In a mere half a second, Su Yue had closed the distance by 20 meters, leaving just 10 meters between them. ZZZZT. The static field activated. A crackling static energy enveloped a 7-meter radius around Ling Tian. Su Yue, bolstered by the force field, noticeably slowed her advance. Though her physique was commendable, the static field only reduced her speed by 20%. Yet, that was sufficient. Enhanced by mental encouragement, Ling Tian's reactions were swift, allowing him to discern her trajectory. He seized the extraordinary giant axe and swung it towards her. Su Yue, as elusive as a specter, deftly evaded a direct confrontation with Ling Tian. She sidestepped the axe blade and aimed to pierce him with her sword. Humph! Ling Tian scoffed softly. The mental suppression unleashed a force of 600 kilograms, abruptly pressing down on Su Yue, causing her to lose balance and tumble to the ground. "You have lost," Ling Tian murmured, lifting his foot to step on her back. "Not so fast." Su Yue forcibly broke free from the mental restraint, rolling sideways while sweeping her sword to push Ling Tian back. Oh! She managed to break free from the mental limitation so swiftly. This woman possesses considerable strength. In close combat, psychic abilities significantly enhance physical prowess. As a level 3 awakener, Su Yue harbored a strength of 1,000 kilograms. Taking advantage of her down state, Ling Tian launched a follow-up attack with the mental projection skill. 6 daggers flew forth in rapid succession, aiming to pierce Su Yue. Chapter 66. Complete Defeat. The Evil Extermination Slash. The sacred white radiance surged forth from Su Yue's sword, distorting the surrounding light under the influence of this formidable energy. This maneuver directly augmented her damage by an additional 20 points. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yue wielded her blade with fervor, desperately parrying the daggers that were being hurled at her. However, the sheer volume of daggers was overwhelming, and 2 of them, each possessing a potency of 24, managed to pierce through her defenses and embed themselves in her body. Boom. The immense force from the projectiles sent Su Yue hurtling backward. Yue. Her nearby comrades called out in alarm. Ling Tian glanced toward the spot where Su Yue had fallen. The silvery dress she wore showed no signs of damage, and the blade she used to intercept the daggers remained unscathed. Evidently, both her weapon and armor were extraordinary items. Ling Tian expended 4 points of energy to activate item appraisal, and information regarding the items on Su Yue appeared in his mind. 2 rings with 7 energy each. 2 bracelets with a strength of 100 kilograms, a common grade sword with a strength of 15, and a common grade armor with a defense of 22. This configuration could be deemed luxurious compared to the average individual, yet it paled in comparison to Ling Tian's own capabilities. Crack! Su Yue drove her sword into the ground, clutching the area where the daggers had struck, and rose to her feet. Rest assured, I am unharmed, she reassured her teammates, then shifted her gaze to Ling Tian. This young lady, having endured 2 daggers with a potency of 24, was still able to stand, and upon Ling Tian's careful observation, her chest remained rounded and undisturbed, rising and falling rhythmically. She had not even sustained a fracture from the impact. Su Yue, awakened to level 3, possessed 3 skills. 1. Hunting Form, a transformation that significantly enhances agility and reduces body weight for a brief period. Agility increase, 100%. Weight reduction, 50%. Energy consumption, 1 energy point every 10 seconds. 2. Evil Slaying Strike, concentrates energy upon the weapon, augmenting its power, especially effective against malevolent beings. Additional power, 20. Energy consumption, 1 energy point every 5 seconds. 3. Structural Optimization, distributes the force endured by any body part across the entire body. Force Distribution, reduces the impact on the struck area by 40%, redirecting it throughout the body. This is a passive skill that requires no energy expenditure. The Hunting Form transforms Su Yue into a resilient balloon, making it difficult for impact damage to penetrate her being. Coupled with the passive skill, Structural Optimization, her ability to withstand blows reached an astonishing level. Su Yue tightened her grip on her sword. Prepare yourself. She morphed into a fleeting shadow, charging once more toward Ling Tian. Oh, still not giving up? Ling Tian observed her rushing figure, remaining utterly still, patiently awaiting her entry into his skill range. Perhaps before Ling Tian's advancement, they could have exchanged blows, but the disparity in power after his ascension was insurmountable. Telekinetic restraint, Ling Tian extended his hand, employing his skill on the swiftly approaching Su Yue. An invisible force gathered beneath her feet, ready to elevate her into the air. Crack! Su Yue plunged her sword into the ground, forcibly altering her forward trajectory, and for the first time, Ling Tian's telekinetic restriction missed its mark. Intriguing. Ling Tian persisted in employing telekinetic restriction against her. Yet, in the next moment, Su Yue leaped, deftly evading the skill once more. At the same time, she launched her specially crafted claw, gliding toward Ling Tian with an uncanny grace. Oh, Ling Tian murmured softly. Just how agile is this individual? Able to execute such a complex maneuver with a claw? Die! Su Yue exclaimed with a delicate fury, her sword emanating a radiant white glow as it arced toward Ling Tian. With no time to contemplate, Ling Tian swiftly unleashed telekinetic projectile, releasing 6 daggers in unison, aiming to repel the descending Su Yue. Humph! Su Yue let out a soft huff. Her assault was merely a feint. With a flick of her wrist, she deftly altered her trajectory, gliding around to position herself behind Ling Tian, her blade poised to strike at his nape. Well done, Su, the campus bell. Ling Tian's mocking voice echoed, and the 6 daggers materialized around him, darting and slicing with frenzied precision. Telekinetic manipulation, what is this? Before Su Yue could fully comprehend, a dagger sliced into her back, sending a jolt of agony coursing through her, distorting her movements. Of course, this was merely the beginning. The daggers possessed an astonishing speed, capable of slicing 7 times per second. Surrounded by the whirling daggers, Su Yue endured their relentless assault, her extraordinary armor absorbing the tremendous damage. Evil Extermination Slash. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Yue summoned her indomitable will and swung her sword with all her might, colliding it against the rapidly slicing daggers. Clang! A piercing metallic sound resounded as the airborne daggers were instantly rendered useless. The weapon Ling Tian wielded was of insufficient strength. It was entirely normal for it to be shattered. While these daggers could sever flesh and vegetation, they were utterly impotent against materials of higher hardness, such as diamonds and steel plates. Unless one procured a batch of extraordinary weapons, they stood no chance. Die. With both hands gripping her sword, Su Yue channeled all her strength toward Ling Tian. A smirk of derision graced Ling Tian's lips, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from her striking range. Spatial flicker. How is this possible? Su Yue swung her sword into empty air, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her utmost effort had failed to inflict any harm upon her opponent. Just a moment of discomfort awaits. Su Campus Bell. Bear with it a little longer. Ling Tian's voice wafted from just behind her, and an instant later, 6 new daggers reappeared to continue their onslaught. Su Yue, besieged by a tempest of daggers, plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Her entire body throbbed with pain, feeling as though it were on the brink of ruin. Yue, the president. Her teammates shrieked in alarm. Lying on the ground, Su Yue trembled with agony, gritting her teeth as she urged her comrades. Do not concern yourselves with me. Flee quickly. What should we do? Terror gripped her teammates' faces, realizing that even the strongest among them, Su Yue, had failed to wound their adversary. We should retreat. We cannot squander the sacrifice of our president. The crowd cast a fleeting glance at Su Yue before swiftly turning to flee. Ling Tian had no time to concern himself with those insignificant onlookers. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yue was incapacitated, he quickly approached her, skillfully twisting her arms behind her back and securing them with handcuffs. Euphemia and Yu Bingbing approached, observing the pitiable figure of Su Yue sprawled on the ground. Is this truly the person you were searching for, Ling Tian? She appears rather striking, Euphemia remarked, bending down to scrutinize her. Enough of that, Euphemia. She is currently injured, Ling Tian admonished gently. All right, I'm aware of that without your reminder. Drip. Blood flowed from Su Yue, staining the ground beneath her. Her extraordinary bodysuit had been marred by dagger cuts, directly injuring her delicate skin beneath. Ling Tian found himself at an impasse. He had initially intended to subdue her using telekinesis. However, he had not anticipated her formidable fighting spirit and relentless resistance, leaving him no choice but to injure her before capturing her. Chapter 67. The mutated beast with victory secured, Ling Tian began to gather the spoils of battle. He unsheathed his blade and deftly carved open the chest of the deceased ability user, extracting the crystalline core within. His primary aim had been to assist Su Yue, resulting in fewer kills and a modest collection of cores. Moreover, these individuals bore little in the way of useful supplies, rendering the endeavor somewhat disappointing. Upon witnessing Ling Tian's method of collecting the cores, Su Yue closed her eyes in anguish. After all, these individuals had once been her classmates, making it difficult for her to accept their fate. Once he had finished, Ling Tian surveyed the surrounding area, noting the lush trees and picturesque scenery, dotted with uniquely designed lodges. Later, I will need to tend to Su Yue's injuries. What do you think? Should we stay in a lodge or a camper? Ling Tian inquired of the 2 lovely ladies. Yu Bingbing pondered for a moment, having been in a camper for several days. A change of environment for some rest sounds quite pleasant. Euphemia nodded in agreement. After a brief contemplation, Ling Tian replied, staying in a lodge may invite zombies or ability users to launch surprise attacks at night, requiring us to arrange for night watch. Euphemia cast a knowing glance at Ling Tian. Weren't you brimming with energy practicing all night last night? You could continue that tonight as well. Ling Tian rubbed his chin. I too require sleep. Exercising at night and fighting during the day, even an Iron Man would find that exhausting. Yu Bingbing suggested. Why don't we explore the lodge now and retreat to the camper when it's time to sleep? That is a splendid idea. A sudden howl of a wolf interrupted their conversation. The trio instinctively turned their gazes toward the forested area at the heart of the island. Is that a wild beast emerging from the mountains to forage? Help! Help! The cries for assistance echoed nearby. Upon hearing the distressing sounds, Su Yue's eyes widened in alarm. That voice belongs to one of my subordinates. She gazed toward the source of the cries, her heart pounding with anxiety. What could be happening? These individuals are awakened ability users of level 2 or above. Ordinary beasts should not pose a threat to them. They must be facing mutated creatures from the forest, Ling Tian remarked, glancing down at Su Yue's anxious expression, calmly elucidating the situation. Mutated creatures? Su Yue gazed into Ling Tian's eyes with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, yearning to comprehend the nature of mutated creatures. Ling Tian slowly elucidated. A few days ago, a deluge of dark rain descended, harboring an abundance of unknown viruses capable of infecting humans and transforming them into zombies. This virus does not discriminate. It can infect not only humans, but also animals and plants, causing them to mutate. Su Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. For this was the first time she had encountered such alarming information. Her mother had previously studied the components of the dark rain and had not detected the potential for the virus to infect other organisms. Why have I not observed any infections among animals or plants during this time? She inquired with palpable curiosity. The infection rate among animals and plants is exceedingly low, and the probability of common species being infected is even lower, which is why you have not witnessed any occurrences, he explained. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Su Yue's complexion turned ashen upon hearing the sound, which resembled the cry of someone facing imminent death, terrified and hopeless. A lone wolf, towering 2 meters and stretching 6 meters in length, emerged from the shadows, its form reminiscent of a monstrous creature, with robust limbs and bristling fur. Its 2 heads bore crimson eyes, and viscous drool dripped from its gaping maw. A level 3 mutated beast, Ling Tian discerned at a glance. Yu Bingbing, staring at the colossal 2-headed wolf that loomed over her even while she stood, spoke with a quiver in her voice. Is this truly a level 3 mutated beast? It appears far more terrifying than any level 3 zombie. Wild animals are inherently more formidable than humans. Their mutations render them even more fearsome, Ling Tian remarked. With a ferocious roar, the 2-headed wolf lunged towards Ling Tian and his companions with astonishing speed. Euphemia activated her proficiency in light weaponry, raising her hand to strike at the beast's head. Bang, bang, bang. The 125 power bullets from her handgun failed to inflict fatal damage, only serving to further enrage the creature. Ling Tian set Su Yue down and retrieved a finely crafted extraordinary battle axe from his ring, preparing to confront the advancing wolf. If he did not thwart the beast's assault, it would surely pounce upon Euphemia. With a mighty shout, Ling Tian gripped the axe with both hands and swung it fiercely at the oncoming wolf. Clang! The axe collided with one of the wolf's jaws, producing a jarring sound akin to metal striking metal. The blow inflicted 48 points of damage, the tremendous force of the strike forcing the beast to stagger back. The wolf's teeth shattered upon impact, and it spat out a handful of broken fangs, its mouth now a gruesome display of blood. Yet, remarkably, its vital signs remained stable despite the gruesome injury. Su Yue watched in horror, realizing that such a terrifying attack had failed to slay the creature. Her teammates would undoubtedly face dire consequences should they encounter it. With a menacing glare, the 2-headed wolf bared its bloodied maw and lunged at Ling Tian. He swung the massive axe to compel the beast to retreat. He refrained from utilizing his dual-edged weapon, hoping to allow Yu Bingbing and Euphemia to synchronize with him and learn the art of cooperative combat. Bingbing, don't just stand there, enhance your equipment, Ling Tian commanded. Oh, Yu Bingbing, startled by Ling Tian's call, quickly activated the enhancement on her axe, handgun, and bow. The strength of the reinforced giant axe has risen from 40 to 52. However, the effects of item enhancement on high-level items have diminished. With a swift motion, Yu Bingbing raised her powerful composite bow and unleashed Ice Arrow towards the 2-headed wolf. Once capable of piercing through zombies with a single shot, the arrow now merely penetrated the wolf's fur, embedding itself 3 inches into its muscle. Although the damage was minimal, the icy properties of the arrow slightly slowed the wolf's movements, alleviating some pressure on Ling Tian, who stood at the forefront. Bang, bang, bang. Euphemia raised her enhanced pistol and fired relentlessly at the wolf's heads. The bullets, capable of creating football-sized craters in reinforced concrete, struggled to breach the wolf's defenses, inflicting mere wounds to its skull. A howl erupted as the magazine emptied. One of the wolf's heads was utterly shattered, while the other contorted in a grimace of pain. Oh, I thought you were made of iron, my dear little creature. I never imagined you could be so gravely injured by bullets, Euphemia's languid, sultry voice echoed. After reloading, the next instant, explosive bullet was activated. The bullet embedded itself into the living wolf's head, subsequently detonating. The 2-headed wolf, as large as a bison, momentarily stiffened before crashing heavily to the ground. Help! Help! A bloodied young man sprinted towards Ling Tian, pursued by a colossal wild boar standing 4 meters tall, seeking to maul him. Su Yue recognized him as Mo Chinchio from their team. What to do? He will die like this. Panic surged within Su Yue, akin to an ant on a hot pan, as she glanced at the 3 individuals beside her, hesitating to speak. She understood that only these 3 possessed the capability to fend off the monstrous beasts and save her teammates. Yet, they were all ruthless demons, and she had previously contemplated eliminating them. In that brief moment of hesitation, Mo Chinchio was overtaken and knocked down by the mutated wild boar. The boar's iron hooves mercilessly crushed down upon Mo Chinchio's back, producing a chilling sound of bones fracturing. No, don't kill me, please. Driven by an overwhelming survival instinct, Mo Chinchio clawed desperately at the ground, striving to escape the clutches of the beast. However, the wild boar would not allow its prey to flee. It opened its gaping maw and lunged toward him. Chunks of flesh and shattered entrails were torn from Imo Chinchio's body, devoured with ravenous bites. The sight of his disfigured form flailing beneath the beast was an indelible memory. Chapter 68. Ruthless Slaughter. Imo Chinchio. Witnessing her comrade being devoured by the beast filled Su Yue with profound anguish. The mutated wild boar swallowed Imo Chinchio's remains in mere moments, seemingly growing larger in the process. The beast then turned, its blood-red eyes fixating on Ling Tian and the others. Radiating high-level energy fluctuations, Ling Tian, awakened to the first tier, captivated the wild boar's attention. Oh, oh! The mutated wild boar emitted eerie cries and charged towards Ling Tian and his companions. Oh! An ignorant creature daring to approach me, Ling Tian scoffed, his ring flashing as he produced 2 submachine guns and tossed them to Euphemia. Yu Bingbing immediately activated the enhancement on the 2 weapons. Euphemia, gazing at the shimmering silver submachine gun in her hands, let out an excited whistle. Cool. With the gun aimed forward, she pulled the trigger at the mutated wild boar. Light weapon proficiency. The bullets poured forth as if there were no cost, raining down upon the wild boar in a relentless barrage. In just 10 seconds, an entire magazine was expended. The 4-meter-tall, 7-meter-long mutated boar was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. What a ferocious display of firepower, capable of taking down a 3rd-level beast in a single encounter. Ling Tian marveled inwardly. Each bullet from the submachine gun possessed an initial power of 7, which, after the enhancement from both of their abilities, increased to 28. With full force unleashed, they could empty 2 magazines, 60 bullets, in a mere 78 seconds. Su Yue was equally astonished. Had that woman unleashed such firepower against her, she would have been obliterated. Help! Help! The cries of her teammates echoed in her ears. They had been cornered by the mutated beasts that burst forth from the forest, forcing them to retreat back into this residential area. Everyone, run quickly and take shelter inside. In a panic, the team members rushed into the tallest 5-story building nearby. A multitude of pursuing beasts followed them, monkeys, baboons, wolves, and squirrels. Ling Tian glanced around and counted at least 12, thankfully. Most were 2nd-level beasts that had not undergone significant physical changes. A girl running at the back was caught by a baboon, tumbling harshly to the ground. Grasping the doorframe with both hands, she cried for help from her fellow students inside the building. I'm being held back. Please save me. 2 boys halted, intending to unleash their abilities against the baboon, but turned to find themselves startled. A horde of beasts charged toward them, ready to devour them whole. What are you waiting for? Quickly shut the door and reinforce it with dirt walls and debris. If those monsters get in, we're done for, someone urged. Driven by the instinct for survival, the 2 promptly closed the door. Bang! The unfortunate girl was thus abandoned outside. Su Yue watched this heart-wrenching scene unfold. What should I do? She glanced around, realizing that only the 3 beside her had the ability to intervene. She swallowed nervously and addressed Ling Tian. You are so powerful. Can't you help save these innocent people? Ling Tian shot her a sidelong glance. Oh, why should I intervene? Su Yue replied passionately. With great power comes great responsibility. Heh. Ling Tian scoffed dismissively. I recall that line from Spider-Man. It sounds lovely. I suggest you go find the one who said it, and have him save humanity. As for me, I abide by the principle of self-preservation. How can you be like this? Su Yue felt her worldview shatter. She detested self-righteous individuals who, unwilling to act, stood behind others criticizing, demanding that they risk their lives and resources for a noble cause. Biting her delicate pink lips, she insisted, I am not that kind of scoundrel. If you unlock the handcuffs on me, I will go save them myself. Heh, what are you laughing at? Do you believe that you can defeat several mutated beasts relying solely on your own strength? Su Yue asserted with unwavering determination. In any case, I will give it my all. There is absolutely no way I will stand idly by. Ling Tian shook his head, bemused by her overflowing courage and compassion. The long era of peace had indeed fostered a certain delusion. Let me offer you a path that may save these individuals, he proposed. What kind of path? She inquired. Join my team and obey my commands. In that case, I might risk my life to rescue them, considering your request. Su Yue was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by that? Ling Tian patiently elucidated. Simply put, you must kneel. Standing is not an option. What? Su Yue's exquisite visage was marred by shock. Just then, a scream pierced the air. A girl clinging to the door frame was being violently yanked by a baboon, her fingers twisted and broken, leaving her unable to grasp anything. She could only be dragged away by the relentless creature. Su Yue's patience wore thin. You are being utterly unreasonable. How can you propose such conditions? This is nothing less than taking advantage of a dire situation. Ling Tian shrugged. If you are unwilling to pay this small price, why should I risk my life to help you? Spare me the talk of mutual assistance. If that is your stance, I shall take my leave. No. The only one capable of saving them right now is this man before me. Su Yue fell silent for a moment before asking, "Can we negotiate different terms? I realize it is quite rude to ask you to rescue them without compensation, but I simply cannot accept becoming your subordinate." "Of course, you can. Produce 10 tons of food, and I shall assist in the rescue," he replied. "Do not speak to me of money, as long as the calamity persists. That currency is worthless. Where am I supposed to find 10 tons of food?" Su Yue realized that he was deliberately placing her in a difficult position. The mutated beasts would not cease their assault on their prey due to her hesitation. At that moment, a zombie baboon was gleefully dragging its catch behind, eager to savor the feast alone. However, nearby monkeys could not bear to watch, baring their teeth as they charged forward, grasping the girl's arms and pulling with all their might. "Stop pulling. It hurts," she screamed in agony. The zombie baboons and monkeys were unwilling to relent, each exerting their full strength in a tug of war. With a sickening sound, the prey was torn asunder, its innards spilling onto the ground. The mangled victim was still alive. But the zombies wasted no time in devouring the fresh flesh, tearing and biting with ravenous hunger. "Stop it, please." Su Yue, her hands shackled, cried out in despair as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Do not shed those insincere tears," Ling Tian scoffed. "You could have saved her. It is your hesitation and selfishness that led to your comrade's demise before your very eyes." Su Yue glared at Ling Tian, her eyes ablaze with hatred. "You wretched man." She could hardly fathom how such cold-hearted individuals could exist in this world. Chapter 69. Su Yue's resolution. Several exotic beasts spotted Ling Tian and his companions not far away, letting out excited roars as they charged towards them. With a swift motion, Euphemia raised her hand and unleashed a barrage of fire, causing the approaching beasts to yelp in distress and retreat with their tails between their legs, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies. These creatures had developed a certain level of intelligence, understanding the necessity to evade danger. Su Yue watched this scene with indignation. These individuals could easily drive away the beasts yet remained cold-hearted, choosing not to save the dying. Ling Tian, observing the hatred in Su Yue's eyes, merely smiled in silence. It was evident that someone of her stature, a campus beauty, had yet to face the harsh realities of society. No matter, it would serve her well to learn a lesson here and broaden her horizons. With a faint click, the handcuffs on Su Yue's wrists were released. "You wish to save someone? Here is your chance. Do not merely stand behind, boasting empty words," Ling Tian taunted. Su Yue bit her lip, remaining silent, her gaze filled with determination and resolve. Dragging her battered body, she picked up the extraordinary sword and headed towards the direction of the beasts. "Yubing, mend her attire," Ling Tian instructed Yubing. "Why?" Yubing queried, puzzled. "I allow her passage solely to impart a lesson, not to endanger her life." "Oh," Yubing nodded in understanding, activating her repair abilities. A flash of violet light enveloped Su Yue, her tattered white armor visibly restoring itself at an astonishing rate. Thud, thud. The beasts relentlessly slammed against the entrance door, desperately attempting to break in for their feast. "What on earth are we to do?" The terrified crowd hidden on the first floor frantically reinforced the door with earthen walls and debris. These creatures were overwhelmingly powerful, causing the entire building to shake, threatening imminent collapse. "Listen to my commands. Do not be afraid." Su Yue's voice resonated from outside. The crowd instantly felt a surge of hope. Several girls exclaimed excitedly, "President, you escaped that villain. I knew you were the best, Yue." However, Su Yue had no time for idle chatter. "This building cannot withstand for much longer. You must hurry to the rooftop and leap to safety." The residential buildings here generally range from 3 to 5 stories, allowing for feasible movement on the rooftops. But if no one is on the first floor to hold them back, they will break in. The slower girls ascended the stairs first. "I will draw these beasts away. The rest of you assess the situation and flee." Su Yue's voice rang out. The boys exchanged glances, unsure if they were to act as rear guards. Reluctantly, they acquiesced to Su Yue's authority. With a swift movement, Su Yue drew her crossbow, launching arrows towards the largest beast in the horde, a wild boar known as the lone wolf. A howl erupted from the enraged creatures, who then charged towards Su Yue. Activating hunting stance, she significantly reduced her weight and enhanced her agility. Despite the beast's superior speed, even with her enhanced agility, Su Yue knew she could not outrun them. However, she had her own strategies. With a flick, she cast her grappling hook towards a nearby structure. With a powerful leap aided by her grappling hook, she ascended the exterior walls of the building, gracefully traversing its surface. The beasts below howled in frustration, their cries echoing through the air. Meanwhile, she occasionally loosed a few crossbow bolts at the creatures battering the entrance, deliberately drawing their ire. The number of beasts assaulting the door had diminished significantly, alleviating the pressure on the boys inside who were tasked with fortifying it. "Quick, now's our chance to reach the rooftop," one of them shouted, leading the charge upward. with the others swiftly following suit. Bang, bang, bang. Without the reinforcement of human effort, the dilapidated door could not withstand the onslaught for long. In a mere 2 minutes, it was breached. A baboon screeched, pursuing the scent of humanity as it swiftly scaled the stairs. On the rooftop, several girls emerged first, eagerly leaping to adjacent rooftops. Witnessing the beasts below relentlessly battering the door, they exchanged high fives, celebrating their narrow escape. How strange, there should be others hiding in the building. Why are these creatures only after us? The girls pondered this mystery. The beasts instinctively favored high-level ability users, as devouring them could significantly accelerate their evolution. Their primary target was indeed Ling Tian and his group, but the overwhelming firepower there forced them to seek easier prey. Clang. A few boys also surged from the first floor to the rooftop, glancing in the direction of the girls before hastily jumping over. Creak. The shrill cries of the baboons echoed as they pursued the humans to the rooftop. Damn it. The last boy, lagging behind, hurriedly leaped to another rooftop. Rip. A baboon caught hold of his clothing, causing him to lose his balance and plummet from the 5th floor. Thud. He crashed to the ground, bones snapping upon impact. In the next moment, the beast swarmed him, tearing him apart mercilessly. Curse those wretched monkeys. The others cursed vehemently as they swiftly moved toward another building. Observing this scene from her precarious position entangled with the beasts, Su Yue quickly issued commands to her teammates. Stop running. You can't outrun these monkeys on the rooftop. Form up and prepare to fight. Resolutely, the group of men and women ceased their flight, uniting their abilities to confront the pursuing beasts. Su Yue, utilizing her grappling hook, joined her teammates in the fray. It must be said, the girl named Su Yue was quite formidable. Euphemia, watching from below, marveled, I never expected her to save an entire team through her individual prowess. Ling Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Yue's capabilities. However, he added, these beasts are no pushovers. Without our intervention, many would surely perish. Creak. The baboon screeched, agilely bounding across the rooftop, evading the incoming abilities. Though these creatures were only ranked at level 2, their strength surpassed that of level 3 human zombies, proving to be quite a nuisance. The abilities unleashed by the group struggled to find their mark. Creak. One monkey charged from the side, seizing a girl by the arm and biting down hard. Crack. Her entire arm was gruesomely severed. Su Yue, consumed by fury, charged towards the monkey with her sword, her speed so remarkable that it left a long, fleeting shadow in its wake. The monkey, exhibiting exceptional agility, abandoned its grasp and darted towards the outer wall of the building. Yet Su Yue would not relent. She hurled her grappling hook, pursuing it relentlessly. Perish. With a righteous strike, the sword emanated a sacred radiance, descending upon the fleeing mutated monkey from the heavens. Flash. The creature let out a harrowing screech of pain before being cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Ling Tian applauded from below, exclaiming, what a splendid aerial execution. Such intricate maneuvers left him in awe. Alas, there was not just one monkey. How long could you protect your comrades? Chapter 70. The Malice of Humanity. Caw, caw. A mutated bird of prey circled above. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yue pursued the monkey, it swooped down, grasping its quarry with sharp talons, and soared into the distance. Damn it, bring that creature down. A commanding shout rang out as the group unleashed fireballs and air cannons, aimed at the airborne beast. The creature, feeling the sting, relinquished its hold on the victim and ascended once more. The unfortunate boy, cast aside by the bird, emitted a heart-wrenching cry as he fell heavily to the ground, whereupon a monstrous beast immediately descended to feast upon him. Zhao Gang, Su Yue called out, her heart laden with sorrow. If it were within her power, she would wish to prevent anyone from perishing before her eyes. Howling, mutated foxes and hares surged up the stairs, screeching as they lunged at the crowd. With no time for grief, Su Yue engaged in battle, wielding her blade against the ferocious beasts. The air filled with terrified screams as baboons, monkeys, and the birds seized the moment to launch surprise attacks. Despite their valiant resistance, having slain one bird and one baboon, they could not prevent the beast from snatching away their companions. Infuriating, Su Yue, witnessing this scene, was filled with righteous anger and unleashed her righteous slay, her sword glowing with divine light. Howling, the foxes and hares fell beneath her blade. Panting, Su Yue leaned on her sword, half-crouched to catch her breath. The wounds inflicted by Ling Tian's dagger had yet to receive proper treatment. After the intense battle, her injuries had worsened, crimson blood oozing from her wounds, staining her extraordinary bodysuit. Although they had slain 5 beasts, 3 more had emerged from below. The group felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of these creatures. How long will this continue? Their voices brimmed with anxiety. Su Yue. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Ling Tian called out, if you are willing to acquiesce to my terms, I can intervene and save you all right now. What? The group glanced at Ling Tian and his companions below. They had gained some understanding of Ling Tian's power, realizing that if he chose to act, their chances of survival would greatly increase. A glimmer of hope ignited within them. President. The crowd's eager gaze was fixed upon Su Yue, igniting a sensation of intense pressure within her. Do not heed his empty words. We can vanquish these monstrous beasts ourselves. Follow my lead and form ranks for battle. Su Yue urged them. However, uncertainty rippled through the group as they exchanged glances, their spirits utterly deflated. They yearned for salvation, unwilling to confront the ferocious creatures. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air as a baboon seized a girl, dragging her away. The crowd sprang into action, unleashing a variety of powers against the baboon, attempting to hinder its movements. Yet, it was unable to evade the onslaught of abilities raining down upon it. With a roar, the baboon was struck by fireballs and ice spikes, howling in pain as it fell, taking the girl with it. The sound of her body hitting the ground was sickening, bones shattering like a broken doll. She gasped as ribs pierced her lungs, inflicting grievous internal injuries. Unable to move, she struggled to expel the blood pooling in her mouth. The baboon, too, yelped in distress but quickly regained its footing, dragging its wounded form towards the girl's head. This horrifying scene ignited a wave of panic among the onlookers. President Yue, please agree to that man's terms. Save us. We cannot possibly fight such monsters. One cried. Indeed, is someone else's condition worth more than our lives? Another echoed. Su Yue, you risk your teammates' lives for your own selfish interests. You mock their very existence. Su Yue looked at the crowd, at a loss for words. She had desperately come to rescue her comrades, only to be met with their accusations. Seeing her distress, a girl named Shueli stepped forward. Yue has led us in hunting zombies and gathering food for days. She has already sacrificed so much for us. You have no right to demand anything from her. Nonsense. The crowd erupted in outrage. Leading us. She merely commands us to risk our lives. Exactly. Without our assistance, how would she dare to venture out on her own? Su Yue, stop pretending to be noble. If you agree to that man's conditions, we can all be saved. What does it matter if you sacrifice a little? Are our lives not worth anything? They insisted. At worst, it's just a game with that man, and we could save ourselves. How can you, Su Yue, refuse such a beneficial deal? Su Yue clenched her fists, shocked that her former classmates, once vibrant and cultured, were now pressuring her to barter her dignity with a stranger. Shueli, astonished at the demands being made, rebuked the crowd. You have gone too far. You have no authority to demand Yue's sacrifice. What do you mean, Shueli? Su Yue hasn't even spoken, so why are you so afraid to voice your concerns? The crowd glared at her. I am merely speaking the truth. Who are you to demand that Yue sacrifice herself for your sake? Shueli argued fiercely. Shut up, you insufferable fool. You talk too much. A sudden crash interrupted their heated exchange. Amidst the throng, an unknown assailant delivered a vicious kick to Shueli, sending her tumbling beyond the rooftop railing. Ah, Xiaoli. Su Yue's heart came to a halt at the sight. She could scarcely fathom that her dear friend had been so ruthlessly hurled into the abyss. Below lay a menacing pack of savage beasts. Thud. Shueli desperately extended her hands, managing to grasp the railing just in time before her fall. Help me, someone help me, she cried out, her petite form quivering precariously in the air. A cluster of boys and girls exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. You all. Su Yue's shock turned to dismay as she regarded her former classmates, now feeling as if they were strangers. Don't look at me, I didn't kick her off. One boy mumbled defensively, with her battered body. Su Yue activated her grappling hook and surged toward Shueli. Creak. A baboon, having spotted a solitary prey, swiftly scaled the outer wall, lunging at Shueli. Su Yue, seeing the creature's advance, brandished her sword, which radiated a holy light. Damn beast. With a swift swipe, the sword cleaved the baboon in two. The creature's carcass, propelled by its own momentum, collided forcefully with Shueli, causing her to lose her balance and plummet from the rooftop. Shueli. Chapter 71. The Ascendant Boss Shueli. Su Yue raced downwards. Thud. Shueli landed heavily on the ground, groaning in agony. Her bones fractured, rendering her immobile. The nearby beasts, sensing their quarry had fallen, eagerly closed in. You vile creatures, stand down. Su Yue's sword shimmered with sacred brilliance as she thrust it towards the encroaching beasts. A wild boar pierced, let out a piercing scream. Su Yue's full force strike had a power level of at least 40. Such force could deal with typical second-tier beasts, yet against the tough-skinned, robust third-tier wild boar, it failed to inflict mortal damage. The boar bellowed in fury, shaking its head violently and sending Su Yue sprawling to the ground. Immediately, she rolled to her feet and charged again at the beasts surrounding Shueli. The monsters lingering on the streets were predominantly large creatures, wolves, wild boars, leopards, and the like, none of which were easy foes. Su Yue was battered and tossed about by the relentless onslaught of these beasts. Despite her hunting stance and structural optimization mitigating some impact damage, her battered body teetered on the brink of collapse. "Don't worry about me. Yue cough, you'll die?" Xueli, lying on the ground, struggled to speak. "Don't talk. I will bring you back alive," Su Yue vowed. Her clothes stained with blood as she leaned on her sword and stubbornly rose once more. This enchanting beauty, who resembled a fragile flower, possessed an unwavering resolve that belied her delicate appearance. Ling Tian sighed, observing, "Euphemia, let us go save her." Euphemia looked at him in confusion. "It seems she is yet to yield to you. Are you truly going to intervene and save her?" "I arrived here, weary from my journey, not to claim a lifeless body, but to rescue her first and later provide her with psychological guidance," Ling Tian remarked indifferently. Despite being in such dire straits, Su Yue still refused to seek assistance for herself. Such a woman cannot be coerced into submission through forceful means. "Yes, my master." Euphemia raised her luminous submachine gun and advanced alongside Ling Tian. "Hey, don't leave me behind," Yu Bingbing exclaimed, clutching her bow and hastening to catch up. Ling Tian retrieved the rare-grade extraordinary item, the beast taming token, activating its effect. A strange black light flashed, enveloping the level 3 wild boar nearby Su Yue. The boar, the size of a small hill, stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. "Humble servant, fight for me," Ling Tian commanded the boar, holding the token. The boar let out a mighty bellow, using its 2-meter-long tusks to toss aside the beasts that sought to tear Su Yue apart. Su Yue, barely managing to stand, was taken aback, unable to comprehend the boar's sudden change in temperament. This rare token truly proved its worth. Effortlessly commanding a fierce level 3 beast to fight on his behalf, Ling Tian thought, observing the boar's valiant figure. The strange beasts, noticing the approach of Ling Tian and his companions, became increasingly agitated, baring their teeth and howling as a warning. Euphemia immediately raised her submachine gun, firing as she moved toward the horde of beasts. The bullets, with a base power of 7, multiplied to an impressive 28 due to the combined abilities of Euphemia and Yu Bingbing. The bullets rained down upon the beasts, leaving them mangled and dismembered. Su Yue struggled to glance behind her, astonished that these strangers would come to her aid. The enraged beasts charged towards the source of the gunfire. Ling Tian, wielding a finely crafted battle axe, stood in front to create an opportunity for Euphemia to unleash her firepower. The moment Euphemia ran out of bullets, he would swiftly retrieve 2 fully loaded submachine guns from his spatial ring to provide her with logistical support. Under Euphemia's relentless barrage, within less than a minute, the leading beasts were utterly obliterated. A strange howl echoed from the distant forest, as if the beasts engaged in battle had received some command. They abruptly turned and fled into the depths of the woods. With the crisis averted, Su Yue finally exhaled in relief, only to succumb to darkness and collapse onto the ground. "What's wrong?" Ling Tian felt a sense of unease upon hearing the peculiar howl. Could it be that something was commanding the beasts? With a flicker of his ring, a claw appeared in his hand. Ling Tian hurled the claw onto the rooftop, using its power to scale up swiftly. He then took out his binoculars, scanning the direction the monsters had retreated. A creature glowing with a red hue came into view. Indeed, that was a special boss on the verge of evolution. "Ling Tian, what is happening?" Yu Bingbing shouted loudly towards the rooftop. "It's nothing. You and Euphemia go collect the beast cores. I'll see if there are any healing abilities around." After speaking, Ling Tian rushed towards the location of Su Yue's teammates. Yu Bingbing exchanged glances with the stunning Euphemia, preparing to gather their spoils. Yu Bingbing approached a level 3 mutated wolf, drawing out her dagger to extract its core. Suddenly, she exclaimed in confusion, "Hey, what is going on?" Euphemia walked over, inquiring what happened. "It seems like something is glowing inside this wolf's belly." "Really?" Euphemia stepped closer and indeed observed a faint gray light emanating from within the wolf. Could it explode? It shouldn't, right? Euphemia bravely took out her dagger and carefully sliced open the wolf's belly. An object, glowing with a gray hue, slowly floated up. Reminiscent of the scene when a boss zombie's death leads to the appearance of an upgraded core. Euphemia gingerly grasped the object in her hand. As the gray light rapidly dissipated, the true form of the object was revealed, a talisman inscribed with peculiar patterns. Yu Bingbing exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? Do you recognize it?" Euphemia shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the talisman as her mind raced through her memories. "It resembles artifacts from ancient times. I believe it to be an extraordinary item. But why would an extraordinary item be found inside a beast?" Euphemia replied, shaking her head, "I'm uncertain. My knowledge regarding extraordinary items comes from Occam. Perhaps Ling Tian knows more. Oh, then I'll look for other beasts. Maybe they have treasures within them too." Before long, Yu Bingbing's excited voice echoed again. "There's definitely something here too. This time, She didn't wait for Euphemia, but rolled up her sleeves and cut open the beast herself. It felt akin to unboxing a mystery box, utterly addictive. In the bedroom, a soft moan broke the silence as Su Yue awakened from her unconscious state. Disoriented, she felt intense pain coursing through her body. Glancing down, she noticed she was clad in a loose, comfortable nightgown, swathed in layers of bandages, much like a mummy. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Ling Tian had initially intended to tease her, but upon seeing her battered condition, he lost all interest. What about Xueli? She should be okay, right? Su Yue murmured. She vaguely recalled Xueli being alive before she fainted. If that stranger had saved her, surely Xueli would have been rescued too. A self-deprecating smile crossed her face as she thought, who would have thought that in the end, I would have to rely on that annoying guy to reclaim my life. Chapter 72. The maid life of a top star. Su Yue covered her face with her hands as the memories of her previous experiences flooded uncontrollably into her mind. At that moment, she had dragged her battered body, desperately trying to save her classmates, standing resolutely before them to combat the ferocious beasts. Those alumni, driven by their self-interest, resorted to coercing themselves into sharing beds with strangers. After being rebuffed, they unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Their pretentious airs of superiority and selfishness were accompanied by an array of venomous remarks that were utterly unbearable. Most egregious of all, they had the audacity to push Xue Li off the balcony. The mere thought of this caused a sharp pang in Su Yue's heart. Are these individuals even human? They resemble nothing more than beasts cloaked in human guise. In a fleeting moment, Ling Tian's visage surfaced in Su Yue's mind. She paused momentarily, then reconsidered her perception of him. Was he truly the villainous fiend she had imagined? A faint sound emerged from nearby. It was rather difficult to evaluate. Su Yue felt goosebumps rise upon hearing it. Was Bingbing truly alluring in such a manner? The insidious and seductive tones drifted intermittently, leaving Su Yue in a state of agitation. Curiously, she climbed out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and quietly opened the door. The space was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room inn, with the sounds emanating from the master bedroom. Stealthily, Su Yue approached, only to discover that the door was ajar. Through the crack, her eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before her. Was that Yu Bingbing? As one of the leading stars of Dragon Nation, her visage was well known to all. Su Yue's surprise stemmed from the sheer shock of the unfolding spectacle. The stunning queen of the entertainment industry was clad in a black and white maid outfit. This was beyond anything she had anticipated. A complex expression crossed Su Yue's pure and radiant face. Inside the room, Ling Tian toyed with his spoils. Master, what exactly did we find within the corpse of the otherworldly beast? Yu Bingbing inquired. It is, of course, an extraordinary item. What else could it be? Ling Tian replied. But how could such a remarkable item be found inside a beast? That seems rather peculiar, she countered. Ling Tian stroked Yu Bingbing's hair. You see, zombies and otherworldly beasts are particularly attracted to 3 types of items: the crystals of ability users, weaponry and munitions, and extraordinary items. There must be ancient ruins in this vicinity. The beasts possess an exceptional sense of smell, capable of detecting the essence of extraordinary items buried beneath the ground. They likely unearthed these treasures from the ruins and swallowed them whole. However, digestion of such extraordinary items poses a significant challenge for them. Even entry-level extraordinary items take weeks to be fully absorbed by these beasts. They are indeed unfortunate. The treasures they unearthed from the depths have fortuitously found their way into our hands. Yu Bingbing was momentarily taken aback. How remarkably fortunate. Outside, Su Yue listened intently, feeling a sense of novelty wash over her. It was her first encounter with the notion that otherworldly beasts would excavate extraordinary items for consumption. Yu Bingbing lifted her gaze towards Ling Tian. What level of extraordinary items did we acquire this time? Are they formidable? Our haul is quite impressive. We have 6 extraordinary items in total, 4 of which are elite-level talismans. What purpose do these talismans serve? Ling Tian smiled. These amulets can generate an invisible protective barrier on the surface of the body, effectively safeguarding exposed areas such as the head and eyes. Wow, can it stop bullets? Certainly. The power of a handgun is rated at 5, while a submachine gun is rated at 7, yet the barrier boasts a defense capability of 20 points. That's truly remarkable, Yu Bingbing exclaimed. With the protection of the amulets, there's no need to worry about someone lurking in the shadows and taking a shot. As one's physique enhances, the skin's resistance to cuts and piercings also improves. As a first-tier awakened being, Ling Tian's skin can withstand piercing damage of 5. A bullet from a 5-power handgun striking the head would not injure the internal organs. Euphemia, with Yu Bingbing, has a skin defense rating of 3. Su Yue, awakened with a close combat ability, possesses a higher skin defense of 5. Hey, I haven't finished yet. The barrier of the amulet provides comprehensive defense. It can withstand not only gunfire and blades but also resist ice, fire, electricity, dimensional slashes, and mental control with a power level below 20. Yu Bingbing, though unsure, sensed its impressive nature nonetheless. Chapter 73. The mysterious force raising zombies. What are you sneaking around for, cutie? The voice startled Suyue. She stiffly turned her head towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to her, a stunning blonde beauty had appeared behind her. The golden hair glistened with a hint of moisture. The main bedroom door opened with a creak, and Ling Tian emerged, accompanied by Yu Bingbing. Su. Eavesdropping outside the door is rather impolite, don't you think? Suyue leaned against the wall, cautiously observing the three. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Tian. The lovely lady over there is Euphemia, and this person beside me should be familiar to you. Ling Tian approached Suyue, casually introducing himself. Suyue remained silent, uncertain of how to engage with the person before her. Time passed in silence. Observing her demeanor, Ling Tian shook his head in exasperation. All your belongings are in the hall, and your teammates are resting in the adjacent building. You may leave whenever you wish. You're not going to keep me? Suyue's voice carried a note of surprise. You'd rather die than assist me. What use would I have for you? Ling Tian disregarded Suyue's presence. She quickly lowered her gaze, focusing intently on her shoelaces, her heart in turmoil. In this moment, she involuntarily began to reassess Ling Tian. Aside from his somewhat annoying manner of speaking, he seemed to have committed no heinous acts. It was worth noting that her initial confrontation with Ling Tian stemmed from hearing about his violent rampage against fellow alumni in the West District. Driven by a sense of justice, she felt compelled to act and agreed to join Zhou Wu in eliminating Ling Tian, the notorious villain threatening the island's inhabitants. However, it now appeared that Ling Tian was quite different from the description she had heard. He bore no resemblance to a ruthless killer. What's the matter? Not planning to leave? Ling Tian teased as he observed Suyue's hesitation. Didn't I previously come to kill you? Don't you hate me? Suyue inquired of Ling Tian. It matters not whether I harbor resentment or not. I only act in my own interest. Ling Tian's response left Suyue perplexed. Why did you kill without cause on the island? Typically, I do not seek trouble unless someone harbors ill intentions towards me. That is an entirely different matter. So, are you suggesting that the inhabitants of the island provoked you first? I am not a sadist who takes pleasure in murder. Suyue was taken aback. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Recalling what Zhou Wu had excitedly conveyed over the phone, he had mentioned that Ling Tian possessed an abundance of resources. At that time, her mind was solely focused on eradicating threats, and she had overlooked this detail. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that Zhou Wu and his companions coveted those vast resources, thus seeking to eliminate Ling Tian. The claims of indiscriminate killing and malevolence were likely mere pretexts, fabrications. Previously, Suyue had harbored no doubts about what her classmates had said. Now, with the illusion shattered, she could think rationally and objectively about the entire affair. The thought sent chills down her spine. If this were indeed the truth, then her attempt to ambush Ling Tian and his companions would amount to complicity in their wrongdoing. I apologize for mistakenly believing you to be a murderer, which is why I brought people to attack you. I sincerely apologize. Suyue placed her hands on her abdomen and bowed deeply to Ling Tian. Ling Tian observed her with a resigned shake of his head. This young lady was still rather naive. One does not simply apologize to others. Such a mindset could easily render her susceptible to manipulation. There is no need for verbal apologies. If you are sincere, let your actions speak for you. Then perhaps that is best left unsaid. He chuckled lightly. Suyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quietly withdrew. She entered the hall and indeed found her belongings laid out on the table. Taking up her weapon, she prepared to depart. Before opening the door, she glanced back at Ling Tian, only to find him entirely indifferent to her presence. Perhaps this man is worthy of trust? Suyue placed her hand on the doorknob, her head bowed in contemplation. Minutes later, she resolved to approach Ling Tian once more. May I trouble you for a moment? She mustered the courage to ask. Ling Tian furrowed his brow. What is it? Did I not allow you to leave? I wish to request something from you. Suyue stammered. What? Ling Tian was bewildered. What could this campus belle possibly want from him? Suyue bit her soft, pink lips. I implore you to save my mother. Save your mother? What has happened? Suyue recounted slowly. My mother is the principal of Shuangdan Academy. During the outbreak of the zombie crisis, she organized personnel on campus to respond to the emergency. In the following days, the zombies on campus were gradually eradicated, and the academy began to regain its vitality. However, at that moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived. They conspired from within and without, injuring and killing several of the academy's guards, seizing control of the institution. Uninvited guests, taking control of the academy? Ling Tian immediately deduced that these were likely individuals dispatched by Occam. The reason for coming to the island must also be to search for the S-rank individual, Suyue. Suyue continued, these individuals are nothing short of lunatics. My mother mentioned over the phone that they are actually raising zombies within the academy. Raising zombies? Ling Tian immediately grasped their intentions. These people aim to artificially cultivate a boss, eliminate it to obtain progression crystals, and achieve an early advancement. Only by creating a multitude of awakened first-tier warriors can they hope to capture the Empress of Long Kingdom. This closely resembles Ling Tian's initial plan, which also involved gathering S-rank powerhouses and slaughtering bosses to achieve level suppression. Su Yue spoke with fervor. Do you know how they raise these zombies? They use living people as food. The academy has turned into a veritable hell, rife with bloody carnage. My mother and a group of leaders and guards are holding their ground in the largest office building of the school. Over the past 2 days, the signals within the academy have been jammed, and I cannot ascertain the situation inside. I don't know how much longer my mother can hold out. I only know that these individuals are incredibly formidable, and it's only a matter of time before the building falls. Ling Tian nodded. I understand. You want me to help rescue her, but I am uncertain of what your mother looks like. Upon hearing this, Su Yue's eyes sparkled. She quickly retrieved a video of her mother from her phone and handed it to Ling Tian. Here, this is my mother. In the video, a stunning woman sat elegantly in a swivel chair within a tastefully decorated principal's office. Her face bore a gentle smile, exuding grace. Chapter 74. Su Yue's mother. The woman in the video had her long hair elegantly styled, revealing a smooth forehead and refined features. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her high nose, and her deep-set eyes glimmered with an enchanting hue. Is this Su Yue's mother? Ling Tian pondered. She appears to be in her late 20s, perhaps a bit too youthful. Su Yue seemed to sense Ling Tian's confusion and quickly clarified. This is a recent close-up of my mother. She places great emphasis on self-care, which is why she looks so young. People often mistake her for my sister. Oh, I see. Ling Tian nodded. He had long heard that Su Yue's mother, Lu Hanyan, was a renowned socialite in the city, and seeing her in person certainly affirmed that reputation. She radiated elegance and intellect, her presence commanding. Truly, she is the mother of 2 extraordinary beauties, possessing remarkable genes. Speaking of genes, an idea flashed in Ling Tian's mind. A woman capable of giving birth to 2 S-rank individuals must possess exceptional genetic quality, at least starting from A rank. If only she could become my personal secretary. An effortless life of attending to matters as a secretary while enjoying leisurely games of mahjong would surely be delightful. Certainly, I can assist you in rescuing her. Really? Su Yue's eyes gleamed with hope. She did not expect this man named Ling Tian to agree to such a daunting request. However, everything comes at a cost. As you must know, Ling Tian shifted the conversation. Yes, I understand, Su Yue replied softly, a blush gracing her stunning visage, reminiscent of a beauty that could bring fish and birds to shame. She lowered her head, her hands incessantly fiddling with the hem of her garment. Her heart a tumultuous blend of joy and anxiety. The joy stemmed from the prospect of her mother's salvation, while the anxiety revolved around the price that would have to be paid thereafter. Stealthily, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize the man before her. Initially, she had perceived him as a nefarious villain. However, after a period of observation, her perspective underwent a complete transformation. Unlike those who had betrayed her, Ling Tian, despite his seemingly cold and ruthless demeanor, remained steadfast and consistent in his words and actions, embodying principles to the core. Su Yue found him to be a figure worthy of trust. I shall acquiesce to all your demands, provided you rescue my mother, Su Yue murmured. But I will only be able to render payment once the matter has concluded. Oh, Ling Tian responded, his skepticism evident. Fearing his refusal, Su Yue hastily added, I assure you, my word is my bond. Is that so? Ling Tian mused, stroking his chin contemplatively before replying, very well. I shall trust that the esteemed school beauty would not renege on her promise. Upon hearing this, Su Yue's face illuminated with excitement. Really? Thank you so much. Despite her striking beauty, akin to a peerless flower, she hailed from a reputable family and had never even experienced the pangs of romance. Were it not for her desperate need to save her mother, she would never have uttered such bold words. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. A modest deposit must still be rendered, Ling Tian remarked nonchalantly. At this, Su Yue's heart fluttered with trepidation. What deposit must be paid? Once we become a family, our modes of address will naturally require adjustment. The deposit I seek is merely a preliminary alteration to how we refer to one another. Oh, I see. That is certainly manageable. Su Yue exhaled in relief, having feared something far more burdensome. Ling Tian wore a mischievous smile. Then it is settled. You may proceed. Very well. Su Yue's expression froze. What is it? Continue. I am listening, Ling Tian urged. You are being unreasonable. Su Yue's face flushed with indignation, wishing she could bite him in retaliation. She felt as though Ling Tian had no intention of assisting her and was merely toying with her emotions. What is unreasonable about this? If my mother were to marry you, I would have no qualms in addressing you accordingly. However, you have yet to meet her. This is simply... Su Yue bit her lip, visibly torn. Ling Tian, displeased, interjected what? Are you unwilling to provide a clear stance and expect me to be persuaded to rescue her? And no, that's not it. Su Yue hastily refuted. Once the ordeal concludes, I can. Nonsense. Ling Tian decisively rejected. Su Yue's eyes widened, her words caught in her throat. Why did she feel as though she had committed some grave error? Ling Tian scoffed. Do you think that because of your looks and status as a school beauty, no man would dare to reject you? Allow me to clarify. I am not like the others. I only wish to be your father. What? Su Yue was taken aback, unable to fathom such an absurdity. Ling Tian continued. Calling me father would hardly be a detriment to you, would it? You and Lu Hanyan have become my daughter and wife. And it is only fitting that I go to rescue others. Even if it means shattering my very bones, I shall not waver. Ling Tian's resolute declaration left Su Yue utterly speechless. With such words spoken, Su Yue felt there was no justifiable reason to refuse. She hesitated, opening her mouth in vain, unable to utter a complete title. No, she simply could not find her voice. It felt as though this was a cruel jest. In frustration, Su Yue stamped her foot and, with a face full of indignation, turned and fled, leaving Ling Tian and the others in the room. Yu Bingbing glanced towards the door. Are we just letting her leave like that? A pang of jealousy surged within Yu Bingbing. Was this not too indulgent of that little girl? Ling Tian, regarding Yu Bingbing with a cold gaze, said sternly, It is not your place to critique the master's actions. Remember your role. Yu Bingbing bit her luscious, crimson lip, her delicate features betraying her grievance. Oh, have you become so insolent after just 2 days without special training? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, displeasure evident. Yu Bingbing dared not meet his gaze, quickly lowering her head. Ling Tian reached out to caress her head, imparting a reminder. Always maintain reverence towards the master as a maid. I understand, Yu Bingbing replied obediently. Ling Tian, satisfied, pinched her exquisite face, feeling a sense of accomplishment. After all, Yu Bingbing was merely a supportive goddess. She posed no threat on the battlefield, allowing him to tease her freely. Ling, if you simply let her go back, won't your efforts be in vain? The alluring Euphemia approached Ling Tian, her ethereal features captivating all who beheld her. Ling Tian smiled. What is there to fear? She currently possesses a strong need for me. She will inevitably succumb to my allure. Euphemia wrapped her arms around Ling Tian's neck. Darling, are you truly that confident? Ling Tian supported her chin. Certainly. Su Yue's current refusal of my conditions merely stems from her doubts regarding my power. She must further comprehend the extent of my abilities. Haha, you indeed possess great strength. Of that I am well aware, Euphemia teased, winking mischievously at Ling Tian. How do you plan to demonstrate this to her? Afterwards, she will return to the southern base of the island with her teammates, the Heavenly Haven Resort, where we shall have our opportunity to shine together. Are you so certain she will follow your lead? I have informed her teammates that within 7 days, hordes of beasts will surge from the forest. Only by banding together do they stand a chance of survival. Euphemia, incredulous, covered her fiery red lips, her expression one of disbelief. Darling, how do you know all this? Ling Tian playfully tapped her delicate nose. It's a secret. On the 14th day of the impending calamity, temperatures will plummet. At that time, the flora of this perpetually temperate island will wither, and numerous animals will find themselves deprived of sustenance and shelter from the cold. In their desperation, these creatures will become exceedingly frenzied. The beast, radiating a crimson glow that I previously encountered in the Western District, is none other than the imminent advanced special boss, the king of the island's forest. It has sensed the impending chill and has commenced directing its minions to explore the realms of human existence. Before the onslaught of this wintry peril, this yet-to-evolve boss will lead its animal subordinates in a frenzied assault on the island's inhabitants. Are you not concerned that Su Yue's mother might perish due to delayed rescue? Heh. Lu Hanyan's safety is far more apparent to her daughter than it is to me. If Su Yue truly believed her mother was on the brink of death, she would not have dismissed my proposal so readily. I see. You are indeed quite astute. Ling Tian gazed at the golden-haired beauty in his arms. Let us not dwell on Su Yue any longer. Let us change the subject. Ling Tian whispered into Euphemia's ear. Euphemia was taken aback. Is that permissible? Did she not mention earlier that she had a bomb and a listening device inside her? How could he? Ling Tian discerned Euphemia's concern. I have deployed a signal jamming device nearby. The bomb and listening device are now rendered as mere scrap metal. Euphemia's eyes widened. Is that truly feasible? Ling Tian chuckled. If even you lack the capability to remotely control a bomb from such a distance, then how could that fellow Occam possibly manage it? The remote-controlled bomb he employs must operate via network control. Is that so? You seem to know quite a bit. Euphemia looked astonished. She was still somewhat naive regarding the myriad of supernatural abilities, believing that anything could be accomplished through them. Otherwise, why would I have divulged so much that should have remained unsaid? Ling Tian replied with a sense of pride. Having been reborn from the future, he understood all too well that a zero-tier ability user is not particularly formidable, There is no need to overthink it. Then, Euphemia's azure eyes darted about, her heart racing. Chapter 76. Nambwa Bay Resort. Upon exiting Ling Tian's residence, Su Yue made her way directly to another lodging. There, she encountered her former comrades in arms. Yue, why have you returned? Upon seeing Su Yue, the group exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. They had previously hurled vicious insults at her. Su Yue's gaze swept across them. What? Do you all think I wouldn't come back? Following the prior events, a profound rift had formed between her and these teammates. Speaking to them, she exhibited none of her former politeness or gentleness. And no, we are all quite glad that you have returned, President. The crowd forced smiles, aware of Su Yue's formidable strength. They sought to curry favor with her, despite the humiliation they had previously inflicted. Witnessing their insincere grins filled Su Yue with revulsion. She had little desire for further pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Where is Xueli? Where is she now? She is currently on the 4th floor recuperating. A boy promptly replied. Su Yue nodded and ascended to the 4th floor. There, she found Xueli resting. After receiving treatment from the team's healer, her wounds had clearly improved. Upon seeing Su Yue, Xueli's expression brightened. Yue, you have returned. Su Yue stepped forward and grasped Xueli's shoulder, urging her to remain still. You need to rest in bed for now. The two began to recount their recent experiences. Did he really say that within 7 days, a tide of aberrant beasts will surge forth? Su Yue sought confirmation from Xueli. Indeed, Xueli nodded. Ling Tian was particularly earnest when he spoke to us. Su Yue pondered deeply. Ling Tian was not the type to jest about such grave matters. The assault by the swarm of aberrant beasts during the day left her with lingering trepidation and a profound sense of insecurity. Yue, what do you plan to do next? Xueli inquired. Su Yue reciprocated. Did Ling Tian offer any suggestions? He did mention that we should retreat to the South Bay Resort in the Southern District, where a multitude of affluent individuals congregate, and the security is most formidable. Su Yue nodded in agreement. If a beast tide were indeed to erupt, that location would be the optimal choice. Initially, she had intended to establish a survivor enclave in the Western District, but Ling Tian's warning prompted her to revise her plans. Very well, we shall proceed to the South Bay Resort. Beep, beep. The apocalyptic RV, carrying Ling Tian and his companions, traversed the circular coastal road toward the South Bay Resort. Thanks to spatial expansion, the interior of the RV now resembled that of a 2-story house. Ling Tian and the 5 women felt no sense of crowding. Euphemia, with her golden locks and azure eyes, was at the wheel, while Yu Bingbing and the others relaxed and watched films with Ling Tian inside the RV. Suddenly, the gluttonous ring in Ling Tian's hand radiated a brilliant light, pure energy emanating from the ring. This peculiar phenomenon captured the attention of several individuals. Master, your ring is glowing again, Yu Bingbing exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Tian glanced down and attempted to communicate with the ring telepathically, eager to comprehend the changes it had undergone. Spatial manipulation allows for the compression or extension of surrounding space. Effective range, 100 meters. Effect, can compress space by 30 or stretch it by 142 times. Energy consumption, 1 energy point per second. It was worth the considerable expenditure of crystal cores to nurture it. The gluttonous ring has unlocked new powers, Ling Tian said with a smile. However, he found it challenging to fully grasp the implications of spatial manipulation and could not accurately assess its strength. Nonetheless, having it was better than not. Notably, the potency of spatial flicker had also seen an enhancement, allowing for a flicker distance of 25 meters with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Master, what exactly has happened to your ring? The women could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired. It has unlocked some intriguing abilities, enhancing my combat prowess, Ling Tian briefly explained. He then attempted to activate spatial manipulation, compressing the space ahead by 100 meters. Whoosh! The RV's speed surged dramatically. What is happening? Why do I feel as though the scenery ahead is rushing toward us? Euphemia's incredulous voice echoed from the driver's seat. You are not mistaken, Euphemia. Ling Tian replied via the intercom. This is a newfound power of mine, akin to a magical technique that shortens distance. After an arduous journey exceeding 8 hours, a vast architectural complex emerged before the onlookers. Welcome to Nambwa Bay, the resort boasting the most extensive leisure and entertainment facilities on Blue Ring Island. Here, one can find not only luxurious hotels and a variety of apartments, but also a water sports center, a central plaza, a tennis club, a golf course, and a seaside bathing area, among a plethora of comprehensive amenities. The resort offers an array of aquatic adventures, including underwater explorations, sea walking, deep-sea jet skiing, parasailing, free diving, scuba diving, banana boating, glass-bottom boat tours, speedboat excursions, jet skiing, surfing, and beach motorbiking, as well as an array of distinctive recreational activities. Numerous specialty restaurants and bars are available, serving delectable cuisine around the clock for the guests. Regrettably, this once thriving vacation haven now lies desolate. From a distance, one could scarcely spot a soul. To fend off the encroachment of zombies, the survivors have excavated a trench surrounding the Manhwa Bay Resort. This trench, measuring 1 meter in width and 2 meters in depth, is laden with numerous traps. Any intruding zombies would find themselves ensnared, suffering grievous injuries from the spikes and iron clamps within. As the vehicle continued its journey, it arrived at the entrance of the resort, which was securely barricaded by vehicles and makeshift iron fences, with personnel stationed nearby for surveillance. "Halt your vehicle," commanded a group of individuals clad in uniform security attire, blocking the path of Ling Tian's vehicle. Euphemia, seated in the driver's seat, lowered her window and inquired, "What seems to be the issue, gentlemen?" The security personnel momentarily froze upon seeing her. Who might this be? The crew-cut security chief approached the driver's side and gazed up at Euphemia, letting out a whistle. "This lovely miss, the area has been entirely taken over by Yunhai Group. To gain entry for safety, a corresponding fee is required." Ling Tian, observing the chief's ravenous expression through the monitor in the RV, picked up the intercom and coldly retorted, "This is not the property of Yunhai Group. What right do you have to charge us?" The chief's countenance darkened upon hearing the man's voice. "We have invested considerable effort in establishing extensive security measures, patrolling around the clock to ensure safety for those inside. Do you not think we are entitled to collect a fee? A loaf of bread weighing 600 grams, or a 10 energy zombie crystal core, will allow one person to stay for 3 days, and a minimum of 3 days' worth must be paid up front." Chapter 77. The Grand Maritime Summit Yunhai Group is one of the top super conglomerates in China, engaged in various sectors including real estate, entertainment, and technology, with its influence radiating throughout East Asia. The chairman, Yun Jishan, is a renowned titan of the business world, wielding immense power. Prior to the apocalypse, this magnate hosted a grand maritime summit on the island, where the entire Manhwa Bay Resort was teeming with actors, businessmen, tycoons, and dignitaries worth billions. Naturally, an assortment of internet celebrities, stars, models, and socialites were also present. "So, Ling Tian, shall we pay the fee for their protection?" Euphemia turned to inquire of Ling Tian. Ling Tian replied indifferently, "Certainly." Euphemia retrieved 6 level 2 crystal cores from her possession and casually tossed them aside, saying, "This is the fare for our group of 6. It suffices for a stay of 9 days. The security captain examined the crystal cores and remarked, "How generous." A group of security personnel gathered around, exclaiming, "Captain, that foreign lady is stunning. Allowing her to pass without further scrutiny would be a grave mistake." The captain discreetly glanced at Euphemia, his ambitions stirred. He needed a pretext to halt their passage. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates understood the cue and promptly sprang into action. A group stealthily brought over stone stakes, encircling the vehicle. After a moment of waiting without any movement, Euphemia urged, "Why are you all standing there? Hurry and open the gate. Let us through." "Wait, what's the matter now? How am I to know there are only 3 people in your vehicle? We must board and inspect it." Euphemia frowned, clearly reluctant to allow them to examine the vehicle. She tossed down 3 more level 2 crystal cores, stating, "It is inconvenient for us to have our vehicle inspected. Allow us passage with these additional cores." The security captain juggled the crystal cores in his hand. A forced smile plastered on his face as he replied, "This young lady is indeed quite generous. However, while on our turf, we must adhere to our rules." "What do you mean by that?" The captain barked. "Everyone in the vehicle, step down. I suspect foul play, and you must submit to our inspection." A mocking laugh from Ling Tian echoed through the intercom. "Foolish creatures, daring to extort even me." The captain's expression darkened. "Watch your tongue, boy, lest you provoke the winds and lose it. What are you barking about? Just a few watchdogs. And you fancy yourselves important enough to inspect us?" Ling Tian's words struck a nerve among the security personnel. "You bastard, get down here. I will make sure you regret this." Euphemia inquired through the intercom, "What should we do now?" Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, "Just a few pesky insects. Crush them without hesitation." Euphemia, in agreement, licked her red lips and responded, "Yes, my master." With a thunderous roar, the engine ignited. The security personnel, laboring with the stone stakes, looked up in alarm. But it was too late. The heavy RV collided forcefully, knocking them to the ground. The surrounding security personnel widened their eyes in shock. "Stop! Stop!" The captain bellowed in fury. "Do you wish to defy the Yunhai Group on their own territory?" Ling Tian scoffed internally. Though the Yunhai Group was formidable, that strength belonged to a bygone era. Times had changed. His current team was powerful enough to stride through the Magic City unchallenged. Few forces could rival him. What was the Yunhai Group but a trivial entity? Crunch. The 20-ton RV rolled mercilessly over the fallen security personnel. Blood, bones, and flesh splattered in an instant. The agonized screams of those beneath the wheels quickly faded into silence. The air was thick with a pungent stench of blood and gasoline. As the RV rolled by, fresh crimson flesh was ground into the earth, transforming into an indistinguishable mass. Witnessing this scene, Euphemia in the vehicle displayed no fear. Rather, she exuded an unusual exhilaration. Ha! How thrilling! She laughed exuberantly, steering the vehicle towards the entrance of the resort. With a thunderous roar, the engine screamed as the massive iron gates splintered open, revealing a wide path leading into the resort. Ling Tian and his companions sped away, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. The security personnel, having narrowly escaped, gazed at the RV's receding figure and finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. "Captain, what should we do next?" One of the security staff inquired of their leader. "What to do? We must report to the higher-ups," the captain replied, clenching his fists as he surveyed the scattered remains. These reckless bastards must pay in blood for their transgressions. Chapter 78. Trouble. Su Yue led her team through the resort, her youthful and striking visage capturing the attention of other ability-wielding groups. "Hey ladies, do you have any plans? How about accompanying us for some fun tonight?" They whistled at Su Yue's team, their faces adorned with brazen grins. "Ruffians." A female member of the group spat disdainfully at them. Those men, however, took pride in their lewdness. "Haha, you got it right. A rogue is what I am. A bad boy is what women desire. Honest men are only fit to serve us." They continued, "You all look so tender and rosy. You must be students from the island." "Oh, this island is home to prestigious academies, and I've heard it costs a small fortune to study here. Tens of thousands a year, they say. TSK, TSK. A bunch of pampered young lords and ladies." Various unsavory remarks filled the air. These individuals had once been service staff at the resort, but after the apocalypse unfolded and they awakened their abilities, they were embraced by the Yunhai group, experiencing a meteoric rise in status. Among Su Yue's group, a lad named Su Kai stepped forward in anger, pointing at the insolent crowd and bellowing, "What do you scoundrels mean by this? You dare to harass my girlfriend?" "Oh, quite the temper you have," the cap-wearing provocateur retorted, casting a challenging glance at Su Kai. "There are plenty who would accompany me. Being with your girlfriend is a privilege." "What did you say?" Su Kai's veins bulged as he charged forward, seizing the provocateur's collar with intent to strike. Having slain numerous zombies alongside Su Yue in recent days, Su Kai had ascended to level 2, and with newfound strength came an inflated ego. He thought little of these men. "What's this? You looking for a fight?" The provocateur's companions moved in, encircling Su Kai. Surveying the 7 or 8 adversaries before him, Su Kai scoffed dismissively. "You think you're the only ones with numbers? We're no pushovers either." The 10 members of Su Yue's team rushed forward, standing resolutely behind Su Kai in solidarity. "What? Do you think we are easy targets and want to brawl?" The duck-billed cap whistled, and a dozen individuals emerged from the surroundings. These imposing figures wielded fire axes and heavy hammers, towering over others. However, Su Kai remained utterly unperturbed. "President, come quickly and lend a hand," he shouted towards Su Yue, who stood at some distance. He had complete faith in her strength. Collectively, these ruffians were no match for her prowess. Su Yue crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance in his direction, her eyes reflecting scorn. What a fool. Instead of knowing his place, he chose to provoke trouble. To make matters worse, he sought her assistance to mitigate the consequences of his folly. In the past, Su Yue would have certainly stood up for her teammates and confronted these adversaries head-on. But now, she had abandoned such naive thoughts. With an indifferent tone, she remarked to Su Kai, "Are we that familiar? You must resolve your own mess." "What?" Su Kai was taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Yue would utter such words. How audacious, he thought, as he faced the derision of those around him. The duck-billed cap shouted fiercely, kicking Su Kai to the ground. "Let us teach this brat a lesson." The crowd lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of blows upon him. Ah! Su Kai screeched like a slaughtered pig, "President, save me." His fellow teammates, initially inclined to help, faltered upon witnessing the armed giants surrounding them. Without Su Yue's backing, they hesitated to confront these thugs. Meanwhile, Su Yue stood with her arms crossed, observing Su Kai endure his punishment as if it were none of her concern. A group of alumni, witnessing her indifferent demeanor, erupted in indignation. "Su Yue, what are you doing? Su Kai is your teammate. How can you remain oblivious? Indeed, you once said we are like chopsticks. Only united can we stand against oppression. What does your current behavior imply? United?" Su Yue scoffed at the irony. "Ah, how foolish I was in the past, utterly incapable of recognizing the uselessness of these individuals." Ignoring the alumni, she pulled Xueli to stand aside. Su Kai, like a sandbag, was mercilessly kicked about, suffering immensely. He pleaded for mercy. "Oh, dear brothers, please stop. I was wrong." "Huh, now you realize your mistakes, but it's too late." The duck-billed cap snarled, Break this dog-ass leg to set an example for the others. A burly man approached wielding a hammer, bringing it down upon Sukai's leg with a resounding crack. A scream escaped Sukai's lips as he lost his ability to walk. The remaining alumni watched in horror, exchanging glances of dread, and instinctively began to retreat. Trying to escape? The duck-billed Cap shouted, signaling for others to encircle Su Yue's teammates. What do you want from us? We haven't wronged you. The group stammered in fear. Bah! A cap-wearing man spat on a boy's face and exclaimed, enough of your feigned innocence. Each of us here must pay a protection fee equivalent to 2,000 grams of bread. Otherwise, you shan't leave. Chapter 79, Relentless Advance. 2,000 grams of bread. Upon hearing this, the group became alarmed. Such a sum was no trifling matter and would nearly deplete their hard-earned resources from these past few days. Suyue, if you do not wish to contribute, surely you can assist us by covering the protection fee. Suyue frowned upon hearing this. What concern is your protection fee to me? The others retorted indignantly. You have eliminated the most zombies and gathered the most supplies. It is only fair that you support us, your teammates. Suyue pressed her forehead in exasperation. She realized how foolish she had been to selflessly support them. A sentiment that now struck her as naive. The supplies I possess are the fruits of my labor. Do not harbor such delusions. The group erupted in protest. Suyue, is this how you lead us? We placed our trust in you. She glanced at them in silence before preparing to leave with Shueli. There was nothing more to discuss with these ungrateful ingrates. In her heart, Suyue had already relinquished her hopes for these so-called companions. Her initial desire to unite these classmates stemmed from a selfish motive, to cultivate them as allies to aid her in rescuing others from the academy. Now, however, she recognized her folly. These individuals were utterly untrustworthy. In the face of danger, betrayal was as common to them as breathing. Relying on their strength to save others was nothing short of a delusion. Additionally, Suyue came to realize that these individuals were entirely inept. After spending days in their company, she discerned a stark difference in strength. She far surpassed them, particularly after her encounters with the trio of Ling Tian. The disparity between individuals became even more apparent. The efforts she had expended training these individuals yielded little. They were akin to the weakest of warriors. The crystal cores she had fed them were akin to throwing meat buns to dogs, utterly wasted. It would be far wiser to reserve the cores for hiring more competent individuals. In her mind, the image of a certain man surfaced. If all else failed, perhaps she could enlist his aid. She would not suffer any loss in doing so. She thought to herself. The surrounding ability teams showed no mercy to the group of students. Stop dragging your feet. If you delay any further, I will break your legs. Please, we will pay. Without Suyue's support, the students were like deflated balloons, too intimidated to utter a word. Dejectedly, they surrendered their supplies. Captain, do those two women over there need to pay? A burly man pointed towards Suyue and Shueli, who were preparing to depart. Of course they must. The cap-wearing man licked his lips, adding, that one named Suyue is exceptionally beautiful. Letting her leave would be a grave miscalculation. With that, the group, having collected their supplies, surrounded Suyue, who was about to leave. Don't run away, little girl. Suyue halted her steps, turning her head to cast a cold glance at the flat-brimmed cap, her eyes brimming with a warning. The cap-wearer dismissed her gaze with contempt, thinking that with just the two of them, how formidable could they truly be? How about this? I want to require you to pay a protection fee. Just stay and share a couple of drinks with me, and offer an apology, he declared with an air of arrogance. Suyue's teammates, who had just completed the payment, glanced over with eyes filled with resentment. They longed for nothing more than to see Suyue pinned to the ground, believing that would alleviate their pent-up frustration. Yue, what should we do? Shueli asked anxiously. Be careful, I might not be able to protect you soon, Suyue replied, positioning Shueli behind her while her hand rested on the hilt of her sword. Suddenly, a shrill horn blared as a towering heavy RV approached from a distance. The noise drew the attention of the cap-wearers, who turned to look. What on earth is that? They exclaimed, as the RV seemed to have a mind of its own, heading straight for Suyue. Good heavens! The cap-wearers were startled and quickly scattered in all directions. The vehicle came to a stop 5 meters beside Suyue, and the window rolled down to reveal a familiar face. Is that Ling Tian? What brings him here? Suyue stared in astonishment at the occupant of the vehicle. Ling Tian waved at her. Hey there, beautiful, do you need assistance? Suyue regarded Ling Tian in silence. He shrugged, still the same, I see. Just then, a piercing shout pierced the air as the cap-wearer and his gang surrounded Ling Tian's vehicle. How the hell did you drive here? You almost hit me. Get out and apologize on your knees. The enraged team of abilities clamored. Apologize? Ling Tian scoffed internally. Euphemia. He called towards the driver's seat, and she immediately understood. With a roar of the engine, the RV lurched forward. The unsuspecting members of the ability team were caught off guard, knocked down as the chilling sound of carnage ensued. Aya! Horrific screams echoed throughout the resort. Su Yue and her teammates stood frozen in shock. This was far too ruthless. After all, this was the territory of the Yunhai group, and this team of abilities belonged to the group as well. Such an act was tantamount to defying the Yunhai group. The cap-wearer's eyes reddened, his facial muscles twitching in fury. You dare to commit murder here. Everyone, don't scatter. Blow up that damn vehicle. He bellowed, directing his subordinates to attack the RV. In an instant, various abilities were hurled towards the vehicle. However, their powers were woefully inadequate. The minimal damage posed no threat to the RV. Euphemia cast a cold glance at the cap-wearer through the rearview mirror, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the next moment, the RV began to reverse. Boom, boom, boom. The massive, unwieldy vehicle rampaged towards the crowd. As the wheels rolled over, countless bodies were crushed, blood flowing freely. Run for your lives. The crowd, awakened from their stupor, screamed and scattered in all directions. The cap-wearing man reacted a beat too slowly and was immediately knocked to the ground by the RV. Stop! Stop! He shouted in terror, desperately crawling beneath the vehicle to evade the crushing wheels. The surveillance camera positioned under the RV transmitted the sight of his frantic struggle to the screen in the driver's cabin. Euphemia, gripping the steering wheel, observed the scene with clarity. She let out a whistle, directing the vehicle's tires towards him. The cap-wearing man had no time to escape, as the wheels rolled over his knees, and his body was gruesomely severed. Don't kill me. I'm with the Yunhai group. If you kill me, you will all pay with your lives. He screamed, clutching his wounded limbs, attempting to intimidate the 3 occupants of the RV with the name of his organization. Euphemia glanced at Ling Tian. What is the Yunhai group? Ling Tian shrugged. Perhaps they handle sewage. I wouldn't know about such insignificant entities. As they exchanged banter, the RV's tires rolled over the cap-wearing man. The sickening crunch of bones echoed, and he was reduced to a gruesome pulp before he could even utter a sound. Others fared no better, caught beneath the vehicle and brutally crushed. With a sickening squelch, a head was crushed under the wheels, splattering brain matter like a ruptured watermelon. Su Yue's team, witnessing this horror, stood frozen in fear, their faces pale and trembling. It was utterly barbaric. As the oblivious insects were exterminated, a profound silence enveloped the area. The side door of the RV swung open, and Ling Tian leaped out, beginning to sift through the remains for spoils. The 4 women inside the vehicle peered through the one-way glass at Su Yue. Is this the target Ling Tian has set his sights on? She is indeed quite beautiful. They mused inwardly. After collecting a total of 42 level 2 crystal cores, equating to 1260 energy points, as well as 2 entry-level extraordinary rings, each capable of enhancing energy capacity by 7 points, Ling Tian grinned. This is far more exhilarating than battling monsters, so effortless and pleasurable. Turning to the astonished Su Yue, he inquired, where are you headed? Do you require a ride? Su Yue swallowed hard, trying to regain her composure. How dare you commit such slaughter here? It's just a bunch of ignorant fools. If they die, so be it, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. This area is now under the control of the Yunhai group. They will not let you escape after committing murder on their territory. Su Yue exclaimed urgently. The Yunhai group, you say? Well, I have some matters to discuss with their boss, Ling Tian retorted. Su Yue looked at him incredulously. Are you insane? Ling Tian glanced at the sky. I have no time to chat. I'm off to the Heaven on Earth Resort Hotel to find a place to stay. If you need anything, you can find me there. With that, he nonchalantly boarded the RV, which roared off into the distance. Heaven on Earth Resort Hotel, Su Yue repeated to herself. Isn't that the current stronghold of the Yunhai group? Chapter 80. The Heavenly Paradise Resort within the enchanting confines of the Nanbo Bay Resort. A team of 17 extraordinary individuals, led by a spirited young lady named Wang Xini, made their way towards the Heavenly Paradise Hotel. Wang Xini, a close friend of Su Yue and the belle of the literature department at Shuangdan University, exuded youthful vitality with her shoulder-length hair and radiant appearance. Standing at a petite height of 167 meters, she was undeniably endearing. As they approached the grand entrance of the hotel, the vigilant security personnel barred their passage. Halt! Entry requires a pass issued by our corporation, one of the guards commanded sternly. Wang Xini and her companions exchanged bewildered glances. What is a pass? According to the regulations established by our chairman, this hotel is not accommodating outsiders. Depart immediately, the guard replied brusquely. Fuming, Wang Xini retorted, we previously reserved rooms here. This hotel is not solely the property of your corporation. On what grounds do you deny us entry? This establishment is under the control of our company, and our rules must be followed. Leave at once, or face the consequences. The guard threatened menacingly. Infuriated, Wang Xini's brows furrowed, her cheeks flushed, as she prepared to confront the guard. At that moment, a frivolous voice chimed in. Ha ha ha, who is laughing? Wang Xini peered through the glass doors. spotting a striking woman in a shimmering silver-fitted dress, stifling her laughter. Had Ling Tian been present, he would have recognized this woman as Su Qian, a second-tier celebrity with whom he had previously engaged in lively conversations while posing as Wang Bin. Wang Xini felt a surge of indignation at Su Qian's mocking expression. Hey, you over there. What is so amusing? A once privileged heiress now unable to enter the Heavenly Paradise Hotel. What a turn of fate, indeed. Su Qian, reveling in Wang Xini's frustration, couldn't contain her delight. She harbored a deep disdain for pampered princesses, those who, bolstered by their parents, could act without regard for others. Now, in the wake of the apocalypse, with Wang Xini's parents unaccounted for and no support, Su Qian dismissed her with ease. Humph, I thought you were someone of significance. Turns out you're merely a kept little starlet, Wang Xini scoffed. You insolent little girl, how dare you? Su Qian fumed, incensed by the insinuation of being kept. Far from such claims, she was simply in a relationship, albeit with someone slightly shorter, older, and less conventionally attractive. Yet in love, such trivialities mattered not. Qian, what brings you here? I've been searching high and low for you. A portly middle-aged man approached Su Qian, placing a casual arm around her shoulders. Oh dear. Qian is being bullied, and you're here joking around? He chided. What's wrong, Qian? Who has upset you? That little wretch over there. Su Qian pointed at Wang Xini. You must stand up for me. Upon noticing the rotund middle-aged man, Wang Xini burst into laughter. I cannot fathom how you manage to sleep at night, Su Qian. Impertinent. The middle-aged man trembled with rage, his lips quivering, for he detested mockery of his appearance. Wang Xini, I am aware that you are the apple of Wang Zhongyi's eye, but now that he is no more, you are nothing but a trifling girl. He turned to the security guards outside the Yunhai group and commanded, This woman is not a guest of Chairman Yun. Expel her at once. Yes, sir. The guard outside responded, then harshly barked at Wang Xini. Get out of here. If you dare to cause any more trouble, we won't hold back. Wang Xini, hands on her hips, glared defiantly at the guard. I would very much like to see how you plan to be unyielding. Haha, such a fiery little girl. The guard chuckled, and several others outside drew their guns, the ominous barrels aimed squarely at Wang Xini and her companions. Guns. The team members gasped, panic-stricken. Without bulletproof vests, a bullet at such close range could prove fatal or severely injurious. Just because you have guns, do you think you're impressive? Wang Xini gathered her abilities, preparing to confront them. Her team hurriedly restrained their captain, urging her to cease her provocations. Captain, stop. This is their territory. We cannot afford to provoke them, pleaded a tall, lean youth. Indeed, wise men avoid immediate danger. Let us not stoop to their level, added a bespectacled girl. Hey, what nonsense about wise men? I am a legitimate beauty. Wang Xini protested. Enough with your prattle. If you do not leave at once, we will open fire. The guard warned menacingly. Realizing she was outmatched, Wang Xini knew she could not contend with these intimidating guards. She could only utter a few sharp words before storming off with her team. A bunch of ruffians. Today, I shall let you off the hook, but do not let our paths cross again. Su Qian chuckled inwardly, relishing the moment. Little girl, you do not realize that without your father, you are nothing. Suddenly, a blaring horn pierced the air. A massive vehicle, towering at 4 meters and stretching 10 meters in length, approached from down the street, coming to a halt directly in front of the hotel. What is this? The imposing truck commanded everyone's attention, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. What a marvel! Its matte black exterior was coated with specially designed bulletproof steel plates, rendering it a veritable mobile fortress in this perilous apocalypse. At that moment, the tires and undercarriage were smeared with an array of red and green unidentified liquids. While such a sight would typically incite panic, in the current context of a zombie crisis, a bit of blood was hardly unusual. Wow, this vehicle is absolutely magnificent. Wang Xini gazed at the motorhome, her eyes sparkling with longing. If only I could drive it out to gather supplies, I would have no fear of those zombie attacks. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open broke the moment, and a man emerged from the passenger seat. This man was none other than Ling Tian. He looked up to admire the opulent entrance of the hotel before him. Is this truly the Heavenly Paradise Resort? A security personnel from Yunhai Group approached, speaking in a brusque tone. Hey, where did you come from? Do you understand the rules? Parking is prohibited here. Hurry up and move the vehicle. Oh. Ling Tian cast a sidelong glance at the towering security guard. What if I insist on parking here? Chapter 81. The contrasting celebrity Su Qian. Who is this loser daring to act wild here? Su Qian's voice rang out. Loser? Ling Tian turned to the hotel entrance, where he saw Su Qian stepping out alongside a middle-aged man. Wang Xini felt queasy at the sight of Su Qian's arrogant face. Humph. It's that detestable woman again. Su Qian approached Ling Tian, lifting her chin slightly, her expression radiating haughtiness. What are you staring at, you filthy loser? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Ling Tian recognized her. She was Su Qian, a second-tier celebrity. Previously, when he had seen her on young Master Wang's phone, she had been quite demure, never dressed provocatively. Little did he expect that in reality, this woman would display such an imperious demeanor. TSK. Is this the so-called contrasting celebrity? A goddess in public and a completely different persona behind closed doors. My husband has taken a liking to that shabby vehicle behind you. Name your price. Su Qian wasted no time and bluntly stated her intentions. Hee. Ling Tian smiled at her. What are you grinning at while talking to me? Su Qian frowned impatiently. With such disdainful words, do you really consider yourself superior? Hee. Su Qian flipped her hair. I wouldn't dare to speak for others. But at least in front of a filthy loser like you, I am indeed someone you cannot afford to provoke. Su Qian had transformed significantly. Now being courted by the billionaire real estate magnate, Mr. Su, having soared to new heights. In her eyes, not only was this nameless loser beneath her, but she believed herself superior to anyone whose net worth did not exceed 10 billion. TSK, how arrogant. Ling Tian stroked his chin and teased. Do you believe I can make you kneel before me and apologize later? Oh, Wang Xini, who had initially planned to lead the group away, suddenly became intrigued upon hearing Ling Tian's words. Wait, let us watch the show first. Wang Xini halted, turning to observe the unfolding drama. Oh dear, Xini, how could you believe such nonsense? Unless that guy is the illegitimate son of Yin Jishan, how could Su Qian possibly kneel before him? A bespectacled girl tugged at Wang Xini. Watching one tea cost us anything, and if Su Qian truly kneels, I would hate to miss such a spectacle. Wang Xini exclaimed eagerly, anticipating Su Qian's humiliation. Hee. Su Qian smiled radiantly. The loser hasn't even woken up yet. Daydreaming all the time. With such trash, why should I kneel before you? Qian, have you forgotten about our past? Ling Tian inexplicably interjected. His words caught the attention of Su Qian's wealthy patron, who looked at her in confusion, pondering internally. Could it be that I did not pay for her services? Noticing the patron's unsettling gaze, Su Qian hurriedly scolded Ling Tian. You filthy loser, do not speak nonsense. I don't even know you. And if you dare utter such words again, I'll have my husband cut out your tongue. Ling Tian chuckled and shook his head. Oh, trying to deny me, are we? Goodness, this is explosive news. Wang Xini gazed at Ling Tian in astonishment, pondering the nature of his relationship with Su Qian. The middle-aged man was equally shocked and quickly turned to Su Qian. Honey, don't listen to his absurdities. My college friends and some relatives know about these things. Who knows how he obtained this information? Oh, I see. The wealthy patron nodded, finding her reasoning quite plausible. He had heard that some fervent fans would pay handsomely to collect intimate details about their idols. It was entirely normal for Su Qian, as a star, to have some overzealous admirers. Oh, really? Ling Tian fixed Su Qian with a knowing smile. Su Qian felt a pang of emptiness in her heart and quickly turned to her patron, adopting a coy demeanor. This filthy loser speaks nonsense. Darling, please have someone chase him away. Do not listen to his ramblings. Su Qian's unusual behavior raised suspicion in her wealthy patron, who remained composed and remarked, Why the rush? We have plenty of time. I am curious to hear what absurdities he can concoct. Ling Tian pointed at Su Qian's patron. That person over there, 10 days ago. Su Qian came here to host the Hai Tian Grand event. You should have been present, right? Did you notice anything unusual about her at that time? The patron quickly recalled. At that time, Su Qian was adorned in a splendid outfit, dazzling and captivating, utterly stunning. Nothing seemed amiss, he replied. Suddenly, he recollected that he had thought it was merely the cold weather. Now it seemed far more complex. Could it be? The wealthy patron's composure faltered as he stared at Su Qian in shock. Wang Xini, lost in the confusion, was at a loss for words. How is that possible? Su Qian exclaimed in disbelief. That was something only young Master Wang would know. How could this loser be aware of it? Seeing her patron's expression darkening, Su Qian hurriedly explained, Darling, listen to me. I was just feeling a bit unwell that day. Please don't overthink it. As she explained, her gaze shot venomous daggers at Ling Tian, as if she wished to devour him whole. Heh, this contrasting woman still dares to bare her teeth. Ling Tian decided not to indulge Su Qian any further. With a smile, he produced a bizarrely shaped phone and waved it before Su Qian. Her eyes widened in shock. That is Wang Bin's phone. How could this be? Young Master Wang's phone is in his hands? Does this mean that I have been chatting with this loser all this time? Ling Tian discerned Su Qian's thoughts and nodded at her, affirming, Indeed, just as you suspected. A thunderclap of realization struck Su Qian. Mr. Su, noticing her loss of composure, immediately interrogated her with a stern voice. What is inside there? And nothing at all, dear. I'm a bit tired. Let us return to rest, Su Qian stammered, grasping Mr. Su's hand as she attempted to lead him back to the hotel. Chapter 82. Decisive Action. Su Qian, should you dare to leave today, I shall disseminate the contents of the conversations on my phone online, Ling Tian stated nonchalantly. Su Qian halted abruptly. The implications of such an act would obliterate her future. Moreover, this Mr. Su beside her would never accept anyone else's overtures. He would undoubtedly cast her aside. Su Qian, do you recall what I said earlier? I vowed to make you kneel before me, Ling Tian remarked with a smirk. He waved his phone, adding, kneel and apologize until I am appeased, or you know the consequences. Su Qian clenched her fists, her heart seething with indignation at Ling Tian's smug expression. In her mind, she screamed defiantly, dream on. I, Su Qian, am a household name, a celebrated star, and I shall never kneel before a mere nobody like you. She was resolute. This insolent wretch could not be allowed to live. Bodyguards. Where are the bodyguards? Su Qian shouted to those around her, quickly, dispose of this insolent scoundrel. The surrounding bodyguards ignored her cries and instead looked towards Mr. Su. Su Qiqiang lit a cigarette. Having now seen Su Qian's true colors, he directed his gaze towards Ling Tian, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man's audacity to touch his woman was an unforgivable offense. He could not allow this affront to go unpunished, lest others think him easy to intimidate. What are you all waiting for? That scoundrel is causing a ruckus on Yundong's territory. If we do not take action, people will think the Yunhai group can be trifled with. Mr. Su commanded his bodyguards, act swiftly, do not let this brat escape. You shall reap the benefits later. Yes. The security personnel outside the hotel responded loudly, then closed in on Ling Tian. Mr. Su stood behind, exhaling smoke with great satisfaction. The previously insulted bald bodyguard arrogantly placed his hand on Ling Tian's shoulder. You little brat are quite audacious, daring to offend anyone. Ling Tian shot him a glance. Remove your filthy hand. The bald bodyguard glared menacingly. How dare you talk back? With no further ado, Ling Tian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the bald bodyguard's face. The bodyguard fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Half of his teeth shattered. My heavens, this fellow is courting death, daring to strike someone on Yunhai Group's territory. Those watching, including Wang Sini, gasped in astonishment. In an instant, the surrounding bodyguards drew their firearms, pointing them at Ling Tian in unison. Do not move. Ling Tian glanced at them, a scornful expression adorning his face. Let us temporarily set aside the fact that he possesses a finely crafted amulet with a defense rating of 20. Given his current physical prowess, even the bullets from a handgun would fail to pierce his skin. How audacious! The bald-headed bodyguard, clutching his swollen and numbed cheek, rose from the ground. His blood-red eyes fixated menacingly on Ling Tian. Last time a mink dared to wreak havoc here, I broke both his legs. And he is still crawling in the camp begging for scraps. A few nearby bodyguards shouted shamelessly, why waste words on him? Let us just chop off his limbs and turn him into a walking stick. The bald bodyguard, his face contorted in fury, drew a machete from his side. Today, I shall strip your hide and make you wish for death. With a disdainful snort, Ling Tian unleashed a powerful punch, striking the bald bodyguard squarely on the head. Bang! The air resonated with a dull thud, and the bodyguard's skull shattered like a watermelon under the force of the blow. The sheer terror of this display left everyone in stunned silence. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. Bang! The lifeless body of the bald man remained upright for a moment before crashing to the ground. Damn it, seeking death. A furious shout shattered the stillness. The bodyguards, seething with rage, had not anticipated that their adversary would dare to retaliate. As realization dawned, they hastily pulled their triggers, unleashing a volley of bullets toward Ling Tian. Bang! 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 Ling Tian made no effort to evade. He allowed the bullets to strike him. After an entire magazine was spent, he remained unyielding. What is this? A handgun cannot harm him. All gazes turned toward Ling Tian, filled with incredulity. Observing closely, Wang Sini noticed something peculiar. Each time a bullet struck his skin, a fleeting blue aura enveloped him, completely absorbing the impact of the bullets. Do you lack the strength to even hit? Have you all forgotten to eat? Ling Tian addressed a few of them dismissively. Then, with a flicker of his ring, a double-headed axe materialized in his grasp. The spatial ring. The onlookers were nearly slack-jawed. It was their first encounter with such an artifact. Ling Tian cared little for others discovering his secret. He had ascended successfully, and few factions in the entire city could rival him. Only the weak needed to hide. With power, one must assert dominance over others to establish authority. Upon witnessing his weapon, the bodyguards snapped back to reality, swallowing hard in fear as they fumbled to reload their handguns. Catch this! Ling Tian, gripping the axe with both hands, spun it in a full circle and hurled it towards the bodyguards. Swish! The axe whirled with ferocious speed, transforming into a lethal saw. Two of them, unable to evade, felt the blade slice swiftly across their midsections. Ripping sounds echoed as they experienced excruciating pain, and in the next moment, their bodies were cleaved in two. A torrent of disordered contents spilled from their wounds, staining the earth below crimson. Help! Help! The two bodyguards remained upright, their lower halves standing while their upper bodies collapsed, writhing in agony. The remaining bodyguards, upon witnessing the horrifying scene, were paralyzed with fear. Their courage shattered as they scattered in all directions. A pathetic swarm of insects, thinking they could flee after offending their master? The blonde beauty leapt from the driver's seat, brandishing her submachine gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage. The bullets fired by Euphemia possessed immense power, instantly reducing the fleeing bodyguards to mere heaps of mangled flesh. The open space in front of the hotel was drenched in steaming blood and scattered remnants of what once were living beings, exuding a nauseating stench that permeated the air. The members of Wang Xinyi's special abilities team, unable to withstand the gruesome sight, felt their legs weaken, causing many to kneel. Unlike her teammates, Wang Xinyi gazed at Ling Tian and Euphemia with fervent admiration. With the lowly minions dispatched, Ling Tian shifted his attention to the golden-haired enchantress behind him, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "What brings you out here?" Euphemia holstered her weapon and approached Ling Tian. "When someone dares to offend my master's dignity, as your loyal servant, it is my duty to assist you in resolving any troubles." Chapter 83. Public humiliation. Is this truly happening? In the blink of an eye, those bodyguards were annihilated. Wang Xinyi stared at Euphemia, her eyes wide with disbelief. Astonished by the latter's formidable strength and perplexed by her unwavering obedience to the man beside her, Su Qiqiang had been leisurely smoking while admiring the female celebrity. But upon witnessing the surrounding bodyguards being obliterated, he was left in a daze, the burning cigarette tip searing his fingers unnoticed. How could this be? Just like that, several living men ceased to exist? Ling Tian's gaze shifted to Su Qiqiang, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Oh no, this fool is about to make a move against me. Panic surged within Su Qiqiang as he hurriedly pulled Su Qian toward the hotel entrance. Oh, attempting to escape? Euphemia switched to a different handgun, aiming for Su Qiqiang's leg. Bang! The gunshot rang out, striking Su Qiqiang's left knee. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground alongside Su Qian. The sheer force of the bullet severed his lower leg in an instant. How could this happen? Clutching his severed limb, beads of sweat cascaded down his face, the pain rendering him pale. Hey, don't rush off. Weren't you quite the tyrant when you sent someone to kill me earlier? Ling Tian sauntered towards Su Qiqiang, casually draping an arm around the alluring Euphemia. With great effort, Su Qiqiang raised his pained gaze to Ling Tian, his features contorted in agony. You'd best know when to stop. Do you realize who you're dealing with? Chuckling, Ling Tian lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Su Qiqiang's face, causing his cheek to cave in, leaving an imprint of the shoe. I am Su Qiqiang from the Magic City, acquainted with both the underworld and the elite. If you dare lay another finger on me, I assure you, someone will annihilate your entire family. Su Qiqiang shouted desperately, attempting to intimidate his adversary. Humph. Ling Tian pressed his foot firmly against Su Qiqiang's face, rubbing it with force. In a moment of desperation, Su Qiqiang found himself utterly subdued, his face painfully pressed down, rendering him speechless. Ling Tian's frigid voice echoed. Regardless of your former status or esteemed identity, in this apocalyptic world, you are nothing more than a mere object, fit only to lick my boots. Within seconds, Su Qiqiang's visage was reduced to a grotesque mask of flesh and blood, unrecognizable from its original form. Agonized, he trembled all over, desperately clutching at Ling Tian's shoe, striving to push it away. Yet, it felt as though the soul had been welded to his face, no matter how fiercely he struggled. He could not budge it even a fraction. Beside them, Su Qian was paralyzed with fear, her complexion drained of color, her mind rendered blank. The once formidable tycoon now appeared akin to a giant cockroach, ground beneath someone's heel in a pitiful state. After half a minute of frantic thrashing, Su Qiqiang's body stiffened, and he ceased to respond. Having dispatched Su Qiqiang, Ling Tian turned his gaze towards Su Qian, who immediately shuddered in terror. Help! Please, someone help me! She shrieked, scrambling to her feet in a panicked attempt to escape. A gunshot rang out, striking the ground before Su Qian, creating a sizable crater in the marble floor. The deafening noise caused her legs to buckle, and she collapsed onto the ground. Trembling, she turned to see a stunning blonde woman smiling at her. Euphemia lifted her pistol to her crimson lips and nonchalantly blew a kiss. Don't be in such a hurry to flee, darling. My master hasn't consented to your departure yet. Ling Tian, with Euphemia at his side, approached Su Qian, looking down upon her with an air of superiority. I recall you once called me a pathetic loser, didn't you? And no, that was a misunderstanding. Please, allow me to explain. Su Qian stammered, her body shaking with fear as she attempted to cling to Ling Tian's leg in a plea for mercy. Humph. Ling Tian stepped back, denying her the chance to grasp him. You certainly are a celebrity, yet your attitude when begging is so haughty. No, I didn't mean to. Su Qian exclaimed in terror, her wide eyes glistening with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. "Kneel." Ling Tian's voice suddenly boomed. Startled, Su Qian immediately dropped to her knees before him, bowing her proud head in submission. At that moment, she cast aside all notions of dignity and pride, consumed by the singular desire to preserve her life. Su Qian had knelt before him. Wang Xini was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly pulled out her phone to capture the humiliating spectacle of Su Qian begging for mercy. This wretched woman, who flaunted her alliance with the rich, now faces someone beyond her reckoning. She deserves it, Wang Xini mused, reveling in the satisfaction of the moment. "Hey, Xini, don't record it. That guy is terrifying. Let us slip away while he is distracted," urged a bespectacled girl, tugging at Wang Xini's sleeve. "What are you afraid of? We Haven Tea provoked him. Besides, this is a video of the renowned Su Qian kneeling. It would be a shame to miss it," Wang Xini insisted, gripping her phone tightly, refusing to leave. Ling Tian lowered his gaze to Su Qian, who was kneeling and trembling beneath him. A hint of mockery gracing his features. "Isn't this the illustrious star Su Qian? How is it that she has knelt before a mere nobody like me?" No. Su Qian hastily shook her head, her voice tinged with a sob. "I beg you, esteemed one, please do not hold my transgressions against me. I have come to realize my errors." She lifted her head, revealing a visage filled with trepidation. Cautiously, she raised her eyelids to glance ahead, only to discover a mobile phone aimed directly at her face. This man before her is recording her. Realizing her current predicament was utterly humiliating, a jolt of panic surged through her, prompting her to instinctively lower her head, desperate to avoid being captured in such a disgraceful moment. "Who told you to lower your head?" Ling Tian's voice rang out, laced with evident displeasure. Su Qian was startled, quickly raising her face, allowing him to capture her image, too frightened to evade his gaze. "Huh." Ling Tian seized her chin, shifting it side to side as he scrutinized her stunning features. "Is this the revered celebrity? I see no distinction between you and an ordinary person." Su Qian's face flushed crimson from his words, yet she dared not display any semblance of discontent. "By the way, do you recall how you addressed me on WeChat?" Ling Tian inquired of Su Qian. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in shock. Of course, she remembered. It was a special moniker she had reserved for Wang Bin in private. Notably, young Master Wang relished that title. However, could such an appellation be uttered in public? Su Qian swallowed hard, her thoughts a tumultuous battlefield. The phone's lens was fixated on her face, capturing even the slightest imperfections. If she were to utter the name before the camera, and he were to share it online, her life would be irrevocably ruined. "What? You called me so affectionately on WeChat, yet now, face to face, you refuse to do so?" Ling Tian's grip tightened, causing Su Qian's jaw to ache. "Ah, indeed. You must have thought you were conversing with the elite heir of the Magic City, while I, a mere commoner, am unworthy of your utterance." Ling Tian shook his head in self-mockery. With that, he produced a bloodied fire axe from his spatial ring. Su Qian's heart nearly leapt from her chest at the sight of the axe. What to do? If she remained silent, she might be cleaved. No, I'm sorry. Esteemed one, please don't do this." Su Qian trembled uncontrollably, driven by a primal instinct for survival. She cried out, "Wang Bin is nothing compared to you. He is not even worthy of a single hair from your leg." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian lowered the axe he had raised high. "What did you just say? My ears aren't as sharp. I couldn't quite catch that." Su Qian, tears brimming in her eyes, shouted, "I'm sorry, esteemed one." Qian acknowledges her mistakes. "I beg you spare me." "Huh." Ling Tian chuckled softly, retracting the axe and gently stroking Su Qian's head. "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall grant you a minor lesson this time. Should you dare to be arrogant before me again, your luck may not hold out. Thank you for remembering, Qianer." Su Qian promptly replied. Despite the immense turmoil within her heart, she dared not reveal a hint of her distress. "Begone," Ling Tian stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Trembling, she stood and hurried into the hotel. Bing, have you yet to resolve your matters upstairs?" Ling Tian called towards the vehicle. I finished. I'm coming out now." No sooner had she spoken than a breathtakingly beautiful woman, elegantly clad in a trench coat, gracefully descended from the vehicle. "You Bing." The crowd instantly recognized the woman's identity, calling out uncontrollably. There was no help for it. As a top celebrity in the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Bingbing's visage was known far and wide. Anywhere in the Dragon Kingdom where the internet reached, her face was unmistakable. "Bing, I love you." Wang Xini fervently waved her hands in Yu Bingbing's direction, her face brimming with excitement. It was inevitable. Yu Bingbing was her idol. Yu Bingbing glanced at her fans, elegantly nodded, and then swiftly approached Ling Tian. Ling Tian teased her. You truly have an abundance of fans. You seem to encounter them everywhere. Come, after so many days of travel, it's time to unwind. Tonight, we'll be residing in the presidential suite." With that, he led the two stunning women toward the hotel. As for Wang Yao and her companions, lacking combat abilities, for their safety, Ling Tian had stored them within his spatial ring before reaching the hotel. Wang Xini was utterly astonished at this sight. What is happening? It seems Yu Bingbing shares an unusual bond with that man. She bit her thumb gently, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Tian. This man was truly formidable. How could he make two extraordinary beauties willingly follow him? What was his true identity? Xini. A familiar voice called from nearby. Wang Xini turned to see a radiant smile bloom on her face. Yue, you've arrived, she exclaimed, opening her arms to embrace the newcomer. Ah, the two youthful, exquisite beauties embraced, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Su Yue twirled Wang Xini around, then set her down. So, how was your haul this time? Our Spirit Fox team managed to gather 100 kilograms of food and 200 kilograms of drinks and water. Wang Xini replied proudly. That is impressive. Su Yue complimented sincerely, stroking Wang Xini's hair. Hey, don't think you can touch me just because you're prettier. Wang Xini retorted, puffing up in mock indignation. By the way, Yue, how did your team fare? Inquired the bespectacled girl beside Wang Xini. Su Yue's expression dimmed. Noticing something amiss, Wang Xini quickly glanced behind Su Yue, her face going pale. Our team of 20 has sadly dwindled to just 10. Su Yue began. We initially collected quite a bit of supplies, but our luck ran out when we encountered a horde of beasts. Oh, Wang Xini nodded without asking further. Why is the smell of blood so strong here? Shuili asked, covering her nose. Chapter 85. Wang Xini's plan's blood smell? Only then did Wang Xini realize, oh that. Just a while ago, 6 people were killed at the hotel entrance. What? This hotel is the stronghold of Yunhai Group. Who would be so audacious as to commit murder here? Hehe, you are quite naive. The 3 troublemakers are not ordinary individuals, especially that man. When the bodyguards drew their guns and aimed at him, he stood his ground without flinching. Can you guess what happened next? Those men couldn't harm him even with their firearms. He chopped them into pieces with an axe. A man so brazen as to kill openly here. Su Yue glanced at the conspicuous heavy RV outside the hotel and immediately understood who Wang Xini was referring to. Isn't that person accompanied by Yu Bingbing and a blonde woman? Su Yue inquired. Wang Xini, who had been boasting, widened her eyes in surprise. How do you know? Do you know him? Humph. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes, Su Yue replied curtly. Not just familiar. It was because of that guy that her victory squad had ended up in such a dire situation. That arrogant Ling Tian dared to act so recklessly, thinking he was some kind of superhero, strutting around like he owned the place. In this resort, Yunhai Group had gathered at least 400 superhumans and 300 mercenaries, with no less than 100 firearms at their disposal. A single spit from each person could drown that arrogant fool. Su Yue internally cursed in frustration. By the way, I noticed that superstar Yu Bingbing seemed quite close to that man. What is their relationship? Wang Xini asked with a hint of curiosity. Relationship? Su Yue's eyes twitched slightly. She struggled to find the right words. Those two were more than just close. Su Yue couldn't help but recall the scene she witnessed last night, her expression turning peculiar. What's wrong? I merely asked about the relationship between Yu Bingbing and that man. Why does your expression look so strange? Wang Xini pressed. Su Yue shook her head. Nothing. She knew that Yu Bingbing was Wang Xini's idol, and she couldn't bring herself to reveal the truth. Wang Xini's eyes darted around. By the way, did you ask those 3 for help to rescue people at the academy? Su Yue sighed. They have no reason to help us. What would compel them to take action? The cost would be too high. What cost? Wang Xini pressed on. Su Yue spoke with an agitated tone. He wants to be my. Su Yue quickly covered her mouth, glancing nervously around. That was close. Thankfully, I didn't say it. What does he want to be for you? Wang Xini asked, her curiosity piqued. The surrounding classmates perked up their ears, leaning in to hear Su Yue's response. Su Yue flicked Wang Xini's forehead playfully. Young lady, stop prying into matters that don't concern you. Wang Xini pressed her forehead and pouted, saying, even without you telling me, I can guess what he desires. She then sighed. Oh, if only he could take a liking to me. Su Yue widened her eyes in disbelief. How could you think of that guy? What is wrong with him? Is he very wicked? Wang Xini innocently blinked at Su Yue. Not exactly. He seems a bit peculiar, but he possesses a strong sense of principles, Su Yue replied candidly. Wow, I never expected you to hold such a high opinion of him. He is powerful and has a commendable character. Yue, why don't you just accept him? Su Yue retorted, slightly annoyed. How can I possibly involve myself with him for such reasons? I've seen it on my phone. It's been 10 days since the zombie outbreak. And everywhere is a bloody battleground. This world may never return to what it was. Wang Xini expressed her concern. As time goes on, the days ahead will undoubtedly become increasingly challenging. If there were a formidable individual to offer me shelter, I would leap into his embrace, without hesitation. Su Yue's lips moved, realizing she had no valid argument to counter that. If that guy helps, the chances of success for this rescue operation would significantly increase. Stop dwelling on such chaotic thoughts. We should first consider where to stay tonight. Shuali interjected. Wang Xini blinked and pointed toward the Heaven and Earth Hotel. Of course, we should stay in a hotel. The beasts in the forest are particularly active now, and the traps around the resort are utterly ineffective. I've heard about several incidents of beasts breaking in and causing fatalities. The hotel? But that place is already the stronghold of the Yunhai group. They would never allow outsiders to settle in. Su Yue frowned. Boom, boom. The roar of vehicles echoed nearby. The patrol personnel responsible for guarding the resort rushed back, jumping from their vehicles armed with firearms and other weapons, hurriedly making their way into the hotel. Damn it, the Yunhai group is coming to settle scores. That idiot Ling Tian. Su Yue clenched her fists. Chapter 86. Beating the dog. Ling Tian had his left arm around Euphemia and his right around Yu Bingbing as the three entered the Heaven and Earth Hotel. Contrary to expectations, the hotel lobby was not as opulent as imagined. The entire hall had been partitioned into makeshift rooms resembling a refugee camp, starkly contrasting with the luxurious decor of the building. The reason for this transformation was that the traps surrounding the resort were utterly incapable of restraining the powerful mutated beasts. At night, these creatures frequently invaded the village, causing injuries and instilling fear among the residents. To protect his valuable subordinates, Yun Jishan, the chairman of the Yunhai group, had specially ordered the hotel to be converted in this manner. Aside from the lobby on the first floor, the upper 5 floors had also been transformed into similar partitions. These compartments housed the staff of the Yunhai group and the subordinates of affluent individuals. The luxurious guest rooms were reserved for the esteemed guests attending the Haitian summit. The higher the floor, the greater the status of its occupants. The individuals residing in the lobby of the hotel occupy the lowest echelon of its hierarchy. Ling Tian and his companions traversed the central aisle towards the reception desk, their presence scrutinized by wary glances from those around them. Most of the individuals here are low-ranking ability users who, by aligning themselves with the Yunhai group and performing menial tasks, have secured the opportunity to dwell within the hotel. Ling Tian's gaze swept across the hall, noting its sparse occupancy. During the day, members of the group are engaged in labor outside, leaving only a handful to remain at the hotel. It is only after nightfall that the workers return, filling the space to capacity. The hotel staff, lacking combat prowess, are assigned to tasks such as digging wells for water, cultivating barren land, and growing crops. Those with fighting capabilities are tasked with patrolling, exterminating zombies, hunting in the forests, and fishing in the nearby seas. Thanks to the island's abundant natural resources, a semblance of order is maintained. Were it in a city, the struggle for food would have led to bloodshed long ago. The food obtained daily must be surrendered to the group, which then distributes it uniformly. Furthermore, the group does not permit disobedient individuals to procure food here. Those like Su Yue and Wang Xini, unwilling to join the group and wait for orders, must venture to other areas of the island in search of sustenance. Approaching the front desk with Euphemia and Yu Bingbing, Ling Tian addressed the receptionist. Please arrange for me the finest presidential suite in this hotel. I'm sorry, sir, but this hotel currently serves only personnel affiliated with the Yunhai group and is not open to outsiders. The receptionist replied mechanically. Excuse me? Ling Tian's displeasure was evident. In the next instant, a fire axe was pressed against the receptionist's neck. I am here to stay out of respect for you. Do not test my patience. The receptionist, startled by the sudden threat, turned pale and trembled. Please remain calm. Sir, we are fully booked even in the lobby. We truly have no available rooms. Ling Tian chuckled softly. That can easily be remedied. Simply have those currently occupying rooms vacate them. Vacate. The receptionist was taken aback. The occupants above were affluent individuals, far beyond her authority to displace. With a troubled expression, she pleaded, please don't put me in such a difficult position. I truly lack the authority. Her eyes welled with tears as she spoke. Ling Tian replied coolly, rest assured, I won't trouble you. Just hand over the room key, and I will handle the rest myself. By the way, I require the finest presidential suite on the top floor. The top floor's presidential suite? The receptionist's heart raced at the mention, realizing it was the room of the chairman of the Yunhai group. Ling Tian snapped his fingers. Excellent. I desire the room occupied by Yun Jishan. No sooner had he spoken than mocking laughter echoed through the lobby. Heh, who do you think you are? Calling out Chairman Yun's name? Ling Tian turned to find a burly man leaning against the reception desk, regarding him with a challenging demeanor. The once scattered individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities in the hall now converged, their expressions menacing. A robust man scrutinized Yu Bingbing and Euphemia, then let out a whistle. You, my friend, are quite fortunate to have ensnared the affections of these two exquisite ladies. Ling Tian's gaze gradually turned ominous. Remove your eyes, or the consequences will be dire. Huh, weren't you the ones firing outside just now? Do you think wielding a couple of pitiful firearms makes you impressive? The burly man disdainfully shook his head. Stop pretending to be formidable before me. There are plenty of extraordinary beings here. A mere spit from one of us could drown you. The surrounding crowd joined in, jeering. Huh, well said. We don't care who you are. Once you step into our territory, you must adhere to our rules. Kneel and address us as grandfather. Slap. Ling Tian swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the burly man's face. How dare you strike me? The muscular man bellowed, activating his powers and launching a punch. Ling Tian remained unfazed, swinging his fire axe down upon the burly man. The sickening sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed as the man's arm severed. Hot. Crimson blood gushed forth, causing the receptionist to scream in terror. The surrounding extraordinary beings erupted in fury, unleashing their powers in a frenzied assault upon Ling Tian. Ling Tian activated his telekinetic ability, summoning 6 daggers to swirl around him within a 10-meter radius, slicing through the assailants. Each dagger possessed a cutting power of 12 points, double that of a bullet. The blade sliced through flesh as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain wherever the blades passed, accompanied by the cacophony of agonized wails. In the blink of an eye, those closest to Ling Tian were reduced to a heap of unrecognizable remains. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the hotel, inducing nausea. My goodness! The sight of the mangled bodies sent shockwaves of terror through the remaining extraordinary beings. Is this person even human? His strength is beyond comprehension. Ah, help! The crowd screamed and began to flee in a frantic panic. The burly man, equally horrified, turned to run, temporarily forgetting the excruciating pain of his severed arm. Trying to escape? Did you consult me first? Ling Tian scoffed, controlling the 6 daggers to pursue. Thud! The man's legs were cleanly severed, causing him to collapse in agony, groaning and writhing on the floor. Ah, my legs! His pitiful cries echoed throughout the hall. Ling Tian took a couple of steps back, comfortably leaning against the reception desk. He was in no rush to eliminate this individual, intending to spare his life as a lesson for those who dared oppose him. My dear, do you think this display is rather ostentatious? Euphemia gently caressed Ling Tian's face. Is it? Ling Tian chuckled, shaking his head as he retorted to Euphemia. Do you believe they would converse with me civilly otherwise? Euphemia pondered for a moment before nodding. Darling, are you seeking to establish your authority in this manner? Ling Tian snapped his fingers and proclaimed, correct. The simplest and most straightforward methods are often the most effective. Yu Bingbing, with a hint of concern, inquired, isn't this rather reckless? We are merely 3 individuals, while this resort boasts at least 2 or 3,000 guests. If we provoke their ire, we might face their collective wrath. Ling Tian laughed heartily, tilting his head back, and then turned to Yu Bingbing, saying, have you forgotten what I told you? This world belongs to the advanced superhumans. An S-class superhuman, once matured, can annihilate an entire army by themselves. I am not someone that the riffraff on this island can dare to provoke. Anyone who defies me will meet their end on the spot. At that moment, the receptionist was cowering beneath the front desk, trembling as she listened to the conversation among Ling Tian and his companions. What a lunatic! Out in broad daylight without medication. Ding dong. The sound of the elevator echoed. Dozens of individuals emerged from the elevator, each draped with an item of clothing. Without a doubt, these were instruments of death, either guns or axes. The group descended the elevator, advancing menacingly towards Ling Tian. Who dares to cause trouble? The leader bellowed. Help me, please, cried a burly man struggling on the ground, hearing the commotion. The previously boisterous crowd was instantly silenced upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the man's anguished cries. The leader's expression turned grave as he cast uncertain glances at Ling Tian and his companions, realizing he had encountered formidable opponents. Ling Tian turned his gaze towards them, and the group instinctively bristled with fear, sensing the impending threat. They found themselves in a standoff, unable to advance or retreat. Captain, what should we do? Don't act rashly. The patrol team is on its way here. Let's wait for them to arrive before we strike together. Ling Tian, indifferent to their predicament, rapped on the desk and called out to the trembling receptionist hiding below. Hey, stop cowering and swiftly bring me the key card for the presidential suite on the top floor. Why yes, just a moment. The receptionist stammered in response. Rumbling sounds of vehicles echoed from outside. Hurry, we cannot let those 3 troublemakers escape. A surge of individuals rushed in, and with the increasing crowd in the hall, the group from the elevator grew bolder. The leader exchanged glances with his comrades, signaling them to spread out and encircle Ling Tian and his companions. Don't move. Raise your hands, commanded the crew cut man, directing a fierce shout at Ling Tian. Oh, have enough of you arrived? Ling Tian mused, observing the armed assembly before him with a contemplative nod. The crew cut man, veins bulging on his forehead, shouted, Did you not hear me speaking to you? With that, he raised his weapon and fired a shot, striking Ling Tian's leg. Ling Tian remained motionless, as if the shot had been a mere illusion. Euphemia, eliminate them all. Leave no survivors, Ling Tian ordered coolly. Yes, my master, came the obedient reply. Euphemia stepped forward, raising her submachine guns towards the crowd gathered nearby. Yu Bingbing extended her hand to enhance her, causing the two submachine guns to emit a silvery glow. Cursed be it, there are actually submachine guns. Everyone act quickly. Do not allow them to fire. Before the bald man could issue a command, several individuals had already unleashed their abilities, hurling weapons towards Euphemia. Observing this, Ling Tian felt a surge of inspiration and activated spatial manipulation, extending the surrounding range from 100 meters to 140 meters. Consequently, the range required for the abilities and weapons to strike Euphemia increased. Most individuals at this level possessed limited range, with Ling Tian's slight interference. The majority of abilities failed to reach Euphemia. Of the myriad of abilities unleashed, only 1/7 managed to land upon her. A hum resonated as Euphemia's high-grade talisman activated. A faint blue omnipotent barrier, with a defense rating of 20, emerged over her fair skin, repelling various abilities. What? The crowd was astonished. They had never witnessed such a peculiar defensive measure before. After enduring the violent onslaught of abilities, Euphemia's leather attire sustained damage, and her shield teetered on the brink of collapse. Repair. Yu Bingbing unleashed her powers, enveloping Euphemia in a purple light, rapidly mending the shield and leather jacket at an observable rate. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. Euphemia laughed triumphantly, declaring, "You worthless fools are utterly ineffective. Here I stand before you, and yet you cannot harm me." With that, the alluring blonde pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The submachine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, bullets raining down in a frenzy. Under the terrifying barrage, those unable to evade were reduced to mere heaps of flesh. Ah, help! The cries of anguish echoed mercilessly. This was a one-sided massacre. Witnessing the chaotic flight of the crowd, Ling Tian adjusted spatial manipulation, compressing the spatial distance by 30. Coupled with a 40 speed enhancement from rapid, he surged towards the enemies, moving so swiftly that he became a mere shadow. Euphemia followed closely behind, mercilessly slaughtering those attempting to flee. Chapter 88. The royal suite on the top floor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ah! The piercing, sorrowful screams sliced through the air. The jarring sound of submachine guns intertwined with the wails of the crowd. At that moment, the hotel lobby had transformed into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Su Yue and the others exchanged glances, stunned by the exaggerated chaos unfolding within. Bang! A bullet struck the glass exterior, shattering it into countless fragments that cascaded onto the ground outside. Ah! Two bloodied bodies burst through the shattered glass, one stumbling to the ground. Bright red liquid pooled around them, a chilling sight. Those two appear to be from the Yunhai group, Snowpear remarked in disbelief. Could it be that so many of them cannot subdue a single Ling Tian? Someone cautiously speculated. Wang Sini swallowed hard. Those three individuals are rather exaggerated, aren't they? Yue, how did you come to know him? Su Yue gazed at the chaotic figures within the hotel, silent, her expression shifting unpredictably. Initially, she had believed that Ling Tian was doomed, yet to her astonishment, he seemed to possess the strength to fight back. Moreover, judging by the current situation, Ling Tian and his companions appeared to have the upper hand. The sound of gunfire from submachine guns persisted for 3 minutes. Once the gunfire ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hotel. Su Yue retrieved binoculars from her possession and peered through the glass towards the interior. What was the situation inside? Her fellow alumni nearby inquired with curiosity. How could this be possible? Su Yue's face reflected shock. What transpired? Yue, please enlighten us. Her peers urged. Ling Tian and his companions have eliminated everyone who entered just moments ago and are currently gathering their spoils, Su Yue stated gravely. What? The crowd was taken aback. Such a turn of events was beyond their wildest imaginations. Furthermore, Su Yue inhaled deeply. It seems that none of the three were injured. This revelation struck the assembly like a thunderclap, rendering them breathless with astonishment. Are they even human? Within the luxurious Yuntian resort, Ling Tian received the key card for the top-floor suite from the terrified receptionist. He then escorted the stunning Euphemia and Yu Bingbing into the exclusive elevator for VIPs. TSK. 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 This group is quite impoverished, Ling Tian lamented as he examined their haul. From the 160th individual, we only uncovered 30 handguns, 720 rounds of ammunition, 170 level 1 energy crystals, and 82 level 2 energy crystals. Huh. Euphemia stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Master, you mustn't be so greedy. Acquiring this many crystals in just a few minutes is already quite a bargain. Bargain indeed. We're nearly out of submachine gun ammunition, with only 240 rounds left. I have no idea where to replenish it, Ling Tian sighed in exasperation. Ding. The trio arrived at the top floor as the elevator door slid open. The opulent corridor was adorned with various precious antiques and exquisite oil paintings, all exuding luxury. Two bodyguards stationed at the entrance paused upon seeing Ling Tian and his companions, then promptly extended their hands to block their passage. Apologies, but this is the residence of Chairman Yun Jishan. No one may enter without his permission. Ling Tian brandished his handgun at the two. Can this serve as my pass? The bodyguards quickly raised their hands. Please, go ahead. Oh, it's always good to have a firearm while out and about, Ling Tian remarked, leading Euphemia and Yu Bingbing out of the elevator. By the way, is Yun Jishan inside? Ling Tian inquired of the bodyguards. No, Chairman Yun is not here at the moment. Ling Tian frowned slightly. Where has he gone? Chairman Yun left this morning, apparently to scout the island's resources with his subordinates. Do you have any contact information for him? The bodyguards shook their heads. How could we possibly have that? Ling Tian's expression darkened, as if he were on the verge of firing his weapon. Two bodyguards promptly added, You may inquire with the esteemed guests at the hotel. They should possess the contact information for Mr. Yun. Ling Tian nodded. I understand. You may leave now. By the way, this place has been requisitioned by me, and no one is permitted to come up. Yes, yes. The bodyguards nodded and hurriedly took the elevator down. What do you need from Yun Jishan? Yu Bingbing asked, puzzled. Yun Jishan is currently the leader at the Nanbo Bay Resort. If he can be persuaded to ally with me, it would yield considerable advantages, such as using his influence to control everyone here, Ling Tian replied calmly. This island boasts an exceptionally advantageous geographical environment, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Furthermore, it is rich in natural resources, equipped with all sorts of living amenities, making it an ideal location for establishing a base. Establishing a base on the island? Yu Bingbing's face lit up with joy. The island enjoys a spring-like climate year-round and offers picturesque scenery. Living here long-term would indeed be delightful. A wise choice, master. Euphemia added. Did you take my jest seriously? After some playful banter, the three moved inward, exploring the living environment. This royal suite spans 900 square meters and boasts a private guest elevator, a grand lounge, a multimedia library, 2 spacious terraces, and 3 elegantly appointed bedrooms. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one can gaze upon the resort below, as well as the beach, ocean, forests, and mountains, capturing the island's most breathtaking views. Within the suite, several attendants dressed in maid and butler attire diligently cleaned and monitored the space, ensuring that it remained immaculate while providing meticulous service to its residents. Ling Tian mused inwardly. Yun Jishan truly knows how to indulge. Even in the face of calamity, his luxurious lifestyle remains unaffected. Hello, are you friends of Mr. Yun? A neatly bearded butler approached. Sort of, Ling Tian nodded. This place is currently under my requisition. The butler, unsure of the circumstances, responded in accordance with Ling Tian's words. You may leave for now. I will contact you if needed. Ling Tian addressed the group. The butler discreetly bowed. Should you require anything, please use the button over there to reach us. After speaking, he led the others away. In the vast royal suite, only Ling Tian and the 2 ladies remained. Chapter 89. Yu Bingbing's promotion to the next tier. Wow. Yu Bingbing exclaimed as she flopped onto the soft sofa, stretching lazily. Euphemia walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows to admire the island's beauty. All right, come over here. Ling Tian called to the 2 enchanting ladies. The exquisite beauties turned to face him. Do you know why I had the attendants leave the room? Ling Tian inquired softly. Euphemia and Yu Bingbing exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads in confusion. Because I have some important matters to discuss with you, Ling Tian said as he settled onto the sofa. Yu Bingbing, curious, asked what matters. The 2 lovely ladies obediently leaned closer, sitting on either side of Ling Tian. Ling Tian spoke solemnly. In 4 days, the temperature will plummet, leading to the demise of a considerable number of plants on the island and resulting in a food shortage. Simultaneously, in their quest for survival, animals will emerge from the forest under the command of the boss-level beasts, launching a large-scale incursion into human settlements. Due to the presence of ancient ruins on the island, these voracious beasts will swiftly ascend to level 3 or even tier 1, proving to be exceedingly difficult to contend with. We must adequately prepare to face the impending beast tide. A beast tide? Yu Bingbing pondered before suggesting, given the imminent danger. Why not simply abduct Su Yue and leave? After all, that young girl is currently at the resort. Absolutely not. Ling Tian replied without hesitation. Why not? Yu Bingbing questioned. Perplexed. Su Yue's mother remains on the island, and I have yet to rescue her from the academy. If we forcibly take Su Yue, she will undoubtedly resist. Ling Tian continued. Furthermore, although these beasts pose a threat, they are also a rich source of resources. In addition to vast quantities of crystal cores, numerous extraordinary items can be found among them, particularly the beast on the verge of advancing to boss status, should it succeed in its evolution. Defeating it would yield an advancement crystal core, the significance of which you should all comprehend. Euphemia nodded in agreement. Indeed. Advancement crystal cores are precious and should not be overlooked. Yu Bingbing expressed her concerns. A beast tide, you say? There must be at least several hundred, including many at level 3 or even tier 1, not to mention having to confront a boss. Just the thought is daunting. What provisions do we have to prepare? Ling Tian proposed. We shall organize the personnel within the resort to construct defensive fortifications and instruct them on combat strategies. When the beast tide arrives, we can utilize these expendable forces to divert the beasts. Yu Bingbing wiped the sweat from her brow. Of course, my preparations extend beyond that. Ling Tian retrieved an advancement crystal core from his spatial ring. I have recently acquired a substantial number of crystal cores, sufficient to illuminate all current memory nodes. It is time for the second individual to advance. With 2 tier 1 ability users in place, we will be much more adept at handling the beast tide. Yu Bingbing and Euphemia's eyes immediately brightened, revealing their eagerness. With this crystal core, we could complete our advancement and join the ranks of world-class powerhouses. Noticing their hopeful gazes, Ling Tian cleared his throat and addressed Yu Bingbing. Bingbing, this crystal core is for you. Yu Bingbing's eyes sparkled. Really? Is it true? However, a hint of disappointment flickered in Euphemia's eyes. Ling Tian offered reassurance. I understand, Euphemia, that your combat prowess is formidable, but your abilities are currently constrained by your weaponry. Presently, ammunition for submachine guns is scarce, and even if you were to advance, you would not be able to unleash your full potential. Bingbing is an S-class creation type ability user. Upon advancing, she will likely unlock manufacturing branch skills, providing ample logistical support for you. Euphemia nodded. I understand, dear. I will follow your command. Ling Tian responded. Your capabilities are exceptional. The master will not neglect you. After defeating the monstrous boss, the master assured that an advanced crystal core would be bestowed upon you. Euphemia obediently nodded. Well then, Ling Tian, quickly grant me the crystal core. Yu Bingbing gazed at Ling Tian with eager anticipation. Ling Tian shifted his gaze towards Yu Bingbing, his brow slightly furrowed. What's the matter? Yu Bingbing felt uneasy under Ling Tian's scrutinizing gaze. Is this how a maid receives her master's rewards? Realizing Ling Tian's discontent, Yu Bingbing hurriedly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, I am grateful for the master's generous gift. Now that's more like it, Ling Tian replied, extending his hand to place the advanced crystal core against the back of Yu Bingbing's head, allowing her to absorb its energy. Yu Bingbing closed her eyes, feeling a warm current flow from her forehead throughout her body, enveloping her in a comforting warmth. As time passed, the energy within the crystal core diminished gradually. With a crack, the core shattered upon complete absorption of its energy. A radiant beam of light erupted from Yu Bingbing, dazzling and brilliant. Ling Tian remained unfazed. Such extraordinary transformations were typical for those with powers who utilized advanced crystal cores. You'll get used to it. Ding. Yu Bingbing has advanced to level 1. Her base energy has increased from 15 points to 30 points, her punching power from 350 kilograms to 550 kilograms, and her skin's defensive capability from 3 points to 5 points. Simultaneously, the ability tree in her mind blossomed with unprecedented vitality, elevating 3 foundational skills. Yu Bingbing felt the surge of energy within her, her expression radiating sheer joy. Ding. The second ability branch, item manufacturing, has been unlocked. A fruit illuminated on the branch. Bingbing, what is the skill you have just acquired called? Ling Tian inquired. Yu Bingbing focused her consciousness on the memory node of the ability tree. Military arms manufacturing? The mere utterance of the skill's name startled her. Just the name itself sounded inherently perilous. Oh. A smile crept across Ling Tian's lips as he gently pressed down on Yu Bingbing's head, effortlessly navigating into her mind to examine the skill description on the memory node. Military arms manufacturing level 1. Function. Capable of producing level 1 basic individual equipment. Energy consumption. Each manufacturing requires 1 point of energy and various specific materials. Ling Tian nodded thoughtfully. Excellent. This is precisely what we urgently need. Euphemia, curious, inquired, what kinds of arms can this skill produce? Ling Tian replied with a smile. Do not be overly excited. This skill currently can only create the most basic firearms and ammunition. Euphemia appeared somewhat disappointed. Only the most basic firearms and ammunition? Hey, don't be too greedy. With this skill, at least you'll have the freedom of bullets. Is that not enough? Upon hearing this, Euphemia's face lit up with a delighted smile. Indeed, what I lack most at present is ammunition. As long as I have sufficient support, the beast tide is of no concern. Rest assured, with Bingbing, the item manufacturing esper, bullets will never be in short supply. Use them however you wish. Ling Tian paused for a moment before elaborating. Not only that, but the firearms and ammunition manufactured by Bingbing can also be used to arm our subordinates, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Euphemia's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Bingbing's extraordinary ability, are we not capable of forging an entire army? How thrilling that would be. The Dragon Kingdom maintains an exceedingly stringent control over firearms, and currently, all major factions are severely lacking in such weaponry. If we could establish a force of over 10,000 armed with firearms, it would be difficult for any faction in the Dragon Kingdom to withstand us. Euphemia gazed at Yu Bingbing, her eyes burning with fervor. To possess this woman is akin to possessing a munitions factory. As Yu Bingbing and Euphemia locked eyes, a chill ran down Yu Bingbing's spine. She felt as if she had become prey to certain individuals, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. Ling Tian shook his head. Euphemia, do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. The manufacturing of arms is far from simple. It initially requires energy and, moreover, raw materials. Euphemia was momentarily taken aback. Raw materials are also necessary, while it is possible to forcibly transmute materials using extraordinary abilities. This would greatly deplete energy and slow down the manufacturing process. Given Bingbing's current level of ability, she could only produce 500 rounds of ammunition or 25 grenades, 5 handguns, 2 submachine guns, and 2 pieces of level 10 body armor in an hour, Ling Tian explained. Understanding dawned upon Euphemia as she nodded, calculating a 5-hour workday. We could produce only 2,500 rounds of ammunition, and that would still consume energy and materials. It would be impossible to arm a troop in the short term. Chapter 90. The Green Hat Hero Ui. Shall we stay at a hotel tonight? Wang Sini suggested, her heart racing at the thought of the now quiet Tianshang Rin Jian Hotel. Su Yui shook her head. I advise against such unrealistic notions. While it is still light, we should quickly find a suitable spot at the resort to settle down. Why not? Wang Sini inquired, puzzled. The hotel is filled with personnel from the Yunhai group. What identity would you assume to remain there? We could simply follow behind Ling Tian. After all, you know them. You Su Yui sighed in exasperation. The Yunhai group has numerous members. It won't be so easy to escape their scrutiny. Be cautious, or you may find yourself in a perilous situation. Wang Sini shrank her neck. This was a possibility she had not considered. Ui, a familiar voice called out. Su Yui turned to see Zhou Wu and his entourage approaching. This fellow truly possesses remarkable luck to have survived such circumstances. Wang Sini smirked mischievously, nudging Su Yui. Yui, your boyfriend has arrived. Su Yui's tone turned icy. Nonsense. I have no relation to him. Zhou Wu had previously pursued Su Yui openly, creating quite a stir within the academy, and the news had spread like wildfire. This was Zhou Wu's strategy to draw attention, hoping to bring Su Yui closer to him. In reality, Su Yui merely harbored a slight fondness for Zhou Wu. They had not even held hands. Zhou Wu, filled with excitement, led his group briskly towards Su Yui, eager to rekindle their connection. Upon witnessing this, Su Yui's delicate face turned stern, and she turned to leave. Zhou Wu, perplexed by the scene, hastily stepped forward to intercept her. Yui, what is wrong? Why are you ignoring me? How dare you even ask? Su Yui glared at him. You asked me to lead the team, yet at the critical moment, you chose to flee, leaving us to face the danger alone. The others, enraged by Zhou Wu's actions, chimed in. Zhou Wu, you scoundrel. Beware, or you might find yourself without any heirs. In the heat of anger, the group's insults were particularly scathing. Aware of his culpability, Zhou Wu refrained from retorting and carefully explained to Su Yui, please don't say that. The situation was dire, and I had no choice. Staying would have only hindered you. I trust in your formidable strength, and look, you returned unscathed. Su Yui trembled with fury. You are utterly shameless. If it weren't for Ling Tian, I would have perished. Zhou Wu immediately became alert. What about that loser Ling Tian? What loser? Who are you to label him? Su Yui shot back. That guy was merely a parking attendant at a venue. What else could he be but a loser? With a cold laugh, Su Yui continued. You are hopelessly naive. Even now, you still fancy yourself above the fray. Let me tell you, Ling Tian is no ordinary person. A mere toe of his is worth more than you. Zhou Wu's face darkened instantly. As the son of the esteemed Tengfei group, he was at the pinnacle of society. To hear his girlfriend claim he was inferior to another man's toe was an utter humiliation. Wait, Yui, what is going on? Why are you suddenly siding with him after just one night? Want to know? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. Our team was besieged by a horde of beasts, and it was Ling Tian who repelled them and brought me back. What? Zhou Wu felt as if struck by lightning. What did that scoundrel do after bringing you back? Seeing Zhou Wu's crestfallen expression brought Su Yui a sense of vindictive pleasure. What? Regretting your choices now? Who told you to abandon your girlfriend? This is all you're doing. She emphasized the words girlfriend, relishing Zhou Wu's discomfort. Zhou Wu, agitated, grasped Su Yui's shoulders. Are you saying that, loser? Su Yui shrugged off his grip, deliberately vague as she replied. Thanks to you, I had the opportunity for a deeper connection with Ling Tian. Just one night, and we have already forged a bond beyond mere friendship. A bond beyond friendship? Zhou Wu's shock was palpable, like a bomb detonating in a crowd. All eyes turned toward him, and his image transformed from that of a top-tier wealthy bachelor to a pitiable figure. I. Zhou Wu clenched his fists, filled with uncontrollable rage. Ling Tian, that pathetic loser, not only stole his dream goddess Yu Bingbing, but also sought to take away Su Yue. In the entire campus, who does not know that Su Yue is his nominal girlfriend? This is utterly intolerable. The feeling of being so thoroughly betrayed left him in immense frustration. He had never imagined he would be so completely cuckolded. How much can one endure? Zhou Wu roared, veins bulging. I, Zhou Wu, will not share the same sky with that scoundrel Ling Tian. I will personally ensure that brat meets his demise. Su Yue, with her arms crossed, shook her head disdainfully. Such impotent rage. Zhou Wu's eyes turned crimson. What did you say? Are you implying that I lack the courage to confront him? Su Yue lifted her chin towards Zhou Wu. Ling Tian is currently in the hotel. If you wish to deal with him, feel free to go over. There is no need for such loud outbursts. Ling Tian is in the hotel? Ling Tian, I want you dead. Zhou Wu glared fiercely at the hotel. However, the shattered glass and the blood-soaked ground in front of the hotel rendered him utterly speechless. Zhou Wu swallowed hard. What? What is this? Those are the people Ling Tian just killed. There must be at least 150 of them. One of the members of Su Yue's victorious team remarked with a smirk. Ling Tian, didn't he even sustain any injuries after killing them? Now, let us see how you, young Master Zhou, will perform. Is it truly as exaggerated as that? Zhou Wu felt a chill creep down his spine. Stealing a furtive glance around him, he noticed his peers pointing and whispering, as if they were laughing at his expense. How infuriating. How can I, Zhou Wu, become the laughingstock of these people? Zhou Wu bellowed. Everyone, unite and help me deal with that villain. With that, he took bold strides towards the hotel, prepared to face death head-on. However, after a few steps, Zhou Wu felt an eerie emptiness behind him. Turning back, he found that his teammates and bodyguards remained rooted in place, showing no intention of following him. They looked at him as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, Su Yue and Wang Xinyi's group regarded him with mocking eyes, relishing in his predicament. Useless. With that, Su Yue uttered disdainfully before turning to leave. Heading towards the second shelter in the resort, Wang Xinyi and Xueli hurriedly followed in Su Yue's wake, not forgetting to turn back and make faces at Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu's expression alternated between pale and livid. Without anyone following him, he dared not approach. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold, for now. Let that brat live a few more days. Zhou Wu shouted, then sheepishly chased after Su Yue. Yue, wait for me. No matter what happens, I love you. Although Zhou Wu had the privilege to stay in the hotel, the presence of a killer made it far more perilous than battling with beasts. Thus, he decided to remain outside with Su Yue for the time being, hoping to cultivate their relationship. Chapter 91. The hotel night scene as the sun set. Golden rays illuminated the island. Outside, the ability users who had been foraging for food hurried back to the gathering place. 2 days prior, the island's power supply system had been damaged, and no maintenance had been conducted. The entire island was plunged into an indefinite blackout, and by nightfall, darkness enveloped the surroundings, creating a scene of eerie silence. The inhabitants of the island have largely reverted to a primitive lifestyle, relying solely on firewood for cooking and lighting, which proves to be quite inconvenient. However, some individuals remain unaffected by the power outage, such as the esteemed guests residing above the 28th floor of the Heaven and Earth Hotel. The hotel's generator consumes precious diesel fuel to provide luxurious electrical services for its distinguished patrons. Ling Tian and his companions inhabit the 32nd floor, which boasts the most opulent royal suites in the entire establishment, thus enjoying an uninterrupted supply of electricity. Nonetheless, even if the supply were to falter, it would not pose a concern for Ling Tian, as his spatial ring is replete with power generation devices and energy sources, alleviating any worries regarding electricity. In the master bedroom, Euphemia could not contain her excitement and let out a delighted shriek. Beside her, Yu Bingbing cast a glance with a resigned pout. These two, particularly Euphemia, were so exuberant that their joyous noise could be heard even downstairs. How infuriating. To vent her frustrations, Yu Bingbing seized an apple from the table and took a fierce bite. At that very moment, this top-tier star from the Dragon Kingdom reclined on the sofa, multitasking by watching a series on her tablet while employing her unique abilities to manufacture weaponry. A bag nearby was brimming with assault rifle ammunition, a product of her 3 hours of labor. She had never imagined that one day she would be engaged in such assembly line work, painstakingly producing bullets for assault rifles. As for Ling Tian and Euphemia, they were engrossed in the latest co-op video game. Despite Euphemia's usual prowess, she found herself outmatched by Ling Tian in the realm of gaming. Upon reaching the boss level, her character was swiftly eliminated, leaving her to abandon the controller and watch Ling Tian battle on. In the game, Ling Tian's character remained unfazed in the face of the fearsome boss. His adept maneuvering and precise micro-operations allowed him to evade the boss's attacks with ease. Euphemia gasped in awe at his series of extraordinary moves, her eyes gleaming with admiration. In the end, Ling Tian single-handedly vanquished the boss, successfully dragging Euphemia's character into the next level. Master, you are truly remarkable. Euphemia unabashedly expressed her admiration. These are merely fundamental operations, Ling Tian replied, stretching his shoulders with a sense of pride. It was the first time he had received praise from a female while gaming, a rather extraordinary feeling. Before the apocalypse, no matter how skilled he was, any girl would merely furrow her brow and chide him for being unproductive. Glancing out the window, he marveled at how swiftly time passed while engrossed in gaming. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Ling Tian then shifted his gaze and noticed Yu Bingbing gazing at him with a look of discontent. He chuckled softly, placing his hand affectionately on the celebrity's head and gently rubbing it. All right, I understand you dislike making weapons, but this is simply unavoidable. Each of us possesses different abilities, and thus our roles differ. When the time comes for battle, you won't need to lift a finger, you can simply watch from the sidelines. Yu Bingbing, upon hearing this, felt even more imbalanced, letting out a sigh of exasperation. She had no desire to cower behind others in search of protection. Rather, she longed to stand before the crowd, elegantly vanquishing the undead. Let's take a break. It's time for dinner. What would you like to eat tonight? Ling Tian inquired. Euphemia suggested. The scenery here is particularly beautiful. I would love to have a picnic. A picnic, you say? Ling Tian glanced at the expansive terrace outside. How about a barbecue? That sounds delightful. Enjoying the evening breeze while gazing at the moon and savoring barbecue delicacies would be truly delightful. Yu Bingbing wholeheartedly agreed. However, Euphemia hesitated, her eyes betraying uncertainty. But grilling ourselves seems quite troublesome. Oh, that's easily remedied, Ling Tian remarked, gently brushing Euphemia's elegant nose. We can simply call for the staff. Oh right, I almost forgot, Yu Bingbing exclaimed, tapping her forehead. After all this time, she had nearly forgotten the pleasure of being attended to. She promptly sprang to her feet and pressed the call button beside the bed. Come on, let's south head to the terrace. Huh, but we haven't finished the game here, Euphemia protested. Ling Tian reassured her, we can eat first and return to play later. We have plenty of time. Oh, reluctantly. Euphemia set down the controller and joined Ling Tian as they descended from the bed. Ling Tian led the two stunning beauties to the terrace outside their room. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and night had enveloped the land. A gentle breeze caressed Yu Bingbing and Euphemia's fair, delicate faces, imparting a sense of comfort and ease. The terrace was adorned with an array of vibrant flowers and furnished with charming wooden tables and chairs, creating a picturesque scene against the backdrop of nightfall. The transparent glass railing gave the impression of being in harmony with nature. The trio found a lovely spot to settle down. With a flicker of his spatial ring, Ling Tian summoned a barbecue grill, a hot plate, seasonings, a variety of meats, and vegetables, all materializing on the terrace. What would the lovely ladies like to drink? Watermelon juice, coconut water, milk, or perhaps red wine, brandy, or fruit beer? Ling Tian inquired. Nodding in response, he retrieved the drinks from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. Each of them picked up a glass and savored the refreshing beverages. Before long, the resort staff approached the trio, bowing deeply. Good evening, esteemed guests. How may we assist you? Ling Tian gestured towards the ingredients nearby. Could you please grill these for us? The staff members exchanged astonished glances upon seeing the fresh and abundant ingredients. How extravagant, they thought, in a world ravaged by scarcity. This guest had managed to procure such a lavish spread. Certainly, please give us a moment, they respectfully replied before swiftly getting to work. Ling Tian gazed out at the terrace, taking in the breathtaking view of the resort, the beach, and the ocean, all the beauty the island had to offer. Compared to the struggles of his past life, his current existence felt nothing short of paradise. By the way, Bingbing, your skill proficiency must be at 1000 now. Which memory nodes can you illuminate? Ling Tian asked Yu Bingbing. Upon mentioning this, Yu Bingbing instantly perked up. There was enhancement control, permanent enhancement, extraordinary item creation, and mechanical manufacturing. Oh, that sounds quite promising. Let me take a look, Ling Tian remarked as he reached out to touch Yu Bingbing's head, using his consciousness to observe her extraordinary ability tree. Chapter 92. A comfortable life in the apocalypse. The two advancements in item enhancement are permanent enhancement and enhancement control. Permanent enhancement. This permanently increases the strength of items, though its effectiveness diminishes for higher-tier extraordinary items and high-tech products. Amplification effect. 40, with a minimum increase of 3 strength points. Energy consumption. 10 energy points per activation. This is an exceedingly practical boosting skill that elevates the team's overall strength. Ling Tian commented. Enhancement control. The performance of all items utilized by the practitioner is significantly enhanced. Amplification, 100 of item power, with a minimum increase of 10 strength points for the item. The skill's effect does not diminish with the item's tier, and the extraordinary effects carried by the item will also be enhanced. Energy consumption, 1 energy point every 10 seconds. This skill seems to be the primary combat skill of creation-type extraordinary practitioners, Ling Tian mused. As for extraordinary jewelry items, each individual may activate a maximum of 5 simultaneously. Not to mention, carrying 5 entry-level rings that each increase energy by 7 points. Yu Bingbing would have an additional 35 energy points when her skills are activated. If she could acquire a plethora of items with extraordinary effects, her combat prowess would reach staggering heights. A slight smile graced Ling Tian's lips, an exceptionally remarkable skill. Both offensive and defensive, truly versatile. Upon activating this skill, Bingbing, your personal combat strength will rival that of Euphemia. Really? Yu Bingbing's face lit up with joy. As this signified, she could stand tall and proud. Euphemia and Su Yue possessed formidable combat capabilities, which made Ling Tian hesitant to overstep with them. In contrast, Yu Bingbing was laden with auxiliary skills, leaving her with no bargaining power in Ling Tian's presence. Then I shall activate this skill, so I can fight alongside you. Yu Bingbing exclaimed eagerly. Wait, Ling Tian interrupted firmly. What? Yu Bingbing looked at Ling Tian with confusion, uncertain of his meaning. Ling Tian saw through Yu Bingbing's thoughts, seeking to elevate her status through enhanced combat abilities? How naive. He replied calmly. The skill enhancement control is not suited for you. Do not waste your precious proficiency points. How can that be? Yu Bingbing's eyes widened, her expression filled with agitation. With my protection by your side, you will be quite safe. I recommend you activate permanent enhancement. Instead, Ling Tian said with a smile directed at Yu Bingbing. But, Yu Bingbing attempted to argue. Ling Tian's hand slid down to gently caress Yu Bingbing's delicate face. Do you wish to defy your master's command? At his words, Yu Bingbing felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She understood his implication. Should she disregard Ling Tian's orders and forcibly activate enhancement control, he would undoubtedly impose severe consequences upon her. Ling Tian could never place his trust in someone harboring treacherous intentions. I understand now, Master, Yu Bingbing murmured. Her noble head bowed in recognition of her current predicament. Ling Tian's decisions were beyond reproach. In the face of the impending beast tide, there was no necessity for Yu Bingbing to step forward. Her proficiency in other supportive skills would undoubtedly provide greater benefits to the team. Moreover, the enhancement of control posed no significant challenge, requiring no prior acclimatization, merely activation before the beast tide erupted. Prior to this, it was essential to impose some restraint on the prominent starlet to elevate her compliance. At that moment, a servant approached with the freshly prepared meal, respectfully announcing, "Esteemed guest, your food is ready." Ling Tian picked up a skewer, gently blowing on it. Indeed, it was quite delectable, he remarked with satisfaction. The trio sat on the terrace, relishing the beautiful scenery, leisurely enjoying their skewers, as if they were vacationers, blissfully detached from the horrors of the apocalyptic world. Yu Bingbing transformed her embarrassment and indignation into ravenous appetite, voraciously devouring the exquisite dishes before her. Master, after spending an entire afternoon here, do you not find it a waste of time? Euphemia inquired with curiosity. One must embrace life as pleasures to the fullest. I have accomplished what needed to be done, and I see no harm in taking a moment to rest and indulge, Ling Tian replied, swallowing a mouthful of sizzling lamb, followed by a refreshing gulp of chilled beer that instantly filled him with unparalleled comfort. I am not merely a robot programmed for work. One must always carve out time for enjoyment. As he spoke, Ling Tian gestured for the servant to play some music. Moments later, a soothing, upbeat melody filled the air. Euphemia chuckled delicately. By the way, Master, what are your plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow, I shall meet with the guests at the hotel. Those individuals are esteemed patrons of Yunji Shan, with each reportedly worth billions, Ling Tian replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We need to exert some pressure on Yunji Shan through them. The three of them lived a life akin to that of local emperors within the hotel, while Su Yue and her companions faced an entirely different reality. Chapter 93, The Gathering Place Before Dusk. Su Yue and her companions arrived at a gathering place located in the northeast corner of the resort, where approximately 1,000 individuals had assembled. Among them were vacationing tourists, island natives, business merchants, service personnel, individuals with questionable affiliations, poachers, and students, a veritable mix of society. Their tenuous connection to the Yunhai group rendered them ineligible for hotel accommodations, thus relegating them to the secondary resettlement area. As night fell, the gathering crowd ignited campfires. Deprived of electrical power, these individuals descended to the lower levels to cook their meals. The evening sea breeze was refreshingly pleasant. However, the atmosphere of what was once a leisurely and joyful resort had grown somber due to the nocturnal presence of aberrant beasts. Consequently, these previously scattered individuals were compelled to congregate in a single area at night to mitigate the risk of attacks. Su Yue and her group halted at the periphery of their gathering place, beginning to rest and kindle their own fire for cooking. The vicinity is replete with villas and entertainment venues, so there is no need to worry about accommodations. Upon reporting to the local authorities, arrangements for housing will naturally be made for newcomers. However, the more desirable lodgings have already been claimed, leaving those who arrive later relegated to the periphery, tasked with ensuring safety during the night. The crackling of firewood resonates as it burns, with a pot simmering above, preparing a meal. Su Yue sits alone before the fire, occasionally adding a few logs, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, her fellow alumni gather, engaged in conversation while charging their phones. Although the island has experienced a power outage, these erudite students are undeterred. Resourcefully, they have fashioned a small hand-crank generator, effortlessly maintaining their device's battery life. Around them, onlookers regard this group of university students with covetous eyes, their faces betraying a sense of desire. The youthful and vibrant female students are perpetually captivating, particularly in such chaotic times, drawing unwanted attention. Yue, what is the deal with your team? I sense a considerable amount of resentment directed towards you. They keep clamoring to join my group. Wang Xini remarked after settling her teammates. Su Yue replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, merely a bunch of ungrateful ingrates. They were pampered with ample resources before. But now that the feeding has ceased, they seem eager to devour me. What? Wang Xini's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that Su Yue, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, could utter such harsh words. What have they done to incite your anger? She inquired with curiosity. Su Yue bit her lip and slowly spoke. They have pushed their own teammates into the midst of beast hordes to ensure their survival. What? Wang Xini gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Is that something a person can do? Su Yue shook her head. What has transpired has already occurred. There is no point in discussing it further. Let us instead focus on the Academy's rescue efforts. Oh. Wang Xini's chest heaved as she struggled to control her emotions. Following that incident, I feel quite uncertain. The group we have brought along is not reliable. We must adopt a new method of managing them. What kind of method? Su Yue stated calmly. We need to redesign the team structure, uniting those with a fervent desire to rescue others into a core circle. Simultaneously, we must find a way to confiscate the food and crystals from the others and redistribute them, ensuring they act in accordance with our intentions. Wang Xini's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that a bit excessive? We have invested effort and resources to cultivate this group, not for altruism. And you wouldn't want to be left alone when it comes time to rescue at the academy, would you? Su Yue stirred the pot with a metal spoon to prevent the food from burning. I believe it is time for us to shift our perspective. We are in an era fraught with peril. The methods appropriate for times of peace are now obsolete. Wang Xini nodded in understanding. I see. Su Yue gazed up at the night sky, and then spoke. Please call Chao Yutong, Yu Lei, and Fan Jingting to convey my thoughts to them, and urge them to gather here promptly. Understood, Wang Xini replied, promptly opening her phone. Among the throng of gathered individuals, a girl, embraced by a burly man, stealthily cast her gaze towards Su Yue and her companions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she recognized Su Yue, who was preparing food. Overcome with excitement, the girl pushed the man aside and sprinted towards Su Yue, shouting, President, save me, President. Su Yue, with remarkable acuity, turned at the sound and immediately spotted the girl in distress. The girl's tear-streaked face and tattered clothing painted a pitiable picture. Although Su Yue did not recognize her, she surmised that the girl was likely a student from their academy. Stop! You think you can escape? The burly man bellowed as he swiftly pursued the girl, yanking her down to the ground. With a resounding slap, he struck her across the face, exclaiming, How dare you try to run away? The loud commotion drew the attention of Su Yue's group, prompting them to glance in the direction of the girl. Isn't that one of our classmates? How did she end up in such a state? A male student in the crowd shouted angrily at the burly man. Hey, let her go. The man, holding the girl tightly, disdainfully glared at the students, warning, What are you shouting for? This is my prize. Anyone who dares to speak otherwise will regret it. Wang Xini tugged at Su Yue, saying, Yue, look over there. Su Yue furrowed her brows, hesitating to issue any commands. The girl wept helplessly, appearing utterly forlorn. 3 captains, please say something. That person is one of our alumni. The crowd urged anxiously. Zhou Wu saw this as an opportunity to impress Su Yue and stepped forward confidently. He pointed at the burly man and shouted, Listen up. Release her at once, and I might spare your life. The alumni cheered for Zhou Wu's boldness, rallying behind him in support. Yue, what's wrong with you? Wang Xini exclaimed, her tone growing frantic as she observed Su Yue's inaction. After the previous incident, Su Yue had adopted a more rational mindset, unable to revert to her former naivete and impetuousness. She glanced at the pitiful girl, whose frail appearance clearly indicated that she had not yet awakened. Even if rescued, such a person would only become a burden to the group. They would have to provide her with food and ensure her safety. However, the overwhelming majority of the team was eager to assist her, and if Su Yue opposed their wishes, she would surely face exclusion from the group. Thus, she resolved to acquiesce to their desires and save the girl. With that thought, Su Yue stood up and declared, "Let us go, we'll join them." She then moved towards the crowd alongside Wang Xini. "Humph, is that all you can do?" The burly man scoffed, followed by a low growl. With a sudden rustle, Walla and his entourage of over 50 individuals abruptly rose to their feet and advanced towards them. "We have not provoked you rascals, yet you dare to seek confrontation, truly believing we are easy prey?" Wu Zhou instinctively took a step back upon witnessing the formidable assembly. "Wait, why should I fear them? Our group consists of at least level 2 awakened individuals. Fear not, everyone. Unleash your abilities and confront these ruffians." Wu Zhou called out, and his fellow alumni responded in unison, over 30 of them activating their powers. "Humph, a bunch of naive fools, thinking they are the only ones with abilities in this world." With a booming shout, the brawny man on the other side commanded his group of over 50 to also unleash their powers. "What is happening? Are these individuals also awakened?" The students on Wu Zhou's side exchanged glances, astonishment flickering in their eyes. "What?" Su Yue gazed at the crowd, her face betraying her surprise. The number of awakened individuals in this resort far exceeded her expectations.